The Zhao Kingdom, a modest realm akin to other small nations in the southern expanse, harbors a yearning for the eastern lands, for the illustrious Tang dynasty, and for the capital, Chang'an. This longing embodies the aspirations of its sovereign and the dreams of Zhao scholars. Much like the Tang towers that rise alongside the imperial palace, seemingly capable of gazing across the myriad mountains and rivers towards the distant Chang'an in the month of April. The climate is neither frigid nor oppressively hot. A gentle breeze caresses the earth, sweeping over the northern deserts with the haunting melodies of Chang flutes, traversing the vastness of Tang, stirring up a fine dust that dances like mist as the sun sets in the evening sky. It wends its way down to the great green mountains at the southern edge of the Zhao Kingdom, landing upon a young scholar seated atop these verdant heights. This youth, somewhat frail in stature, clutches a gourd in his hand, garbed in a pristine blue, scholarly robe, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age. Though short in stature and possessing a slightly tanned complexion, his clear eyes betray a glimmer of intelligence, albeit momentarily obscured by a furrowed brow that reflects his introspection and confusion. Alas, I have failed once more. He sighs. His name is Meng Hao, an ordinary scholar from Yunjie County, nestled at the foot of the Great Green Mountains. Having lost his parents unexpectedly in his youth, he has been left with meager family wealth, which has dwindled further over the years of costly education, leaving him destitute. 3 years of examinations, 3 years devoted to the tomes of sages, and I have read them to the point of nausea. Is it possible that the imperial examinations are not the path destined for Meng Hao? He muses, casting a despondent glance at the gourd in his hand. The dream of becoming an official and amassing wealth grows ever more elusive, let alone the notion of journeying to the eastern lands of the Tang that a scholar proves utterly useless. Meng Hao forces a bitter smile as he sits atop the tranquil mountain, his gaze fixed on the gourd, the depths of his bewilderment deepening. Within that confusion lies a fear for the future and uncertainty regarding his own life, as he grapples with the questions of what he might become and where his path may lead. Might a noble patron take notice of him? Could a lady of high birth suddenly develop an affection for him? Or will he find himself perpetually entangled in the cycle of imperial examinations for years to come? Such questions remain unanswered, and for a youth of 16 or 17, this bewilderment transforms into a gaping maw that threatens to consume him whole, instilling a sense of trepidation. Even the instructors in the county earn but a few coins each month, scarcely more than what old Wang's carpentry shop generates. Had I known this, I would have forsaken my studies years ago and apprenticed with old Wang to learn the craft of carpentry, which might have ensured a modest livelihood, rather than facing the void I confront today. Meng Hao reflects in silence. The provisions at home have dwindled, and our silver is nearly exhausted. We owe 3 taels to Mr. Zhou. What shall I do in the days to come? Meng Hao raises his gaze to the cerulean sky, murmuring softly. The sky is vast and boundless, stretching endlessly, much like the future he cannot discern. After a prolonged moment, Meng Hao shakes his head, retrieves a slip of paper from his breast pocket, examines it earnestly, and places it into the gourd. He then rises and hurls the gourd down the mountainside with force. Beneath the mountains flows a grand river, its waters remaining unfrozen even in the depths of winter, rumored to lead to the eastern lands of the Tang. On the summit, Meng Hao silently gazed at the gourd drifting away in the great river below, his eyes unblinking, as if he were witnessing his mother and the joys of his childhood. The gourd carried his aspirations, encapsulating his grand visions for the future. Slowly vanishing from sight, he pondered who might one day discover this gourd and the note within it. After several moments passed, Meng Hao finally withdrew his gaze, concealing the bewilderment in his expression. That he inhaled deeply the crisp mountain air, determination flickering in his eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, whether through study or labor, I must persevere and continue living. Such was Meng Hao's nature, intelligent yet resolute. Had it been otherwise, he would not have survived alone after his parents departed during his early years. He lifted his gaze towards the heavens, his resolve intensifying as he prepared to descend the mountain. Just then, a faint cry echoed from below the cliff, a sound so fragile it seemed to be whisked away by the wind, yet it pierced through to Meng Hao's ears. "Help! Help!" Meng Hao halted, pausing to listen intently, and the plea for assistance grew clearer with his focus. "Help!" He hurried a few steps to the edge of the summit and peered down, immediately spotting a crack halfway down the sheer cliff where someone was precariously leaning out their face, pale and filled with terror and despair. Are you Meng Hao? Save me." Meng the scholar, the boy who had emerged from the crevice, recognized him instantly, his expression transforming into one of hope as if he had found salvation in a dire moment. "Wang Yukai." Meng Hao's eyes widened as he recognized the youth, the son of the carpenter Wang Bo from the county town. "What? How did you end up here?" Meng Hao glanced at the steep crack below, realizing that it was virtually impossible to climb. Down one misstep could send someone tumbling into the raging river below, where survival was unlikely. "It's not just me, there's several others from nearby counties." "Meng, don't delay, please help us escape," Wang Yukai exclaimed urgently. Having leaned out for too long, he nearly lost his grip, his face turning even paler as he was saved from falling by a companion who clutched his clothing. Meng Hao recognized the urgency of the situation. However, having ascended the mountain alone without ropes, he had no means to rescue them. He swiftly turned back to the sprawling vines that covered the mountainside, his eyes lighting up as he began to search. His frame was slender, and it took him the duration of 2 incense sticks to locate a sufficiently long vine. Gasping for breath, he hurriedly coiled the vine and returned to the cliff's edge, calling out Wang Yukai's name as he bent down to lower the vine. "But you haven't explained how you ended up down there," Meng Hao inquired as he secured the vine. "That we flew." The words came not from Wang Yukai, but from a nearby boy, around 8 or 9 years old, with a sturdy build, who spoke up boldly. "Utter nonsense. Fly? Can you descend? Why aren't you ascending now?" Meng Hao scoffed, tugging at the vine with a hint of defiance. "Do not heed his absurdity. We were captured by a flying woman, who claimed she would take us to some sect to serve as laborers." Wang Yukai quickly interjected, wary of provoking Meng Hao into retracting the vine. "More drivel. Flying? That is the stuff of legends, and immortals who would believe such folly." Meng Hao dismissed contemptuously, reflecting on the numerous tales he had read where individuals encountered immortals and subsequently amassed great wealth. Such occurrences were merely fabrications of literature. As the vine reached the crevice of the cliff, Wang Yukai grasped it firmly. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept from behind Meng Hao, causing the temperature to plummet as if winter had returned, making him shiver. Instinctively turning around, he gasped, nearly losing his footing and tumbling over the precipice. Before him stood a woman with a pallid complexion, her age indiscernible, clad in a flowing silver robe. She gazed at Meng Hao with an expression devoid of emotion. Her beauty was striking, yet her deathly pale visage and icy aura evoked the eerie impression of one who had just risen from the grave. "You possess some aptitude since you have sought me out. It may be your fortune," she articulated, her voice grating like bones scraping together. Her eyes seemed to harbor a peculiar power that, upon meeting Meng Hao's gaze, enveloped him in a wave of frigid dread, stripping him of any secrets as if he were laid bare before her. As her words reverberated, she flicked her sleeve, summoning a gust of green wind that enveloped Meng Hao. Amidst his cries of astonishment, he was swept off the cliff alongside the woman, his mind momentarily blank in the face of such rapidity. Upon reaching the crevice, she raised her hand and unceremoniously hurled Meng Hao into the chasm, following him without hesitation. Her entrance sent Wang Yukai and the others recoiling in fear. The woman stood silently, her gaze fixed upwards toward the descending vine. Trembling, Meng Hao quickly surveyed his surroundings. The crevice was cramped, barely accommodating a few individuals before feeling overcrowded. When his eyes fell upon Wang Yukai, he noticed the 2 boys beside him, one stout and boisterous, the other pale and plump. Both were visibly shaking, their expressions stricken with terror, on the verge of tears. "We were merely short one, you shall join them," the emotionless woman stated, her gaze now directed at Meng Hao. Who are you?" Meng Hao stammered, suppressing his inner turmoil. Though fear coursed through him, he was determined not to succumb to panic. Fortified by his extensive reading and resilient nature, the woman remained silent, raising her right hand with a flourish. The green wind reappeared, swirling around Meng Hao, Wang Yukai, and the others, propelling them skyward alongside her. In an instant, they vanished from sight, leaving only the towering mountains, standing resolute as dusk faded into night. Meng Hao's complexion was ashen as he found himself, traversing the ethereal expanse of the green wind, soaring through the heavens with remarkable speed. The howling wind rushed into his mouth, making each breath a struggle, yet a singular word surged vividly in his mind. Immortal? After enduring for several breaths, he could no longer withstand the pressure, and darkness enveloped him. When he regained consciousness, he discovered himself on a clearing of azure stone halfway up a mountain, surrounded by undulating peaks shrouded in mist, a realm far removed from the mundane world. Elegant pavilions adorned the mountains in every direction, all unfamiliar to him. Beside him stood Wang Yukai and two other youths, who had also awakened, trembling in terror as they gazed at the woman before them, her back turned to the fore. In front of this woman stood two men clad in green robes, appearing to be in their 20s, their sunken eyes and greenish pupils evoking a sense of dread. Shiji possesses remarkable skills. Her recent outing has yielded 4 gifted youngsters, one of the men remarked, offering a compliment to the woman. Take them to the servant quarters, the woman replied coldly, not sparing a glance at Meng Hao and the others. With a graceful step, she transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the mountains. At that moment, Meng Hao had regained his composure, staring blankly at the spot where she had disappeared today. Glimmer of unprecedented brilliance shone in his eyes, a spark that ignited a fervor within him that he had never experienced in his 16 years of life. Servants? Working for an immortal must be quite rewarding, Meng Hao mused with anticipation, for he sensed that these people did not intend to harm them. Shiji has reached the 7th level of Qi condensation and has been granted a wind banner by the sect leader, allowing her to fly before establishing her foundation. Truly enviable, remarked another green-robed cultivator, his tone laced with condescension as he glanced at Meng Hao and the others. You, and you, come with me to the southern servant quarters, he instructed, pointing at Wang Yukai and the stout youth beside him. What is this place? Wang Yukai stammered, trembling as he spoke. Mountains of the Reliance Sect. The Mountain Reliance Sect, situated within the borders of the Zhao Kingdom on the southern fringes of the Nanshan continent, was once the foremost of Zhao's 4 great sects, renowned even across the entire southern region. Known as the Demon Sect of Zhao due to its ruthless internal regulations that disregarded disciple loyalty and condoned infighting. Its reputation was fearsome. Originally, the sect bore neither this name nor such a dark legacy. A millennium ago, however, a cultivator who shook the entire southern region emerged, the self-proclaimed Mountain Reliance ancestor. He forcibly renamed the sect, plundered treasures from all other sects across Zhao, and rewrote the sect's rules with brutal severity, dominating the land with unmatched arrogance. Yet, 1,000 years have passed, and times have changed. The Mountain Reliance ancestor vanished over 4 centuries ago, leading to the sect's decline. No longer the powerhouse it once was, it now lingers as a mere shadow in Zhao, barely clinging to relevance. Were it not for the lingering uncertainty of the ancestor's fate and the fear of potential retribution, the sect would have long been devoured by rivals. Now, with dwindling resources and suppression from the other 3 sects, the Mountain Reliance sect struggles even to recruit laborers, resorting to abduction rather than open recruitment. Following the green-robed man, Meng Hao traversed the winding mountain paths of the sect. The surroundings resembled an idyllic paradise. Bizarre rocks and twisted trees dotted the lush landscape, while opulent pavilions, seemingly roofed with jade tiles, peeked through the mist. The sight left Meng Hao awestruck, though the incessant whimpering of the chubby youth beside him somewhat marred the serenity. It's over. It's really over. I want to go home. Home has steamed buns. Home has fish and meat. Damn it all. I was supposed to inherit the family lands, become a master with concubines, not end up as a laborer here. The youth trembled, muttering through tears, his face a picture of despair. His lamentations continued until, after what felt like half a cup of tea's time, the green-robed man ahead spoke coldly without turning. One more useless word, and I'll cut out your tongue. The chubby youth froze, terror flashing in his eyes as he clamped both hands over his mouth, shaking violently. Witnessing this, Meng Hao felt a flicker of unease. Perhaps this place wasn't as idyllic as he'd imagined. But steeling himself, he took a deep breath and remained silent. Before long, halfway up the mountain, The mist parted to reveal rows of humble huts. 7 or 8 youths in coarse linen robes sat wearily outside, barely sparing a glance at the newcomers. Nearby, atop a boulder, sat a young man in a light blue robe, his elongated face resembling a horse. His attire was noticeably finer than the others, his expression aloof, until he spotted the green-robed escort. Rising swiftly, he bowed with deference. "Greetings, elder brother. These two are new laborers. Arrange their quarters." The green-robed man waved dismissively and strode away without another glance. Once the young man with a horse-like face departed, he resumed his seated meditation. Casting a cold glance at Meng Hao and the chubby boy, this was the servants' quarters of the Northern District. The Mount Liang sect did not harbor idlers. Since you two have arrived here, you are obligated to serve as laborers for half a decade. Only then may you descend the mountain. Should you attempt to flee, the wilderness is rife with beasts, and survival is nearly impossible. Receive your servant robes from this moment forth. You shall sever your ties with the mundane world and devote yourselves to your duties, the young man stated indifferently, surveying Meng Hao and his companion. The chubby boy trembled even more, despair evident in his eyes, while Meng Hao remained remarkably composed. An inexplicable brilliance hidden within his gaze that caught the attention of the horse-faced youth. In his years here, he had encountered many boys brought in as laborers. Yet few possessed the calm demeanor displayed by Meng Hao. You need not serve the full term if your aptitude is commendable. You may cultivate during your time here. If you achieve the first layer of qi condensation, you shall no longer be a laborer but may ascend to become an outer disciple, the young man continued coolly, waving his sleeve. Instantly, a coarse linen robe appeared before Meng Hao and the chubby boy, each adorned with a wooden token the size of a thumb, inscribed with the word servant. Additionally, there was a small booklet bearing 3 characters, qi condensation scroll. Upon seeing these words, Meng Hao's breath quickened. He fixated on the booklet, his mind racing back to the earlier praise from the man in the green robe regarding the cold-faced woman, who was at the 7th layer of qi condensation. Achieving the first layer would grant him the status of an outer disciple, while the woman who captured him was at the 7th layer. What is qi condensation? Could this be the legendary path of cultivating immortality? Surely, this could be considered payment for his labor. Although not in silver, if he could exchange it, it would fetch a handsome sum. Meng Hao's heart raced with excitement as he grasped the robe, wrapping the token and booklet within it. The 7th room on the west side shall be your quarters. Starting tomorrow, your task will be to chop firewood, 10 logs each per day. Fail to meet this quota, and you shall forfeit your meals, the young man finished. Closing his eyes, taking a deep breath, Meng Hao mirrored the young man's earlier gesture, clasping his hands in respect before pulling the chubby boy along as they hurried to their assigned quarters. This place resembled an expansive courtyard, and following the door numbers outside each simple dwelling, they located the 7th room on the west side. Upon entering, they found a modest space containing 2 small beds and a table. Though basic, it was remarkably clean. Once seated on one of the beds, the chubby boy could no longer contain himself and began to wail loudly. At merely 12 or 13 years of age, his cries echoed, reverberating even outside the room. "My father is a wealthy man. I should be a wealthy man too. I refuse to be a laborer," he lamented, his body trembling with each sob. "Do not cry. If you think about it, this place is not so bad. We are working for immortals. How many would envy us?" Meng Hao hurriedly shut the door and attempted to console him. "I do not wish to work. My family is rich, and besides, my betrothal has already been arranged. The bridal gifts have been presented. What will become of my beautiful fiancée? Is she to remain a widow in waiting?" The chubby boy's sobs grew ever more sorrowful. Meng Hao's expression was somewhat peculiar as he mused that this little rotund fellow, despite his small stature, had already experienced romantic entanglements. Here he was, at a considerable age, having never even touched a woman's hand. He couldn't help but lament the advantages of wealth. This little chub was born into affluence, living a life devoid of worries, while he found himself in dire straits. Having sold his ancestral home the previous year, and now burdened with a significant debt to the local magnate, Zhou. However, the thought of his debt brought a smile to Meng Hao's face. He reasoned that now that he had come to this place, if Zhou had the capability, he would seek him out. If not, by the time he ventured out, half a century would have passed, and the man might very well be gone. The more he contemplated, the more he appreciated his current situation. Here, he faced no financial strain, and even before lifting a finger, he had already garnered a wage worth 100 gold pieces. The fact that this was a realm inhabited by immortals only enhanced his sense of serendipity, making him feel that he had stumbled upon a miraculous opportunity for rejuvenation. Irritated by the little fellow's incessant wailing, Meng Hao casually picked up the small booklet hidden within his coarse tunic, seated himself cross-legged on the bed, and began to peruse its contents. Upon opening the first page and reading the initial sentence, he was momentarily taken aback. One must have a support if a mortal seeks a life of wealth. A cultivator seeks a life free from worries. Join my sect of support, for I am that very support. The opening lines, signed by the ancestor of support, emanated an undeniable aura of authority, coupled with an overt declaration of seeking assistance, which left Meng Hao momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the profundity of those words struck him. The essence of the sect of support lay in the pursuit of a strong backing once found. A life of wealth and ease would follow. The more he pondered, the more he found wisdom in this statement. He considered that if he had a powerful patron, how could he have faced 3 consecutive failures in his examinations? As he reflected, a sense of respect began to blossom within him for this ancestor of support, as if a significant door in life had slowly creaked open with the utterance of those words. In essence, while residing in the sect of support, he must employ various strategies to seek out his own backing, thereby ensuring his peace of mind in this place. Meng Hao's eyes sparkled with newfound determination as he continued to leaf through the booklet, oblivious to the passage of time and the sobs of the little rotund fellow beside him. It was not until late at night, when the little one had exhausted himself and succumbed to slumber, his snores resonating like thunder throughout the room, that Meng Hao reluctantly closed the booklet. Though fatigue tugged at him, the brilliance in his gaze radiated with vitality. This tome was not merely worth 100 gold pieces, it was worth 1,000. Meng Hao murmured to himself, for a man who had always dreamed of wealth and status. The valuation of something at 1,000 gold pieces elevated its significance to a level second only to life itself. Just as he was caught up in this excitement, the little fellow's snores abruptly ceased. Meng Hao turned in surprise to see the rotund boy, eyes shut, rising from the bed, flailing his arms and mumbling incoherently. "I'll smash you for stealing my bun. I'll bite you to death. How dare you take my lady?" As he rambled on, the little one, still with his eyes closed, leaped off the bed and charged around the room with a surprising vigor. In his exuberance, he collided with the table. And to Meng Hao's astonishment, the little fellow bit down hard on the corner of the table, leaving a deep imprint of his teeth. Before returning to bed to continue his sleep, his snores resuming once more, Meng Hao observed the plump boy for quite some time. And after confirming that this individual had a habit of somnambulism, he glanced at the corner of the table, feeling a vague sense that it would be unwise to disturb the boy while he slept. Cautiously, he moved a little farther away and lowered his gaze to the small booklet, his expression still brimming with excitement. 9 levels of concentration, the path of the celestial beings. Working for immortals, offering a chance to ascend. This was the greatest reward. He could hardly believe that if he were to become an immortal, wealth would surely follow. Gripping the booklet tightly, a fierce light shone in his eyes. He envisioned an alternative path for himself beyond mere scholarly pursuits. At that moment, the door to the room was suddenly flung open with a loud bang, and a cold snort echoed within. "Awake so early? Are we? Get up, you little rascals." As the doors swung wide, a burly man clad in servant's garb strode in, casting a menacing glance at both Meng Hao and the slumbering boy. "Starting today, you 2 brats will each chop an extra 10 logs daily for me, or else Tiger Grandpa will tear you apart." The man spoke with a harsh tone. "Greetings, Tiger Grandpa." Meng Hao hastily leaped from the bed, standing nervously to the side. Yet before he could finish his sentence, the man shot him a fierce glare. "What a puny voice. Do you think Tiger Grandpa's voice is too loud?" A sense of intimidation washed over Meng Hao as he beheld the man's imposing figure. Hesitating, he stammered, "But the senior from the servant area only instructed us to chop 10 logs each day. The additional 10 logs are for the old man." The burly man snorted disdainfully. Meng Hao fell silent, his mind racing. Having just arrived at this celestial sect, he was already being bullied. Though he felt a twinge of defiance, he recognized his own frailty in contrast to the man's robust physique. Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly noticed the bite marks at the corner of the table and recalled the plump boy's formidable prowess while sleepwalking. An idea struck him, and he immediately called out to the slumbering boy, "Fatty, someone is stealing your buns. Someone is taking your wife." As soon as the words left his mouth, the plump boy shot up, eyes closed, unleashing a fierce roar, his face contorted in rage. "Who dares take my buns? Who dares touch my wife? I will smash you. I will bite you to death." The boy leaped from the bed, flailing wildly around the room. The burly man was initially taken aback, but soon advanced to deliver a slap to the boy, daring to make a racket before Tiger Grandpa. The slap landed with a resounding smack on the boy's face. But to the man's astonishment, the boy, still with eyes shut, sank his teeth into the man's arm. no matter how the man struggled. The boy refused to release his grip. "Let go, you damn brat, let go." The burly man, also a servant rather than a cultivator, had merely gained some strength from years of labor, yet now he was sweating profusely from the pain. And no amount of punches or kicks could persuade the boy to loosen his hold. Instead, the more he fought, the deeper the boy bit, drawing blood and flesh as if intent on tearing away a large chunk. The screams echoed outside the room, immediately attracting the attention of the surrounding servants. At that moment, a cold voice drifted in from outside, like the chill of winter descending upon them. "Enough of this racket." The voice of the horse-faced youth echoed in the burly man's ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Despite the excruciating pain that twisted his features, he dared not scream aloud. "Displeasing the senior brothers of the menial quarters will bring us both trouble. Make him let go. I'll forfeit the 10 locks." The man gritted through clenched teeth, forcing the words out. Meng Hao had expected the pudgy boy-'s sleepwalking to be so ferocious. Realizing the situation couldn't escalate further, he quickly stepped forward, gently patting the boy's back and whispering into his ear, "The buns are back. Your wife is back too." The boy's tense body instantly relaxed, his grip loosening. Still unconscious, he staggered back to bed, his face swollen and bruised, resuming his deep slumber with loud snores. The burly man cast a wary glance at the boy before hastily retreating from the room without another word. Meng Hao stood frozen for a long moment, regarding the pudgy boy with newfound admiration before cautiously settling back into his own bed. Dawn the next morning. As the first light of day crept over the horizon, the resonant tolling of a bell echoed outside the dormitory. Its chime carried an inexplicable power, rousing all who heard it from their slumber. Amidst the clamor outside, the pudgy boy finally stirred, blinking groggily at the scattered footprints on his clothes before gingerly touching his swollen face. "What happened to me last night? Why does my whole body ache like I've been beaten?" Meng Hao, already dressed in his menial robes, hesitated before replying. "Nothing unusual. Everything is fine. But my face feels swollen. Must have been a particularly large mosquito. Then why is there blood in my mouth?" "You fell out of bed." "Several times." Meng Hao swiftly pushed open the door, pausing briefly before turning back with a solemn expression. "Listen, fatty, you should sharpen your teeth more often, preferably to a fine edge." "Huh? That's odd. My father used to say the same thing," the boy muttered, wincing as he struggled into his ropes. Beneath the rising sun, Meng Hao and the pudgy boy stepped out of their quarters, embarking on their new lives as woodcutters in the menial division of the Mount Desolation sect. 10 logs per day, per person. Beyond the northern menial quarters stretched an endless expanse of desolate hills, densely packed with trees, though none were particularly thick. Their sheer numbers formed an unbroken sea of foliage, vanishing into the horizon. Shouldering the heavy axes issued by the sect, Meng Hao massaged his sore arms, his muscles already throbbing with exhaustion. The pudgy boy, equally winded, trudged alongside him as they ascended the barren slopes to their designated work area. Soon, the rhythmic thuds of chopping would fill the air. "My father's a wealthy man. I'm meant to be one too. I shouldn't be doing menial labor." The boy grumbled between swings of his axe. "And these immortals, why do they need his chopping wood? With their magic, surely they don't need firewood." Unlike his companion's incessant complaints, Meng Hao was too drained to speak, his body drenched in sweat. Having grown up in the impoverished Yunxie County with little meat to nourish him, his frail frame lacked strength. Barely half an incense stick's worth of time had passed before he slumped against an uncut tree, gasping for breath, observing the chubby lad once more. Despite trembling from exhaustion, he continued to mutter in dismay while chopping wood. Clearly, though younger, his physical stamina surpassed Meng Hao's by a considerable margin. Meng Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Seizing a moment of respite, he retrieved the Qi condensation manual and studied it once again, silently attuning himself to the spiritual energy of the world as described within its pages. Time flowed swiftly, and dusk soon descended. That day, Meng Hao had managed to fell only 2 trees, while the chubby boy had chopped a staggering 8. Together, their efforts yielded enough for one person to eat heartily. After deliberation, the chubby boy went to fetch their rations, and the two shared the meal in their humble dwelling before collapsing into exhausted slumber. Only when the boy's snores once again filled the room did Meng Hao struggle to rise. His eyes burned with determination as he suppressed hunger and weariness, picking up the Qi condensation manual to study in silence. During his scholarly days, he had often memorized texts until dawn, long accustomed to hunger. Though this life was grueling, it was still a path forward. "I refuse to believe that after failing the imperial examinations, I will also fail in cultivating within this sect," Meng Hao thought, his resolve hardening. With unwavering perseverance, He immersed himself in contemplation. By midnight, he did not recall when he had fallen asleep. As if even in dreams his mind was consumed by sensing the spiritual energy of the world. At dawn, the tolling of a bell roused him. His bloodshot eyes fluttered open, and gritting his teeth, he forced himself up. Alongside the still energetic chubby boy, he resumed the laborious task of chopping wood. Days turned into weeks, 1, 2, 3 until 2 months had passed. Gradually, Meng Hao managed to fell 4 trees daily, yet the majority of his time was devoted to sensing spiritual energy. The blood vessels in his eyes grew increasingly pronounced. Then, one evening, as Meng Hao sat panting in exhaustion, meditating cross-legged, his body suddenly shuddered. A tingling numbness spread through his limbs, as if invisible wisps of energy were coalescing within his flesh. Moments later, a trace of spiritual power flickered inside him, fleeting, yet undeniable. His eyes snapped open, ablaze with exhilaration. Fatigue melted away, the redness in his eyes faded, and his hands trembled as he clutched the Qi condensation manual. For an entire month, he had eaten little, slept less, dedicating every spare moment beyond chopping wood to sensing spiritual energy. Now, at last, his efforts bore fruit, invigorating his spirit. Time slipped by, and another 2 months passed. Summer's peak had arrived, the scorching August sun radiating blistering heat. Qi condenses within the body, disperses through the flesh, unblocking meridians to resonate with heaven and earth. At noon, deep within the mountains under the jurisdiction of the Reliance sect, Meng Hao tended a small fire with one hand while carefully perusing the Qi condensation manual with the other. After the time it took an incense stick to burn, he closed his eyes, silently attuning himself to the gentle currents of energy within him. These traces had first appeared over 2 months prior, and Meng Hao treasured them dearly. Now, they had grown noticeably denser. Following the manual's instructions, he guided these faint currents through his body in continuous cycles during meditation. Before long, Meng Hao opened his eyes. From the distant thickets, a stout figure brandishing a large axe came rushing toward him. Well, how did it go? The chubby boy panted heavily. Though still plump, his frame had visibly strengthened. As he approached, he pressed urgently for news. He had yet to disperse the energy throughout his body. But he was confident that within a week, he would meet the standards for the first layer of Qi condensation. Meng Hao's eyes sparkled with self-assurance as he spoke with a smile. I inquired about the chicken. The chubby boy licked his lips and gazed at the fire. It should be nearly done. Meng Hao also licked his lips and picked up a nearby stick to stir the flames. Instantly, the chubby boy grabbed an axe and unearthed a wild chicken that had been buried in the ground, perfectly cooked. The aroma wafted through the air, and they each took half, devouring it ravenously. Fortunately, since you've acquired spiritual energy, you've often been able to catch wild chickens. Otherwise, we would starve. Thinking back to the first 2 months of our lives, it felt like a nightmare. The chubby boy, with grease smeared across his mouth, habitually flattered Meng Hao. Many people engage in hunting game. It's just that you are unaware. Meng Hao, biting into a chicken leg, spoke indistinctly. Alas, if you reach the first layer of Qi condensation in a week and become an outer sect disciple, what will become of me? I can't even comprehend the incantations. The chubby boy wore a worried expression, gazing longingly at Meng Hao. Only by becoming an outer sect disciple can you hope to return home, Meng Hao said, setting down the chicken leg and looking at the chubby boy. The boy fell silent, and after a moment, nodded resolutely. Time passed swiftly, and 6 days later, that night, the chubby boy had already fallen asleep. Meng Hao sat cross-legged within their dwelling, reflecting on how he had devoted nearly all of his time over the past 4 months to understanding Qi condensation, aside from chopping wood. He recalled the exhilaration he felt when the first breath of energy manifested 2 months ago. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, he felt the threads of spiritual energy circulating within him. In an instant, a loud rumble echoed in his mind. The energy that had never spread throughout his body suddenly surged into every corner, imparting a sensation of ethereal bliss that enveloped Meng Hao's consciousness. Almost simultaneously, as Meng Hao reached the first layer of Qi condensation outside the dwelling, the horse-faced youth who seemed to sit in meditation on a large stone day and night slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Meng Hao's abode, and then closed them again. At dawn, amidst the envious gazes of many at the northern district's servant quarters, Meng Hao silently exited the dwelling he had inhabited for 4 months, approaching the horse-faced youth. The chubby boy did not follow, watching Meng Hao from the doorway with determination in his eyes. Achieving the first layer of Qi condensation in 4 months was not indicative of extraordinary talent, yet it was not a sign of foolishness either. The horse-faced youth regarded Meng Hao, his expression devoid of indifference, and spoke calmly. As you journey to the outer sect, I must inform you of its rules. Our sect known as the Mountain of Support, was once called the Demon Sect of Zhao Country, a name that reflects its ferocity. While the outer sect provides spiritual stones and elixirs monthly, it does not prohibit theft or conflict among disciples. There exists a designated area known as the Killing Zone. Take heed of this. The horse-faced youth spoke with a detached tone, raising his right hand to summon a jade slip that floated before Meng Hao, which he grasped in his hand. Infuse your spiritual energy into the jade slip, and it will guide you to the outer sect's treasure hall, where you may also register as an outer sect disciple. The horse-faced youth then closed his eyes once more. Meng Hao remained silent, offering another deep bow before turning to glance at the plump youth. Their eyes met briefly, stirring a wave of emotion within him. With a sigh, he ceased his musings and clenched the jade slip in his hand. Instantly, it emitted a soft azure glow, drifting forward with deliberate grace, quickening his pace. Meng Hao followed the slip's guidance, gradually leaving the labor quarters behind. He trod along the mountain path, descending further and further until he entered a region he had never ventured into during his 4 months at the sect. The Kaishan sect boasted 4 main peaks, east, south, west, and north, encircled by endless undulating mountains. Each peak housed a labor quarter at its midsection, such as the northern district where Meng Hao had resided. Beyond that midpoint, however, arrays barred entry. Only inner disciples and elders could dwell near the summits. The same rule applied to all 4 peaks. The plains between them, dotted with countless dwellings, formed the sect's outer domain. Unlike other sects, Kaishan's outer disciples resided below, while laborers occupied the midslopes, a peculiar regulation established by the enigmatic founding patriarch for reasons unknown. From afar, the area appeared shrouded in mist, yet upon entering, the haze dissipated, revealing an opulent landscape of carved jade balustrades and elegant pavilions. The pathways, paved with smooth blue stone, bustled with outer disciples clad in emerald robes. As Meng Hao passed, their gazes flickered toward him, laced with disdain and devoid of warmth. The hostility in their eyes reminded him of the warnings from senior brother Horseface about the outer sect. Before long, Meng Hao arrived at a 3-story obsidian pavilion in the southern district. Despite its dark hue, the structure exuded a translucent, jade-like brilliance. As he approached, the doors swung open soundlessly, revealing a gaunt middle-aged man in deep green robes, his sharp eyes betraying shrewdness. With a casual flick of his wrist, the man summoned the jade slip into his grasp. After a cursory glance, he drawled, "Meng Hao, promoted to outer sect disciple. You are granted a private residence, an emerald robe, an identity token, and a storage pouch. Present the token at the treasure pavilion to claim a single artifact." With another flick, a gray pouch landed in Meng Hao's palm. Staring at it, he recalled the identical pouches dangling from every outer disciple's waist. "Channel your spiritual energy into it to store objects," the man explained, his gaze assessing. Noting Meng Hao's unfamiliarity, he deduced the youth lacked connections in the outer sect. Easing his vigilance slightly, following the instruction, Meng Hao directed his meager spiritual energy into the pouch. His vision blurred momentarily, revealing a space roughly half a person's size, containing the promised robe and token. A thrill of excitement coursed through him. This storage pouch must be worth a fortune, a true marvel of immortal techniques. As his thoughts stirred, a jade slip materialized in his grasp within the spatial void. Focusing his gaze, he beheld a map delineating a secluded dwelling in the outer sect's periphery, a place that would soon belong to Meng Hao. "Return and observe. The treasure pavilion stands open. Why hesitate to enter?" The shrewd man's voice was laced with frost. Meng Hao lifted his head, tucked the storage pouch into his robes, and cast a glance at the grand, open doors of the pavilion. Drawing a deep breath, he stepped forward with quiet anticipation. The moment he crossed the threshold, his expression shifted abruptly. A sharp inhale escaped him. The pavilion's interior was a dazzling spectacle, resplendent with iridescent glows. Rows of jade shelves stood in solemn array. Each compartment shimmered with radiant treasures. Delicate vases, slender swords, jade pendants, and luminous pearls adorned every space. Meng Hao's breath hitched. His pulse quickened as if blood surged to his brain, leaving him momentarily transfixed. In his modest existence, he had never encountered such opulence. Overwhelmed by the sheer brilliance, his mind buzzed with an almost instinctive urge to seize every treasure before him. "The worth of these artifacts, they are beyond measure," Meng Hao murmured. His voice hushed with awe. To serve an immortal yield such rewards? His steps carried him past the shelves, his excitement palpable. His gaze drifted upward, contemplating the pavilion's 3 tiers. If the first floor held such splendor, what unimaginable riches lay above? Immortals truly possess boundless wealth, he whispered, exhaling slowly. Then, his eyes sharpened. Amidst the glittering display, an unassuming bronze mirror rested in a prominent position. Tarnished and unremarkable, the mirror bore no trace of radiance, starkly contrasting its surroundings. Puzzled, Meng Hao lifted it, scrutinizing its surface. The more he examined it, the more ordinary it seemed, mundane, devoid of any extraordinary quality. Yet, its placement in the pavilion suggested hidden worth. "Ah, junior brother, your discernment is impeccable." A voice sounded behind him. The shrewd man had appeared without notice. His tone laced with approval as he observed the mirror in Meng Hao's hand. To have chosen this mirror signifies fate's hand at work. Legends whisper of its mysteries, that only those graced by profound fortune may claim it. Surely, junior brother, you are such a soul. With this mirror, mastery over heaven and earth may soon be yours. The man's words carried an almost hypnotic weight, leaving Meng Hao momentarily dazed. This mirror. Meng Hao frowned. Glancing again at the tarnished surface, its engraving simple, its reflection blurred by age. Do not mistake its plainness for mediocrity, junior brother. Treasures of true spirit often cloak themselves in humility. The humbler the guise, the greater the marvel. Seeing Meng Hao's hesitation, the man stepped closer, blocking his retreat. To hold it is to be chosen by destiny. Would you forsake it for mere appearances? The senior brother has been in charge of the treasure pavilion for many years. Well versed in the origins of each precious item, this copper mirror once caused a sensation in the Zhao kingdom. It is said to have descended as a beam of celestial light. After acquiring it, the revered ancestor of the mountain devoted himself to its study, believing it to be a heavenly treasure. Though he never fully comprehended its nature, he asserted that whoever encountered this mirror would surely traverse the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing the name of the revered ancestor, Meng Hao paused, feeling bewildered as he had just entered the outer sect and was still unfamiliar with many matters. If even the revered ancestor could not decipher it, how could I? Junior brother, your words are misguided, the senior brother interjected. The lack of findings by the ancestor only underscores the extraordinary nature of this artifact. Moreover, before you, dozens of others have taken this treasure. While none have unraveled its mysteries, they have all departed without regrets. What if you are the fated one for this mirror? He continued, rest assured. Many of those who came before you returned within just a few months. As you will come to know over time, I am quite accommodating and unwilling to make things difficult for my fellow disciples. Thus, they were all given alternative treasures. If you take this mirror and cannot comprehend it, you may return it at any time and choose another item. However, if you forfeit this opportunity, you may live with the regret of missing your destiny. The astute man regarded Meng Hao with profound intent, noticing his increasing hesitation. Internally, he chuckled, thinking that these newly initiated disciples are easiest to deceive. By recounting the origin and legends surrounding the mirror, he could surely ignite their fervor. While he did not deceive Meng Hao regarding the mirror as history, he cleverly used it as bait to amass a considerable amount of spirit stones, knowing that each return of the mirror would require a bit of negotiation and persuasion. Yet, Meng Hao, having been educated from a young age, was quite perceptive. He understood the cunning nature of the man asked advice and sensed that the mirror was likely not as it was portrayed. However, the man stood firmly in his way, evidently determined to prevent him from relinquishing the mirror easily. Even discarding it casually seemed futile, and he felt a twinge of regret for having taken it in the first place. Junior brother, do not break the sect rules on your first day. Once an item is picked up in this treasure pavilion, it must not be put down. The astute man, sensing the moment was ripe, adopted a stern expression and shouted sharply. With a flick of his sleeve, a gust of wind surged, propelling Meng Hao out of the pavilion and into the open air. With a resounding bang, the doors of the pavilion closed. If you truly are not fated with this mirror, you may return at any time after today to exchange it, echoed the voice of the astute man from within the pavilion. Furrowing his brow, Meng Hao looked up at the now closed doors of the pavilion. Feeling a surge of indignation, he sighed softly and glanced at the copper mirror in his hand. Reflecting on the words of the opening verse of the Qi Gathering Scroll, he hesitated briefly, contemplating that if this truly was a relic studied by the revered ancestor, it might indeed be worth the trouble. Shaking his head, he tucked the mirror into his robe and cast one last resentful glance at the pavilion before turning to leave. As he walked along the stone path of the outer sect, Meng Hao utilized the guidance from the jade slip to locate his designated residence by noon. Situated at the edge of the northern district, it was rather secluded, surrounded by numerous houses tightly packed together. The wooden door creaked open as Meng Hao pushed his way into the modest dwelling. Inside stood a simple bed and table. He stood there surveying the space for a long moment, quite satisfied. This was undoubtedly an improvement over the servants' quarters. Settling cross-legged on the bed, Meng Hao took a deep breath and retrieved the bronze mirror from his robes, examining it meticulously. Yet even as the sun dipped below the western hills and night fell, even after lighting the oil lamp and continuing his scrutiny late into the evening, the mirror's purpose remained elusive. However he turned it, the artifact appeared utterly ordinary. When midnight approached, Meng Hao set the mirror aside and gazed at the flawless moon beyond his window. Thoughts of his rotund friend surfaced, and he found himself missing the familiar sound of the boy's snores. The unblemished lunar glow spilled onto the windowsill, the surroundings steeped in tranquility save for the whispering wind rustling through distant trees. Drawing another deep breath, Meng Hao reflected on the past months. It all felt like a lifetime ago. I am no longer the scholar from Yunjie County, he murmured to himself. Now I am an outer sect disciple of Mount Mang sect. After some time, he collected his thoughts and closed his eyes in meditation, circulating the faint spiritual energy within him, a practice that had become second nature over these months. Life in the outer sect differed markedly from the servants' quarters. Here, no meals were provided. Disciples had to fend for themselves. Though theoretically one could starve to death, in all Mount Mang sect's history, no outer disciple had ever actually perished from hunger. Upon reaching the first layer of qi condensation, one could absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth. While this didn't satisfy hunger, it sustained basic vitality. Several days later at noon, as Meng Hao sat meditating, a piercing scream shattered the silence. His eyes snapped open as he rushed to the window. Outside, he witnessed an outer sect disciple being trampled underfoot, his chest a mangled mess of flesh. Though alive, the victim had his storage pouch confiscated before his assailant departed with a cold snort. The injured man struggled to rise, his eyes burning with venomous resentment as he staggered away. Bystanders observed with icy detachment, their expressions laced with veiled mockery. Meng Hao remained silent. Such scenes had become commonplace these past days. The outer sect disciples moved like packs of starving wolves, reinforcing Mount Mang sect's brutal hierarchy with each passing incident. Who devised these sect rules? Meng Hao sighed inwardly. This method is utterly savage, unreasonable, and unjust. There's not even a semblance of security here. The recent events stood in stark contrast to everything he'd previously known, making adaptation difficult yet necessary. He recalled reading about ancient insect rearing practices where specimens were forced to eliminate one another until only the strongest remained. Meng Hao's brow furrowed. But humans aren't insects. Such an environment would drive many to flee. How can a sect endure when its disciples live in constant fear, devoid of any sense of belonging? Though perplexed, no answers came to him. Time passed swiftly, and 7 days had gone by. During these days, Meng Hao witnessed several instances of plundering within the outer sect. The disciples fought and snatched from one another, gradually molding Meng Hao's temperament into one of silence. Particularly, he saw with his own eyes a senior brother at the second or third level of qi condensation being slain in the public area of the outer sect. These scenes made Meng Hao tread with caution whenever he ventured out. Fortunately, though his cultivation was meager, he possessed nothing of value, so others mostly ignored him. Meng Hao's cultivation had also reached a standstill. The second level of qi condensation was unlike the first. While both involved absorbing spiritual energy, according to the qi condensation scroll, the second level began altering the mortal body, making it more attuned to spiritual energy. Thus, the required energy was several times greater than the first level. Similarly, Meng Hao learned of the so-called aptitude, the degree to which one's body harmonized with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The higher the aptitude, the greater the fusion, and the more spiritual energy one could absorb in the same period of meditation. By his estimation, reaching the second level of qi condensation would take him 1 or 2 years, while the third level would require several times longer. Unless he obtained elixirs or spirit stones, resources that could be converted into spiritual energy, drastically shortening the time needed. This was precisely why the competition within the sect was so fierce. As the outer sect distributed elixirs every month, the strong grow stronger, while the weak grow weaker. Is this how the Kaishan sect cultivates its inner disciples? Meng Hao pondered. Yet this method is unreasonable and far too brutal. No wonder Senior Brother Ma said that years ago, this sect was known as the demon sect of Zhao. He fell into silence. At dawn one morning, as the sky was just beginning to brighten, Meng Hao sat cross-legged on his bed. Though he lacked extraordinary aptitude, he possessed unyielding perseverance, refusing to abandon his meditation even at night. Then, the tolling of a bell echoed through the sect. Meng Hao opened his eyes, his gaze sharpening as he faintly guessed its meaning. A flicker of excitement crossed his expression as he rose and stepped outside. All around, fellow disciples emerged from their quarters, their faces alight with anticipation as they hurry toward a distant gathering. The first toll of the bell, this must be the day of elixir distribution. Indeed, today was the day. As the bell continued to resonate, more and more disciples rushed out, not just here but across the entire outer sect. The day of elixir distribution. Meng took a deep breath and quickened his pace, joining the crowd as they swiftly arrived at the central plaza of the outer sect. The plaza was vast. Surrounded by 9 towering stone pillars carved with dragons, their surfaces gleaming brilliantly. At the forefront, atop one of the pillars, stretched a platform spanning 10 zhang, shrouded in radiant mist, within which shadowy figures could faintly be discerned. Over 100 outer sect disciples, clad in green robes, stood murmuring among themselves, their gazes frequently lifting toward the mist-veiled platform above. Gradually, the mist dispersed, revealing the figures clearly. A golden-robed elder stood there, his face speckled yet exuding an imposing aura, his eyes sharp as lightning. Beside him stood a man and a woman, both clad in silver robes. The man was strikingly handsome, his demeanor composed and righteous, while the woman, Meng Hao's pupils constricted the moment he saw her. The woman was none other than the one who had captured him from Great Green Mountain 3 months prior. To think that Elder Shangguan himself had come to distribute the elixirs. Moreover, Senior Sister Su and Senior Brother Chen, both inner sect disciples who were rarely seen, had also appeared this time. Could it be that special elixirs were being distributed? That must be the case. Look, Senior Brother Han Zong from the outer sect has arrived. He ranks second among the outer disciples, with a cultivation level at the 5th layer of qi condensation. If he reaches the 7th layer, he would automatically ascend to the inner sect. Pity we didn't catch a glimpse of Senior Brother Wang Tingfei. With Senior Brother Wang Tingfei's innate talent, he wouldn't even spare a glance for these elixirs. When he first joined the Reliance sect, he caused quite a stir among the sect leader and elders. Had it not been for his insistence on adhering to the sect's rules and ascending through his own merits, he would have long since become the 3rd inner sect disciple. This will be quite the spectacle. Every specially distributed elixir carries a 12-hour sealing period, during which it emits a radiant glow to guide potential challengers. Moreover, it cannot be consumed within this time frame. Even if one were to flee with the elixir, hiding it for 12 hours would be an impossible feat. Meng Hao listened to the murmurs of his fellow disciples. Though this was his first time participating in such an event, he understood well that the distribution of elixirs in the outer sect always sparked fierce competition. Over the past half-month, he had witnessed numerous skirmishes, some even ending in death, especially this time with the possibility of special elixirs being distributed. The struggle would undoubtedly be even more intense. Meng Hao remained silent, inwardly acknowledging that with his mere 1st-layer qi condensation cultivation, such exclusive elixirs would never fall into his hands. Yet as he observed the greedy expressions around him, the phrase "the strong prey on the weak" took on a deeper meaning in his mind. Silence. The golden-robed elder on the platform spoke softly, yet his voice rolled like thunder across the heavens, shaking the minds of every cultivator below. Their ears buzzed, and Meng Hao was no exception. It took him a long moment to recover. I am Shangguan Xiao. Today, I distribute the elixirs. Each of you shall receive 1 condensing spirit pill and half a spirit stone. With a wave of his right hand, over 100 pills and spirit stones scattered through the air, landing flawlessly before each individual. Meng Hao stared at the pill and spirit stone floating before him, intoxicated by the medicinal fragrance. This was his first time laying eyes on such treasures. The spirit stone, no larger than a fingernail, gleamed with crystalline clarity, so mesmerizing that one could lose themselves in its depths. His heartbeat quickened. These items were undoubtedly worth a fortune. Without hesitation, Meng Hao snatched them up, about to swallow the pill when he noticed no one else doing the same. A thought struck him, and upon closer inspection, he saw a faint glow and an intricate seal upon the pill's surface. In this one, the drought spirit pill. Just as Meng Hao was examining his pill, Elder Shangguan's voice resonated once more from the platform. In his hand now rested a violet-hued elixir. The moment it appeared, a wave of medicinal aroma swept across the square. With a single whiff, Meng Hao felt the spiritual energy within his body increase ever so slightly. He knew at once, this was no ordinary pill. A drought spirit pill. This is an exceedingly precious elixir for cultivators above the 5th level of qi condensation. It is likely that there are very few in the sect, and yet, one has been produced. The emergence of this elixir will undoubtedly result in numerous casualties at the upcoming external sect competition. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their gazes fixed on the pill in Shangguan Xiao's hand, brimming with insatiable greed and longing, particularly from those disciples on the brink of a breakthrough. their breaths quickening in anticipation. Today, this elixir was not supposed to exist, but I have heard that a disciple will be promoted to the external sect this month, which fills me with great joy. If such occurrences continue, the glory of the Kaoshan sect will soon be within reach. I shall gift this elixir to that individual as encouragement. Shang Guanxiu smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd until it rested upon Meng Hao. A chill ran down Meng Hao's spine. He sensed impending doom from the elder's initial words. Before he could react, Shang Guanxiu waved his right hand, and the violet elixir instantaneously appeared before Meng Hao, landing in his grasp without allowing any chance of refusal. In that moment, Meng Hao found himself in an unprecedented spotlight within the Kaoshan sect, all eyes converging upon him. The greed and malice in those gazes seemed to threaten to tear him apart. Even the male and female cultivators beside Shang Guanxiu turned their attention to Meng Hao. The woman, upon seeing him, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her icy composure. Haha, a mere disciple at the first level of qi condensation has obtained the elixir. This will surely ignite fierce competition. This individual has now become a public enemy. He is doomed. I recall the last distribution of elixirs, where the recipient was at the second level of qi condensation and hesitated momentarily, only to be seized by Zhao Wugang, who vented his frustration by beheading him in the public square. Whispers of speculation echoed around, as many disciples at the second and third levels of qi condensation, despite knowing the peril, could not suppress their avarice. After all, the recipient of this elixir was so weak that it seemed to confer upon them a sense of entitlement to seize it. Meng Hao was drenched in cold sweat. He wished to cast away the elixir immediately, yet found it seemingly glued to his hand, impossible to discard. The predatory gazes surrounding him enveloped him in a shroud of impending death, and he noticed several individuals approaching with fierce intent. Junior brother, you better toss that elixir to me later, or you shall face dire consequences. If you dare refuse, next year on this day will mark your death anniversary. The chilling voices echoed around Meng Hao like a frigid wind. Meanwhile, atop the peaks surrounding the Kaoshan sect, two elders sat cross-legged, furrowing their brows as they observed the unfolding scene in the external sect plaza below. Shangguan's actions have gone too far. He has actually given this elixir to a mere novice. This is tantamount to endangering him, just as it was last time. Sigh. We have no intention of meddling in sect affairs, merely adhering to the rules left by our ancestors. We are aware of the injustice, but resources are indeed limited. Whether one lives or dies depends on their own fate. The cultivation world is inherently unfair, and, before the ancestor entered seclusion, he issued a stern edict against altering the sect's regulations, insisting on maintaining the former ruthlessness. Who would dare to change that? As the elderly couple conversed, the 9 pillars in the square below instantly dimmed in color. Judging by their appearance, within a dozen breaths, they would completely lose their glow. At that moment, the restrictions of this square would vanish immediately. Meng Hao's heart raced. Even without anyone telling him, he understood that once the light of these 9 pillars faded, what awaited him would be madness. Even discarding the pill outright might provoke displeasure and retaliation from some. Why was this given to me? Cold sweat drenched Meng Hao's body as he grew increasingly convinced of the eerie, unreasonable nature of this sect. Yet, powerless to resist or struggle, his mind spun frantically. If I don't discard it, I'll die. If I do, I'll still face wrath later. Drawing upon every ounce of intellect honed over 3 years of study, he saw the light of the pillars dimming further, just as Shang Guanxiu on the rainbow-hued stone platform flicked his sleeve to leave. A flash of inspiration struck Meng Hao in his moment of crisis. He took a bold step forward and shouted loudly, "This disciple has something to say? Coming to Kaoshan sect, I have been deeply moved by its majestic, immortal aura, all thanks to a stroke of fate. I am endlessly grateful to the one who granted me this opportunity. Day and night, I long to see her again, to thank her in person. And today, at last, I have." Meng Hao spoke faster and faster, his words halting Shang Guanxiu, who turned back to regard him with curiosity. "That person is Senior Sister Su. Senior Sister Su, this junior is eternally grateful to you, with no means to repay your kindness. I offer this pill as a token of my gratitude. Only thus can I express my debt to you for this rebirth." As he spoke, Meng Hao raised his right hand high, presenting the pill stuck to his palm. Shang Guanxiu froze, clearly not expecting such words. A peculiar smile tugged at his lips. Beside him, the silver-robed Senior Sister Su, usually aloof, also stiffened in surprise, though her cultivation had reached the 7th layer of qi condensation, rendering the Hanliang pill of little use. Its rarity made acquisition difficult even for an inner disciple. She mused that, if reforged with other pills, it could yield a batch of 5 spirit pills, far more beneficial to her. Thus, despite herself, her heart stirred. Even the composed silver-robed man nearby couldn't help but glance at Meng Hao a few more times. In that instant, silence fell over the crowd. The cultivators advancing toward Meng Hao instinctively paused, their expressions twisting in bewilderment as they stared at him. Can he do that? To openly present the pill before so many, and to an inner disciple at that. Who would dare snatch it now? This is challenging an inner disciple for the pill. Such a simple method. Why didn't I think of it back then? Damn it all. By the heavens. Even I never considered this trick. Cost me 3 months bedridden with grave injuries. After a brief moment of silence, an uproar immediately erupted. All eyes turned toward Meng Hao, instantly brimming with countless emotions. Though not unprecedented in history, this was the first time the local cultivators had witnessed such a method of handling elixirs, making them deeply remember Meng Hao in that fleeting instant. Simultaneously, the glow from the 9 pillars completely faded. Yet the elixir in Meng Hao's hand remained untouched, an exceedingly rare occurrence during pill distribution day in the Reliance sect. The woman surnamed Su quickly regained her composure. Without hesitation, she raised her right hand and made a grasping motion downward. The elixir Meng Hao held aloft immediately flew toward her, landing securely in her palm. Watching the pill being taken, Meng Hao sighed inwardly, knowing full well that for him, this object was more a curse than a blessing. The surrounding crowd also let out silent sighs of disappointment. Though some harbored resentment toward Meng Hao, the thought of Su, the senior sister, made them hesitate and abandon the idea. Su hesitated briefly, feeling somewhat guilty for taking advantage of a newly enrolled outer sect disciple as an inner sect member. In my early years, I was granted a cave abode on the southern peak in the outer sect. I'll lend it to you for now. After a moment of silence, Su retrieved a white jade slip from her storage pouch and tossed it toward Meng Hao, who caught it deftly. Senior Sister Su's cave abode. This guy is too lucky. That place is said to be overflowing with spiritual energy. There are only a handful like it in the entire sect. She says it's alone. But it's clearly a gift. Using the word Lin just discourages others from coveting it. Seems like this kid's pill offering worked wonders. Damn it. Why didn't I think of that back then? Meanwhile, on the mountain beside the outer sect, the tall elder in gray robes, one of the two who had sighed earlier, suddenly brightened with intense admiration and burst into hearty laughter. This little fellow is quite interesting. Just entering the sect and already knows how to seek patronage. Is this instinct? Excellent, truly excellent. This lad has grasped the true essence of our Reliance sect. He is good. Very good indeed. Senior Sister Su's reputation in the Reliance sect was formidable. Practically everyone knew of her. Currently, there were only 2 inner sect disciples in the sect, Su and the man beside Shang Wanxiu. Thus, Su's act of lending the cave abode served as a deterrent, allowing Meng Hao to safely retreat from the square under the watchful eyes of the crowd, carrying both spirit stones and the condensed spirit pill. Only after putting considerable distance behind him did Meng Hao realize his back was drenched in cold sweat. Though he couldn't see the gazes from behind, he could keenly sense them, like invisible knives gradually dissipating as he hastened away. 3 incense sticks later, without pausing or even returning to his outer sect quarters, Meng Hao swiftly followed the directions in Su's jade slip and arrived at the southern peak of the Reliance sect. At its base, he found the cave abode she had mentioned. Outside the cave was a stone platform about 2 zhang wide, leading to a towering greenstone door embedded in the mountainside, entwined with vines. Its grandeur was unmistakable, far surpassing Meng Hao's previous 2 dwellings. The atmosphere here is remarkably tranquil, surrounded by a lush expanse of greenery. Not far away, a mountain spring flows, and the gentle mountain breeze carries away the heat, imparting a refreshing sensation. Meng Hao stands at the entrance of the cave for a while, his expression gradually revealing satisfaction. He is exceedingly pleased with this cave residence, and at this moment, he comprehends that such a cave is far more precious than any dwelling. It is no wonder that his fellow disciples from the outer sect displayed envy and jealousy upon hearing that Sister Su had lent out her cave. This indeed ought to be a place where immortals reside. With a wave of his right hand, a white jade slip swiftly flies towards the stone door of the cave, landing upon it with a soft thud. Immediately, a humming sound resonates as the cave's grand entrance slowly opens. The cave is modest in size, comprising only 2 stone chambers. One serves as a place for rest and cultivation, while the other is sealed by a stone door. As Meng Hao steps into the cave, the stone door gently closes behind him with a resounding thud, and the white jade slip returns to his hand. Simultaneously, a soft glow emanates from the rock walls overhead. After surveying the cave, Ming Hao's satisfaction deepens. His gaze eventually settles on the sealed stone chamber. After a moment of contemplation, he presses the jade slip against the door, which then begins to open slowly. In that instant, a rich aura of spiritual energy rushes forth, enveloping him. Ming Hao stares in awe at the contents within the chamber. The grandeur of Sister Su's cave, in this gift, is overwhelming. After a long while, Ming Hao regains his composure. Staring blankly at the center of the chamber, where a fountain-like object emanates a continuous stream of spiritual energy, surrounded by a dazzling halo of colors. It is uncertain how long this energy has accumulated, but as soon as the stone door opens, it surges forth, sweetening the air and invigorating his spirit. This is indeed a spiritual spring, Ming Hao murmurs. Even though he had never encountered such a phenomenon before, he had read descriptions in the Qi condensation scrolls. Spiritual springs, unlike ordinary water, are natural geysers of spiritual energy, rare in the world and mostly claimed by cultivators, with their value determined by the quantity of energy they emit. This spring is rather small and shows signs of depletion, its energy being only slightly more concentrated than the outside. For those at the third or fourth stage of Qi condensation, it offers little benefit, as the energy required surpasses what is available. Nevertheless, Ming Hao understands that the value of this place to him is beyond description, certainly exceeding that of a single drought spirit pill. Elated by this discovery, he wastes no time, promptly settling into a meditative position and closing his eyes to absorb the energy. After several hours, a significant portion of the accumulated spiritual energy dissipates. Upon opening his eyes, a bright light shines within them. Merely a few hours of meditation here equates to nearly a month's worth of practice under normal circumstances. Although this is due to the long-term accumulation of energy within the stone chamber, it is evident that cultivating here significantly accelerates his progress compared to the outside world. Taking a deep breath, Ming Hao's gaze drifts to the surrounding walls, where he gradually discerns various unfamiliar engravings. The reason the spiritual energy can accumulate here without dispersing is likely due to these markings. Sister Su must have employed this technique to gather energy for efficient absorption. Ming Hao, after a brief moment of contemplation, arrived at a conjecture, his spirit invigorated as he began to meditate and breathe deeply. Soon, the night passed, and by dawn, he opened his eyes to find the spiritual energy in the stone chamber had thinned considerably, though a spiritual spring remained. He estimated that given some time, the energy here would once again become abundant. Assessing his cultivation, he realized he had made considerable progress equivalent to nearly 2 months of practice. If he could continue this way a few more times, he would be on the brink of breaking through to the second level of Qi condensation. Taking a deep breath, Ming Hao felt a surge of excitement within him. He yearned to transcend and reach the second level, for only then could he unveil the first celestial technique contained within the Qi condensation scroll. As thoughts of the celestial technique filled his mind, Ming Hao cherished the stone door as he exited the chamber, firmly shutting it behind him to allow the spiritual energy to accumulate within. He resolved to adopt the method once suggested by Senior Sister Su, choosing not to remain perpetually by the spiritual spring, but to wait for it to gather sufficient energy. Seated within his cave dwelling, Ming Hao absent-mindedly patted his belly, pondering the fact that he had not seen the plump boy in some time and lamenting that he had not tasted game for over half a month, surviving instead on a meager diet of wild fruits. He mused that since becoming an outer sect disciple, he had fared worse than when he was a servant. Unless he possessed enough spirit stones to exchange for nourishing pills at the sect's alchemy workshop, pills reputed to stave off hunger for several days. Otherwise, he would have to devise his own means of securing sustenance. After a moment's reflection, Ming Hao decided to step outside the cave. As the gentle breeze caressed him, he melded into the dense mountain forest. Habitually, he retrieved the copper mirror from his storage bag. He had come to the realization that he had been deceived by the senior brother at the treasure pavilion. The mirror proved utterly devoid of utility. Despite his frequent studies over the past half-month, he had yet to uncover any peculiarities about it. Now, as he toyed with it in his hands, he glanced at it occasionally, finding it utterly unremarkable. It was a pity to have squandered half a spirit stone on it. He suspected that to trade for other treasures at the pavilion, he would need to offer some form of bribe. Reaching into his storage bag, he retrieved the half-spirit stone, feeling a pang of regret. Just then, as he walked, Ming Hao abruptly halted, lifting his gaze towards the nearby forest, where a flash of color darted past. Moving at a leisurely pace, his eyes brightened, based on his experience in catching wild chickens over the past few months. He recognized it as a wild fowl. With no time to carefully stow the copper mirror and spirit stone, he hastily shoved them into his clothing pocket and leaped forward. Since the awakening of spiritual energy within him, he had noticed a marked increase in his agility. Although still slender, he seemed to possess a newfound latent strength. Especially now that he had reached the first level of chi condensation, his leap was swifter. In mere moments, he seized the startled wild chicken, which, once grasped by its wings, ceased its flailing. He couldn't help but wonder how the plump boy was faring. As he held the chicken, contemplating sharing a meal of game with him, Meng Hao turned when he suddenly felt a warmth emanating from his clothing pocket. Almost instantly, the wild chicken in his grasp emitted a piercing cry, its body thrashing violently, its strength nearly causing him to lose his grip. The struggle of the wild chicken was exceedingly intense, its cries resonating with a haunting despair. In the midst of this turmoil, the rear of the chicken erupted with a resounding pop, sending blood splattering in all directions. This startling scene left Meng Hao utterly dumbfounded. After nearly 4 months in the mountains and having caught numerous wild chickens, he had never encountered such a horrific event. The sight of the now lifeless chicken with its grotesquely exploded backside filled him with astonishment, prompting him to scan the surroundings, which were eerily silent and devoid of any presence. What was happening? A shiver coursed through Meng Hao's body as he contemplated the chicken's gruesome demise, particularly the mangled mess of its rear, evoking a vivid imagination of the suffering it must have endured in its final moments. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to quell the rising tension within him. The chicken's death was too bizarre, too tragic. He felt a peculiar chill emanating from below his waist. Something was amiss. Meng Hao hastily discarded the exploded chicken and retrieved a mirror and spirit stone from his pocket. He recalled that prior to the chicken's unusual behavior, something in his pocket had emitted a warmth. It couldn't possibly be the spirit stone. His gaze fixated on the copper mirror, his heart racing and eyes gleaming with intense fervor. Could it be? With a trembling hand clutching the mirror, he momentarily set aside thoughts of the chicken and his search for the chubby companion, dashing into the woods with utmost urgency. He sought another mountain beast to ascertain whether the culprit behind the chicken's explosive fate was indeed present in this realm. As he sprinted, it wasn't long before a roe deer appeared before him, staring blankly at Meng Hao. Suddenly, its expression morphed into one of ferocity. Upon nearing it, Meng Hao swiftly reflected the mirror towards the creature. The deer's previously vacant look transformed dramatically, and with a sudden leap, it emitted a heart-wrenching scream and attempted to flee. The sound was indescribable, as if it were a symphony of anguish, evoking an image of utmost despair. Yet, Meng Hao distinctly observed the deer's rear as it jumped. An invisible force struck it twice, causing a second wave of screams. Before its body could even descend, its rear erupted with a thunderous pop, leaving it convulsing lifelessly on the ground. Meng Hao stared blankly at the deceased deer, then at the mirror in his hand. After a prolonged moment, exhilaration and excitement washed over him like never before. A treasure. This was undoubtedly a treasure. However, there was something peculiar about it. An oddity that seemed to favor the explosive demise of the beast's rears. Despite his confusion, the thrill of discovery overshadowed his concerns, igniting a fervent desire to seek out more beasts. As he continued onward, his excitement grew. The path he traversed was stained with blood, the aftermath of dozens of mountain beasts meeting a similar fate. With a resounding pop, a fur-laden wolf ahead let out a scream of utmost despair, succumbing to invisible forces striking its rear thrice before its backside was reduced to a bloody pulp. In another instance, a great eagle that had descended to forage in the underbrush, before it could take flight, emitted a pitiful wail, as if haunted by a nightmare it had never known, before its rear exploded with a resounding boom. It was a ferocious tiger, nearly twice the size of a man, lunging from the forest toward Meng Hao. Yet mid-air, its terrifying roar morphed into a pitiful wail. Its hindquarters exploded in a gruesome burst of flesh and blood. Perhaps due to its thick fur, the beast suffered 5 consecutive detonations. A treasure. This was undoubtedly a formidable treasure. Unnoticed, dusk had descended, and Meng Hao trembled with exhilaration as he clutched the bronze mirror in his hand. Throughout the day, nearly 100 savage beasts had met their demise, their hindquarters obliterated by this very artifact. Fortunately, the desolate mountains were vast, preventing the bloodshed from concentrating on a single peak, which would have surely painted the heavens crimson. Yet the mirror was not universally effective. Earlier attempts on serpents and river fish proved futile. It showed no reaction to scaled creatures. Instead, its power seemed directly proportional to the density of fur. After numerous trials, Meng Hao also discovered that the mirror lay dormant within his storage pouch. only unleashing its wonders when held in hand. Stranger still, he sensed an almost sentient eagerness from the artifact, as if it reveled in the carnage. Its rusted surface quivering as though melting, as if starved for release after countless years of dormancy. As twilight deepened, Meng Hao had ventured far beyond the familiar peaks. A cool night breeze swept through the wilderness, and with a deep breath, he steeled himself to retrace his steps toward his cave dwelling. Though exhilarated, he remained wary. These mountains teemed with beasts, and rumors spoke of demonic creatures that cultivated like men, lurking in the shadows. His journey here had been slow, deliberate, as he sought prey, but now, with singular focus, he darted through the rugged terrain, weaving between barren peaks under the silver glow of the moon. Just 3 mountains stood between him and safety, when suddenly, a scorching gust, thick with the stench of blood, assaulted his senses. His steps faltered, his heart lurched, and without hesitation, he leaped back. Roar! A guttural growl shook the earth, resonating the moment Meng Hao retreated. Emerging from the heat-laden wind was a beast, monkey-like in form. Roughly the size of a man, its crimson eyes burning with malice. Its body was draped in an unnaturally thick mane, dragging along the ground as it advanced. The creature locked its gaze onto Meng Hao, its stare so ravenous it seemed to siphon his very consciousness. Worse yet, Meng Hao sensed the unmistakable pulse of cultivation emanating from it. Qi condensation, second layer. His face paled. This was no mere beast, it was a demon, likely drawn by the day's carnage. Before he could react, the long-furred fiend lunged. Its body wreathed in flames that licked harmlessly at its own fur before surging toward Meng Hao in a blazing onslaught. In that critical moment, Meng Hao's expression twisted. He had no certainty whether the mirror would work on a demonic beast, but hesitation meant death. As the creature descended upon him, he rolled aside in desperation, brandishing the bronze mirror toward the monster. A piercing scream reverberated through the air as the monstrous beast hovered above, blood gushing from its rear. Its expression twisted, and its eyes, once filled with ferocity, now reflected a bewildered confusion, as if it had never encountered such torment in its tumultuous life. Yet, it did not retreat. Instead, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from it, and with a thunderous explosion, a copious amount of blood spewed forth from its hindquarters. The bewilderment in its gaze transformed into an unprecedented horror upon realizing the unimaginable terror embodied in the mirror held by the youth before it. In a panic, it turned, clutching its backside with a paw, and without hesitation, enveloped itself in flames, attempting to flee. However, before it could escape more than a few paces, its rear exploded once more, this time erupting 5 times in succession. The creature's screams rose and fell in anguished waves, and as it distanced itself by several dozen feet, Meng Hao distinctly felt the copper mirror in his grasp tremble with an unusual vigor, releasing a tremendous force that surged toward the beast's rear, instantly penetrating it. An unprecedented shriek spread across the desolate mountain as the lower half of the beast burst apart, its flesh and blood scattering. Its expression still bearing a trace of terror as it succumbed to death. This scene unfolded with such swiftness that Meng Hao remained in a daze for a moment after it concluded, inhaling sharply as he gazed at the copper mirror in his hand, his breath quickening. Even a monstrous beast could not escape such a fate. This mirror must undoubtedly be an extraordinary treasure. Filled with excitement, Meng Hao regarded the copper mirror with newfound reverence. After stowing it away, he glanced at the beast's corpse. A thought stirring within him. The records of the condensing Qi scroll mentioned that within a demon beast lies a demon core, rich with the essence of heaven and earth, which could be consumed directly. He hurried a few steps to the beast's carcass, discovering a demon core the size of a fingernail within its abdomen, translucent and exquisite. In stark contrast to the surrounding bloodshed, the core emitted a fragrant aroma that soothed his senses. After securing the demon core, Meng Hao resumed his journey, lamenting the rarity of such demon beasts in this desolate mountain. By the time he returned to his cave dwelling, it was already deep into the night. Seated cross-legged on the ground, he contemplated the demon core and copper mirror, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The demon core could be consumed. Yet the condensing spirit pills provided by the sect remained. He resolved to ingest the pill first before partaking of the demon core. With this decision made, he placed the demon core and copper mirror beside him, also retrieving a piece of spirit stone to enhance the absorption of spiritual energy. Having completed these preparations, Meng Hao swallowed a condensing spirit pill whole. As the pill dissolved within him, strands of spiritual energy gradually diffused, and he swiftly circulated his internal cultivation to digest the essence of the pill. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance momentarily igniting within them. He mused that the potency of this pill indeed surpassed the efficacy of meditative practice, though he lamented the scarcity of the condensing spirit pills. With this matter unresolved, Meng Hao dismissed further contemplation, his gaze unwavering as he raised his right hand and unhesitatingly seized the demon core, swallowing it without a second thought. As the demonic pill entered his body, the spiritual energy it unleashed far surpassed that of the spirit condensation pill, causing Meng Hao's body to tremble as if it could scarcely withstand the influx. He swiftly circulated his internal cultivation, striving to integrate the overwhelming energy. Gradually, his body began to quiver, and a faint filth seeped from his pores. After several hours, a resounding thud echoed in his mind, and he felt as though his body had suddenly become weightless. The spiritual energy within him no longer flowed as mere wisps, but intertwined to form a brook-like stream. The spiritual energy coursed like a gentle stream, purging the mundane impurities from his body. Could this signify the second level of qi condensation? Meng Hao opened his eyes, revealing a look of incredulity, and glanced down at his body. After a moment of careful reflection, he confirmed that he had indeed broken through the first level of qi condensation and entered the second. Was the efficacy of this demonic pill truly so immense? His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he rose and paced within the cave, reveling in the sensation of spiritual energy flowing like a stream within him. A wave of joy washing over his heart. I am now also a celestial being at the second level of qi condensation, he exclaimed. Alas, demonic beasts are rare, otherwise I would have found a means to expedite my cultivation. All this is thanks to the precious mirror. Meng Hao turned his gaze toward the copper mirror. But as he looked, his body jolted, and he instinctively rubbed his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he was struck with disbelief. The mirror remained in place, yet the half-spirit stone was gone, and astonishingly, a demonic pill now lay upon its surface. What in the world? Meng Hao's mind buzzed in chaos, as if he had lost his ability to think, staring blankly at the demonic pill in the mirror. At that moment, he hesitated, recalling that there should have been a demonic pill alongside the half-spirit stone. Yet, he distinctly remembered consuming the demonic pill now. He found himself uncertain whether he had swallowed the demonic pill or the spirit stone. Surely, I did not consume the spirit stone. Meng Hao remained dazed for a moment. Then, filled with disbelief, approached the demonic pill, hesitantly bringing it to his nose. The scent confirmed his suspicion. He had indeed ingested this very pill earlier. What is happening? How could there be another? Could I have misremembered? Did the demonic beast possess 2 demonic pills? His mind grew ever more tumultuous, and he shook his head vigorously in an attempt to calm the storm within. Staring at the demonic pill in his hand, and then at the mirror, a tremor coursed through him, and his eyes shone with an intensity he had never before experienced, as if he beheld a treasure beyond measure. The demonic pill felt almost too weighty to hold. Could it be that this mirror absorbed the spirit stone and transformed the demonic pill into 2? Meng Hao's voice quivered with excitement. He had thought the mirror's greatest power lay in its ability to explode the ferocious beasts. Yet he had not anticipated such an exquisite mystery. However, if that were the case, why had this copper mirror's power remained undiscovered by others all these years, only to be revealed to me? Meng Hao hesitated, gazing at the copper mirror, unable to fathom an answer. After a prolonged moment, he felt both anticipation and trepidation, longing for spirit stones to experiment with immediately. Spirit stones, I desire spirit stones. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with a ferocity akin to that of a ferocious beast. At this moment, the spirit stone transcended the lofty status of gold and silver in his heart, surpassing even his former aspirations of holding an official position. For cultivators, spirit stones are indispensable, and particularly for Meng Hao, the intertwining feelings of anxiety and anticipation intensified his yearning for the spirit stone to an unprecedented degree. Yet, the mountain-backing sect was merely a small sect. The ordinary disciples could acquire spirit stones only during the monthly pill release, making any other means of acquisition nearly impossible unless through theft. With still a month to go until the next pill release, Meng Hao gazed into the bronze mirror, a sinister expression gradually creeping across his face, only to be swiftly concealed. He reflected on his cultivation level, which was merely the second layer of qi condensation, and concluded that even if he attempted to seize a spirit stone, he would likely be outmatched. Even during his time in Yunjia County, he had been short of funds. How could he expect to become an immortal while still lacking money? A sense of helplessness filled Meng Hao's mind as he pondered how to obtain spirit stones. He realized he would have to wait a month, yet in that time, he aimed to advance his cultivation further. With great care, Meng Hao placed the bronze mirror into his storage bag, fully aware that the mirror's powers must remain a secret. Otherwise, he risked losing it and facing dire consequences. Lowering his gaze to his filthy body, he recognized the grime he had previously overlooked in his excitement. Now calmer, he stepped out of his cave and washed himself in the nearby river. Upon returning to the cave, dawn had just begun to break. Meng Hao took out the Qi condensation scroll and studied it intently for a considerable time. Upon reaching the second layer of Qi condensation, he would be able to cast immortal techniques, and at the fifth layer, he could learn the wind-walking technique, a form of spell that could grant the sensation of flight. Meng Hao closed his eyes, filled with anticipation for the flight at the fifth layer of Qi condensation. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and raised his right hand, grasping at the air above. In that instant, he felt the temperature within the cave rise significantly, even experiencing flickers of sparks appearing on his right hand. For Meng Hao, who still maintained a mortal mindset, this scene filled him with excitement. However, the shift in his emotions caused the sparks to dissipate. Hastily, Meng Hao focused his mind and attempted to channel his cultivation again, but until noon, after numerous attempts, he could only produce fleeting sparks, with the spiritual energy within him dissipating completely. The fire serpent technique proved to be somewhat challenging to execute. Furrowing his brow, Meng Hao remained undeterred by his struggles. After a period of breathing and recovery, he resolved to try once more. As night fell and the morning sun reappeared, Meng Hao continued his endeavors for 2 consecutive days. Yet, repeated failures left him weary, with his spiritual energy fading time and again. Despite his exhaustion, the determination in his eyes only grew stronger. I refuse to believe I cannot execute this fire serpent technique. Gritting his teeth, Meng Hao raised his right hand and struck his storage bag, instantly revealing the demon pill within his grasp. He understood that if he consumed this pill, and if the mirror indeed possessed mystical qualities, along with sufficient spirit stones, he would lack a point of reference. He could not afford to hesitate. If necessary, he would venture to the wilderness to hunt a demon beast. After a moment's contemplation, Meng Hao decisively placed the demon pill into his mouth and closed his eyes to cultivate, as the spiritual energy within him surged explosively, flooding his entire being. As time gradually passed into the afternoon, Meng Hao opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Although his cultivation remained at the second level of Qi condensation, he felt a significant advancement. He estimated that with a few more days of effort, he could reach the third level. While a sense of regret lingered within him, he also recognized the increasing difficulty of progressing in cultivation. His anticipation for the mysteries of the bronze mirror grew stronger. Raising his right hand, he grasped at the void. Instantly, numerous sparks erupted, coalescing in his palm to form a fire serpent, no longer than his finger, radiating an oppressive heat. In that moment, he sensed that nearly 30% of the spiritual energy within him had been drawn away. His complexion turned pale, yet his eyes sparkled, and a smile graced his lips as he leaped from his cave dwelling. With a flick of his wrist, the fire serpent shot forth, landing upon a large tree. With a resounding crash, the tree ignited instantly, soon reduced to ashes. He thought to seize the opportunity to showcase this before the chubby boy, evoking his envy. At that moment, Meng Hao felt an overwhelming sense of pride and laughed heartily. Half a month swiftly passed. During this time, aside from seeking demon beasts in the desolate mountains, Meng Hao devoted himself to practicing the fire serpent technique. His dedication surpassed even his earlier studies, and gradually, he became increasingly proficient in the technique, reducing the time required for the initial gathering of spiritual energy, though it still took several breaths to fully coalesce. Concurrently, he utilized the bronze mirror to covertly examine individuals in the outer sect, but to no avail. The mirror showed no response. After several attempts, he gradually realized that the mirror only worked on beasts with abundant body hair. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment, he understood that he had been overly ambitious. However, during this half-month, Meng Hao encountered no demon beasts in the desolate mountains, causing his cultivation to stagnate somewhat. Fortunately, each time he practiced the fire serpent technique and expended all his spiritual energy before recovering, he found that his overall cultivation slightly increased. Yet, this method could not be practiced in the desolate mountains. He only dared to do so within his cave dwelling. With less than 10 days remaining until the pill refinement day, he resolved to venture deeper into the desolate mountains. One morning, he set off with determination, swiftly making his way toward an uncharted area of the mountains. As night descended, having rested little throughout the day and traversed countless peaks, He finally discovered a bear-like demon beast at the foot of a black mountain. With the fire serpent technique and the sharpness of the bronze mirror at his disposal, he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, striking the beast 9 times before its mournful cries echoed in the air, its body bleeding out and lifeless. Having acquired its core, he was about to step into the black mountain when suddenly a chill ran down his spine. He noticed 5 elephant-headed, tiger-bodied demon beasts not far ahead, their cold gazes fixed upon him. With the bronze mirror in hand, confronting a single demon beast was manageable, but against 5, Meng Hao knew he stood little chance. Gradually, he began to retreat, gripping the bronze mirror tightly. Just then, a roar that shook the desolate mountains erupted from within the Black Mountain-esque forest, manifesting as a shockwave that rolled outward with a thunderous rumble. Meng Hao's expression changed drastically, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly retreated, not pausing for even an instant. Fortunately, the 5 demon beasts did not pursue him, their figures vanishing into the depths of the mountain. The roar evoked a sensation within me, reminiscent of the time I first heard Master Shigong's low growl. It was clear that the Black Mountain harbored numerous demonic beasts, and among them, formidable ones lurked. As Meng Hao hastened along, he cast a glance back at the Black Mountain, increasingly convinced of the peril it concealed. 10 days swiftly elapsed, during which Meng Hao traversed many peaks, yet he encountered no demonic creatures, and a sense of regret settled in his heart. He cherished the bear demon's inner core within his storage bag even more, refraining from consuming it. When the day to release the core finally arrived, the resonant sound of the bell echoed, signaling Meng Hao's departure from the cave dwelling and his entrance into the outer sect. A month prior, he had left with his cultivation at the first layer of qi condensation. Now, he had reached the second layer, though a gap remained before attaining the third layer. Meng Hao speculated that if the efficacy of the copper mirror was indeed genuine, his future cultivation would soar dramatically. With a tumultuous mix of anticipation and anxiety swirling within him, Meng Hao found himself once again on the plaza designated for the release of course. Several fellow disciples glanced in his direction, clearly recognizing him. His actions a month ago had stirred considerable astonishment within the outer sect, yet, given his relatively low cultivation, that astonishment had waned significantly over the course of a month. This time, the release of the core was presided over not by Master Shigong, but by a middle-aged man. The offerings were still the spirit condensation pill and a half-spirit stone, yet no separate pills were dispensed. As Meng Hao placed the pills and spirit stone into his storage bag, he swiftly retreated the moment the beams of light surrounding the plaza dissipated. His gaze swept the area, and he immediately noticed many fellow disciples hindered by their companions, evidently unable to safeguard their pills and stones, perhaps due to the lingering influence of Sister Su, and coupled with Meng Hao's rapid retreat. Only a few cast him indifferent glances without attempting to claim his pills or spirit stones. Observing this scene, Meng Hao remained vigilant. He was acutely aware that Sister Su's reputation would not provide lasting protection if matters had escalated to this point in just a month. He feared that in a few months, others would inevitably turn against him. Provided the copper mirror's efficacy was authentic, in a few months, he would see who would seize from whom. A glimmer sparked in Meng Hao's eyes as he lowered his head and hastened his pace. Upon exiting the outer sect, a sense of urgency consumed him as he sought to test the copper mirror's powers, striding towards his cave dwelling. However, just as he approached, Meng Hao abruptly halted, his eyes narrowing as they fell upon an individual emerging from the nearby thicket. The figure, clad in a green robe, appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, exuding an air of arrogance. With a somewhat rotund face, he stood there, coldly regarding Meng Hao. His cultivation was formidable, having reached the third layer of qi condensation, and he now obstructed Meng Hao's path. "Greetings, Brother Zhao." Meng Hao's expression shifted, and he took a few steps back, his right hand subtly curling behind him. He recognized this man. Most disciples within the outer sect were familiar with Brother Zhao Wugong, known for his ruthless nature. Several low-ranking disciples had perished at his hands in the public area designated for those of lower cultivation. He typically ingratiated himself with those at the third layer and above, while being exceedingly domineering towards those at the first and second layers, often resorting to violence over trivial disputes. "Since you know me, there's no need for Zhao to elaborate. Hand over the pills and spirit stones," Zhao Wugong coldly commanded. Others dared not provoke Meng Hao at this moment, yet Zhao Wugong, having been in the sect for many years, had long discerned the nuances of power dynamics and had quietly investigated Sister Su's frequent seclusions, surmising that she would likely not concern herself with the fate of this insignificant subordinate. "Zhao Shixiang, I implore your leniency. I have just acquired spirit stones and elixirs." May I beg for a little more time? Meng Hao hesitated, stepping back a few paces, for the other's cultivation level surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Having never engaged in combat before, Meng Hao's complexion paled under the weight of anxiety. To refer to oneself as Shaoshan? Could it be that before ascending the mountain, he fancied himself a prodigy? Come now, recite a poem for me, and perhaps in my good humor, I shall only break one of your legs today. Zhao Wugong laughed heartily, his expression laced with derision. Zhao Shixiang. The sages have said, if. Meng Hao's heart raced with tension and anger. Yet he suppressed his emotions, attempting to reason with him. Silence. Not only shall you surrender your spirit stones and elixirs, but from this day forth, your cave shall also be shared with me. Among outsiders, we are fellow disciples. Within the cave, you shall henceforth serve as Zhao's menial. Should you dare utter a single word of dissent, you will learn what it means to suffer worse than death. Zhao Wugong's eyes narrowed dangerously as he advanced toward Meng Hao. His recent breakthrough to the third level had left him in dire need of abundant spiritual energy, and he had resolved to claim Meng Hao's cave as his own. However, he remained wary of Xue Shiji, hence the notion of making Meng Hao his servant. In his mind, Meng Hao would not dare refuse. With time, Xue Shiji would forget this insignificant insect, and he could eliminate him at will. Even if he chose not to kill, leaving a crippled servant to recite poetry would be a testament to his own refinement. This cave belongs to Xue Shiji. How can I presume to make such a decision? I beseech you, Zhao Shixiang, do not make it difficult for me. Meng Hao's right hand, concealed behind him, channeled strands of spiritual energy. He knew he was no match for Zhao, yet the significance of the cave and the spirit stones weighed heavily on him. Reluctantly, he wrestled with his anger, invoking Xue Shiji's name in his words. You are overstepping. You seek your own suffering. Once I strike, you shall understand the meaning of true despair. Zhao Wugong scoffed, impatience evident in his demeanor. Without further ado, he lunged forward, raising his right hand to seize Meng Hao. Panic flashed across Meng Hao's face, and this expression of fear delighted Zhao Wugong, for he relished witnessing the weakness of others. He could almost envision Meng Hao trembling before him, about to kneel in submission. However, just as he closed in, the terror on Meng Hao's face evaporated, replaced by a fierce resolve. With a swift motion, he raised his right hand and unleashed a fiery serpent, its heat surging toward Zhao Wugong. Meng Hao's heart raced. He knew that even a surprise attack with the fire serpent technique might not suffice to vanquish his opponent. Yet, he clung to a sliver of hope that it could buy him a moment's reprieve. He was unwilling to surrender without a fight, let alone become a servant to Zhao. In that instant, he turned and dashed toward the mountains. Fire serpent technique. Zhao Wugong's expression changed dramatically. In a moment of peril, he retreated hastily, slapping his storage bag with his right hand. Instantly, a small white sword shot forth, aimed directly at the fiery serpent. With a resounding explosion, the fire serpent dissipated, while the small sword was sent tumbling awkwardly into the nearby thicket. Zhao Wugong found himself in disarray, stepping back repeatedly, his gaze filled with fury and astonishment as he watched Meng Hao vanish into the mountains. He unexpectedly reached the second layer of qi condensation so swiftly. Sister Su's cave dwelling possesses such remarkable effects. Even if I must slay this individual, I am resolute in my pursuit. Zhao Wugong's expression twisted with malice as he hastened forward in pursuit. After a brief chase, it became evident that he was not as familiar with the desolate mountains as Meng Hao was, especially since Meng Hao was not lacking in speed, making it difficult for Zhao Wugong to catch up. You little brat, this desolate mountain is devoid of witnesses. You are courting death. Today, I shall grant you your wish. Zhao Wugong's voice dripped with coldness. As he chased after the swiftly fleeing Meng Hao, he prepared to unleash a formidable technique of his own. With a low growl, his body suddenly swelled slightly, and his hair became thick and golden, some of it bursting forth from his garments, transforming him into a veritable beast. This was the unique technique he had fortuitously acquired before joining the sect, known as the Beast Transformation Technique. This technique could be cultivated at the second layer of qi condensation, though the transformation was not overt, merely enhancing physical strength. Nevertheless, it was astonishing. With this technique, he could dominate among lower-tier disciples. Each time he employed it, despite its time limitations, he achieved remarkable results, making it his most prized trump card. Now that he had ascended to the third layer of qi condensation, the technique had evolved significantly, allowing him to sprout dense golden fur, a development that had filled him with delight. He believed that this transformation would instill fear in his opponent. This was his first time showcasing it publicly, and he was brimming with confidence, exuding an impressive aura. His fur shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, making him appear both formidable and regal. With golden hair even covering his face, resembling a humanoid beast. You shall be the first to perish beneath my third-layer beast transformation. To die under Zhao Wugong's renowned technique is no disgrace. Upon activating the third layer of this technique, Zhao Wugong's physical prowess surged immensely, and his speed increased significantly. With a sinister grin and greed in his eyes, he lunged toward Meng Hao, his sharp claws glinting ominously in the sunlight. Zhao Wugong was exceedingly confident in this technique, convinced that Meng Hao would be terrified into submission. Even if he attempted to flee, he would find it impossible to escape Zhao's grasp. You cannot escape, under my technique. Your fate is sealed. Zhao Wugong's voice echoed ominously around him. Almost instantaneously, as Zhao Wugong transformed, Meng Hao, fleeing ahead, caught a glimpse of this scene. Initially taken aback, his expression morphed into one of peculiar intrigue. He had never anticipated that Zhao would possess such a technique. The beastly transformation resembled those ferocious creatures that had been shattered by the copper mirror, and in many respects, Zhao Wugong's golden and exuberant fur exceeded that of those wild beasts. Meng Hao's expression grew increasingly strange as he scrutinized Zhao Wugong, who, with his dense and resplendent fur, resembled a golden-furred king of beasts. Zhao Wugong, noticing Meng Hao's bewildered expression, felt a twinge of surprise. Although he had attempted this transformation during his breakthrough, this was the first time it was displayed before others. Meng Hao's odd demeanor displeased him, and with a cold snort, a murderous glint flickered in his eyes. The copper mirror would surely find this appealing. As Zhao Wugong's transformation into a beast granted him an incredible surge of speed, he swiftly closed the distance. The echoes of his roar reverberated through the air. Without hesitation, Meng Hao clenched his teeth and struck his storage bag with his right hand, immediately grasping a bronze mirror. With an expression of peculiar intensity, he directed the mirror towards the imposing and triumphant Zhao Wugong. At that moment, Meng Hao felt an unprecedented heat radiating from the mirror, more intense than anything he had experienced even in the presence of demonic beasts, as if a powerful yearning erupted from within it. Simultaneously, an intangible energy seemed to surge forth, as if attempting to break free from the mirror. Zhao Wugong leaped violently, a savage glint in his eyes, and was suddenly aware of a tumultuous energy coursing through him, seemingly appearing from nowhere. This energy was wild and unruly, causing his body to swell in various places. And as a result, his expression shifted. The agony it inflicted on his internal organs was excruciating, and an acute sense of crisis surged within him. He instinctively focused his energy in his dantian, attempting to expel this force from his body. However, the ferocity of this energy sought the weakest points within him to escape. As Zhao Wugong concentrated his energy, the force barreled towards his lower back, and in an instant, a searing pain erupted, tearing through him. The suddenness of this agony forced a chilling scream from his lips, a sound he had never uttered in his life. For he had never before encountered such an incredulous experience. He trembled violently, his gaze towards Meng Hao filled with unrestrained fury, veins of blood visible in his eyes. His murderous intent reaching a fever pitch. Zhao Shixiang, shall we end this here today? I shall not make it difficult for you, nor should you trouble me. What do you say? Meng Hao's heart raced. This was his first encounter in combat. He hurriedly covered the mirror, shaken by Zhao Wugong's pitiful cries. Feeling a pang of compassion, after all, he was a human, not a beast. You little bastard. Today, not only will I kill you, but I will also hunt down your family at the foot of the mountain and annihilate them, humiliating your entire clan to quench my rage. Zhao Wugong's eyes turned bloodshot, the agony driving him to madness. He bellowed and charged towards Meng Hao, his claws poised to rend him apart. Though Meng Hao was merely a scholar and had never fought before, he possessed a fierce spirit. Hearing Zhao Wugong's words ignited a spark of murderous intent within him. This man could no longer be reasoned with. He had come to provoke him, and despite Meng Hao's reluctance to continue upon witnessing his suffering, Zhao Wugong's vile threats stirred a righteous anger within him. Without hesitation, he stepped back a few paces and raised the bronze mirror. Before Zhao Wugong could close the distance, another resounding boom echoed. Once again, he felt that terrifying energy within him. Remembering his previous ordeal, he immediately fortified his inner self to contain the force. However, just as Zhao Wugong relaxed, the energy surged throughout his body and, with a thunderous explosion, erupted from his left ear. The pain intensified exponentially, and his scream became a haunting wail, barely describable. His left ear shattered, gushing forth a torrent of blood. The relentless agony drove him to the brink of insanity, leaving his complexion pale and his expression one of horror as he looked at Meng Hao, his eyes revealing a tempest of madness and rage. I wish to annihilate your entire family, to extinguish your entire lineage, and to ensure that each member of your clan experiences such torment, crying out in agony until death. Zhao Wugong, enduring excruciating pain and now deaf in his left ear, lunged once more at Meng Hao, embodying a frenzy that promised he would not relent until his adversary was slain. How audacious! Meng Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had never witnessed the mirror shatter his opponent's ear, yet swiftly, a fierce expression crossed his face as he retreated rapidly, reflecting the copper mirror once again. Meng Hao! Zhao Wugong cried out in anguish, his right ear obliterated, both ears now transformed into grotesque lumps. His countenance shifted from one of ferocious rage to an unprecedented terror. An indescribable fear gripped his heart, prompting him to pivot and flee with unparalleled speed. In that instant, all thoughts of troubling Meng Hao vanished, and the sheer terror rendered him trembling, desperate to escape the mountains. Yet, he resolved that once this encounter passed, he would return with others to brutally slay Meng Hao, ensuring he experienced this agony firsthand, and he would seize that damned copper mirror. However, at the moment he turned, the mirror slipped from Meng Hao's grasp for the first time, pursuing Zhao Wugong as if the mirror itself were exhilarated, unleashing a torrent of shockwaves. Zhao Wugong's eyes filled with despair as he struggled against an unseen force that constrained his body, rendering him powerless. His screams grew louder with each passing moment. His body suspended in midair, as his left ear, right ear, chest, and thigh erupted in a cacophony of internal explosions. A surge of energy caused blood to spray forth. And within mere moments, Zhao Wugong's eyes dimmed, his body swiftly reverting from its beastly form to that of a human, for dissipating. Perhaps due to this transformation, the copper mirror lost interest and returned to Meng Hao, allowing Zhao Wugong's lifeless body to crash to the ground. Blood pooled around him as Zhao Wugong lay with eyes wide open, having succumbed to his injuries, his gaze filled with terror and despair, evoking an involuntary shiver in those who beheld it. Meng Hao, gazing at Zhao Wugong's corpse, inhaled sharply as he watched the copper mirror circle in the air before landing back in his hands. Trembling, Meng Hao regarded the mirror with a sense of reverence. While he had previously observed beasts being obliterated without much thought, witnessing a human meet such a fate, especially in such a grotesque state, sent a shudder through him. The mirror felt grotesquely blood-soaked, stirring an instinctive urge to discard it, and with a trembling hand, he let it fall to the ground. After all, he was a scholar. And while he had initially found the mirror intriguing, he now perceived it as profoundly sinister and discordant with the Confucian and Taoist ideals he held dear. After a moment of silence, Meng Hao's emotions became exceedingly complex, his eyes reflecting confusion. He still regarded himself as a scholar from Yunjia County, one who reasoned with others, having never engaged in combat, let alone taken a life. This mindset was deeply ingrained and difficult to alter, leaving Meng Hao in a state of internal struggle amid the silence. Confucianism, Taoism, propriety, music, benevolence, and righteousness, the pursuit of reason and the principle of the weak being preyed upon by the strong are encapsulated in these four simple characters. I comprehend their essence. Yet the reality of action diverges greatly. Meng Hao trembled, haunted by a lingering dread. After a protracted moment, he exhaled deeply and silently ventured into the distance. However, after merely taking a dozen steps, he clenched his jaw and swiftly turned back towards Zhao Wugong's lifeless body. He retrieved the storage bag from the deceased and, raising his right hand, summoned a fire serpent that cascaded onto Zhao Wugong's remains. One fire serpent was insufficient to incinerate the corpse entirely. Thus, after consuming a condensing spirit pill, he unleashed 3 additional fire serpents, which gradually reduced Zhao Wugong's body to an unrecognizable charred form. After a brief moment of concentration, he gritted his teeth and sent forth 2 more fire serpents, ultimately reducing the remains to ash. Gazing at the copper mirror on the ground, Meng Hao hesitated, then resolutely picked it up, gripping it tightly. With a blend of complexity and trepidation, he hastily departed, returning to his cave. There, he sat in a daze for an extended period until he recalled the storage bag he held, instinctively opening it. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as the turmoil from his recent actions dissipated, replaced by the allure of the treasures within Zhao Wugong's storage bag. This fellow was remarkably affluent. Meng Hao inhaled sharply, discovering within the bag 8 half-spirit stones, 7 condensing spirit pills, and a bone fragment inscribed with dense, tiny characters. Upon inspecting the bone fragment, Meng Hao quickly discarded it. It detailed the method of cultivating demonization, a practice he dared not pursue, fearing the annihilation that would ensue from his copper mirror. After tossing aside the bone fragment, an epiphany struck him regarding the flying sword. He promptly exited the cave, seeking out the thicket where he retrieved the white small sword that Zhao Wugong had left behind. Upon returning to his dwelling and examining it, a glimmer of excitement illuminated his gaze. The discord between the celestial sect and Confucianism eluded Meng Hao, and thus he chose to set the matter aside, believing that clarity would eventually come with time. At this moment, the paramount concern remained his survival within the sect. Determination flickered in his eyes as he lowered his gaze and meticulously examined each spirit stone before placing the copper mirror beside him, contemplating it for a while. It was Zhao Shixiang who initially provoked me. I had no choice but to retaliate. Though I wavered in my desire for reconciliation, he obstinately refused. I have taken a life, yet I hold the moral high ground. It is he who deserved his fate. Meng Hao murmured, his expression resolute. This mirror, though stained with blood, is a tool of malevolence in the hands of a villain, yet in my possession it transforms, with a heart imbued with Confucian benevolence. This treasure shall serve a different purpose in my hands. Meng Hao gazed at the copper mirror, inhaling deeply. This object is not merely a manifestation of bloodshed. Its malevolence permeates throughout. Henceforth, I must wield it with caution. After a prolonged contemplation, he lifted his head, considering the mirror's enigmatic properties and reflecting on his prior aspirations. With determination, he resolved, success or failure hinges upon this moment. If I succeed, my cultivation will undoubtedly ascend to remarkable heights. With no further hesitation, Meng Hao placed the solitary demon core atop the mirror, followed by half a spirit stone, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Yet, after the passage of a single incense stick's time, the demon pill upon the mirror remained unchanged. The spirit stone did not vanish, and the demon pill was still singular. Meng Hao furrowed his brow, rising to pace around the room before directing his gaze once more towards the bronze mirror. Something was amiss. A month prior, it had clearly transformed into two. Suddenly, Meng Hao's attention shifted to the spirit stone upon the mirror, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He swiftly retrieved half a spirit stone from his storage pouch and delicately placed it upon the mirror's surface. At the moment the spirit stone made contact with the mirror, a flash of dark light flickered across the surface, as if the mirror had transformed into a tranquil lake, with the two spirit stones immediately sinking beneath. Simultaneously, the dark light surged again, coalescing around the demon pill, and astonishingly, another identical demon pill appeared beside it. Meng Hao stood dumbfounded before this extraordinary spectacle, his heart racing with a mix of anticipation and disbelief. After a long moment, he quickly reached out to grasp both demon pills, examining them closely, his eyes alight with fervent excitement. This was indeed profound. The mystery was real. Meng Hao's breath quickened, taking a considerable time to compose himself. Visions of grand prospects swirling in his mind. He inhaled deeply several times and attempted once more. 1, 2, until only 1.5 spirit stones remained. Yet before him lay a total of 4 demon pills, including the one he originally possessed, amounting to 5 in total. The aroma emanating from these demon pills now intensified, intoxicated Meng Hao, eliciting a foolish grin upon his face. This was a wealth he had never witnessed in his lifetime. Indeed, not only he but even the other disciples of the outer sect had seldom encountered such a sight. His excitement persisted into the depths of the night. Meng Hao seized a pill without hesitation and swallowed it whole. Hours later, he opened his eyes and consumed another demon pill. He had never indulged in such extravagance. Under the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy from these 2 pills, as dawn broke, a thunderous roar resonated within him, and a substantial amount of impurities emerged, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. 3 layers of qi condensation. Yet Meng Hao was not satisfied. He gazed at the remaining 3 demon pills and swallowed another, continuing until the following morning when he had consumed all the demon pills, finding himself on the brink of the peak of the 3rd layer of qi condensation. As for the 8 spirit-gathering pills, they seemed insignificant considering his current cultivation. Even if ingested, they would bear little effect. He pondered for a moment, suspecting they were somehow linked to the demon pills he had consumed, for they should not have been ineffective otherwise. Given that spirit-gathering pills were standard fare in the outer sect, a small quantity would not suffice. Perhaps consuming dozens at once might yield some benefit. Meng Hao closed his eyes, meticulously attuning to the spiritual energy within him. This energy was no longer a mere trickle but had transformed into a river. Though not a grand one, it was certainly far beyond a mere stream. As it flowed within him, he felt an exhilarating surge, a realization dawning that he now possessed astonishing power. This newfound strength made Meng Hao acutely aware that he had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Compared to yesterday, he was no longer a vulnerable cultivator who could be easily bullied. Even in the lower-tier public domain, where the boundary lay at the fourth layer of qi condensation, his cultivation had reached one of the highest and most formidable levels. Meng Hao, filled with excitement, raised his right hand and waved it casually, instantly conjuring a fiery serpent of arm's length that burst forth with a thunderous roar. The scorching heat quickly enveloped the entire cavern, and the serpent appeared ferocious, its flickering tongue entwined in flames, emanating an overwhelming sense of intimidation. At that moment, should he encounter the still-living Zhao Wugong, a single fiery serpent would surely inflict severe injury upon him, if not death. In late September, the oppressive heat lingered, intensifying rather than dissipating. In the southern region of the Zhao Kingdom, the weather typically did not begin to cool until November, with the feeling of winter only arriving in January. As dawn broke, Meng Hao stepped out of the cave, his eyes bright and filled with aspirations for the future. He was but a breath away from reaching the pinnacle of the third layer of qi condensation. While he may not be considered a formidable figure within the outer sect, he was certainly not one to be easily bullied. Taking a deep breath, he gazed into the distance, where the mountain winds tousled his hair, giving him an ethereal appearance that seemed to float around him. Once a downcast scholar, he had embarked on a journey into the immortal realm. And as he reflected on the previous day, it felt dreamlike and surreal. Regrettably, his supply of spirit stones had dwindled, and the few lingering pills he possessed had lost their efficacy. Although he had felt a flicker of excitement, thoughts of the spirit stone swiftly turned his heart heavy. He recalled his companions, Xiao Pengzi, Wang Yukai, and the spirited young lad, who had been brought to Kaoshan sect together. He wondered how they were faring at this moment. After a brief contemplation, Meng Hao moved forward, channeling his inner qi, and swiftly made his way through the mountains towards the North Peak. The four towering peaks of Kaoshan sect, northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest, stood majestically, adorned with carved pavilions that appeared to rise above the surrounding mountains. If one looked closely, they could see shimmering rays of light radiating from the summits, spreading in a circular pattern around them. The white clouds drifted, shrouding the mountains in a mystical haze, evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. To traverse from the South Peak to the North Peak without passing through the outer sect's gate, one would need to navigate around the East and West Peaks. Meng Hao chose the path of the East Peak, carrying 2 wild chickens in his hands. It had been nearly 2 months since he last saw Xiao Pengzi. He wondered if his friend had lost weight. As Meng Hao walked, a fleeting smile graced his face at the thought of Xiao Pengzi. Suddenly, a subtle flicker crossed his eyes, and he paused in his steps. A gentle breeze stirred, and amidst the previously clear surroundings, a thin mist began to form, revealing a young man clad in a resplendent white robe, striding towards him. This young man's attire was markedly different from that of the outer sect disciples. It was as pure as snow, with long hair cascading over his shoulders. His handsome visage was flawless, exuding an aura of perfection that seemed to embody the creation of the heavens and the earth, as if he were the favored child of the universe. His demeanor was serene, as though nothing in the world could provoke a change in his expression, exuding an unyielding calm akin to a mountain unmoved by the collapse of its surroundings. As he approached, the mist swirled around him, giving the illusion of clouds rising from the ground. Following closely behind were 2 other young men, equally handsome, yet they paled in comparison to the striking figure in white, serving merely as a backdrop to his brilliance. Brother Wang, I have heard that the sect is soon to commence the trials for ascending to inner disciples. Allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. Indeed, when you first entered the sect, your name resonated far and wide, even attracting the attention of the other 3 major sects, which eventually led to your decision to remain in the Kaoshan sect, demonstrating your remarkable character by declining the direct invitation to the inner sect to uphold the sect's traditions. Now 2 years have passed, and your cultivation has reached the 6th level of qi condensation. I have heard from my ancestors that this upcoming trial is specifically tailored for you. Once you enter the inner sect, it will not be long before you surpass Sister Su and Brother Chun, becoming the undisputed foremost disciple of our Kaoshan sect. Let us refrain from such assertions. Sister Su is a prodigy, and Brother Chen is steadfast in his pursuit of the Tao, both of whom I deeply respect as fellow disciples. The white-clad man leading the conversation spoke gently, his voice soothing yet imbued with a vigorous essence, making it quite pleasant to hear. He is none other than Wang Tenfei, the foremost disciple of the outer sect of Kaoshan. You are right, brother. Your demeanor is always gentle, even towards disciples at the first level of qi condensation, a truth well known throughout the outer sect. I hold you in high regard from the bottom of my heart. As the 3 conversed, they approached Meng Hao. Upon noticing him, Brother Wang offered a slight nod as he passed by, while the other two did not spare him a glance. As they moved away, Meng Hao turned to observe their retreating figures, suddenly realizing that the white-clad man was not merely walking on the ground but appeared to hover 7 inches above it. This revelation left Meng Hao momentarily stunned. In his current state, he could hardly compare to them. His gaunt frame and dark complexion rendered him rather unremarkable, particularly as he carried 2 flapping wild chickens in his hands. So, this is Brother Wang Tengfei, the one capable of walking on air, utilizing the wind walking technique accessible at the 5th level of Qi condensation. Since joining the outer sect, Meng Hao had often heard tales of this brother and was aware of many of his accomplishments, especially the commotion his entry into the sect caused within the entire Zhao Kingdom's cultivation community. It remained unclear what price the Kashan sect paid to resolve the ensuing chaos, especially since he was determined to remain with the sect. If I were to possess such a visage, even in the mundane world, I might not achieve the highest honor. Yet I could certainly become a prince consort. Meng Hao, filled with envy, withdrew his gaze and hastened towards the North Peak. Without pausing, he arrived at a desolate mountain outside the North Peak around midday. This was the very place where he and the chubby boy had once chopped wood. Upon arrival, the sound of chopping echoed through the forest, and with a smile, Meng Hao quickly approached, only to see the chubby boy vigorously wielding an axe against a tree. Just as he was about to greet him, he instinctively stepped back without hesitation. "You stole my beloved. You took my steam bun. I shall slay you. I shall devour you." The chubby boy had not thinned out. Rather, he appeared even rounder, resembling a plump sphere. At this moment, he had his eyes closed, softly growling in a low voice. Surrounding him were numerous trees that had been felled. As he swung his axe, he suddenly swayed, relinquished his grip, and collapsed into a deep slumber, the sound of his breaths resonating powerfully. The wooden handle of the axe bore countless bite marks. Meng Hao was astonished. It had been nearly 2 months since he last saw the chubby boy, and he hadn't anticipated that his somnambulism had escalated, manifesting not only at night, but also during the day. As he hesitated on how to awaken the chubby boy, the latter stirred, rubbed his eyes, and immediately sprang to his feet, his gaze darting around with fervor, his eyes gleaming with a hunger that almost made him drool. The aroma of wild chicken wafted through the air. Yes, the scent of 2 wild chickens. He leaped up and searched the surroundings, but could not find Meng Hao hidden within the thicket. Instead, upon seeing the felled trees beside him, the chubby boy's face lit up with gratitude. "What a good man you are, Meng Hao. Even after being away for so long, you still return every day to secretly help me gather firewood. It's been nearly 2 months of this. Meng Hao, you are a lifelong friend to me." "Li Fugui," the chubby boy exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Meng Hao, who was concealed in the nearby thicket, froze in place, looking at the chubby boy with a peculiar expression before clearing his throat and stepping out. The moment he appeared, the chubby boy sensed his presence, turning around with excitement. "Meng Hao, you finally showed yourself. For the past 2 months, every time I woke up, I called for you. But you never came." "Huh?" Just as he was speaking with fervor, his eyes fixated on the wild chickens in Meng Hao's hands, and their brightness intensified immediately. In a brief moment, flames enveloped the 2 wild chickens, and a tantalizing aroma filled the air as Meng Hao and the chubby boy sat together, reminiscent of their time at the servant quarters, devouring the meal voraciously. "It's been over 2 months since I last tasted wild game. Meng Hao, why did it take you so long to appear? You said you were helping me gather firewood every day. Why didn't you bring back 2 wild chickens each time?" The chubby boy mumbled with his mouth full, his joy unmistakable. Seeing Meng Hao made him exceedingly happy. It was evident that within the confines of the mountain sect, the chubby boy had nearly come to regard Meng Hao as family. Meng Hao, with an enigmatic smile, chose not to explain but instead bit into a chicken leg, glancing at the chubby boy, suddenly noticing that his teeth appeared to have grown. "How has your cultivation been lately? Have you felt any influx of spiritual energy?" Meng Hao inquired. "Don't mention it. I've been practicing daily for the past few months, but strangely, I've felt nothing in terms of spiritual energy. Instead, it seems like my teeth have grown considerably, making me dread biting my own tongue while I sleep." The chubby boy sighed, looking utterly dejected. "Open your mouth. Let me see your teeth," Meng Hao said, taken aback, as he scrutinized the chubby boy's teeth closely. The chubby boy hastily swallowed the chicken meat in his mouth and opened wide to reveal his large teeth. As the sunlight glinted off them, they sparkled brilliantly. Meng Hao observed, his expression growing increasingly peculiar, and ultimately he exhibited disbelief. He could actually sense a fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from the chubby boy's teeth. How peculiar it is that this chubby fellow has cultivated to a point where his spiritual energy has manifested upon his teeth. These are no ordinary teeth. They are unmistakably spiritual incisors. I wonder, if he continues this arduous practice, could they eventually transform into a magical artifact? Meng Hao scratched his head, feeling utterly bewildered. As time gradually slipped away, the sun began its descent, and Meng Hao engaged in nostalgic conversation with the chubby boy, reminiscing about numerous experiences, including tales from his time in the outer sect. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning anything regarding the bronze mirror. The chubby boy listened intently, his eyes sparkling with longing. Wishing fervently to ascend to the first layer of qi condensation and join the outer sect without delay. Before parting ways, Meng Hao bestowed upon him a condensing spirit pill. After observing the boy swallow it, he rose to leave. The chubby boy gazed at Meng Hao's retreating silhouette, a hint of melancholy crossing his face, silently resolving to practice with greater diligence in the future. On his journey back, Meng Hao chose the western peak, having traversed the eastern peak on his way here. This was his first experience encircling the Kuaishan sect in such a manner. As twilight descended, he found himself at the foot of a barren plateau on the western peak, where he discovered a massive stone tablet standing in solitude. The tablet was drenched in a sanguine hue, as if stained by blood, with several chilling characters inscribed upon it. Low-level public area. Adjacent to it were smaller inscriptions detailing that entry for those at the fourth layer of qi condensation was strictly forbidden, marking it as a domain accessible only to those at the first, second, and third layers. When Meng Hao lifted his gaze, he noticed numerous figures engaged in a fierce melee atop the plateau, spells clashing and blood splattering. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries as some fell, their arms severed, bags of storage snatched away. Just then, a figure burst forth from the mountain in a state of panic, pursued by a burly man who wore a sinister grin. Help! No one can save you before Chao. Meng Hao was not far away, witnessing with his own eyes the desperate cries for help from a person who, before even escaping the public area atop the flat peak, was brutally pierced through the neck by a flying sword wielded by a burly man behind him. Blood gushed forth as the victim collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before succumbing to death. The burly man then rifled through the victim's storage bag and turned back to re-enter the public area. This bloody scene caused Meng Hao's eyes to narrow momentarily as he scrutinized the flat peak, where the sounds of slaughter echoed, and the wind carried the metallic scent of blood to his nostrils. Although this place offered the potential for immense wealth, it was fraught with peril. The pursuit of cultivation and elixirs had led individuals to stake their very lives, a price that seemed rather steep. Moreover, the rules of the sect were fraught with inconsistencies, particularly within this public area, where murder and plunder were rampant, allowing for a near-total disregard for human life. Furrowing his brow, Meng Hao observed that numerous lower-ranked disciples hesitated to step inside, instead waiting outside for an opportune moment. Their cultivation levels were modest, and they would rush in the instant an opportunity presented itself. However, those within were largely on guard, resulting in a chaotic melee. Although Meng Hao was on the cusp of reaching the pinnacle of third-tier qi condensation, he recognized that the tumultuous environment posed risks, and the act of seizing opportunities was not a sustainable strategy. Contemplating the scarcity of spirit stones in his possession, he realized that relying solely on the sect's allocations would require years of waiting. He suddenly understood why the public area was so perilous. Yet disciples continued to arrive. Driven by the same aspirations as his own, they sought to cultivate and grow stronger, compelled to enter this treacherous domain. Each harbored a glimmer of luck. Perhaps, with vigilance, they could escape unscathed if they found themselves overmatched. Lost in thought, his gaze fell upon the cultivators atop the mountain, engaged in fierce competition, each bearing visible wounds. This sight stirred something within Meng Hao, and in an instant, a thought crystallized in his mind. As this notion grew clearer, his eyes brightened, and he hurriedly turned to leave, bypassing his dwelling at the south peak and descending the mountain directly to the outer sect's entrance. Navigating around the square, he soon arrived at the entrance of an elegant pavilion. This pavilion exuded an ancient charm, with wafts of medicinal fragrance permeating the air. Above the door, a plaque bore the words Elixir Refinement Workshop. This was not Meng Hao's first visit. Indeed, during the first half-month of his elevation to outer sect disciple, he had come here once before and discovered a variety of miscellaneous elixirs for sale, including the sustenance-providing fasting elixirs that could stave off hunger for days. However, the workshop only accepted spirit stones and condensed spirit pills as currency, rejecting any other items. And the exchange rate was rather unbalanced. A single condensed spirit pill could be traded for 10 fasting elixirs. Consequently, few were inclined to frequent this place, leaving it perpetually desolate. Upon entering the elixir refinement workshop, Meng Hao wasted no time. Inside, the space was modest, occupied by a frail-looking middle-aged man sitting cross-legged. Surrounding him were wooden shelves displaying a variety of gourd-shaped containers, each labeled with the name of a different elixir. There were healing elixirs for external injuries, fatigue-relieving elixirs, and invigorating elixirs that could briefly uplift one's spirits. Among them were also fasting elixirs, food-conserving pills, and even specialized elixirs for treating bone fractures. Although there are numerous elixirs available, each comes at a steep price, often requiring the exchange of one condensing spirit pill for 3 to 10 assorted pills. For the disciples of the outer sect, the value of a condensing spirit pill can incite fierce competition, thus they are reluctant to trade for these at a low cost. Meng Hao wandered through the alchemy shop, his eyes growing brighter. After a moment's contemplation, he stifled his heartache and directly produced 5 condensing spirit pills, categorizing them to acquire a substantial quantity of miscellaneous pills. The ailing middle-aged man, perhaps having not encountered a patron like Meng Hao in a long time, instantly perked up, cheerfully providing him with several gourd containers for the pills. After placing the gourd containers into his storage bag, Meng Hao left the alchemy shop, cautiously navigating through the forest and returning to his cave abode late at night. Seated cross-legged within the cave, Meng Hao gazed at the 4 gourd containers in his hand. The sages have stated that without investment, one cannot expect returns. Having expended so much this time, I must reap greater rewards. Meng Hao murmured to himself for comfort, then suddenly recalled something and hurriedly exited the cave. Upon his return, he held a tree branch as thick as an arm, along with a multitude of leaves. Setting the branch aside, he retrieved a blue inner garment from Zhao Wugang's storage bag. After tearing it open and spreading it out, he found it too small. So he sought out another piece that was connected, assessing its size until he was satisfied. Using his finger as a quill, he dipped it into the juice squeezed from the crushed leaves, contemplating the words he wished to inscribe. Moments later, his eyes lit up with inspiration, and without hesitation, he elegantly pinned a line of text on the cloth. Growing increasingly pleased, he closed his eyes and began to meditate, his thoughts flowing. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Meng Hao hurriedly exited the cave with the tree branch in hand, making his way to the low-tier public area beneath the West Peak Mountain. Before long, he arrived at the flat-topped mountain, where even in the early hours, some disciples were already engaged in fierce sparring, their intentions unmistakably aggressive. Meng Hao walked past the stone tablet until he reached the edge of the flat-topped mountain, ignoring the skirmishes around him. He cast his gaze and spotted a large stone jutting outward. He approached it and sat cross-legged atop the stone, projecting an innocuous, scholarly demeanor. Occasionally, a few individuals glanced at him with ill intent, but Meng Hao subtly released his aura, causing them to retreat in trepidation as he patiently awaited the gathering of more spectators. As time passed, more and more disciples congregated in the low-tier public area, quickly numbering over 20. During this time, several individuals, who appeared to be ruthless yet hesitated against the seemingly gentle scholar Meng Hao, found themselves deterred by the pressure of his aura. Observing that the crowd had swelled sufficiently, Meng Hao clapped his right hand against his storage bag, retrieving the cloth and securing it to the tree branch, which he then thrust into the earth beside the mountain stone. The mountain breeze unfurled the cloth, transforming it into a banner that fluttered, immediately capturing the attention of many onlookers, who read the prominent inscription upon it, Alchemy Shop Branch. The vibrant green characters, in an instant, altered the expressions of the surrounding disciples from the mountain sect, eliciting surprise, confusion, mockery, and frowns. An alchemy shop? A branch? What is this? Could it be that this individual is a pill attendant sent by the sect's alchemy shop? This individual appears somewhat familiar. On the summit of Pingding Mountain, after Meng Hao unfurled his banner, a flurry of discussions erupted, but it was short-lived as chaos and bloodshed returned, with anguished cries occasionally piercing the air. Meng Hao's gaze was piercing as he fixated on the crowd in the open area. Not far away, 2 cultivators at the second layer of chi condensation were locked in a fierce struggle, their eyes ablaze with fervor. One of them had sustained a grievous wound on his shoulder from the adversary's flying sword, blood gushing forth, and the situation was dire. "Brother, over here," Meng Hao called out, his eyes gleaming with urgency. "Brother, the sages have stated that one who fights while wounded is foolish. Look how much blood is flowing from your shoulder. This is detrimental to your chances of victory." I possess a superior hemostatic pill from the medicinal pill workshop that can heal all sword wounds. I assure you it will stop the bleeding within 3 breaths. Meng Hao hastily implored. The two combatants, however, were too engrossed in their struggle to heed Meng Hao's words, especially the injured cultivator, whose eyes had turned crimson with rage. Yet, with his right shoulder gravely wounded and blood cascading down, he was soon struck again, a fresh wound opening on his chest from another flying sword. Look, you've taken another hit. Hurry and procure a hemostatic pill. With this, you may well turn the tide of battle. Only 1 spiritual stone for a pill. It is truly a bargain. Meng Hao passionately encouraged his chosen first customer. Silence. The medicinal pill workshop down the mountain is extortionate. 5 hemostatic pills for 1 spiritual stone. Yours is even worse. The wounded cultivator retreated a few steps, shouting without looking back. Do not let the price deter you. In comparison to spiritual stones, your life is the most precious asset. If you perish, your spiritual stones will belong to others. By purchasing a pill from me, you enhance your chances of seizing your opponent's storage bag. Is a single spiritual stone too high a price for your life? Meng Hao rose from the boulder, and perhaps due to the weight of his words, the injured cultivator hesitated as he staggered backward. Damn it, if you continue to meddle, once I eliminate this foe, I will not spare you. The cultivator engaged in battle with the injured man swung his flying sword toward him while bellowing at Meng Hao. I'll buy it. The wounded cultivator, upon hearing this declaration, gritted his teeth and reached for his storage bag. A single spiritual stone flew out, soaring directly toward Meng Hao. After catching it, Meng Hao swiftly tossed a hemostatic pill to the cultivator, which did not land in his hand but melted upon contact with his shoulder, instantly stemming the flow of blood. A refreshing sensation coursed through the cultivator's body, revitalizing him, and whether it was the pill's effect or not, he forced his opponent to retreat repeatedly. Even as he himself was wounded, blood spilling forth. Brother, I am speaking to you. Your opponent has purchased a pill from me, and look how vigorous he has become. If you do not buy one, you will find yourself in grave danger today. I still have hemostatic pills, as well as bone-loosening pills to alleviate fatigue. For just 2 spiritual stones, you can acquire them both, ensuring that you feel rejuvenated and your blood stops flowing, thus securing victory in this clash. Meng Hao swiftly shifted his focus to a new customer, urging fervently. The man who had previously purchased pills was at a loss for words, engulfed in grief and indignation. He pondered whether the young alchemist at this branch of the pill shop was there to assist him or to bring about his ruin. Just as he had glimpsed a flicker of hope, it was cruelly snatched away. In his fury, he became more aggressive, yet to his adversary. It appeared as though he had no time to procure pills. Victory meant acquiring pills using another's spirit stones, a most advantageous transaction. Holding the pills, Meng Hao, with an exuberant demeanor, urged his opponent with fervor. I want them. The man who had previously bought pills declared decisively. Curse it, give them to me. Although he had once held the upper hand, the situation had now turned against him. Despite his deep-seated resentment toward Meng Hao, he found himself compelled to respond. I will offer 3 spirit stones. Brother, he has bid 3. If your offer does not exceed his, the pills will be his. Tread carefully. I will bid 4. Brother, he has bid 4, for stones. 5. 6. Curse it. I shall not fight any more. I will kill you. The cultivator, once in a position of advantage, was now consumed by rage. What should have been a straightforward battle had been turned on its head by Meng Hao's intervention. In a fit of fury, he pivoted, his hatred for Meng Hao eclipsing his desire to eliminate his previous opponent, and he charged toward Meng Hao with murderous intent. As the confrontation drew near, Meng Hao, who had initially appeared harmless and even somewhat comical, underwent a striking transformation. In an instant, his countenance darkened with a fierce intensity. As the cultivator approached, Meng Hao seized the moment, stepping forward and raising his right hand to deliver a resounding slap, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. With a thunderous crack, the cultivator let out a pained scream as Meng Hao's blow sent him crashing to the ground, his legs succumbing to the force of Meng Hao's condensed aura, rendering him unconscious with a single strike. Meng Hao swiftly grabbed the man's storage bag, his expression dark and fierce momentarily before returning to that of a seemingly frail scholar. He turned to the other stunned onlooker. My good fellow, your previous offer was 6 spirit stones, Meng Hao said, feigning modesty. The other cultivator's face paled, trembling as he gazed at Meng Hao with a mixture of disbelief and terror. He could scarcely fathom the abrupt turn of events, particularly the stark contrast between Meng Hao's formidable display and his current meek demeanor, which left him questioning whether the earlier scene had merely been an illusion. This spectacle, resonating with intensity, drew the attention of other cultivators atop the flat mountain. Their expressions shifted, though many remained bewildered, evidently unaware of the specifics of the encounter. However, they took note of Meng Hao, recognizing him as someone not to be trifled with. The onlookers remained oblivious to the specifics, yet at that moment, shivering with trepidations. Meng Hao's very first customer had personally witnessed all that transpired. Anxious and apprehensive, he unhesitatingly produced 6 spirit stones from his storage bag. Despite the pangs of regret for not having purchased some healing elixirs earlier at the alchemy shop, nonetheless, though he lamented his earlier indecision, he found himself devoid of spirit stones to make a purchase now. Meng Hao promptly accepted the stones, handing over a hemostatic pill and a bone-rejuvenating pill in return. "Thank you for your patronage. Do come again," he said with a beaming smile, adopting that same delicate demeanor. Yet, to the eyes of the cultivator, this expression evoked the sensation of encountering a ferocious beast cloaked in sheep's wool, causing him to tremble involuntarily and hasten his departure. With the departure of this individual, Meng Hao chose not to return to the stone but instead brandished the banner of the alchemy shop, parading it in the public area. Before long, he found himself amidst 2 fellow disciples engaged in a fierce battle, promptly planting the banner into the ground. "Brother, you appear to be injured and rather dispirited. Such a state is ill-suited for combat," Meng Hao remarked as he advanced a few steps closer to one of the combatants. The 2 fighters paused in their struggle. Having witnessed Meng Hao's earlier prowess in besting one of them, their hearts filled with hesitation as they instinctively distanced themselves from him. "I possess fine restorative pills from the alchemy shop that can invigorate you instantly. With just 1 spirit stone, you can procure one. Today marks the grand opening of our humble establishment, and the prices are exceptionally reasonable," Meng Hao persisted, his face alight with sincerity as he continued to persuade them. "I have my own elixirs," retorted the cultivator addressed by Meng Hao, simultaneously launching an attack while extracting a bone-rejuvenating pill from his storage bag and swallowing it. Observing this, Meng Hao let out a sigh. During his search for his first customer, he had taken considerable time to ascertain that the individual lacked elixirs before approaching. Clearing his throat, he refrained from further conversation and instead regarded the opponent of the cultivator, who scoffed and also consumed a pill, eliciting another sigh from Meng Hao. Undeterred, he returned to the large stone, occasionally glancing at the 2 combatants. As time passed, their struggle intensified, and their elixirs dwindled, reaching a critical juncture where victory could tip in either direction at any moment. Meng Hao's spirits lifted as he once more approached with the flag raised high. "Brothers, you have reached a pivotal moment in your duel. I trust you are out of elixirs. Worry not, for I have superior pills available. At this crucial juncture, if you purchase a concentration pill from me, you will not only feel invigorated but also experience a swifter recovery of your spiritual energy. Remember, you are not merely buying a pill, you are investing in your vitality." "Oh dear, you seem injured." As Meng Hao spoke, the cultivator was momentarily distracted, allowing his opponent's flying sword to pierce through his arm, blood gushing forth as he let out a pained cry and retreated hastily. Yet, Meng Hao was quicker still, closing the distance in an instant, still embodying that delicate scholar persona as he continued to implore, "Brother, seize the moment, while your blood loss remains minimal. Swiftly acquire a hemostatic pill, or you may find yourself in grave danger today. Get out of my way." The opponent of the cultivator bellowed, disregarding everything else, and charged towards the injured practitioner. "Give me one." The wounded cultivator, pale-faced, gritted his teeth as he retreated, simultaneously tossing out a spirit stone. At that moment, a hemostatic pill flew from Meng Hao's hand, landing accurately on the wound of the cultivator's arm. Instantly, the flow of blood slowed, and with a surge of spirit, he quickly retaliated, engaging in battle with another cultivator once more. "Ah, brother, I reckon your pills are running low too. Look how potent my elixirs are. Your opponent is lively again, yet you find yourself injured. Perhaps you should purchase a hemostatic pill. Look at you. How did you get cut again? It must be your exhaustion. Don't be anxious or disheartened, my friend. I have top-quality bone-relaxing pills here. 1 spirit stone for 1 pill. Make haste, gentlemen. As the sages say, spirit stones have a price, but life is priceless." Meng Hao circled around the 2, occasionally uttering remarks that gradually led them to exhaust their supplies of elixirs, compelling each other to purchase more. Yet, the more they bought, the more injuries they sustained. The slaughter felt as relentless as multiple skirmishes from the past. What had begun as a simple killing turned increasingly arduous with the presence of the elixir merchants. The battles became perilous, both parties wounded, unable to separate. Eventually, both fighters collapsed, utterly exhausted, falling unconscious to the ground. They had depleted their spirit stones, consumed all their pills. And even their magical artifacts lay shattered from the relentless conflict, stripped of their vitality, a scene of utter devastation. Meng Hao felt he had saved their lives, otherwise one of them would surely have perished. He reclaimed his flag and wandered once more across the flat-topped mountain. Before long, he spotted 2 more cultivators in dire straits, nearly depleted of healing remedies. His eyes brightened as he planted the flag beside them. "My good fellow, I see you are surrounded by dark energy. You are gravely injured. Fear not, for I possess superior pills, 1 spirit stone each, guaranteed to restore you immediately. Why do you remain silent? Do you not trust me? Just moments ago, a fellow cultivator purchased my pills, and soon after, his opponent met his demise. Meng Hao hastily promoted his elixirs. Not long after, the 2 battling cultivators, compelled by one another, bought several elixirs until their spirit stones were all but gone. In a desperate struggle, they ultimately reached a stalemate, leaving them in a tragic state, empty of all but their withered storage bags. Meng Hao shook his head in resignation, picking up the flag and relocating once again. As the sun set behind the mountains, his figure flitted about the public area of the flat-topped mountain, continuously selling elixirs. By the end, wherever he went, the fighting ceased immediately, and gradually, the area became deserted. Meng Hao surveyed the empty expanse with satisfaction, patting his storage bag before departing. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, night had fallen deeply. Meng Hao sat cross-legged on the ground, excitement coursing through him as he began to tally his gains for the day, counting the spirit stones. 1, 2. A total of 53 spirit stones. What a windfall. This is far swifter than killing and robbing, and without the danger of violence. The more he counted, the more exhilarated he became. The supply of medicinal pills is dwindling. Tomorrow morning, I must visit the medicinal herb workshop to replenish my stock. To sustain the business here, I might have to spend a considerable amount of spirit stones to purchase all the healing pills available this month. Even if my spirit stones are insufficient, I must at least secure a particular type of pill. This way, as their own supplies diminish, they will be compelled to purchase my pills. Meng Hao opened another storage bag, which contained the belongings of the cultivator he had incapacitated earlier that day. Inside were several spirit stones, 2 condensation pills, and surprisingly, a pink medicinal pill. As he held the pill in his hand, Meng Hao examined it closely and promptly recognized it as a beauty-enhancing pill from the medicinal herb workshop. This pill is quite expensive, requiring 10 condensation pills for exchange, making it one of the priciest miscellaneous pills available. Its purpose is to maintain one's youthful appearance. But given my skin, using it would be a waste. Meng Hao pondered why the previous owner possessed such a pill. Perhaps it was intended to please a female disciple. He did not dwell on this for long before placing it back into the storage bag. As Meng Hao gazed at the spirit stones and pills before him, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. However, his reverie was abruptly shattered when the entrance of the cave roared open, startling him. The suddenness of this change was so swift that he barely had time to gather the spirit stones and pills lying on the ground. In the next moment, a figure emerged, silhouetted against the moonlight. Her exquisite beauty was overshadowed by an absence of expression, her demeanor cold, and she wore a silver robe that gave her the ethereal appearance of being draped in moonlight. It was none other than Sister Su, a disciple of the inner sect of the Reliance sect. As Sister Su entered the cave, her gaze inevitably fell upon the spirit stones and pills before Meng Hao. Even with her usual aloofness, a hint of surprise flickered across her face. "Greetings, Sister Su." Meng Hao hastily rose, sweeping his hand across the ground to swiftly gather the spirit stones and pills, standing to the side with a hint of embarrassment. Sister Su remained silent, observing Meng Hao for a brief moment before nodding slightly and turning to leave. Meng Hao, taken aback, quickly took a few steps to follow her. "Sister Su, since you've come all this way, won't you stay for a while?" "No need," she replied coldly, glancing at Meng Hao. "I am closing in on a retreat tomorrow and merely passed through to see how you were faring." With that, she exited the cave. Meng Hao felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, regretting his earlier actions. Had he not been counting the spirit stones? Perhaps if he had displayed a bit more hardship, he could have gained something from Sister Su. Yet, simultaneously, a warmth blossomed within him, despite her apparent indifference. Sister Su had taken the time to check on him, indicating that she had not forgotten him. In a moment of inspiration, Meng Hao reached for his storage bag and produced the pink medicinal pill. He had long intended to express his gratitude to Sister Su, saving up condensation pills to finally exchange for this beauty-enhancing pill. "Sister, you must accept this," he urged earnestly, "for in my eyes, only you are worthy of such a pill." Since my entrance into the sect, I have harbored a dream to ensure your everlasting youth and beauty. With unwavering eyes filled with reverence, he extended the pill toward her. Sister Su paused, turning to regard Meng Hao, then glanced at the pill in his hand. After a prolonged silence, she finally accepted the pill. Though the essence-nurturing pill is a conventional elixir of the sect, it remains effective until one reaches the 5th level of qi condensation. As cultivators, we prioritize our cultivation. Entering the realm of immortality is akin to stepping between life and death. You must not act so recklessly in the future, even if you possess a degree of intelligence. Diligent practice is paramount. This was the first time Meng Hao heard Senior Sister Su speak at such length, and he nodded earnestly, displaying a demeanor of genuine learning. I contemplated that as long as Senior Sister Su favored something, I must endeavor to acquire it. Lowering his head and blinking, Meng Hao, without a moment's hesitation, shyly declared, I shall accept this pill, but please do not exchange it again. Senior Sister Su took back the beauty-enhancing pill, hesitated for a moment, then produced a pink jade pendant and handed it to Meng Hao. This is a protective talisman, she explained, before turning to descend the mountain. Thank you, Senior Sister Su. Allow me to accompany you. It has been quite some time since we last met, and I have some questions regarding my cultivation that I would like you to clarify. Meng Hao seized the opportunity, realizing that she could be his support. It was essential for him to remain close to her, as traversing the outer sect with her would deter others from provoking him. Senior Sister Su hesitated. Her demeanor was typically serene, often aloof, and she had never been accompanied by a male disciple from her sect. Having Meng Hao by her side felt somewhat unfamiliar, just as she was about to decline. She recalled his bashful expression when he had gifted her the beauty-enhancing pill, and she nodded silently in agreement, bathed in moonlight, which cascaded upon the earth. Meng Hao and Senior Sister Su ventured further away together. At that moment, atop the northern peak, a tall elder clad in a gray robe happened to witness this scene, revealing a look of appreciation. Indeed, this young lad named Meng Hao is quite remarkable. He has truly grasped the essence of our sect, understanding how to seek support and the importance of nurturing that relationship for its endurance. This elder was the one who had shown particular favor to Meng Hao when he presented the spirit drought pill. The more he observed Meng Hao, the more fond he became. Senior Sister Su, draped in a grand tiger skin, attracted considerable attention during her circuit through the outer sect. As the disciples of the outer sect recognized Meng Hao beside her, their expressions turned peculiar. Those who had witnessed Meng Hao selling medicine on the flat-topped mountain during the day, despite their intense resentment, could only suppress their feelings. As for those of slightly higher cultivation levels, even if they were unaware of the earlier events, Meng Hao's figure had become increasingly vivid in their minds, leading them to believe it prudent to avoid provoking him. Unbeknownst to Meng Hao, he had gained a modicum of fame within the confines of the support sect over the past 2 months. Ideally, he wished for their journey to last an entire day. But alas, the night was deepening, and few disciples from the outer sect ventured out, with only a handful witnessing this moment. Contemplating the rarity of opportunity, one should not easily relinquish it. Under the somewhat bashful words of Meng Hao, accompanied by the taciturn Senior Sister Su, they ventured to the alchemy workshop. There, amidst the nervous yet envious gaze of a middle-aged man, Meng Hao procured several miscellaneous pills, including the hemostatic pill, at a remarkably low price. The next batch of these types of pills would not be ready for several months. They even visited the treasure pavilion, where Meng Hao cast a fierce glare at the astute senior brother in front of Senior Sister Su, causing the latter to blanch in fear. The senior brother discreetly presented Meng Hao with a spirit stone, signaling that he could exchange it for other treasures at any time. Meng Hao let out a cold huff, expressing his disdain, and informed the man that the broken mirror was utterly useless and had long been discarded. The senior brother from the pavilion could only smile wryly and repeatedly apologize, not dwelling on the matter. In truth, that mirror had been lost several times over the years. Yet somehow, it always found its way back, whether it took a couple of years or several. As they reached the foot of East Peak Mountain, Meng Hao watched Senior Sister Su gradually fade into the moonlit distance. For the first time, he perceived her beauty, a celestial allure that was regrettably marred by her cold demeanor. Otherwise, he might have considered the prospect of marrying her. Shaking off such thoughts, he coughed lightly and returned to his cave dwelling. The night passed in silence, and the next morning, as dawn broke, Meng Hao energetically exited his cave, heading straight for Flat Top Mountain. He was on the cusp of reaching the peak of the 3rd layer of qi condensation, yet lacked suitable elixirs, and acquiring a demon pill proved difficult unless he ventured into the treacherous Black Mountain. As he walked, his thoughts swirled. The priority now was to amass spirit stones. With sufficient stones, if he could obtain a good demon pill, he would soar to great heights. The prospect of reaching the 5th layer made his heart race with fervent anticipation. Being at the 5th layer would establish him as a formidable presence in the outer sect. And more importantly, it would enable him to execute the wind-walking technique. He recalled the image of senior brother Wang Tingfei gliding 7 inches above the ground, stirring his excitement further. Before long, Flat Top Mountain came into view, and Meng Hao quickened his pace, adopting the guise of an innocuous, delicate scholar as he settled cross-legged upon the large rock from the previous day. It wasn't long before more cultivators gathered at Flat Top Mountain, introducing unfamiliar faces not present the day before, with the sounds of skirmishes and cries of anguish gradually rising. Meng Hao scanned the crowd, contemplating where to initiate his first transaction for the day, oblivious to an individual cautiously approaching from another direction in the public area. This person, while walking, meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Upon suddenly spotting Meng Hao, he froze, his body trembling slightly. He was the first customer from the previous day, having witnessed Meng Hao's bashful demeanor after defeating his opponent. Initially, he presumed Meng Hao would not return today, yet here he was again. Why is he still around? This deceitful fellow is truly insidious. The cultivator felt a mix of resentment and fear, sighing as he prepared to leave when suddenly his eyes brightened at the sight of a burly man approaching the public area from the foot of the mountain. Chao Yang, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the 2nd layer of qi condensation, stood on the precipice of the 3rd layer. His cousin, Lu Hong, was the unrivaled champion of the lower-tier public area, which allowed Chao Yang to dominate this realm with impunity. Even his penchant for underhanded tactics, striking when others were embroiled in conflict, evoked fear and resentment but little defiance. Had another attempted such antics, they would have been swiftly besieged. Yesterday, his absence left the others somewhat at ease, yet today promised to unveil a spectacle. One cultivator, drawing closer, mused that it would be delightful if Chao Yang provoked someone from the alchemy workshop branch. He held a particular disdain for both. With this thought, he found himself reveling in anticipation of misfortune. As Chao Yang entered the public area, the combatants before him recoiled, their expressions shifting as they hastily cleared a path, wary of inciting the wrath of this tyrant. With a disdainful snort, Chao Yang, towering and broad-shouldered, his eyes gleaming like brass, strode forward as if the lower-tier public area were his own backyard. He regarded nearly everyone with contempt, save for a couple of individuals he wished to avoid. Frowning, he pondered the recent disappearance of his friend Zhao Wu, his mood darkening as he surveyed the surroundings, seeking an unwary target to procure some elixirs for cultivation. Just as he scanned the area, his gaze was drawn to Meng Hao, captivated by the large banner before him, while Chao Yang remained oblivious. The onlooker nearby transformed his anticipation into fervent excitement. Go on, approach him, hurry. The cultivator clenched his fists, realizing that watching the unfolding drama was far more exhilarating than engaging in the usual battles for treasures, perhaps spurred by this unseen influence. Chao Yang suddenly turned and strode purposefully towards Meng Hao, causing those around to part in deference. Meng Hao, seated upon a large stone, had initially focused on a target for his wares, but with the imposing figure of Chao Yang approaching, his chosen quarry lost interest, much to Meng Hao's disappointment. As he looked up at the advancing giant, he recognized him as the violent figure from the previous encounter. Greetings, esteemed brother, Meng Hao ventured, maintaining his demeanor as a gentle scholar, a mixture of timidity and hope coloring his voice. Today marks the 2nd day of our shop's opening, and we have an array of elixirs that are essential for combat. Would you be interested in making a purchase? Chao Yang narrowed his eyes, surveying Meng Hao with uncertainty regarding his cultivation level. Below the 7th layer of qi condensation, a cultivator's prowess was difficult to discern unless they voluntarily radiated spiritual pressure. Thus, Meng Hao's abilities remained concealed. I never pay for goods, Chao Yang declared, his eyes glinting with menace. Produce your elixirs and spirit stones. If you delay, I shall break your neck. His imposing stature commanded respect, and the surrounding onlookers regarded him with awe. This display thrilled Meng Hao's first customer from the previous day, who watched with unrestrained excitement, exclaiming, "Crush him! Crush him!" The monk murmured softly to himself, lost in thought as he contemplated who might have met their demise at the hands of another. My dear brother, he began, the sages have proclaimed that theft is ill-advised. Let us negotiate. My modest enterprise has no spirit stones at present, as I have yet to commence trading today. Meng Hao, embodying the appearance of a fragile scholar, implored him. Sages, on this flat peak, I am the sage, roared the burly man, his bravado palpable. If I choose to strike you, who would dare to intervene? Even if I were to slay you, who would utter a word? Upon hearing Meng Hao's words, the man felt emboldened, laughing heartily as he stepped closer. An expression of arrogance etched on his face. My good fellow, I have not provoked you, and besides, I am not within a public area. You can see that I am outside. With a furrowed brow, Meng Hao rose, gesturing to indicate his position atop the large stone, attempting to reason with the brute. Such needless chatter. I say you are indeed inside. The burly man, Chao Yang, displayed visible impatience, striding forward with intent to seize Meng Hao. Your tyranny knows no bounds. Just as Chao Yang's right hand descended toward him, Meng Hao's demeanor shifted dramatically. In an instant, he appeared transformed. As the man approached, Meng Hao stepped forward, raising his hand to deliver a swift blow. With a resounding crash, a piercing scream erupted from Chao Yang, blood spattering forth as he was sent reeling to the ground. His expression one of shock and disbelief. Though his cultivation was somewhat superior to that of the unfortunate practitioner from the previous day, he remained conscious, albeit injured. As he struggled to rise, Meng Hao advanced with a fierce expression, leaping to land a heavy stomp upon the man. The sages have decreed that acquiring goods without payment is tantamount to courting death. I have already informed you that my modest business has yet to open today, and thus I possess no spirit stones. Meng Hao continued, relentlessly leaping and stomping. Each utterance met with a more agonized wail from the man. The ground was marked with numerous footprints upon the green robe he wore as he curled up, clutching his head in despair. I have made it clear that I stand outside the public area, not within. Meng Hao's fury was palpable. The once boisterous cries of Chao Yang had diminished, as if he could scarcely draw breath. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding practitioners gasped in disbelief, their gazes fixed on Meng Hao with an unprecedented mixture of fear and astonishment. Among them were several who had collapsed from exhaustion the previous day, now suddenly feeling a profound sense of fortune for their earlier survival. The one most familiar with Meng Hao was the first practitioner who had sought to purchase medicine the day prior. Watching the gruesome scene unfold, he beheld the fierce countenance of Meng Hao and the relentless stomping upon Chao Yang, cold sweat trickling down his brow in terror. The more he observed, the more he found Meng Hao to be a figure of utter menace. As Chao Yang teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, sensing the looming shadow of death, clarity struck him amidst the haze. Trembling, he raised his uninjured left hand high, revealing a fistful of spirit stones. I wish to purchase medicine, he shouted with all his might, as though fearing that Meng Hao might not hear him. As Meng Hao's foot was about to descend, it suddenly halted. After a brief moment of astonishment, a fleeting expression of severity crossed his face, which was quickly replaced by the benign demeanor of a harmless scholar. With a smile, he promptly grasped the spirit stone. You should have mentioned it earlier, he said as he stepped forward to assist Chao Yang, brushing off the imprints on his clothing and hastily presenting him with speaking shyly. The burly man trembled, his gaze towards Meng Hao filled with profound fear. Particularly, Meng Hao's current appearance sent shivers down Chao Yang's spine, igniting a desire to flee and distance himself from this monstrous being cloaked in human guise. At this moment, his sentiments mirrored those of the cultivator from the previous day. My friend, Meng Hao remarked, given the extent of your injuries, a single pill may prove insufficient for a swift recovery. You must have numerous adversaries, am I right? Perhaps it would be wise to procure a few more. He draped an arm around Chao Yang's shoulders, seemingly considering his well-being. As Meng Hao uttered these words, the sturdy figure of the Han instantly stiffened. Not only him, but even the onlookers around him took several steps back, their gazes towards Meng Hao filled with palpable fear. Please buy something, Chao Yang stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Had it not been for Meng Hao supporting him, he would have undoubtedly collapsed. One pill for a single spirit stone, no deception here. My friend, rest assured, I will not seize this opportunity to hike the prices. Ask around. My alchemy shop has an excellent reputation. Meng Hao spoke with a benevolent expression, retrieving a dozen lively pills from his pocket. Upon witnessing such an abundance of elixirs, Chao Yang's complexion turned even more pallid. Looking at Meng Hao's amiable demeanor sent a chill down his spine, and dread filled his heart. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to make the purchase. You truly have an eye for quality, my friend. These are indeed authentic products from my alchemy shop, Meng Hao continued, producing a few hemostatic pills, cradled gently in his hand. Chao Yang, upon seeing Meng Hao produce yet more elixirs, felt a sudden jolt. He glanced at Meng Hao's storage pouch, his heart laden with sorrow, yet Meng Hao's face radiated a warmth that seemed to envelop him. Not one to be foolish, Chao Yang understood the implications of Meng Hao's actions, his heart bleeding, yet he prioritized his life above all. Reluctantly, he retrieved some spirit stones from his own pouch and handed them to Meng Hao, a look of deep reluctance etched on his face. Meng Hao accepted the spirit stones with a subtle smile, placing the pills one by one into Chao Yang's trembling hands. After several exchanges, the spirit stones in Chao Yang's pouch had transformed entirely into a mound of elixirs in his grasp. The anguish within Chao Yang intensified, his features contorting in pain. Yet, as he looked at Meng Hao, he noticed that Meng Hao still held 5 additional pills, causing his heart to sink into despair. The previous pills are sufficient to mend your injuries. These 5 qi-nourishing pills are meant for your recovery thereafter, Meng Hao said, his expression still imbued with concern as he gazed at Chao Yang. There's nothing left, truly nothing left, Chao Yang lamented, his eyes brimming with tears as he beheld Meng Hao's reassuring presence. Meng Hao remained silent, still wearing that affable expression, which now made Chao Yang's scalp tingle with dread. Unable to bear the pain any longer, he gritted his teeth and retrieved several treasures, a flying sword, a magic staff, and a few spirit condensation pills. I have nothing else. Only these items remain. Chao Yang spoke, utterly heartbroken. Magical items will suffice, Meng Hao said, swiftly collecting Chao Yang's offerings into his storage pouch. Moments later, Chao Yang, bereft of tears, clutched a handful of miscellaneous pills, being assisted away by others in haste. Meng Hao, feeling a sense of fulfillment, patted his storage pouch. It was still midday, and he had nearly sold everything. Reflecting on the notion that one should not exhaust business opportunities, he decided to withdraw gracefully. He bid farewell to the surrounding cultivators with promises of "see you tomorrow," words that sent shivers down their spines, and strode purposefully out of Pingding Mountain. Time passed swiftly, and in the span of over half a month, Meng Hao's reputation soared among the lower-tier disciples. Almost all of them were aware of the emergence of a miscellaneous goods store, an extension of the alchemy shop atop Pingding Mountain. This store offered a plethora of various pills, and the proprietor's remarkable cultivation had led him to be esteemed as a figure of prominence, akin to Lu Hong. Standing at the pinnacle of Pingding Mountain, more widely known as the proprietor of the grocery store, who appears to be a frail scholar, yet harbors an exceedingly volatile temper. Such rumors have gradually spread. One afternoon, Chao Yang stepped out from his dwelling, his complexion pallid, although his health had improved. He could not help but harbor resentment towards Meng Hao for selling him a medicinal pill at an exorbitant price, which, as it turned out, worked precisely as advertised for his recovery. After lying in repose for half a month, he had only recently regained his mobility. At this moment, he displayed a look of hesitation, as if caught in a dilemma. After a lengthy pause, he gritted his teeth and resolutely advanced forward. After a brief walk through the outer sect, he arrived at an area with few houses, heading directly towards the one on the far right. Chao Yang sought an audience with Senior Brother Lu. Outside the door of the dwelling, he clasped his hands in greeting. Inside, a man in his 30s sat cross-legged, donned in a green robe. Though not particularly handsome, he exuded an air of arrogance. At that moment, his closed eyes fluttered slightly, revealing a glimmer of sharp brilliance. "What is it?" Senior Brother Lu inquired, his tone indifferent. In response, Chao Yang stammered, I was robbed a few days ago." Anxiety coursed through him. While outsiders claimed he was a cousin to Senior Brother Lu, he understood that the relationship was superficial, as Lu was often reclusive and indifferent to him. It was only now, with a heavy heart, that he sought him out. Upon hearing this, a flicker of impatience crossed Senior Brother Lu's face as he asked, "Who was it that robbed you?" "It was a disciple from the outer sect named Meng Hao," Chao Yang replied hastily. "Meng Hao?" Senior Brother Lu pondered for a moment, recalling the figure who had presented the dry spirit pill to Sister Su months prior. It was indeed this individual, now lacking any genuine skill and running a grocery store on Flat Peak Mountain, peddling various wares and medicinal pills to fellow disciples for a hefty profit. Chao Yang spoke with bitterness. He is selling medicinal pills? His notoriety among the lower-ranking disciples is immense. He pressures them into purchasing his goods as fellow disciples. This conduct is met with widespread resentment and disgrace. It is a source of collective indignation. I implore you, Senior Brother Lu, to seek justice on my behalf. Chao Yang's indignation reminded him of his own misfortune. However, Senior Brother Lu seemed increasingly absorbed in thought, his eyes gleaming with newfound clarity. To stoop to robbing lower-ranking disciples is beneath my dignity. After all these years in the Reliant Mountain sect, why had I not considered such a venture? Establishing a grocery store to sell medicinal pills. He inhaled deeply, slapping his thigh in realization. Chao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Hearing a sudden sound from within the dwelling, akin to a clap, though he dared not inquire further. Soon after, he was dismissed by senior brother Lu, who offered no intention of avenging his grievances. The following morning, Meng Hao, in high spirits, brandishing his grand banner and adorned with several storage bags, strode confidently towards Flat Peak Mountain. Over the past half-month, he had become accustomed to this path, moving swiftly until he reached the mountaintop, where he resumed his seat upon the large stone. With his arrival, the cultivators of Pingdingshan turned pale, having been thoroughly worn down by Meng Hao over the past month and a half. Unless they severed their ties to this place, they had to compete for their cultivation, as the outside regions forbade life-and-death confrontations, leaving them without deterrence. They could only brace themselves and remain, but fortunately, most had grown wary. As soon as Meng Hao approached, they would refrain from fighting. Yet, there were always those blinded by rage and long-standing enmities. Thus, while Meng Hao's business had diminished somewhat, it still flourished to a degree. Notably, ever since Meng Hao had taken control here, the number of deaths had markedly decreased, a fact he often reiterated, turning it into a catchphrase for promoting his elixirs. As usual, Meng Hao was on the lookout for new targets, secretly pondering that this situation could not persist. He recalled how some shops in Yunjie County would hire people to act as patrons during their openings, which sparked an idea in his mind. Just as he was refining it, he suddenly furrowed his brow upon noticing a man in his 30s nearby, exuding an air of arrogance. After ascending the mountain, he had erected a grand flag beside him, clearly more impressive than Meng Hao's simple cloth banner, with words inscribed that bore a striking resemblance to Meng Hao's own second branch of the Elixir Workshop. This young man was Lu Hong, the foremost low-tier disciple. His cultivation nearly on par with Meng Hao's, both just a hair's breadth from reaching the pinnacle of the third layer. Meng Hao cast a few glances but chose to disregard him. Imitation was common in business, yet the name on the rival's banner irked him. At that moment, the cultivators on Pingdingshan noticed this scene and exchanged glances, but as the crowd thickened, skirmishes reignited. Half an hour later, Meng Hao's eyes lit up as he hoisted his grand flag and swiftly approached the two fighters. Almost simultaneously, Lu Hong arrived, establishing his flag nearby. The sight of two towering banners sent cold sweat down the brows of the combatants, for they perceived both men as formidable. Ordinarily, one would suffice, but today, both appeared, making them anxious. "Brother, purchase an elixir from me for your safety, just one spirit stone each, honest and fair," Meng Hao quickly interjected. "By Lu's elixir for the same assurance," Lu Hong remarked coldly, casting a fleeting glint of malice at Meng Hao. The two fighters, trembling with fear, dared not continue their duel. They hurriedly produced spirit stones to buy their respective elixirs before hastily departing. Meng Hao frowned. Such transactions felt like extortion, and if this continued, the public area would soon be deserted, which was not his intention. Thus, by midday, Meng Hao's business had dwindled significantly, apart from a single transaction in the morning. He had made almost no sales. In contrast, Lu Hong stood firm, compelling people to buy indiscriminately. Those who hesitated were met with swift aggression, resulting in nearly an empty Pingdingshan before noon. Lu Hong gazed at the dozens of spirit stones he had amassed. Although his demeanor remained indifferent, his heart surged with excitement. Indeed, it is a lucrative venture. Had I contemplated it earlier, I would not have been ridiculed by several senior brothers for consistently targeting the lower-tier disciples. However, the individual surnamed Meng has become an irksome presence. His motives here are not to assist Zhao Yang, but rather to emulate Meng Hao. Upon tasting success, his enthusiasm has intensified, and a desire for dominance has begun to take shape within him, accompanied by a fleeting glimmer of malice directed at Meng Hao. In a few more days, I shall eliminate him. On the following day, due to Lu Hong's status as the foremost among lower-tier disciples, the atmosphere was charged with his authority. Although the public area was notably less crowded, those who remained, unaware of the previous day's events, wore expressions of distress. Reluctant to forego purchasing his elixirs, Meng Hao, disinclined to engage in such mercantile practices, refrained from opening for business throughout the day. Notably, Lu Hong's gaze upon Meng Hao grew increasingly menacing, culminating in the twilight of the third day when, as Meng Hao silently departed, Lu Hong's haughty voice echoed across Pingding Mountain, reaching the ears of many. "Should I see your tattered banner again tomorrow, I shall render you utterly powerless." Meng Hao paused momentarily, his silence betraying a flicker of cold determination in his eyes as he strode away, returning to his cave dwelling. It was he who initially imitated me, encroaching upon my livelihood, yet he brazenly aspired to dismantle my cultivation. A sharp glint ignited in Meng Hao's eyes as he recalled the persistent malevolence reflected in Lu Hong's gaze over the past few days. Rising, he pushed open the door to the second stone chamber of his abode. The instant it swung open, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped him, and without hesitation, he settled into a meditative posture. The accumulated essence of the spirit spring, which had gathered over several months, surged forth at that moment, fully absorbed by Meng Hao. At dawn, he opened his eyes, brilliance sparkling within them. He had achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. No longer merely a breath away from the pinnacle, but had ascended directly to the third tier's zenith, with one foot firmly planted in the fourth tier. Yet, crossing this threshold would prove challenging, as advancing to the later stages of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous, particularly with the fifth and seventh tiers presenting formidable bottlenecks. Frowning, Meng Hao gritted his teeth and opened his storage pouch, suppressing the pang of loss as he extracted all the condensed spirit pills he had painstakingly acquired during this period. He spared no expense in utilizing spirit stones to amplify the already considerable quantity of these pills through the mystical properties of a copper mirror. Though their efficacy is limited, the sheer increase in quantity would yield some effect, albeit not repetitively, unless each attempt surpassed the last until they ultimately lost potency. If I do not preemptively eliminate him, this man will undoubtedly strike against me tomorrow. Without hesitation, Meng Hao took the condensed spirit pills and consumed them. His internal spiritual energy was but a thread shy of fullness, and as the multitude of pills dissolved, a torrent of potent energy erupted within him, akin to a flood unleashed. His mind reverberated with a cacophony, and in an instant, his consciousness blurred. When clarity returned, his eyes sparkled with determination. Yet he was still a fraction short of reaching the fourth tier of condensation. Gritting his teeth, he disregarded all else and replicated an even greater quantity of condensed spirit pills, consuming them without hesitation. Once, twice, and upon the third occasion. The roaring in his mind crescendoed, as if tumultuous waves were crashing upon him, culminating in a thunderous boom that clouded his vision. A deluge of dirt continuously seeped from his sweat pores, and with each emergence, Meng Hao felt himself awaken incrementally, his body becoming increasingly unburdened. After the passage of half an hour, his gaze sharpened, a radiant brilliance igniting within his eyes. He had reached the fourth level of qi condensation. Meng Hao sensed the cultivation within him surging like a mighty river, resonating with the sounds of thunder and wind as it flowed, exuding an astonishing aura. Maintaining a tranquil demeanor, Meng Hao retrieved 15 flying swords from his storage bag, all acquired through transactions over the past month and a half. Although they bore a uniform appearance and originated from the treasure pavilion, they were standardized. He also possessed various other magical artifacts, all obtained through trade. Taking a deep breath, Meng Hao closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit, patiently awaiting dawn. Since entering the sect and embarking on this path of cultivation, he had become a pawn to fate. While he possessed the ability to seize what he desired, he was unwilling to inflict excessive harm upon others. However, the individual who had encroached upon his business now threatened to cripple his cultivation, such brazen tyranny. As dawn broke, Meng Hao opened his eyes and stepped out of his cave abode, cleansing himself of all impurities, and made his way towards the Flat Peak Mountain. The early morning scene at Flat Peak Mountain. After Meng Hao's extensive dealings over the past month, especially under the oppressive dominance of Lu Hong in recent days, was notably sparse of cultivators, particularly at dawn. With only a handful seated in meditation, the moment Meng Hao arrived, the few individuals present suddenly opened their eyes to gaze upon him, their silence betraying an inner sigh. Lamenting the current state of affairs and wondering when life would return to its previous rhythm. Yet, they were soon taken aback, for they observed that Meng Hao did not ascend to the mountain peak, but rather sat cross-legged beside it, eyes closed and motionless. This unusual behavior piqued their curiosity, and they exchanged glances, seemingly relishing the spectacle. As time drifted by, more individuals began to gather as the sun rose high in the sky. Without exception, nearly every cultivator who entered the area was drawn to Meng Hao's anomalous demeanor, sparking whispers and speculation that rendered the Flat Peak Mountain devoid of conflict. Could it be that the words of Brother Lu had indeed made an impact, instilling fear in Meng Hao to the extent that he no longer dared to conduct his business here? It must be so, as the foremost disciple among the lower tier. How could Meng Hao not tremble before Brother Lu? When commanded to leave, he had no choice but to comply. It was unexpected that this fellow was also a coward, only bullying those of lower cultivation. This time, they were eager to see how he would flaunt his arrogance, believing that without the support of the flag, Brother Lu would let him off the hook. Such individuals often exhibit this behavior. Those who are overly feared can act without reproach, while those who do not earn respect, even in gentle transactions, will be met with resentment. Brother Lu had long built his reputation, transitioning from ruthless actions to forced commerce. Despite their helplessness, the crowd could endure it and even perceived Brother Lu as having softened his approach. In contrast, Meng Hao had entered the mountain not long ago and displayed no overt arrogance. Thus, even his mild dealings stirred deep discontent among the onlookers. These murmurs reached Meng Hao's ears, yet he maintained an expression of composure, showing no sign of change. He simply sat with closed eyes in the public area, not out of desire to remain outside, but because his cultivation had advanced to the 4th level of qi condensation, preventing him from entering the public zone. As the crowd engaged in lively discussion, a figure approached from beneath the flat-topped mountain. Clad in a green robe, he appeared to be in his 30s. Exuding an air of authority, with his hands clasped behind his back, he advanced slowly. It was Lu Hong. At the very moment this individual made his entrance, Meng Hao's eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing a glimmer of brilliance. Rising to his feet before the astonished onlookers, he struck his storage bag, and in an instant, a small white sword materialized, its blade radiating a chilling light that stretched several feet. As Meng Hao strode forward with determination, the sword's glow surged towards Lu Hong. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding crowd erupted in a buzz of murmurs. They could hardly fail to perceive that Meng Hao was not intimidated today. It was clear that he intended to confront Lu Hong, the foremost among the lower-tier practitioners. A battle was inevitable. Meng Hao had already injured Xiao Yang, and with Lu Hong having encroached upon his business, this clash seemed destined. Yet, they were taken aback by Meng Hao's audacity. He appeared somewhat overconfident. Lu Hong had cultivated his qi to the 3rd level for many years, and it was evident that Meng Hao would face defeat in this encounter. Almost instantaneously as Meng Hao stepped forward, Lu Hong's eyes sparkled with resolve. He had planned to eliminate Meng Hao if he dared to return today. Since Meng Hao had chosen to invoke confrontation, Lu Hong would oblige without retreating. With a cold snort, he surged forward, transforming into a streak of vibrant energy as he approached Meng Hao, raising his right hand to unleash a golden-purple flying sword from his storage bag. As the sword emerged, it emitted a piercing shriek, its golden and purple hues expanding outwards for over 10 feet. It was Lu Hong's prized Ziyang sword, a reward bestowed upon him by the sect for some undisclosed merit, renowned for its exceptional sharpness. The two adversaries, one atop the mountain and the other below, swiftly converged. A thunderous sound reverberated as Lu Hong's expression shifted, blood escaping from his lips as he staggered backward, astonished as he gazed at Meng Hao. The 4th level of qi condensation. Meng Hao's countenance darkened. Having just stepped into the 4th level, he had yet to stabilize his newfound power. What had appeared to be a simple strike contained immense peril. The flying sword before him bore cracks, clearly inferior in sharpness to Lu Hong's treasured weapon, nearly sustaining damage itself. Despite Meng Hao's limited combat experience, his frequent excursions into the wilderness over the past 6 months had sharpened his reflexes. Observing numerous skirmishes on Pingding Mountain in recent days, he seized the moment as Lu Hong retreated, stepping forward. With a swift motion, he struck his storage bag, summoning another flying sword that, alongside the previously damaged one, transformed into 2 radiant streaks, hurtling towards Lu Hong. Simultaneously, with his left hand forming a seal, he advanced, unleashing a surge of fiery energy that coalesced around him. After taking 3 steps, a fire serpent, as thick as an arm and half a yard long, suddenly materialized, roaring forth towards Lu Hong. As Lu Hong's expression shifted once more, blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth, he retreated hastily, a flash of fierce intent glimmering in his eyes. He mused that Meng Hao had likely just recently entered the 4th layer, armed with the advantage of magical artifacts. The outcome of their confrontation remained uncertain. If he could eliminate this opponent, it would establish his reputation immediately. As for the elder sister Su behind him, did he lack support? With this thought, a murderous glint flickered in Lu Hong's gaze. He formed a hand gesture, conjuring a luminous water sphere in his palm. With a swift motion, he hurled it into the air, where it erupted into countless raindrops, all aimed at the fiery serpent. Simultaneously leveraging the sharpness of his artifact, he pointed forward, and instantly, his Ziyang sword soared forth, its cutting sound echoing like the cleaving of iron. In that moment of contact, Meng Hao's 2 flying swords shattered completely, leaving the Ziyang sword to collide with the fiery serpent amidst a resounding boom that stirred clouds of dust. The serpent vanished, the raindrops dispersing into mist, while the Ziyang sword rebounded, its purple-gold radiance somewhat dimmed, a crack now marring its blade, yet it remained razor-sharp. What of the 4th layer of qi condensation? Without a formidable weapon, Killing you is not a challenge, even if it is the fiery serpent technique. Until you reach the 5th layer, I doubt you can cast it many times. Although Lu Hong felt a pang in his heart at the loss of his flying swords, he maintained a facade of laughter, advancing rather than retreating. Your flying swords, though sharp, have their limits. I wonder how many you can sever. As for flying swords, I possess an abundance. Regarding the 5th layer of Qi condensation, with the constant aid of elixirs from Elder Sister Su, I will eventually reach it. Meng Hao remained expressionless, though anxiety churned within him. This battle marked his first true contest of magical prowess. Resolutely, he stood still, reaching into his storage bag once more, from which 3 beams of sword light emerged, each a flying sword hurtling towards Lu Hong. Lu Hong's complexion darkened immediately, but there was no time for further contemplation. With a roar, the 3 flying swords collided with the Ziyang sword. The sounds of shattering echoed, each of the 3 flying swords disintegrated. Yet the Ziyang sword's purple glow had diminished significantly, more cracks appearing, causing Lu Hong immense distress. Before he could react, Meng Hao reached into his storage bag again. And with an impassive expression, 3 more flying swords surged forth, while a fiery serpent coalesced and launched again. This scene left the onlookers in shock. Meng Hao actually has reduced senior brother Lu to such a predicament. He is indeed at the 4th layer of Qi condensation. How long has it been since he joined the sect, and yet he has reached the 4th layer? It must be the 4th layer, otherwise senior brother Lu would never be in such a state. But how has he cultivated so swiftly? What benefits has elder sister Su granted him? Damn it. If only I had such support, I could advance just as quickly. The crowd buzzed with disbelief and intense jealousy. Lu Hong's expression underwent a complete transformation. He retreated abruptly, gritting his teeth as he formed a gesture to summon a water sphere once more. He could hardly fathom that his opponent possessed such a plethora of magical artifacts. The rumble echoed as Meng Hao's flying sword shattered, alongside the collapse of the fiery serpent. The brilliance of the Ziyang sword dimmed to its utmost limit. Yet, what astonished Lu Hong was the expressionless demeanor of Meng Hao, who produced 3 more swords. As the blades whistled through the air, a resounding explosion reverberated. And though these 3 flying swords also disintegrated, the Ziyang sword emitted a mournful cry before shattering into fragments. Lu Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Staggering backward as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze fixed intently on Meng Hao. Although Meng Hao appeared impassive, he felt a pang of anguish within. Each flying sword was a precious spirit stone. With a flick of his right hand, he unleashed the fire serpent technique. The serpents roaring around him as he charged toward Lu Hong. His figure surged like a rainbow, swiftly closing the distance to the retreating Lu Hong. Amidst the serpents' roars, the flying sword reappeared in Meng Hao's hand, its murderous light bearing down upon Lu Hong, closing in within mere yards. You have forced my hand. Lu Hong, disheveled and drenched in blood, had never felt so wretched since entering the sect. His eyes reddened with rage, he tore at his garments, revealing a jade gourd hanging from his neck, and began to channel spirit energy into it with reckless abandon. The gourd glimmered with a dazzling green light, and with a resonating hum, an enormous shadow of the gourd appeared before Lu Hong, growing several times larger and towering over him. However, it was evident that Lu Hong lacked the cultivation to fully activate the gourd, and the apparition seemed on the verge of collapse. Before it could fully take shape, Lu Hong coughed up blood, his body staggering back, his complexion as pale as death, yet his eyes were wild with an intense murderous intent. Despite the gourd's incomplete form, the spirit pressure it radiated caused Meng Hao's expression to shift dramatically. At that moment, the phantom gourd emitted a tremendous roar, unleashing a shockwave from its spout, transforming into a thick beam of green light that obliterated the fire serpents and engulfed Meng Hao entirely. This is the treasure bestowed upon me by senior brother Wang Tingfei. It can only be wielded at the 4th level of Qi condensation. Meng Hao, since you seek death, you will pay the price for forcing me to utilize this treasure prematurely. This time, your demise is assured. Lu Hong laughed maniacally, but before his laughter could fully escape, he was struck dumb, as if thunder had struck him. The green light slammed into Meng Hao's body, propelling him back over 10 yards. Yet he was ultimately protected by a layer of pink light surrounding him. As the green light dissipated, the protective barrier also faded, revealing a pink jade pendant in Meng Hao's hand, which had developed a crack. Clutching the pendant tightly, cold sweat dripped down Meng Hao's back, his heart racing. Had he not promptly retrieved the pendant bestowed upon him by senior sister Su, he would surely have perished beneath the terrifying power of the gourd. What manner of treasure is this? Meng Hao's gaze shot toward the jade gourd around Lu Hong's neck. He leaped forward, seizing the gourd and promptly stowing it away in his storage bag. That is the treasure given to me by senior brother Wang Tingfei. Should you dare to take it, you will incur the wrath of senior brother Wang. Lu Hong's voice trembled, his body shaking as he was consumed by horror. He never imagined that the gourd would prove futile against his opponent. The rules of the sect are clear. What one seizes becomes their possession. Meng Hao hesitated momentarily, but the allure of the gourd was too potent to relinquish. Moreover, a grudge had already been formed, difficult to mend. Resolutely, he cast a cold glance at Lu Hong. This is not the high-level public area. Should you dare to kill me, you will be violating the sect's regulations. Despair flickered in Lu Hong's eyes, mingled with profound fear. He shouted hoarsely, ensuring all present could hear. I, Meng, will not transgress the sect's rules, but since you sought to cripple my cultivation yesterday, today I shall do the same to you. With an expression of calmness, Meng Hao waved his right hand, and in an instant, a flying sword pierced Lu Hong's dantian, shattering his meridians and obliterating his cultivation. Amidst Lu Hong's anguished screams, Meng Hao stood there, instilling fear throughout the entire Pingding Mountain. The surrounding cultivators turned pale. Meng Hao's thunderous strike was imbued with a decisive ruthlessness, a quality he himself had not yet fully recognized, though it was beginning to surface. To those observing, Meng Hao had already ascended to the pinnacle of Pingding Mountain, and even within the outer sect, he would undoubtedly be among the elite. Many cultivators reflected upon the past half-month, gaining a deeper understanding of Meng Hao's formidable prowess. Despite the frustrations of the general store, they regarded him with newfound respect. On this day, no conflicts erupted across Pingding Mountain. As Meng Hao departed, news of his crippling of Lu Hong spread swiftly, especially after Lu Hong had invoked the name of senior brother Wang Tingfei, which only accelerated the dissemination of the tale. By nightfall, numerous disciples of the outer sect had heard the story, forming a vivid impression of Meng Hao's name. At the eastern peak, the highest summit of the Kaoshan sect, surrounded by colorful clouds and abundant spiritual energy, lay the pinnacle of the inner sect, where the sect leader, He Luohua, secluded himself. In the heyday of the Kaoshan sect, all four major peaks were inhabited, teeming with disciples of the seventh layer of qi condensation and above. In contrast, now only the eastern peak housed a few, namely Chun and another inner sect disciple, while the other peaks remained desolate. At this moment, beneath the eastern peak, there existed a cave dwelling far superior to Meng Hao's residence, arguably the finest accommodation for outer sect disciples within the entire Kaoshan sect. Comparable to that of inner sect disciples, within it flowed a vibrant spiritual spring, abundant and rich. The sole disciple permitted to reside here was the Kaoshan sect's prodigy, Wang Tingfei, clad in white. Wang Tingfei sat cross-legged within his cave, his expression tranquil, as he gazed at the kneeling Lu Hong, whose face was ashen and body trembling, utterly devoid of cultivation due to Meng Hao's actions. I beseech you, senior brother Wang, to uphold justice. This man is cunning, and did not flee as you had anticipated during the day, Lu Hong murmured from his kneeling position. Each time he beheld Wang Tingfei, he felt an almost otherworldly perfection emanating from him, a sensation that had intensified over the past 2 years as Wang's cultivation soared. Should he escape, it would constitute a betrayal of the sect. I could easily arrange for someone to eliminate him. For a long time, the strikingly handsome Wang Tingfei, whose very presence exuded perfection, spoke with a warm smile that evoked an undeniable sense of familiarity and kindness. His words, delivered with casual indifference, carried an unspoken air of nobility. Lu Hong remained silent, his face a portrait of desperation as he knelt, prostrating himself, his body trembling incessantly. Enough, Wang Tingfei said gently. This individual has indeed acted with cruelty and deserves a minor reprimand. I would trouble Brother Shangwan to handle this matter. However, considering Sister Su's feelings, let us not make it difficult for him. Allow him to forfeit his cultivation tomorrow, surrender his jade treasures, and sever a hand and a foot as an apology to Lu Hong. Would that be acceptable? Wang Tingfei spoke with a kindness that suggested he held the power to dictate all affairs within the Reliant Mountain sect, as though Meng Hao's cultivation and limbs were entirely subject to his whim. His smile remained warm and flawless. Thank you, brother. Lu Hong gritted his teeth, harboring resentment within. This person is malicious at heart. Then let him be expelled from the sect, left to fend for himself in the wilderness, Wang Tingfei replied lightly, shaking his head with a smile, as if such trivial matters were insignificant to him. At that moment, within the cavern of the southern peak, Meng Hao sat cross-legged, gazing at the jade gourd in his hand, his expression a tempest of emotions. He reflected on the conclusion of this battle. and how he had expended a tremendous amount of energy to achieve the 4th level of Qi condensation, leaving him with little remaining. Thus, he had come to possess this precious gourd. Since joining the Reliant Mountain sect, his path had appeared smooth, yet it was a journey paved with his own cleverness. Had another taken his place, they would have faced mortal peril during their first encounter with the elixir. Despite the protection of a bronze mirror and the mystical transformations it allowed, greed had still found its way into the hearts of others. Had Brother Zhao not perished, Meng Hao's situation would have been dire, his life and fortune no longer under his control. That was the first time he had taken a life. Without the business of the general goods store, Meng Hao would never have reached his current stature. Behind the facade of success lay hardships known only to him. But now, everything loomed like an impending storm. The jade gourd before him had rendered him silent for an entire day as he recalled the extraordinary talent of Wang Tingfei, the most esteemed disciple of the outer sect, whose beauty was beyond compare. Meng Hao felt as if a great weight pressed down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. During the day, he had contemplated fleeing the sect, but he was acutely aware that he was no longer a mere errand boy. He had ascended to the status of an outer sect disciple. He understood that escaping would be tantamount to betrayal, inviting the elders of the sect to seek his demise without question. If I had known that Lu Hong was backed by Wang Tingfei, Meng Hao murmured, but soon determination gleamed in his eyes. I too shall take action against this man. If I do not strike first, he will undoubtedly kill me. It is not I who forces his hand, but he who compels me. Regardless, this enmity will be forged unless I, Meng Hao, had passively allowed myself to be robbed by Chao Yang upon our first meeting, in which case it would still end thus, even if I were to kill. The jealousy surrounding the success of the general goods store would lead to a similar outcome. A flicker of resolve ignited in Meng Hao's eyes as he gazed silently at the cavern, his expression darkening. Alas, Sister Su has entered seclusion, he thought. Remaining silent, knowing that after incapacitating Lu Hong, he had sought out Sister Su, only to be informed by the inner sect that she was in seclusion and should not be disturbed. The Jade Gourd. This gourd possesses immense power. Particularly under Meng Hao's attempt, when he channels his cultivation, it can unleash a force that stirs his very soul, seemingly capable of shaking the 5th level of Qi condensation. Yet, for reasons unknown, it cannot be stored in his bag, leaving him no choice but to carry it with him. Regrettably, Meng Hao currently lacks sufficient spirit stones, having exhausted them during his breakthrough to the 3rd level of Qi condensation, making it impossible to replicate this gourd. This place is not of the mundane world. Life and death hang in the balance. If yielding this gourd could spare him from calamity, he might have to part with it. Meng Hao felt a tinge of unwillingness, yet found himself powerless. As he pondered within, the night deepened, and suddenly, an eerie voice resonated from outside the sealed cave. I am Shangwan Song, holding the decree of Brother Wang. Meng Hao, open the cave swiftly and kneel in welcome. The voice was exceedingly soft, chilling the air within the cave. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he raised his head, his expression revealing no surprise, for he had anticipated a visitor. It is late. If Brother has something to say, please do so directly. Meng Hao replied after a moment of silence, his words drifting into the night. What an audacious demeanor. Came a cold snort from outside, laced with palpable displeasure. Meng Hao remained silent, choosing not to respond. If you do not open the cave, so be it. The decree of Brother Wang states that as an outer sect disciple, you disrupt the lower tier public area rather than focusing on your cultivation, bringing discontent among your peers. Though your heart is malicious, considering your youth, you may escape the death penalty. Surrender the jade treasure, abandon your cultivation, and sever one arm and one leg, thus expelling you from the sect, from henceforth no longer a disciple of the Reliant Mountain sect. The sinister words fell upon Meng Hao's ears, particularly the latter part, each word deepening his expression of gloom. At last, Meng Hao lifted his gaze, fury igniting in his eyes. The decree of Brother Wang surpasses mere sect rules. Containing his anger, Meng Hao spoke in a low voice. The decree of Brother Wang is indeed sect law. Tomorrow morning marks the day of elixirs. You shall kneel in the square and apologize to Lu Hong, awaiting your fate. The individual outside the cave paid no heed to Meng Hao's thoughts, concluding their speech with a flourish of their sleeve before turning to leave. Meng Hao remained silent. As time passed, even after midnight, bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes. He found himself without any viable solution, realizing that the other party sought not only the jade gourd but also his utter destruction, cloaked in a guise of mercy. To abandon his cultivation and sever his limbs would cast him into a desolate wilderness, devoid of hope. What to do? Meng Hao clenched his fists, the blood vessels in his eyes intensifying. A profound sense of his own weakness surged within him, igniting an unprecedented desire for strength. Only with power could he escape such humiliation. After a prolonged silence, he wondered if escape was the only option. Suddenly, Meng Hao lifted his head, determination glimmering in his eyes. He rose and stepped out of the cave, but just as he crossed the threshold, he hesitated, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. Something is amiss, Meng Hao mused, lowering his gaze in contemplation. After a moment, a resolute glint filled his eyes as he turned back into the cave. Settling into a lotus position, closing his eyes, and remaining silent. On the following morning, Meng Hao opened his eyes, bloodshot and weary. Throughout the night, he had not engaged in meditation. Instead, he had been immersed in contemplation. His inadequate cultivation left him devoid of viable options, save for the notion of betraying his sect and fleeing from the Reliant Mountain sect. However, he doubted that such a course would elude the attention of others. Should he escape, death would still await him, compounded by the stigma of treachery. As the resonant sound of bells echoed from outside the cave, signaling the day for alchemical refinement, Meng Hao comprehended that even if he chose to hide within his dwelling, he could not evade the impending calamity. The law of the jungle prevailed. All his misfortunes stemmed from his insufficient prowess. Yet, he bore no regrets, for a man must not endure what is intolerable. In silence, Meng Hao sighed. He had been driven to the brink, with no retreat available. At that moment, his expression steadied, and he rose to adjust his attire, surveying the cave before silently opening the grand door, gazing out at the azure sky and cerulean sea. After a brief pause, Meng Hao stepped outside. But before he could take more than a few strides, a sensation of foreboding washed over him. Turning back, he beheld a figure emerging from the thicket, coldly observing him. The individual had not fled, displaying considerable cunning. As soon as the person spoke, Meng Hao recognized him as the previous day's Shang Wansong, who had remained behind to await him. This individual was one of Wang Tingfei's companions that Meng Hao had encountered at East Peak, a disciple whose lineage traced back to a certain elder of the sect. Clearly, Shang Wansong had spent the night anticipating Meng Hao's potential escape, ready to ensnare him in a trap that would leave no avenue for survival. Resolutely, Meng Hao turned and walked towards the outer sect. Shang Wansong's laughter dripped with derision. Indeed, he had not departed during the night, having secretly consulted with his ancestor, Shang Wanxiu. Should Meng Hao attempt to flee, he would fall straight into Shang Wansong's machinations, leading to a most humiliating demise. All the while, Shang Wansong trailed Meng Hao, and as they passed, the disciples of the outer sect revealed a myriad of expressions, as if they had intuited the unfolding events. Rather than showing any compassion, most regarded Meng Hao with scornful amusement. Before long, Meng Hao arrived at the outer sect's plaza, where 9 columns shimmered with radiant light, and all the disciples had gathered. His gaze immediately fell upon Wang Tingfei, the fair-clad young man encircled by admirers in the distance. Standing there, illuminated by the sun, his white attire glowed like fresh snow, and his long hair cascaded over his shoulders, resembling a celestial being from a painting, flawless and enchanting, evoking an irresistible urge to approach him, as if he were the favored child of heaven and earth. At that moment, he spoke gently to the surrounding disciples, exuding warmth and approachability, regardless of their cultivation levels. He nodded appreciatively and offered guidance on their practices, earning their respect and admiration. The female disciples gazed at him with infatuation, wishing they could remain by his side forever. Every movement of Wang Tingfei stirred a fervor within them. Even the elders seated on the high platform looked upon him with smiles, their expressions reflecting admiration. It was evident that wherever Wang Tingfei was, he would inevitably become the focal point, his charm, gentleness, and perfection coalescing into a blinding brilliance that seared Meng Hao's eyes, compelling him to clench his fists tightly. As all the disciples had gathered, and with the conclusion of this alchemical event, the ever-gentle and affable Wang Tingfei did not cast a glance at Meng Hao, despite being aware that Meng Hao was observing him. He remained indifferent, much like an elephant blissfully ignoring the gaze of ants beneath it, until the alchemical process came to an end, and the radiance of the 9 surrounding pillars began to wane. Wang Tingfei's soft voice permeated the atmosphere in that fleeting moment. "Bring it here." These 2 simple words, upon being uttered, caused a collective pause among the crowd. As their attention shifted, they immediately noticed Wang Tingfei's gaze, which rested lightly upon Meng Hao amidst the throng. Meng Hao's body stiffened as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Tingfei. In that fleeting moment, he felt the collective gaze of all external sect disciples in the square converge upon him, while the cultivators around him hastily retreated, leaving an unsettling emptiness in his vicinity. A profound sense of solitude enveloped Meng Hao, as if the world had forsaken him, all due to a single utterance from Wang Tingfei, which thrust him into opposition against the world. Silence prevailed. The entire assembly of external sect disciples was transfixed on Meng Hao. Wang Tingfei's reputation loomed large, and his words reverberated in the hearts and minds of the crowd. Few were taken aback, for the events of the previous day had spread like wildfire, and many present had already anticipated this outcome. Even the elders on the high platform remained, their attention fixed on Meng Hao. According to the sect's rules, what one seizes rightfully belongs to them. With each word, Meng Hao found it exceedingly arduous to speak. He understood that his words would be perceived as weak and laughable by others, who could easily retaliate against him. Yet, he chose to voice them nonetheless. Meng Hao was acutely aware that he could simply present the jade gourd to Wang Tingfei and plead for mercy, believing that in front of so many witnesses, Wang Tingfei would likely not refuse him. At worst, he would endure a minor punishment, and perhaps his cultivation could be salvaged. If he were to plead more fervently, even kneeling and bowing his head in submission, accepting humiliation and degrading himself, he might be able to avert disaster today. But such actions were beyond Meng Hao's capacity. Whether one deemed him foolish or stubborn, he simply could not bring himself to do it. Even in the face of impending calamity, he could not beg for mercy, could not humiliate himself, could not kneel in supplication. He was incapable of such degradation. He possessed integrity and principles in the vast tapestry of existence. Life and death were not the ultimate concerns. At times, the indomitable spirit one carries within is the true, unwavering dignity that cannot be bent or swayed in this world. Therefore, he had to utter these words. He had to articulate them, word by word, even before the imposing figure of Wang Tingfei, even in the face of impending disaster. Even as he found himself standing in stark opposition to the world, even in this moment of profound solitude with no one by his side. Yet still, he would raise his head with dignity and proclaim that singular statement. This, indeed, was Meng Hao. As he spoke those words, it felt as though he had harnessed every ounce of strength within him. What did death signify? I, Meng Hao, have yet to reach 17. What does that matter? You may humiliate me. You may cripple my path of cultivation, but you shall never witness my submission, nor shall you ever bend my spirit. At that moment, his voice rang out with remarkable clarity against the backdrop of silence, yet it also conveyed an indescribable loneliness. The bitterness in his words was a sentiment only Meng Hao could fathom. His hands clenched into fists, a sensation imperceptible to others. Yet he felt acutely aware of the overwhelming force accompanying Wang Tingfei's words, threatening to shatter him. His body trembled, yet he gritted his teeth, standing firm despite the excruciating pain coursing through his very bones. Yubo belongs to me. I will bestow it upon whomever I choose, and should I withhold it, you cannot seize it. Wang Tingfei's amiable smile belied the unmistakable air of dominance that resonated throughout the surroundings. As he smiled, he stepped forward, casually gesturing towards Meng Hao with a raised hand. Instantly, the square erupted in chaos. A fierce wind howled, swirling around and rustling the long robes of the onlookers. Meng Hao felt as though he were frozen, as if the very essence of life had turned to death, binding him immovably. Just then, a pink jade pendant flew from the pocket of Meng Hao's garment, floating before him. An luminous pink veil enveloped him in an instant. Wang Tingfei maintained his congenial demeanor, as if his gesture were as casual as a wave of the hand. With a second step, he pointed again. A resounding bang echoed as the second gesture struck, causing the veil before Meng Hao to warp and flicker before shattering with a forceful crack. Simultaneously, the jade slip bestowed upon Meng Hao by Sister Su shattered, disintegrating into fine jade powder that scattered about. At that moment, blood trickled from Meng Hao's lips, the pressure on his body surging exponentially, yet he gritted his teeth, trembling but resolutely standing his ground, refusing to yield. A grim determination darkened his gaze as he clutched his hands tighter, the nails digging painfully into his flesh. Wang Tingfei, still wearing that gentle smile, took a third step, positioning himself before Meng Hao, and pointed once more. A violent gust swept through, as if an invisible hand tore at Meng Hao's garments, revealing the jade gourd hanging from his chest. That gourd was yanked away by the unseen force and landed effortlessly in Wang Tingfei's grasp. Pale and spitting blood, Meng Hao trembled yet remained immobile, watching helplessly as the gourd was easily taken from him. Bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes. His hands, clenched in desperation, could no longer feel the pain of his nails piercing his flesh as blood seeped through his fingers and fell to the ground. Your cultivation will be stripped, your limbs shattered, and you will be cast out from the sect. Wang Tingfei continued to smile. his gentle voice resonating as he pointed to Meng Hao's chest for the fourth time. Meng Hao fixed a chilling gaze on Wang Tingfei, uttering not but a single sentence throughout this ordeal. Even now, he refrained from uttering a second, nor did he roar in defiance. Instead, he remained shrouded in silence. His eyes bloodshot, fists clenched so tightly that his nails cracked and embedded themselves into his flesh, leaving a gruesome mark. This was his nature. He did not resort to roaring or issuing threats. His demeanor concealed a profound darkness, one far more cutting than any words could convey. Like a predator, he exuded calmness. For it is the blusterers who resort to noise. The latter are not to be feared. The true terror lies in the quiet resolve of someone like Meng Hao. For he could be ruthless towards himself, and thus, even more so towards others. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixated upon this scene. Yet each gaze dripped with mockery, isolating Meng Hao from the world and casting him into a profound solitude, as if he walked upon the very edge of existence itself. Yet he remained resolute, showing no sign of surrender. What did the agony of the flesh amount to? As he watched Wang Tengfei's finger poised to descend, a sudden sigh echoed from an unknown peak in the distance. In that very instant, a gentle force materialized before Meng Hao, intercepting the devastating finger aimed at him. With a resounding thud, Wang Tengfei flicked his sleeve, turning his gaze aside, where an elderly figure now stood, clad in a gray robe. His face bore the marks of age, presenting no semblance of grandeur, yet his stature was imposing. This was the very elder who had previously held Meng Hao in high regard. You have taken the jade treasure. Let this matter rest, and do not push it too far, the elder admonished, his brow furrowed as he observed Meng Hao, who remained silent. Noting the blood dripping from his clenched fist, he sighed inwardly and turned his attention back to Wang Tengfei. Since Elder Ouyang has intervened, I shall show some courtesy. Wang Tengfei replied with a slight smile, his demeanor unperturbed. Throughout their encounter, he had spoken only 2 sentences to Meng Hao. Now, he turned to leave. Sunlight cascading upon him, his figure ethereal, long hair flowing, exuding an air of perfection. To him, Meng Hao was insignificant, a mere afterthought, his name already forgotten. As for Meng Hao's gaze and the blood pooling before him, they were to Wang Tengfei as a feeble ant threatening an elephant. A single stomp could obliterate it. The events of the day held little weight for him, not out of disdain, but rather indifference. He continued to smile at those around him, his laughter gentle as he mingled with the crowd, seemingly untouched by the occurrence, as if nothing had transpired. He often offered guidance to lower-ranking disciples, his amiable demeanor eliciting warmth and familiarity. The female disciples in the square watched in rapt attention, while other cultivators regarded him with respect, ignoring Meng Hao entirely, as if they had forgotten his very existence. In stark contrast, Meng Hao stood as if on the opposite side of the world, drenched in blood, his garments tattered. Utterly disheveled, Meng Hao could sense Wang Tengfei's attitude toward him. It was not mere disdain, but complete disregard. As Wang Tengfei departed, the restraints on Meng Hao loosened, and he was suddenly overcome with excruciating pain, threatening to topple him. Yet he gritted his teeth, bowing deeply to Elder Ouyang in earnest respect. Without uttering a word, he turned, spewing another mouthful of blood, his body swaying as he clenched his jaw, lifting his aching feet, each step toward the distance a silent testament to his suffering. His sweat soaked his robe, each painful step making his heart bleed, his silhouette resembling a wounded lone wolf, gradually fading away. Elder Ouyang watched Meng Hao, opening his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately refrained, silently watching the young man's figure recede into the distance. Within the cave dwelling, Meng Hao stepped forward until the entrance closed behind him. At that moment, he could bear no more. His body swayed, and he collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Wang Tengfei's cultivation level had reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer, a realm far beyond Meng Hao's grasp, leaving him no choice but to submit or suffer the consequences of his resistance, resulting in internal injuries. For 2 entire days, he lay in a stupor. After this duration, Meng Hao opened his eyes, his body aflame with pain, making it arduous to rise. As he struggled to sit up, the agony intensified when his palm made contact with the ground, sending fiery sensations coursing through him as if his skin had been stripped away. Gasping for breath, he remained alone in the serene confines of the cave, silently seated. After a considerable time, he slowly lowered his gaze to his hands, where several fractured nail beds were embedded in his flesh. Clearly, the 2 days of unconsciousness had allowed these broken nails to become enmeshed in his skin. When he had previously supported himself, the scabs had formed, causing blood and fluid to seep forth. Expressionless, Meng Hao stared at his hands. After a prolonged silence, He tore open the healing wounds in his palms, ripping through flesh to extract the nails one by one until they were all removed, leaving his hands a bloody mess. With crimson droplets staining the cave floor, infusing it with a metallic scent. Throughout this ordeal, his countenance remained unchanged, as if these were not his hands. A fierce resolve emanated from him, palpable in the stillness. He lowered his head once more, gazing at the bloody nails. After a lengthy pause, he gathered them together and placed them on the stone bed beside him. He intended to see these reminders daily, to perpetually remind himself of the humiliation he had endured. One day, he vowed, he would repay this indignity with compounded interest. He alone was his greatest ally. Breaking the silence for the first time, Meng Hao's voice emerged, raspy and foreign to his own ears. Days slipped by, and Meng Hao did not venture beyond the cave's threshold. He wished to remain hidden, to avoid the sight of anyone. He could not forget Wang Tingfei standing in the square, rendering him an adversary to the world. He sat in quiet meditation, observing the dried blood on the nails, his expression shifting from numbness to fury, then coalescing into a dark intensity. On one fateful day, the cave door thundered open, and moonlight poured in, casting a hazy glow throughout the space. Sister Su's silhouette appeared at the entrance, illuminated by the moon's glow, rendering her features indistinct. Meng Hao remained silent as Sister Su did likewise. After a moment, her voice resonated through the cave. I only emerged from my seclusion yesterday. Meng Hao rose, bowing deeply with clasped hands. Wang Tengfei possesses a formidable background. He is not of Zhao, and his cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 6th level. Moreover, he has been designated by the sect leader as one of the inner disciples. You must not provoke him. Sister Su fell silent again, then spoke softly after a lengthy pause. Junior brother, do you understand? Meng Hao lifted his head and offered a faint smile, his demeanor seemingly restored to normalcy, devoid of any lingering resentment regarding the matter. Yet, deep within his eyes, in that fleeting moment, there flickered a glimmer of something he had never experienced in his 16 or 17 years of life, a subtle chill. Though it was buried so deeply that only he could perceive it, imperceptible to others. But should he trouble you again, even while I am in seclusion, you may shatter this talisman at any moment, and I will sense it. Sister Su remained quiet for a moment, then waved her hand, causing a purple jade talisman to fall beside Meng Hao. On that day, I accompanied you and 3 others up the mountain, and you were the first to ascend to the rank of Outer Sect Disciple. Your companion from the North District's servant quarters also succeeded in his advancement today and will report to the Outer Sect tomorrow morning. After Sister Su spoke, she cast a glance at Meng Hao before turning to leave. Thank you, sister. I have a question I wish to pose to you for clarification. Given my aptitude and my current cultivation level at the 4th layer of condensation qi, how long would it typically take to reach the 7th layer? Meng Hao suddenly inquired. Achieving the 4th layer of condensation qi in less than a year suggests you possess unique cultivation fortune. This matter, I shall not question, nor will I speak of it. If we disregard your fortune, with your aptitude, reaching the 7th layer could take as little as 10 years or as much as 30 years. The 4th, 6th, and 8th layers all present bottlenecks, particularly the 6th layer, where without opportunity, it is exceedingly difficult to break through to the 7th. Does everyone experience this? Indeed, everyone does. As Sister Su gradually departed, Meng Hao settled into a cross-legged position within the cave dwelling, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating his eyes. Half an hour later, Meng Hao rose. Stepping out of the cave he had not left for several days. The mountain breeze at night carried a hint of chill, and the swift change of seasons seemed to have ushered autumn in just these past few days, with most of the leaves having changed color, painting the mountains in a melancholy hue. Under the bright moon in the sky, Meng Hao traversed the desolate mountain path, the surroundings enveloped in tranquility, save for the rustling sound of leaves stirred by the wind, accompanying him on his way to the North Peak. He intended to visit the little chubby boy, for within the sect, he was Meng Hao's sole friend among the disciples. The North District's servant quarters at night were steeped in silence. Perhaps it was this very quietude that rendered the sporadic sounds of snoring particularly resonant. As Meng Hao approached, he could hear the distinctive rhythm of the snoring that filled the air. This sound was familiar to Meng Hao. Throughout his 4 months in the servant quarters, he had fallen asleep to this very snore each night. The young man with a horse-like face, responsible for the North District's servant quarters, was seated cross-legged on a large stone. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, momentarily startled upon seeing Meng Hao, but quickly rose to his feet, clasping his fist in a salute. I have seen you, Brother Meng. In recent days, rumors about Meng Hao had proliferated, and the horse-faced youth was undoubtedly aware of them. There is no need for such formalities. I merely wish to see an old acquaintance, Meng Hao replied, glancing at the horse-faced youth, whose cultivation appeared to be at the third layer of condensation qi, seemingly having been stuck there for many years. The horse-faced brother nodded, watching as Meng Hao stepped into the servant quarters. He then resumed his seated position, his expression complex, letting out a silent sigh before closing his eyes again. As Meng Hao walked through the courtyard of the servant quarters, he approached the seventh room on the west side. The little chubby boy's snoring was thunderous. But upon pushing the door open, Meng Hao's expression shifted oddly, and the restlessness he had felt over the past few days dissipated significantly. Inside the room, the little chubby boy lay sprawled on his back, snoring continuously, while the adjacent bed had been pushed aside, cornered against the wall, creating a gap between the bed and the wall. In that gap lay the burly man who had previously introduced himself as Tiger, now fast asleep, but curled up, his face betraying signs of lingering fright, as if he had encountered some terrifying ordeal even in his dreams. Upon his wooden bed lay a multitude of countless bite marks, some areas appearing utterly ravaged, as if they had been gnawed to pieces. The table that once stood there was long gone. Meng Hao could easily envision its demise, completely chewed to ruin. Even the walls surrounding the room bore traces of teeth, yet curiously, the bed of the chubby boy was devoid of any such marks, creating a stark contrast. As Meng Hao observed, a burly man in the corner suddenly trembled, letting out a mournful scream in his sleep, clearly trapped in a nightmare. With his sallow complexion, dark circles under his eyes, and an air of prolonged sleep deprivation, Meng Hao found it difficult to fathom the extent of the torment that had led to his current state. Perhaps the man's cries disturbed the chubby boy, who, irritated, opened his eyes and, upon spotting Meng Hao, was instantly filled with excitement. "Did you bring the wild chicken?" he exclaimed. Meng Hao glanced at him, unable to suppress a smile. The chubby boy remained as round as ever, if not a tad plumper, particularly evident when he spoke, revealing his gleaming teeth, which had grown remarkably. "I heard you've reached the first level of qi condensation. I came to see you, but didn't have time to catch any game," Meng Hao remarked, sitting beside the chubby boy's bed and admiring his radiant teeth. Throughout the night, while the chubby boy reveled in his cultivation achievements, Meng Hao spoke little, merely smiling and listening to his chatter. As the moonlight gradually faded and dawn approached, the wounds in Meng Hao's heart began to heal, though scars remained, akin to the remnants of fingernails in his cave, merging with the cold glimmer in his eyes that others could not perceive, marking a maturation of Meng Hao at the age of 16 or 17. In the morning, Meng Hao departed the miscellaneous affairs office in the Northern District, accompanied by the chubby boy and the tearful, overjoyed man who called himself Tiger Lord. The man's tears deeply moved the chubby boy, who, despite already stepping out of the courtyard, rushed back to embrace him tightly, whispering something that instantly drained the color from the man's face, causing him to tremble. "What did you say to him?" Meng Hao could not help but inquire as they neared the outer sect. "He's a good man. He became my dear friend at the miscellaneous affairs office after you left. Look how sorrowful he was when I departed. It pained me as well. I promised to return every few days to keep him company," the chubby boy replied, his expression filled with melancholy. "Don't be fooled by his fierce appearance. He is quite timid, often plagued by nightmares at night." "Poor fellow," the chubby boy added, shaking his head with a sigh. Meng Hao fell silent, refraining from further questions about the man until they entered the outer sect. Along the way, anyone who caught sight of Meng Hao wore an unusual expression, occasionally scrutinizing him. "Hey, I must say, Meng Hao, you seem to be thriving in the outer sect. Many people have been watching you," the chubby boy exclaimed, his excitement renewed as he considered that with Meng Hao by his side, few would dare to bully him in this realm. Meng Hao smiled faintly, offering no explanation. As they approached the treasure pavilion, he paused, instructing the chubby boy before watching him dash towards the building. "About the time it takes to burn a stick of incense." The plump boy returned, brimming with excitement, clutching a small sword in his hand. This sword was adorned with a scaly texture, feeling quite coarse to the touch, lacking any sense of sharpness. "Meng Hao, look at the treasure I have brought. This is truly a remarkable find," the boy exclaimed, eagerly fiddling with the small sword. As Meng Hao pondered the nature of this supposed treasure, he was taken aback when the boy placed the sword in his mouth and began to grind it against his teeth, producing a grating sound that left Meng Hao both amused and exasperated. "What a marvelous item. My teeth keep growing, and I've gone through many things to wear them down, none of which lasted long. This treasure should serve me well for a considerable time." The boy's joy only intensified with each thought. That day, Meng Hao guided the boy around the outer sect, suggesting the idea of sharing a cave dwelling. However, the boy declined, having shared living quarters for quite some time and eagerly anticipating his promotion to an outer sect disciple, where he could reside alone. He was quite content in his own abode and refused to consider any alternative. Meng Hao did not press the matter further and, as night fell, departed to his cave to meditate. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Over 2 months prior, Meng Hao had resumed his stall in the low-tier public area. Perhaps the dramatic encounter with Wang Tingfei had left a significant impact, for no one seemed to pay him any mind, allowing his business in the miscellaneous shop to flourish gradually. Business boomed even further after he began to include magical artifacts alongside his elixirs. However, he was no longer alone. The plump boy constantly accompanied him, persistently using his flying sword to grind his teeth. This boy possessed a keen business sense and frequently ventured into the public area to persuade customers, becoming a pivotal figure. Together, they made a formidable team, reaping substantial rewards during this time. On this particular day, winter had set in, and snowflakes danced in the air. Meng Hao sat cross-legged outside the flat-topped mountain, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, the boy shouted from the open area, sprinting towards Meng Hao while dragging someone along. Meng Hao! Meng Hao! Look who I have brought! Meng Hao opened his eyes and immediately spotted a young boy, excitedly running towards him, grasped by the chubby figure beside him. This boy was thin and frail, and stood in stark contrast to the plump companion. Meng Hao recognized him as one of the few who had been brought into the Koyan sect alongside him. Later sent to serve in the miscellaneous affairs of another peak with Wang Yukai. Once robust and spirited, the boy now bore a somber expression, appearing quite disheveled. Yet, there was a fierce glint in his eyes, suggesting he had endured numerous harrowing experiences within the sect. Otherwise, it would be improbable for a mere foundation establishment cultivator to dare venture into this public area. Greetings, Senior Brother Meng, the boy exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement upon seeing Meng Hao, though this enthusiasm quickly faded as he respectfully clasped his fists in salute. Just entered the sect? Meng Hao pondered, recalling past memories of this young boy, and sighed softly. It had already been over a month. The boy cast his gaze downward. Where's Wang Yukai? He is dead. The boy replied, his expression numb, but a flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes as he uttered those 2 words. Wang Yukai is dead? The chubby boy beside them was momentarily stunned, while Meng Hao remained silent. In the miscellaneous affairs, we were responsible for fetching water. Brother Yukai, seeing my youth, often helped me carry it. One day, on the mountain path, a sudden gust of wind swept him off the cliff. I searched for his body for 2 months, but found nothing except a few shattered bones. He must have been devoured by wild beasts. The boy spoke softly. The chubby boy's face reflected his grief, and Meng Hao sighed deeply. Of the 4 who had ascended the mountain together, now, within less than a year, they had already lost one. This weighed heavily on his heart, especially as he thought of Uncle Wang, the carpenter, who had only this one son. Xiaohu, you should follow us from now on. With Meng Hao here, no one will dare to bully you, the chubby boy said, placing a comforting hand on the frail boy's shoulder, his expression filled with sadness. No need, I am fine on my own. The boy hesitated, but Meng Hao could see the flicker of desire in his eyes. Yet, he quickly shook his head, declining the chubby boy's kind offer, and clasped his fists in farewell before turning to leave the flat-topped mountain. What is the matter with him? The chubby boy asked, bewildered. Everyone harbors secrets they wish to keep hidden. Perhaps he possesses some hidden potential. Otherwise, it is unlikely he would dare to come here as a foundation establishment cultivator, Meng Hao mused, watching the boy's retreating figure with contemplation. What secrets could he possibly have that we cannot uncover? This Xiaohu looks down on us, the chubby boy grumbled, feeling aggrieved. With his straightforward nature, he could not comprehend why his goodwill was met with such disdain, igniting his indignation. In the southern region of the southern continent, winter was always brief. Before long, the season passed, and as spring blossomed, it was already April again. Meng Hao had been at the Koyan sect for an entire year. Within the low-tier public area, aided by his chubby companion, Meng Hao had accumulated a considerable amount of spirit stones, along with numerous elixirs and magical treasures. During this time, he frequently ventured into the wild mountains in search of demonic beasts. However, there was only one occasion near the Black Mountain where he encountered a slaughter. Otherwise, he found nothing and felt increasingly deterred by the growing roars emanating from within the Black Mountain, preventing him from approaching further. It was merely a demon core comparable to the 3rd level of qi condensation. Even though Meng Hao had replicated quite a few using a bronze mirror, once his cultivation reached the mid-stage of the 4th level of qi condensation, he found himself unable to advance even a fraction further. No amount of elixirs could do more than refine the purity of his spiritual energy. Confronted with a bottleneck, he could not break through to the 5th level, thereby rendering him unable to practice the alluring windwalking technique. Conversely, the chubby boy, under Meng Hao's guidance, had ascended to the 2nd level of qi condensation and felt an overwhelming sense of pride. In April of that year, all disciples above the 5th level of qi condensation from the outer sect were dispatched by the sect, including senior sister Su and senior brother Chun from the inner sect. Upon their return, each brought along 2 or 3 young boys, all possessing modest potential, to serve as disciples of miscellaneous tasks. This annual event had become a custom of the Kaoshan sect, crucial for sustaining its longevity. As the spring breeze swept across the land, bidding farewell to the cold winter and welcoming the scorching sun, the autumn chill approached. By October, the Kaoshan sect had experienced 2 significant events. The first was the passing of one of the 2 foundation building elders, who succumbed to the ravages of time at the age of 150. Upon inquiring, Meng Hao discovered that the deceased was not the renowned elder Ouyang. For cultivators, foundation building could extend one's lifespan, allowing them to live to 150 years, a seemingly long time. Yet for practitioners, it remained an urgent matter. Failing to reach the stage of forming a Dan, they would only witness their vitality dwindle in their twilight years. Conversely, achieving Dan formation could potentially double one's lifespan to 300 years. With the demise of one foundation building elder, the overall strength of the Kaoshan sect plummeted. Already in a precarious position within the Zhao kingdom, it now faced even greater peril, coinciding with the frequent appearances of outer sect cultivators in the vicinity, as if they were in search of something. In response, the Kaoshan sect activated its protective mountain formation, enveloping a radius of several hundred miles within its intricate array. A sense of impending storm loomed, like heavy clouds pressing down upon the sect. Most outer sect disciples speculated about these anomalies, and several well-informed individuals, having acquired fragmented information from unknown sources, began to circulate rumors that the recent stir in the Zhao kingdom's cultivation community was somehow linked to the long-vanished ancestor of Kaoshan from 400 years prior. However, the specifics of this connection remained largely unknown among the outer sect disciples. During this time, Meng Hao's cultivation remained stagnant in the mid-stage of the 4th level of qi condensation, despite exhausting all methods to no avail. Gradually, he came to realize that he had indeed encountered a bottleneck. According to senior sister Su, when one reaches the pinnacle of the 4th level while attempting to break through to the 5th, a bottleneck often occurs. Yet, why had his bottleneck manifested prematurely? Could it be related to the excessive consumption of demon cores? Meng Hao sat cross-legged in his cave dwelling, furrowing his brow in contemplation. If it was truly a bottleneck, he would require specific elixirs designed to facilitate breakthroughs, or perhaps the inner cores of higher-tier demon beasts. Meng Hao sighed inwardly. While he possessed ample spirit stones, he lacked suitable elixirs. If he had the right elixirs at hand, he was confident he could break through to the 5th level of qi condensation within days. He felt acutely aware of the tension within the Kaoshan sect, sharing a sense of crisis as many disciples wore expressions of concern, which collectively contributed to an oppressive atmosphere. Only the chubby boy remained cheerful, more enthusiastic than Meng Hao about the sounds emanating from the general store at Pingding Mountain. Even on days when Meng Hao did not attend, he would hoist his banner and call out to sell. 3 days passed, and on this day, the sound of bells echoed, signaling the monthly distribution of elixirs. When Meng Hao and the chubby boy arrived at the square, Meng Hao's gaze was immediately drawn to a golden-robed elder standing atop a stone platform, surrounded by a radiant glow. Behind the elder were senior sister Su and brother Chen. Upon witnessing this scene, Meng Hao felt a stirring in his heart, his eyes igniting with fervor. In the past year and a half, Master Shangwan had only appeared 3 times, each time distributing unique elixirs, having been stagnant at the 4th level of qi condensation for nearly a year. The prospect of high-grade elixirs filled Meng Hao with hope. It was evident that the other outer sect disciples shared this sentiment, their spirits lifting. Although some discreetly wished that the elixirs would not be allocated to them, especially since Meng Hao had previously distributed elixirs. The sect had instituted a new rule prohibiting the transfer of uniquely dispensed elixirs to inter-sect disciples, effectively thwarting others from following his lead. What? This is the Drought Spirit Elixir. To encounter the Drought Spirit Elixir again, after its release last year, is indeed remarkable. This elixir is rare, with only one produced each year, highlighting its preciousness. If I were to obtain this elixir, my cultivation would surely advance. as the golden-robed elder raised his right hand, revealing a shimmering purple elixir in his palm. A hum of excitement spread among the outer sect disciples. The moment the drought spirit elixir appeared, Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with intense desire. He had never felt such an urgent yearning to obtain this elixir. To him, it represented his hope of breaking into the 5th level of qi condensation. Having been part of the sect for some time, Meng Hao was well aware that among all the disciples, senior sister Su and brother Chun were the strongest, both at the 7th level of qi condensation and reportedly on the verge of a breakthrough. Next in line was Wang Tingfei, who was stuck at the peak of the 6th level. The drought spirit elixir would hold no benefit for him. Besides Wang, there was one other at the 6th level, the second strongest among the outer sect, Han Zong. Meng Hao had encountered him twice and found him quite arrogant, dismissive of others. Even upon seeing the drought spirit elixir, he remained indifferent, seemingly confident in possessing even superior elixirs. As for the 5th level of qi condensation, there were only 4 individuals in the entire outer sect, all of whom were formidable presences, rarely seen as they were often in seclusion or honing their skills in rugged mountains. The 4th level was scarcely populated as well. With only 7 individuals including Meng Hao, those below the 4th level were regarded as insignificant. Enough, everyone be quiet. The elder's voice resonated, imbued with a peculiar authority. Compared to over a year ago, Meng Hao no longer felt the same overwhelming pressure, his gaze now shone with determination. For the past 2 years, I have presided over the distribution of elixirs, and I have always favored those disciples who are newly admitted to the sect, as the prosperity of our sect is tied to their growth. The elder smiled as he surveyed the crowd below, poised to toss the elixir to a pre-selected individual, when suddenly his attention was drawn to the chubby boy beside Meng Hao, who was carelessly sharpening a flying sword, producing a series of clicking sounds. The plump figure, resembling a round ball, elicited laughter when his grinding motion was first witnessed. The elder Shangwan paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Very well. I shall grant you this elixir, he declared, raising his right hand to gesture, causing a flash of purple light to rush toward the chubby boy. Startled, the boy instinctively grasped the item, only to realize its significance moments later. His expression shifted dramatically, nearly prompting a scream, his body trembling and his face pale, on the verge of tears. What the? Why was this given to me? Instantly, nearly all eyes in the square were fixed upon the chubby boy. The weight of their gazes sent chills down his spine, causing his entire body to quiver as he cast a pitiful glance at Meng Hao, whose lips curled into a smile. Meng Hao, save me. The boy attempted to rid himself of the elixir, but it stubbornly remained in his grasp. The encroaching crowd heightened his fear, making his teeth chatter uncontrollably. As the radiant pillars of light gradually faded, the boy trembled in anticipation. Just as the last remnants of light dissipated and the surrounding barriers vanished, before he could utter a word, Meng Hao seized the boy's clothing, unleashing the full force of his 4-layered qi cultivation as they dashed away in an instant. The elixir is mine. You should retreat to your cave. Without hesitation, Meng Hao tossed the jade slip of his cave residence while quietly instructing the boy, who promptly relinquished the elixir as if it were a scalding potato. With a swift motion, Meng Hao propelled the chubby boy away, and behind them, piercing howls and fierce roars erupted as over 10 individuals surged forward in pursuit. Damn it. It's Meng Hao. You cannot escape. Hand over the elixir. For the sake of our shared sect, I shall spare your life today, but otherwise you shall meet your demise. Without pausing, Meng Hao hurled the chubby boy away as they exited the outer sect. Though the boy was sincere, he was far from foolish, and before hitting the ground, he let out a wretched scream. He stole my elixir. While crying out, he hurriedly clutched the jade slip, fleeing with the speed of his life toward Meng Hao's cave. At a shout, those in pursuit abandoned the boy, racing directly after Meng Hao. You won't survive the day, no matter how far you run. With your 4-layered qi, you cannot retain that elixir. Hand it over. The group pursuing Meng Hao consisted mainly of 4-layered qi cultivators, with 2 at the 5th layer and the rest at the 3rd layer. They were unwilling to give up, eager to seize an opportunity. In a moment, the air filled with the whistling of swords as over 10 flying swords descended upon Meng Hao like a storm of blades, chilling him to the bone. Yet, he was resolute in securing the elixir and would not relinquish it. If I endure for 12 hours, this elixir will be mine, and with it, I can ascend to the 5th layer of qi cultivation. Determination shone in Meng Hao's eyes as he quickened his pace. Having honed his speed while traversing the wild mountains in search of beasts, outpacing many of his peers, and now, he headed straight for the wilderness beyond the outer sect. As the shimmering blades of light approached from behind, Meng Hao did not look back. With a swift motion, he tapped his storage bag, immediately retrieving a medicinal pill which he swallowed. Several flying swords shot forth, racing towards the impending threat. The clash of the swords reverberated, causing nearby trees to shatter and splinter, their branches raining down upon Meng Hao, inflicting pain. Utilizing the force of the impact, he leaped into the air, soaring several feet in an instant. Yet, before he could descend, fiery serpents and 3 water orbs surged towards him. 2 of the serpents, each over 2 meters in length and as thick as a human, emanated an intense heat that threatened to ignite the surrounding foliage. These 2 were the most agile of the 5-layered chi cultivators, their feet barely touching the ground as they floated like the wind, closing in on Meng Hao with a fierce determination. In their eyes, the true adversary was each other, while Meng Hao was deemed inconsequential. Meng Hao's expression shifted, and in a moment of peril, he unhesitatingly tapped his storage bag again. Instantly, 2 flying swords encircled him, descending at his feet and propelling him 10 feet away, allowing him to narrowly evade the fiery serpents and create distance as a thunderous roar echoed behind him. This technique was of his own invention, albeit not sustainable for long. It could only last a few breaths. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to grant him an advantage in traversing the treacherous mountains, rivaling that of the 2 5-layered chi practitioners. If only I were at the 5-layered chi level with the wind-walking technique, I could remain airborne on the swords for a longer duration, effortlessly outpacing them. Alas, this is not true flight. Meng Hao mused, his longing for the 5-layered chi intensifying. He did not allow himself a moment's hesitation, sprinting forward with purpose. This journey was anything but aimless. Ever since the medicinal pill had fallen into the hands of the corpulent youth, his mind had been racing with thoughts. He had chosen the desolate mountains as his destination, specifically the Black Mountain, known to harbor fierce beasts. After much contemplation, Meng Hao concluded that his sole advantage lay in the copper mirror. With this mirror in his possession, despite the perils of the wilderness and the terrifying roars of ferocious beasts, his chances of survival would undoubtedly surpass those of others if he ventured into the Black Mountain alongside them. If these individuals accompany me into the Black Mountain, they would be forcing my hand to kill. A glint of ferocity flashed in Meng Hao's eyes. After more than a year at the Reliant Mountain sect, he was no longer the fragile scholar of yore. Though his appearance had changed little, slightly taller and still somewhat tanned, his heart was now brimming with resolve. The incident involving Wang Tengfei had illuminated the truth. He himself was his greatest support. Only by growing stronger could he navigate this treacherous path. The realm of cultivation was a brutal arena where the weak were devoured by the strong. One must act with caution and decisiveness. The pursuit behind him continued, the glow of the flying swords gleaming ominously. It wasn't long before the 2 5-layered chi cultivators closed in, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. The earlier strike, which they had been so confident would succeed, had been evaded by Meng Hao through his unique method, a humiliation for them, who regarded themselves as the dominant forces outside the Reliant Mountain sect, second only to Wang Tengfei and Han Zhou. The 2 individuals launched their attacks simultaneously, yet they still allowed Meng Hao to escape. This was intolerable to them, intensifying their desire to eliminate him. As for Meng Hao's method of riding a flying sword, they regarded it with disdain. Such a technique might have been adequate at the 4th level of cultivation, but at their level, it would scarcely enhance speed and merely waste spiritual energy. Observing Meng Hao's actions, they could not help but sneer inwardly, thinking that it would not be long before his spiritual energy ran dry. Let us see how you escape this time. As they exchanged glances, one of them suddenly leaped into the air like a great bird, his right hand flicking to unleash 2 massive fire serpents that roared as they lunged toward Meng Hao below. The other followed closely behind, creating a trap with one positioned above and the other below, intent on ensnaring Meng Hao completely. Don't even think of escaping. Their mocking laughter echoed, saturated with murderous intent. Meng Hao's expression remained largely unchanged. With a cold snort, he revealed his determination to seize the drought spirit pill, knowing he had his own means of support. At that moment, he slapped his storage bag, and 6 flying swords erupted forth, their lights intertwining as they surged outward in a fierce assault. Boom! Simultaneously, Meng Hao stifled a groan of pain, and a thunderous explosion reverberated through the desolate mountains, startling even the distant cultivators who were pursuing him, leaving them bewildered by the sudden cacophony. Amidst the roar, Meng Hao coughed up blood, yet in that instant, he darted away like lightning, the shockwave from his attack causing the fire serpents to shriek and disintegrate. The 2 5th-level cultivators were forced to retreat, their faces smeared with dirt, expressions laden with disbelief. Damn it, this person is ruthlessly fierce. detonating 6 flying swords all at once. No wonder he runs a general store. How many flying swords does he possess? They gasped. Yet without hesitation, they activated their wind technique and surged forward at full speed, resolute in their pursuit. They were convinced that Meng Hao's supply of flying swords must be dwindling. After all, even if he operated a general store in a low-tier public area, he could not possibly have an endless supply of magical treasures. This time, they were certain he would meet his demise. Their speed was remarkable as they plunged into another desolate mountain, and after several dozen breaths, the 4th-level disciples finally caught up. Among them was the peak 4th-level cultivator, Shang Wansong, who was beside Wang Tingfei. His expression was grim, secretly astonished by Meng Hao's speed, yet he continued the chase. As time progressed, half an hour passed swiftly. Meng Hao maintained a consistent distance, encountering perilous situations multiple times, yet each time he escaped by detonating the flying swords in his possession. The sight left the 2 5th-level cultivators behind him dumbfounded, lamenting their misfortune. They had never anticipated that Meng Hao would possess so many flying swords, with nearly 20 already shattered. Furthermore, he occasionally flew on a sword, his speed undiminished. Damn it, even if he has an abundance of flying swords, there must be a limit. I refuse to believe he can produce any more. Moreover, even if he has more flying swords, the energy consumption from such rapid movement and deployment will be immense. Indeed, he possesses a cultivation level at the 4th layer of qi condensation, not as profound as ours. Yet he occasionally rides upon his flying sword, capable of exhausting this individual to death. As these 2 5th-layer qi condensation cultivators pursued him, they immediately encouraged one another. However, before their words could linger, a sense of foreboding arose within them as they gazed ahead at Meng Hao. They witnessed him, amidst his flight, retrieve another storage bag, extracting several pills and swallowing them with remarkable proficiency, as if an endless supply of elixirs resided within his pockets. In truth, this was indeed the case. Over the next 2 hours, they were astounded to discover the sheer quantity of flying swords and medicinal pills Meng Hao possessed, leaving them profoundly shaken. Opening a general store proves to be so lucrative? This was the singular thought occupying their minds. Yet, as 5th-layer qi condensation cultivators, how could they lack elixirs? Despite the heartache, they were unwilling to relinquish their pursuit at this juncture. They hastily consumed their own pills and continued the chase, their murderous intent toward Meng Hao reaching an unparalleled intensity. As the 3rd hour approached, a pitch-black mountain emerged before Meng Hao, concealed amidst the desolate hills, exuding an eerie chill, with a pervasive gloom enveloping the surroundings. Upon catching sight of this dark mountain, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in Meng Hao's eyes. He had expended considerable energy along the way, and every flying sword and every demon pill felt akin to precious spirit stones in his heart. Yet, he could afford no further hesitation. In a swift motion, he dashed into the depths of the Black Mountain. The 2 5th-layer cultivators followed closely behind, entering the mountain in tandem with him. Before long, more cultivators arrived, momentarily startled by the sight of the Black Mountain. Yet they thought little of it as they proceeded to step inside. Within the Black Mountain, the landscape was not barren. An abundance of trees stood tall, their dark trunks giving rise to a sense of foreboding, as if a sinister aura permeated the air. Viewed from a distance, it appeared entirely distinct from the surrounding desolation. No sooner had they entered than a low growl reverberated from ahead. 2 demon beasts, equivalent to the 3rd layer of qi condensation, lunged forth. With the bodies of wolves and the tails of pythons, their disheveled fur and haunting eyes were unsettling. Almost as they drew near, Meng Hao did not pause for a moment. As he raised his right hand, a bronze mirror materialized, and in an instant, one of the demon beasts screamed in agony as blood spurted from its right eye, halting the advance of its companion. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed. The bronze mirror had shattered the beast's right eye rather than its rear, a tactic he had previously encountered when facing Zhao Wugong. There was no time for contemplation. Seizing the opportunity as the 2 demon beasts recoiled, he swiftly dashed past them. As for the 2 5th-layer cultivators, their eyes were now completely bloodshot with rage. Without a second thought, they swung their flying swords, and a cry of anguish echoed as the 2 demon beasts fell lifelessly. They had no time to collect the demon pills, transforming their bodies into streaks of light as they hastened after Meng Hao. This place was known as the Demon Mountain, rumored to harbor a demon king at its peak. By fleeing here, Meng Hao was effectively courting death. Do not flee. Return, and we can discuss a means to exchange for your drought spirit pill, they called out while in pursuit, their expressions seemingly sincere. Yet their hearts were rife with murderous intent. Without turning back or uttering a word, Meng Hao propelled himself towards the summit of the mountain. Before long, He encountered 7 or 8 ferocious beasts, their cultivation levels ranging from the 3rd to the 4th tier. However, each was deterred by the intimidating presence of Meng Hao's bronze mirror, allowing him to proceed unscathed. In stark contrast, the two practitioners at the 5th tier of Qi condensation lacked such prowess. After a fierce battle, they emerged bloodied, their bodies drenched in the blood of the beasts. Yet they were too exhausted to retreat. They could only grit their teeth and pursue. As Meng Hao's expression darkened, he realized he had reached the limit of his previous explorations in the Black Mountain. Pressing further would likely lead him to encounter beasts of the 5th tier. A flicker of determination ignited in his eyes as he clenched his jaw and accelerated towards the peak. In the span of a mere incense stick's burn, a low growl reverberated through a significant portion of the Black Mountain. A massive wolf, its fur a patchwork of colors, surged forth like a shadowy gale. This colossal creature, towering 2 zhang, possessed eyes that blazed with a menacing crimson. As it emerged, a pressure akin to that of a 5th-tier spirit radiated outward. Yet, the threat did not end there. Trailing behind this monstrous wolf were 5 slightly smaller wolves, each at the pinnacle of the 4th tier, with one matching the size of the lead wolf, intensifying the chaotic winds around them. Meng Hao's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he raised the bronze mirror. As the pack lunged forward, he directed the mirror towards them, unleashing a piercing shriek from one of the wolves, its chest torn and bloodied as it staggered back, causing the others to momentarily retreat in shock. Seizing this opportunity, Meng Hao pressed forward despite the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. He summoned 2 flying swords beneath his feet, propelling himself swiftly over 10 zhang. Meanwhile, the 2 5th-tier practitioners, upon glimpsing the wolves, were struck with alarm. They had been wary of each other while pursuing Meng Hao, and although they were within the bounds of the mountain sect, crossing the threshold could lead to dire consequences. Even between themselves, under the threat of the wolves, their minds raced, prompting them to scatter, each veering left and right in desperate evasion. Although they moved swiftly, the wolves were even faster. Possessing a modicum of intelligence, the beasts instinctively recognized the peculiar terror of the bronze mirror and, amidst their growls, refrained from pursuing Meng Hao, instead diverting their attention towards the 2 5th-tier practitioners who had trespassed into their territory. Filled with resentment, the practitioners had no time to dwell on their thoughts as wolves roared behind them, compelling them to flee. Meng Hao exhaled in relief as he glanced at the mountain's peak and then at the retreating figures of the 5th-tier practitioners, a glint of cold calculation flashing in his eyes. These beasts would likely only cause the practitioners minor difficulties, delaying them momentarily before they resumed their pursuit. Moreover, the 4th hour was nearing, and with the guidance of the Pil Glow, they would soon be able to locate him again. Gritting his teeth, Meng Hao surged forward once more. Not long after, a blinding white light suddenly flashed from his storage bag, shooting straight into the sky and illuminating the surroundings, making it visible even from a great distance. This radiance was the Danmang, which appeared once every hour, and this was its 4th manifestation. Meng Hao proceeded with utmost caution, skillfully evading waves of demon beasts, which were comparable to those at the 5th level of Qi condensation, causing him to feel a sense of dread. These beasts were not solitary. They often appeared in groups. Despite possessing a copper mirror, Meng Hao was reluctant to provoke them unnecessarily and chose to circumvent their path, which slowed his pace considerably, hindering his ability to move swiftly. As time gradually passed, halfway through the 4th hour, an enraged roar suddenly echoed from within the Black Mountain. At that moment, Meng Hao burst forth from the forest, his expression somewhat disheveled, with 7 or 8 demon apes in pursuit, their anger palpable as they charged towards him at an astonishing speed. Among them, 3 were indeed comparable to the 5th level of Qi condensation, and Meng Hao inwardly lamented his predicament. Despite his caution, he was taken aback when the copper mirror in his hand unexpectedly unleashed an attack, obliterating one of the most fur-covered demon apes, inciting the wrath of the others. Meng Hao, with a bitter smile, glanced at the mysterious copper mirror, realizing that he had yet to fully comprehend its enigmatic nature. With no time to ponder further, he dashed down the mountain, striving to evade the relentless pursuit of the demon apes. As their furious roars grew ever closer, Meng Hao occasionally swung the copper mirror, eliciting pained cries from behind him. Just then, a brilliant flash of sword light appeared ahead, halfway up the mountain. Meng Hao's eyes lit up as he rushed toward it. Upon nearing, he beheld 4 cultivators at the pinnacle of the 4th level of Qi condensation, one of whom was Shangguan Song, engaged in a fierce battle with several demon bears. Blood was splattered everywhere as they struggled to gain the upper hand, with 2 demon bear corpses lying on the ground. Meng Hao. The moment he spotted them, the four cultivators also recognized him, their eyes flashing with murderous intent, particularly Shang Wansong, whose hostility was palpable. They had endured considerable fatigue in numerous battles on this Black Mountain, originally part of a group of over 10, most of whom had abandoned the quest. Only these four, relying on their cultivation, persisted in pursuing the Dan Light, only to confront the demon bears and fight valiantly thus far. Seeing Meng Hao now ignited their jealousy, and they instinctively aimed to redirect their flying swords. Brothers, I have followed your orders and lured these demon apes here. Act swiftly. Meng Hao called out nervously as he approached, not even glancing at the flying swords, his tone laced with urgency, as if fearing that the demon apes, having already attained basic sentience, might overhear him. Almost as soon as his words left his lips, an earth-shattering roar erupted behind him. As 7 or 8 demon apes leapt out of the forest, their eyes filled with rage as they charged forward. Meng Hao, you are shameless. Damn it, you are despicable. At that moment, the expressions of the four individuals changed dramatically, and they began to curse Meng Hao. They attempted to retreat, but the ferocious demon bears they were battling would not permit it. In the ensuing chaos, Meng Hao managed to bypass the four and appeared behind them, prompting the 7 or 8 demon apes, their eyes aflame with rage, to charge forward. Meng Hao glanced back at the four, a murderous glint in his eyes. He hastily summoned several flying swords from his storage, and, amidst the pain in his heart, he shouted, "Explode!" With a resounding roar, the flying swords detonated, and Meng Hao swiftly hurled 2 fire serpents, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the surrounding trees into splinters. Seizing the moment, Meng Hao suppressed the urge to spew forth blood and swiftly changed direction to flee. However, the 4 cultivators behind him were hindered by the shockwave, unable to escape, while the enraged demon apes, unable to see Meng Hao but fixated on the 4, immediately turned their wrath upon them. The air was filled with their anguished cries as Meng Hao made his escape without a backward glance. This strategy was effective, albeit perilously risky. He raced onward until he felt certain that no beasts pursued him, panting heavily as he surveyed his surroundings, murmuring to himself. The quest for the drought spirit pill was proving to be exceedingly arduous. Meng Hao glanced at his storage bag and sighed, his heart aching with distress. He had already depleted 31 flying swords, a significant expenditure of spirit stones, not to mention the consumed pills, all of which were also spirit stones. It had scarcely been 5 hours. A bitter smile crossed his face as he grappled with his tumultuous emotions. The pain was profound. Yet, should he ultimately succeed in consuming the drought spirit pill and breakthrough in cultivation, all of this would be rendered worthwhile. His eyes glinted with a frenzied determination akin to that of a gambler. He had already sacrificed too much, and now he felt an overwhelming compulsion to succeed at any cost. The 4 cultivators at the 4th layer of chi condensation, even if they survived, would be rendered useless, and those who dared to pursue him were almost non-existent. Only 2 remained at the 5th layer of chi condensation. A shadow crossed Meng Hao's gaze as he contemplated their superior cultivation and their numbers. Resisting them would be a formidable challenge. Moreover, killing was not a viable option for him, as it would deplete his spirit stones excessively. After resting briefly, he surveyed the mountaintop and grit his teeth as he set off. Time swiftly passed, and as the 5th hour approached, the brilliance of the pill from his storage bag illuminated the sky, echoing across the heavens. Instantly, ominous voices resonated from the east and west. Meng Hao, you cannot escape. Hand over the drought spirit pill, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall meet a grisly end, your remains devoured by beasts. The voices of the 2 cultivators at the 5th layer of chi condensation reverberated ominously, transforming into 2 streaks of light racing toward him. With a resolute glint in his eyes, Meng Hao dashed toward a location that seemed to harbor demon beasts. Before long, the entire Black Mountain appeared to erupt in chaos, the earth-shaking roars of demon beasts echoing tumultuously, interspersed with horrific cries. The more than 10 cultivators at the mountain's base, deterred from pursuing, wore expressions of terror and hesitance, their hearts gripped by fear as they recoiled from the mountain. What could have transpired to incite such fury among the mountain's demon beasts? How could this be? Even though senior brother Yin Tianlong and senior brother Zhou Kai are both at the 5th level of chi condensation, it is difficult to incite such a multitude of ferocious beasts to roar in anger. Could it be that they have done something extraordinary? The crowd below speculated, their ears ringing with those deafening roars, their minds racing with conjectures. In stark contrast to their discussions, Yin Tianlong and Zhou Kai were being driven to the brink of madness by Meng Hao's seemingly endless tactics. They watched helplessly as Meng Hao and a throng of beasts receded into the distance, their hatred so palpable that, if it could manifest, Meng Hao would have perished countless times. Yet within that hatred lay a profound fatigue and helplessness that only Yin and Zhou truly understood. Since they began their pursuit, Meng Hao had incessantly provoked various beasts, employing some mysterious sorcery. With a mere flick of his sleeve, a beast would explode in a burst of blood, sending the others into a frenzy. The sheer number of these creatures made their scalps tingle, and in their madness, the beasts did not solely pursue Meng Hao. Upon seeing Yin and Zhou, they unleashed their wrath, forcing the two to escape in a disheveled state, watching Meng Hao slip away like a slippery eel, forever out of reach. Damn it! I curse him to die in the belly of a beast. Zhou Kai growled, while Yin Tianlong sighed deeply, his expression growing increasingly weary. As time passed, when yet another hour came and the brilliance of the elixir light once again illuminated Meng Hao's location, Zhou and Yin gritted their teeth and resumed their chase. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. During their pursuit, Meng Hao provoked yet another horde of beasts with unfamiliar sorcery. In the face of their frenzied roars, all they could do was watch as he vanished along with the throng of beasts. How has he not yet perished in the jaws of a beast? Zhou and Yin were utterly exhausted, while Meng Hao appeared lively and sprightly, igniting their deep-seated hatred. Their teeth itching in frustration, yet they felt utterly helpless. In truth, Meng Hao was also weary, each time the elixir light flashed. He had to leap up to bait the beasts. Were it not for the copper mirror, which caused the fastest pursuers among the beasts to suffer greatly, allowing him to gradually widen the distance and find refuge, he would have long since collapsed in exhaustion. Unbeknownst to him, he had reached the summit of the Black Mountain. The summit was fissured, with numerous cracks through which one could easily squeeze. Meng Hao sat cross-legged behind a rocky outcrop, panting heavily as he glanced at the copper mirror in his hand, which felt scalding hot, as though the day's events had excited it immensely. With a wry smile, Meng Hao surveyed his surroundings and vaguely noticed a colossal crack at the peak of the Black Mountain, from which billowed ominous black mist. At that moment, an unmistakable roar erupted from the largest crack atop the mountain, overpowering all the ferocious beasts in the vicinity. This thunderous roar resounded like a clap of thunder, silencing the cacophony of the surrounding beasts, as if in that instant, the Black Mountain existed solely for this singular sound. In the wake of the roar, Meng Hao felt a tremor within, as if the spiritual energy within him threatened to dissipate, causing his expression to shift. This roar was not unfamiliar to him. It was the very sound he had heard on previous approaches to the Black Mountain, a sound that stirred his blood and unsettled his spirit. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a swirling mist cascading from the fissure atop the mountain. The vapor was initially thin, revealing the imposing figure of a black python, its girth measuring 2 yards, a creature of unknown length, surging forth with a ferocious aura. The serpent's expression mirrored its agony, and its roar reverberated through the air, causing Meng Hao to spurt blood. He leaped from behind the boulder, not daring to linger, and dashed down the mountain. Yet he could not resist the urge to glance back. In that fleeting moment, he discerned a peculiar detail. The python, with half its body near the fissure, appeared to be shedding its skin, as if it possessed 2 layers of scales, writhing and struggling, seemingly on the verge of transformation. Shedding skin? Meng Hao realized. Taking a deep breath, he understood that during the process of shedding, snakes are most vulnerable, and given the python's colossal size, the duration of its shedding could be protracted, perhaps spanning years. It was no wonder that its roars echoed frequently. It seemed this creature had been in the throes of shedding for an extended period. Just as Meng Hao was about to avert his gaze, his eyes suddenly sharpened as he noticed something embedded in the writhing python's body near the fissure. Upon closer inspection, he froze momentarily. It was a flying sword. Archaic in appearance, unremarkable at first glance, yet deeply embedded in the serpent's flesh, as if it had fused with the creature over countless years. The area where the sword pierced was visibly withered, a testament to its former might. This monstrous python likely surpassed the 7th level of qi condensation, possibly even reaching the 8th, or perhaps the extreme limit of 9th. Meng Hao's throat turned dry at the realization. He could only imagine the resilience of the python's hide, which accentuated the formidable nature of the ancient sword. A weapon capable of penetrating the body of such a beast must indeed be a treasure. His heart raced, yet he quickly sighed, acknowledging that acquiring this sword, with his mere 4th level of qi condensation, was akin to chasing a fleeting dream. Even if he were to attain the 5th level, it would remain an impossible endeavor. With a shake of his head, Meng Hao resolutely withdrew his gaze and hastened down the mountain, for he had pressing matters to attend to. As another flash of alchemical light illuminated the surroundings, the bronze mirror concealed in his sleeve grew hot once more, heralding the approach of several pursuing beasts. As hours passed and dawn broke, the time limit of 12 hours loomed near. Zhou and Yin, filled with despair, stared at Meng Hao, who sat cross-legged atop a distant tree. The three of them exchanged glances from afar. The moment either of them made a move, Meng Hao would instantly draw the beast horde, thwarting their attempts and leaving them wounded, utterly exhausted, panting heavily while fixated on Meng Hao. Damn it. You crafty shopkeeper Meng Hao, how can you run so fast? Zhou Kai shouted in frustration, feeling increasingly helpless as Meng Hao eluded capture like a slippery eel in the jungle. If you have the skill, why not stop running? Let us engage in a fair battle without invoking those accursed beasts. Not far away, Yin Tianlong found himself at his wits' end with Meng Hao. He could neither kill him nor pursue him, which drove him to the brink of madness. At this moment, his words escaped him without thought, spoken with palpable resentment. My cultivation is not as high as yours, and I cannot fight. If you wish to chase me, I am powerless. Meng Hao swallowed a medicinal pill, panting as he spoke. Zhou and Yin exchanged bitter smiles, having never encountered such a tenacious opponent in their lives. They felt immense regret. Had they known it would come to this, they would have never attempted to pursue and seize the pills. As time slipped away, with the 12-hour limit on the medicinal pills about to expire, Yin Tianlong let out a long sigh, shaking his head in resignation. What else could he do? He couldn't catch up, and with the presence of the demon beasts, fighting was out of the question. Now that the pills were running low, and he had already broken 2 flying swords, how could he still hope to seize anything? Especially with the myriad of tricks employed by his opponent, which dazzled the eyes and posed a risk of injury at the slightest misstep. Sighing in frustration, he rose and cast a deep glance at Meng Hao before turning to descend the mountain, having given up on the pursuit. With his departure, Zhou Kai found himself in a quandary. Ultimately, when the 12th hour arrived and the sky brightened, marking the moment the seal of Meng Hao's storage bag dissolved, Zhou Kai stomped his foot in anger. Without a second thought, he turned to leave, having come to respect the difficulty of dealing with Meng Hao. A hint of fear creeping in. He worried that if he lingered any longer, he might end up regretting it. As he watched the two depart, Meng Hao only relaxed once he saw them descend the Black Mountain. A wave of fatigue washed over him, threatening to engulf him like a flood. He bit his tongue to regain his focus and hurriedly made his way, not away from the Black Mountain, but towards a position closer to the summit. Though there were demon pythons present, this made it relatively safer, as these pythons required time to shed their skins, their roars capable of intimidating all other beasts. Finding a small crevice in the mountainside, Meng Hao immediately settled into a meditative position, glancing at his storage bag and feeling a pang of regret. He had wasted a significant amount of medicinal pills, which were equivalent to spirit stones. Let me calculate. 37 flying swords. Over 40 demon pills, this amounts to 198 spirit stones. Meng Hao trembled, his heart aching to the core. Fortunately, he had finally endured the 12 hours, and the drought spirit pill was now his. He quickly reassured himself. Though still pained by the loss of spirit stones, he forced himself to muster some spirit. After ensuring there was no danger around, he promptly began to replicate the drought spirit pill using his bronze mirror. By midday, as he gazed at the 10 additional drought spirit pills in his hand, a faint smile broke through, albeit marred by the pain of loss. Replicating the drought spirit pill consumed a considerable amount of spirit stones, far exceeding that of demon pills. And Meng Hao had long understood the principle of equivalent exchange with the bronze mirror. Gritting his teeth, he picked up one pill and swallowed it whole. I must reach the 5th level of qi condensation. With reddened eyes, driven by intense determination, Meng Hao immediately sat in meditation, his body resonating with power. The abundant spiritual energy of the drought spirit pill erupted within him, transforming into swirling vortices that rapidly expanded throughout his being. As time gradually flows by, several days have slipped away in the blink of an eye. When Meng Hao, with closed eyes, endeavors to breach the 5th layer, the roars of the serpent from the summit of the Black Mountain become increasingly frequent, as if both its transformation and Meng Hao's are reaching a critical juncture. While Meng Hao remains in seclusion within the crevices of the mountain peak, the turmoil surrounding the drought elixir within the Kuaishan sect slowly dissipates. Especially upon the return of Zhou and Yin, who were seen by many yet dared not inquire about who had seized the drought elixir. With Meng Hao's absence, whispers of his demise begin to circulate. At this moment, outside the first cave dwelling of the outer sect on the eastern peak, Wang Tingfei, clad in white, stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his long hair billowing in the mountain breeze, presenting an image of perfection. His exquisitely handsome visage captivates many a woman. Indeed, if Wang Tingfei were to nod, not only would the Kuaishan sect be enthralled, but nearly every young female cultivator in the Zhao Kingdom's realm of cultivation would fall under his spell. His gentle eyes, amiable aura, striking features, stately physique, unparalleled talent, remarkable cultivation, and astonishing lineage all converge to render Wang Tingfei a paragon of celestial favor, evoking admiration in those who gaze upon him. At this moment, he stands with a charming smile, his eyes, like stars, gazing into the distance, seemingly capable of piercing through mountains to alight upon the beast-laden Black Mountain. For a long while, a flicker of unnoticeable excitement passes through his eyes. The time is nigh, after 3 years of searching for texts and another year traversing the Zhao Kingdom. He has waited 2 years within the Kuaishan sect for this day. The dragon of prophecy from 2 centuries ago must have flown here before its demise. Wang Tengfei's smile remains as warm as spring, yet within him burns a fervent intensity. Unbeknownst to him, the 2 most significant matters of his life are intertwined with the Kuaishan sect. Could it be that this sect is the bastion of his fortune? Once this affair concludes, he shall only await entry into the inner sect, and then strategize the second matter pertaining to foundation establishment. Wang Tengfei's smile grows even more enchanting. Brother Wang, preparations are nearly complete. I have even invited several comrades from other sects based on your conditions. This endeavor is destined for success. Though it is regrettable that Shang Wansong has not returned, his whereabouts are unknown, along with whether he has summoned Elder Shang Wan. A man standing behind Wang Tengfei speaks respectfully. His cultivation at the peak of the 4th layer of qi condensation. Fear not, for I have long prepared for this. According to my calculations, the serpent's molting will soon conclude after 2 years, and at the moment of its success, it will be at its most vulnerable. Wang Tengfei replies with a smile, his eyes shining ever more brightly. He has not only prepared for this undertaking for years, but has also invested 4 precious treasures and spent tens of thousands of spirit stones to arrange the formation. Even he can only bear such cost once, and now he finds himself depleted. Rest assured, Brother Wang, this will undoubtedly succeed. I preemptively congratulate you on your forthcoming success in obtaining the elixir, his junior brother expresses confidently. Naturally, it will succeed. I, Wang Tengfei, have never tasted failure. Wang Tengfei smiled, his expression growing ever more radiant. He understood that if the ancient texts were accurate, upon his return, he would acquire a treasure that would accompany him for a lifetime, and perhaps even an ancient legacy that surpassed the very fabric of the cosmos. As for the demon essence, in its prime, it could rival the rarest of heavenly materials. However, after years of dispersal, its efficacy might be negligible, serving merely to bewilder outsiders and incidentally aiding his breakthrough from the 6th to the 7th layer of cultivation. Tomorrow morning, we shall venture to Black Mountain, Wang Tengfei declared with a gentle demeanor. As he smiled, his fingers brushed against a crimson spot concealed beneath his sleeve on his right arm. Touching this mark through the fabric, excitement flickered in his eyes once more. This bloodstain, a drop that had fallen from the heavens when he was merely 6 years old, had formed upon his arm. Ever since, he had often been enveloped in dreams at night, where he seemed to become the sovereign of the skies, galloping amidst the vastness of the world. It was this drop of blood that bestowed upon him a fragment of inheritance, allowing him, through intuition, to extract hints from the ancient texts accumulated over the past 2 centuries, leading him to this very place. In this world, no one but he could discover this location. For only he had obtained a trace of the legacy within that single drop of blood. He could even sense that it was the only one of its kind. Wang Tengfei gazed longingly at Black Mountain, his smile becoming increasingly enchanting, filled with anticipation. Had the patriarch of the mountain still been present? This treasure and the dragon would undoubtedly have been within his grasp. Alas, he had been missing for 4 centuries. This was the destiny that belonged solely to Wang Tengfei. According to the texts and his repeated examinations 2 centuries prior, when the dragon descended, its presence was concealed by the treasure, rendering it nearly undetectable, even within the confines of the Kuaishan sect. Moreover, powerful restrictions were in place, preventing any aura from escaping, and even those who dared to intrude would glean nothing, their eyes deceived by illusions. The demon python was cunning, remaining dormant most days, only occasionally roaring during its shedding. And it was only at the moment of completion that the restrictions would dissipate, allowing safe entry. This conclusion had been deduced due to his connection with the drop of blood. Outsiders could not possibly know even a fraction of it. The treasure and the legacy awaited him, Wang Tengfei. His smile radiated even more brilliantly as he elegantly waved his sleeve and turned back to his cave dwelling. The moonlight cascaded upon him, seemingly reluctant to depart, creating a scene that evoked reverence from the cultivators nearby, as if he were a celestial being. The following morning, atop Black Mountain, within a fissure unseen by outsiders, Meng Hao was drenched in crimson. As torrents of sweat cascaded down, it appeared as if an endless tide of black filth was seeping from his very pores. He had been in seclusion for several days, his mind remaining lucid, and he could hear the increasingly frequent roars of the demon python, signaling that a critical moment was at hand. Meng Hao did not divert his attention to investigate, but instead devoted himself entirely to his cultivation, striking at the fourth layer's barrier time and again. Yet, the obstacle remained stubbornly intact. It was not until his eyes turned a fierce red and he swallowed 8 of the 10 drought spirit pills that a thunderous sound erupted in his mind. His entire body trembled violently, a sensation of tearing coursed through him, and in that instant, he felt as if he could soar, light as a feather. Within his body, the meridians glistened with an ethereal clarity, yet they were not crystalline. Rather, they embodied an extraordinary omen. His spiritual energy flowed with a might that surpassed the mighty river, akin to a small lake. Yet, regardless of its size, it remained a lake. This lake, heavy with existence, resided within Meng Hao's Dantian, resembling a. It seemed that with Meng Hao's thoughts, this lake could unleash the power of the 5th layer of qi condensation, although it appeared feeble in the eyes of foundation-building cultivators. The 5th layer marked the first critical threshold, with the 7th layer as the second and the 9th layer representing the ultimate perfection, the true sea of elixirs, which would elevate him beyond the mortal realm, establishing a spiritual foundation. This was the essence of foundation building. In a resounding roar, time slipped away unnoticed. Meng Hao's eyes slowly opened, and an unprecedented brilliance flickered within them. A series of cracking sounds emerged as his body seemed to rise slightly, though his skin remained somewhat dark. Yet, an indescribable aura graced his countenance. 5th layer of qi condensation. Meng Hao inhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips. Having reached the 5th layer allowed him to practice the wind-walking technique. With this skill combined with his flying sword, both his offensive and personal speed would see a significant enhancement, contrasting sharply with the 4th layer. The dry spirit pill was indeed remarkable, yet it too possessed limits. He pondered whether consuming too many would cause it to lose efficacy, uncertain if it would sustain him until he reached the 6th layer of qi condensation. As Meng Hao glanced at the 2 dry spirit pills before him, a sudden shift in his expression caught him off guard. The external roar of the demon python was chilling, accompanied by a resounding echo. Leaning forward, he swiftly peered through the fissure in the mountain. Upon gazing out, his eyes narrowed sharply, fists clenched tightly. He beheld a young man clad in white atop the distant peak, strikingly handsome, as if he were a divine creation of heaven and earth. Golden flying swords swirled around him, stirring fierce winds, as he engaged in battle with the demon python, whose massive form protruded from the crevice. This individual was none other than Wang Tingfei. A smile adorned his face, exuding calmness, while his gentle gaze and affable smile radiated like the sun, casting a dazzling brilliance that overshadowed all nearby figures. Even in his strikes, there was an aura of perfection, as if every gesture he made was favored by the heavens. Surrounding him were 9 individuals, one of whom was the renowned Shangwan Xiao, actively entangled with the demon python. The others, each possessing cultivation levels above the 7th layer of qi condensation, were unfamiliar to Meng Hao. Together, they unleashed a fierce assault on the demon python, filling the air with thunderous roars and the creature's chilling cries. Fixated on Wang Tingfei, Meng Hao remained motionless, yet the depths of his gaze, usually hidden from others, gradually darkened, replacing tranquility with a profound intensity that consumed his entire being. Not long after, the demon python's cries grew ever more anguished, its body marred with wounds, blood splattering as it stood at its most vulnerable. The onslaught intensified, and Wang Tingfei's smile remained perfect, though a barely perceptible thrill glimmered in his eyes. He had awaited this day for a long time. At this very moment, the distant summits of 9 desolate mountains flickered in unison, enveloped in a silvery glow, their threads intertwining as if forming a grand formation. This formation permeated the air, transforming into countless silver strands that coalesced into a mist, rushing towards this locale, seemingly intent on sealing the monstrous serpent. Yet, in an instant, the serpent let out a thunderous roar that reverberated in all directions, causing the black mountains to tremble. Suddenly, a spectral beast materialized above the serpent's head. This creature, entirely crimson, boasted enormous wings, a fierce visage, and claws that glimmered with a chilling light, accompanied by a lengthy tail. The moment this apparition emerged, the sky shifted ominously, and the onlookers were gripped by terror, save for Wang Tingfei, whose eyes gleamed with intense excitement. Fortunately, the spectral figure vanished as quickly as it had appeared. However, just as it dissipated, the serpent surged forth from the rift, its body glistening and fully shed of its skin. As it emerged, it roared thunderously, releasing a torrent of red mist that enveloped the surroundings with immense force. The spectators found it impossible to evade, including Wang Tingfei, who could only watch in astonishment as the red mist ascended, sweeping everyone into the air and propelling them away. While the incoming silver strands of mist descended, engulfing not only the serpent, but also Wang Tingfei and the others in dense silvery vapor. In that fleeting moment when Wang Tingfei and the serpent were shrouded in the silver mist, Meng Hao's heart raced like never before. He had previously noticed the serpent was devoid of its sword, and at this instant, he comprehended its whereabouts. Without a trace of hesitation, he propelled himself forward, summoning the swiftness he had never before attained, his feet barely touching the ground as he soared toward the mountain's peak and dashed into the rift. Quick, quick, quick! Meng Hao growled, disregarding the peculiar sense of the place as he plunged deeper into the rift. Before his eyes lay a vast expanse of shed serpent skin, and there, embedded within it, was the ancient, small sword. Without pausing, he seized the sword, his heart pounding, his face flushed with exhilaration, an unmistakable display of excitement. Just as he prepared to retreat, Meng Hao's eyes widened in astonishment as he discerned the entirety of the serpent's skin. Despite his overwhelming excitement, he could not suppress a gasp. This was indeed serpent skin, yet it revealed a horrifying sight he had never encountered in his life. Before him lay a beast's corpse, desiccated yet colossal, measuring nearly 100 feet in length, occupying a significant portion of the hollow mountain. The immense body bore 2 shattered wings, discernible in form, and a fearsome head that, even in death, instilled dread. It resembled the spectral figure the serpent had conjured moments ago, and the so-called serpent now appeared to be nothing more than the tail of this beast's corpse. The tail had become a monster. What kind of beast was this? Meng Hao stood in stunned silence. This demon undoubtedly possessed a demon core. Meng Hao gritted his teeth. Drawing from his experience in acquiring demon cores, he understood that they were not solely found within the abdomen. Rather, the majority resided in the head. At that moment, he swiftly approached the terrifying demon corpse's head, deftly wielding an ancient flying sword. With a decisive stroke, he cleaved it open, revealing a shriveled demon core within, which he seized without hesitation. Just as he intended to retreat, his heart began to race once more. In this position, he beheld a skeleton, crushed beneath the massive beast's head. This skeleton had languished in death for countless years, and beside it lay a golden storage pouch. A surge of blood coursed through Meng Hao's veins. He sensed that this place was a veritable nexus of fortune for him. Having acquired the small sword and the demon core, he now set his eyes on the golden pouch. Without a moment's delay, he grasped it and, filled with exhilaration and fervor, dashed out of the fissure, racing towards the mountainside. I've struck it rich. This time, fortune is mine, he thought. In the brief span of mere moments he spent within the fissure, another figure descended from the silver mist of the sky, Wang Tingfei, clad in white. As he fell, his sleeves billowed, and upon landing, he scarcely glanced around before hastening towards the fissure, his heart brimming with excitement. Wang Tingfei's eyes sparkled with intense exhilaration. Had an onlooker witnessed this scene, they would surely have been taken aback, for such expressions had never so vividly graced his features in the memories of others. To the outside world, Wang Tingfei was the favored child of the heavens, with a gentle gaze, an amiable smile, and handsome features. Everything about him was perfect. Yet now, he could not contain his excitement, for after years of preparation and expending vast resources, he was finally on the verge of obtaining the treasured artifact he had long coveted, destined to accompany him throughout his life. His heart raced uncontrollably. This was, in fact, one of the primary reasons he chose the Reliant sect, for it was an object he was determined to possess. In a flash, he entered the cave, and upon seeing the colossal beast corpse, he burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He rushed towards the tail of the beast, where the area of the serpent's shedding lay. As he drew closer, he began to search. But confusion soon marred his expression. His eyes widened in disbelief. After thoroughly examining the entire corpse, he found himself utterly stunned. Where has it gone? This was impossible. The treasure could only be retrieved once the serpent's shedding was complete, and this was the only moment it could be safely accessed. How could it be missing? This was inconceivable. Wang Tingfei's eyes blazed with fury as he frantically searched his mind once more, until he recalled the remnants of the serpent's skin where the sword should have pierced. There, unmistakably, were the marks indicating someone had extracted the sword. trembling. Wang Tingfei's eyes reflected an unparalleled anger and disbelief, and he let out a roar that reverberated throughout the Black Mountain. He also noticed the gaping wound in the beast's head, where the demon core had been violently extracted. As for the skeleton, his mood soured. And he didn't even spare it a glance. In the midst of his fury, he surged forth with an indescribable madness, his body soaring into the external world. He extended his arms, stained with droplets of blood, in search of a connection, yet for reasons unknown, these droplets failed to sense anything, as if they had been erased from existence. He scoured the entirety of Black Mountain, but to no avail. Ultimately, he returned to the fissure in a daze, gazing upon the corpse of the beast, as Wang Tengfei's anguished howl echoed once more. I devoted 3 years to seeking ancient texts. 3 long years during which I forsook my cultivation, expending over 100,000 spirit stones in pursuit of knowledge, and at last, I uncovered the lead on the ancient Yinglong from 2 centuries past. Wang Tengfei trembled, his visage contorted. The perfection he once possessed had utterly vanished, leaving him in a frenzy. I spent an additional year traversing the entirety of Zhao Kingdom, exploring mountains and forests without respite, guided solely by the resonance of that blood droplet, which ultimately led me to this very place. Wang Tengfei's eyes reddened, his fists clenched tightly, his hair disheveled. Had an outsider beheld this scene, they would undoubtedly be struck with awe. For this treasure, I humbly chose the wretched Kaoshan sect as my sanctuary, damned and cursed. Enduring nearly 3 years of torment here, Wang Tengfei's heart bled, as if an invisible blade had cleaved through his chest, piercing his heart, obliterating his pride, rendering him unable to fathom his own failure. In the end, to set up the formation, I extracted the scant spirit stones and precious treasures remaining, crafting the very array that ensnared this dragon. I even resorted to a childhood power, seldom invoked, to erase any traces of the ancient Yinglong, ensuring no one would know. I spurned the assistance of my clan, withholding the location, for I had resolved to treat this treasure and legacy as a personal trial for myself. Wang Tingfei. Who has taken my treasured artifact? Wang Tingfei trembled violently, his mind echoing with chaos, as his vital energy surged tumultuously within him. He had expended countless resources, only for everything to become a mere bridal gown for another. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, staining his white robe, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. It was as if in the mortal realm, he had offered a princely dowry, constructed an opulent mansion, only to win the affections of an exquisite woman. Hosting a grand banquet to celebrate, inviting countless friends and family. Amidst the envy of others, in his own delight and anticipation, he finally entered the bridal chamber, only to behold the beauty veiled in red, her face flushed with shyness. Just as he was about to leap forth, he suddenly found himself an outsider in this very moment, everything taken from him by someone he did not even know. Who has stolen my ancient sword of cultivation? Wang Tingfei let out a heart-wrenching scream, spewing forth another mouthful of blood, staggering back a few paces, his complexion pale, his eyes alight with an unwilling madness. He could not accept this, not in the slightest, for he had never tasted defeat. His pride was insurmountable, yet the more he succumbed to these feelings, the more his heart was engulfed by a profound humiliation and a tempest of rage. Who has seized the treasure that would have allowed Wang Tengfei to dominate the realm of cultivation in the years to come? He recalled the sacrifices he had made for this moment, and blood gushed forth anew, staining his garments crimson. His body retreated repeatedly. Not only had they taken away his treasured possession, but they had also seized the demon core. Without this core, despite having given everything for his treasure, he found himself unable to break through to the 7th layer in the short term. Who are you? Who has snatched away the fortune that rightfully belonged to me? That was my treasure, my demon core, my legacy. Wang Tengfei's expression twisted in despair and rage, his unwillingness to accept his fate driving him to search fervently. Though the desolate mountains surrounding him made the task nearly impossible, a heart-wrenching howl echoed through the air, reaching Meng Hao's ears as he ran with all his might, igniting within him a fervor that propelled him to run even faster. I've struck gold. This time, I've truly struck gold. His heart raced, and his throat felt parched. He surged forth, surpassing his usual limits, and within a brief moment, he returned to the cave dwelling at Nanfeng. He surmised that the treasure he had taken was of utmost importance to Wang Tingfei. Even if it had been seized, it would not be wise to broadcast the event. He had contemplated hiding, yet such a course would only deepen suspicion. Thus, he chose to act openly, seizing the moral high ground and justifying his actions. At that moment, Meng Hao licked his lips, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Although the jade slip for the cave dwelling was with the chubby boy, he still possessed another jade slip from Senior Sister Sue, which he had previously tested and confirmed could also open the cave. Otherwise, Senior Sister Sue would not have been able to enter when he was counting spirit stones. Upon returning to the cave, he found no sign of the chubby boy. However, he deduced that despite his seemingly simple nature, the boy possessed a fair share of cleverness and would likely not come to harm. Ignoring the matter, Meng Hao sat cross-legged within the cave. After taking a deep breath, he retrieved the golden storage bag, which he admired increasingly with each glance. He hastily opened the bag and, after a brief contemplation, murmured in awe, "What an expansive storage! It can actually hold." Meng Hao's words trailed off as his body stiffened, and after a prolonged moment, he gasped, his eyes fixed intently on the storage bag, his mind a blank canvas echoing with a buzzing sound. Good heavens, this is truly a fortune. His hands trembled as he clutched the storage bag tightly. After a moment of clarity, he steadied himself and cautiously extracted a spirit stone. This spirit stone was unlike the ones he possessed. It was small, akin to the size of a finger, yet the spiritual energy within was rather faint, shrouded in a misty aura. However, the quantity was astonishing. Inside the storage bag, there were a staggering 2,000 pieces. This was a wealth of unprecedented magnitude for Meng Hao, causing him to halt his breath multiple times, his body quaking. His gaze fixated. Aside from these spirit stones, the storage bag contained only some clothing and miscellaneous items. Beads of sweat formed on Meng Hao's forehead. Though the place was not hot, he felt a wave of heat coursing through him. After a moment, he erupted into exuberant laughter, his mirth infused with profound joy. The spirit stones were peculiar. Although large, their spiritual energy was average. Yet, with such a quantity, he could hardly contain his glee. After suppressing his excitement for a while, Meng Hao finally redirected his gaze. He licked his lips and retrieved another item from today's haul, the shriveled demon core. Gazing at the core, the intensity in his eyes magnified. And he licked his lips once more, taking a deep breath. Though the enormous beast had perished many years ago, its tail had transformed into a ferocious serpent, suggesting that this creature had been remarkably formidable in its prime. Its demon core. Meng Hao's breath quickened as he gazed at the hard, shriveled demon core in his hand, promptly retrieving a bronze mirror with the intent to replicate it. However, the moment the mirror was drawn forth, it became searingly hot, almost burning Meng Hao's palm, and in an instant, an invisible force surged forth from the mirror, racing towards the demon core in Meng Hao's left hand. With a resounding bang, the demon core was struck violently from Meng Hao's grasp, soaring through the air. As it did, the invisible shockwave from the bronze mirror continued to bombard the demon core, as if it had transformed into a lavishly furred beast that incited the mirror to frenzy. Stunned, Meng Hao clutched the mirror tightly, managing to stow it away in his storage pouch just as the demon core crashed to the ground, its hardened shell fracturing in several places. Damn it, this is a demon core, not a fur-laden beast. Why is the mirror so agitated? Meng Hao quickly retrieved the demon core, his heart aching at the loss. Fortunately, the core was already shriveled and encased in a hard shell. After enduring several impacts from the bronze mirror, the shell cracked open, revealing a tiny speck of light no larger than a grain of rice, emanating rich spiritual energy that instantly permeated the entire cave. Meng Hao's eyes sparkled with delight, yet considering the mirror's fervor, he hesitated to attempt replication and ultimately decided to treasure it instead. Taking a deep breath, he then produced the third item acquired during this venture, a quaint little sword. As he held it, a proud smile spread across his face. This sword was exceptionally sharp, capable of slicing through the hide of a serpent and even cleaving the head of a great demon, indicating its extraordinary nature. Meng Hao gazed adoringly at the little sword, which was not made of metal but rather wood, adorned with faint golden threads that seemed to captivate the mind. Despite its ancient appearance, the sharpness of this wooden sword exhilarated him further. It must possess a remarkable origin. He struck the wooden sword against the ground, and it easily penetrated the surface, prompting Meng Hao to chuckle foolishly as he picked it up, growing increasingly fond of it. Just as he was reveling in his discovery, Meng Hao abruptly looked up. Momentarily taken aback, he sensed that the spiritual energy within the cave was inexplicably diminishing, even to the point of vanishing completely in such a short span of time. Although the cave did not harbor an abundance of spiritual energy, such a phenomenon was inconceivable. Spiritual energy is a natural essence of the world, primarily coalescing in majestic mountain ranges, and the mountain sect was situated in just such a place. Spiritual energy could not simply dissipate without reason. As he pondered this, Meng Hao focused intently, scrutinizing his surroundings, when suddenly he glanced down at the wooden sword. Disbelief etched across his face. He realized that the spiritual energy within the cave had been entirely siphoned away by the sword in such a brief moment. Could it be that this sword has the power to absorb spiritual energy? Meng Haoling stood there, and after a long pause, he patted his storage bag. Instantly, a small piece of spiritual stone materialized in his hand. After bringing it near the wooden sword for just a few moments, the stone unexpectedly dimmed. He promptly stowed the stone away, feeling a pang of sorrow, yet his expression quickly transformed into one of intense excitement. This sword must be a treasure. Gazing at the wooden sword in his hand, Meng hesitated for a moment before a decisive glimmer appeared in his eyes. He gently drew the sword across his fingertip, and immediately a small wound emerged. Simultaneously, he felt his cultivation surge as the spiritual energy within him began to flow out through the cut. As if it could not be contained, Meng quickly sucked his finger, his eyes gleaming with heightened exhilaration. After a while, the wound finally healed, and he gazed at the wooden sword with a foolish grin, his breath quickening. This sword is indeed a treasure when engaging in combat with others. Merely inflicting a few more cuts upon them would likely render them defenseless, allowing me to strike without lifting a finger. Alas, there is but one. If only there were 2, 10, or even 100, the multitude of wounds inflicted and the speed at which their spiritual energy dissipates would be astonishing. Meng envisioned himself wielding over 100 wooden swords, all piercing the body of Wang Tengfei. He felt that the spiritual stones he had expended during his journey to Black Mountain were entirely worth it. With this thought, Meng took a deep breath and retrieved a copper mirror. He pondered how many spiritual stones would be required. After a moment's hesitation, he concluded that the more swords, the better. He decisively placed the wooden sword on the copper mirror, but as soon as it made contact, the mirror flashed, and the sword was instantly drawn inside. This was an unprecedented occurrence for Meng, leaving him momentarily stunned as he hastily grasped the mirror in an attempt to stop it. But the wooden sword had already vanished. How could this be? Cursed mirror. That was the treasured sword I acquired through great effort. Calm down. Remain composed. Meng breathed rapidly, forcing himself to regain his composure. Suppressing his unease, he deliberated for a while before placing a spiritual stone on the copper mirror, which vanished in an instant. Could it be that the replication has begun? A surge of anticipation coursed through Meng as he nervously added another stone, then another, and another. Gradually, his expression shifted, and his heart began to bleed. The copper mirror seemed like an insatiable void. Before long, he had already cast in over 200 spiritual stones. Cursed. Cursed. Meng contemplated giving up, yet he could not bear to part with the treasure so easily. He understood that if he relinquished now, the copper mirror would lose its ability to replicate before completing the process. At this moment, he could only endure the pain in his heart and once more cast in spiritual stones, 300, 400, until he reached 1,000 stones. By then, Meng's face had turned ashen, and his trembling hand clutched another stone. Was there no end to this? This wretched mirror is robbing me of the spiritual stones I just acquired. Gritting his teeth, he had already sacrificed over 1,000 stones. He could not abandon hope. Like a gambler with wild eyes, he threw in more stones until, at last, he had offered up a total of 2,000 stones. Suddenly, the mirror emitted a blinding, multicolored radiance, a spectacle that had never appeared during the previous replication. Meng, Nanum, stared vacantly as the vibrant light persisted for roughly the duration of a stick of incense before gradually fading away. As the radiance faded, 2 identical wooden swords immediately manifested upon the mirror's surface. Gazing at the swords, Meng Hao's face regained a semblance of color. He hastily grasped one, feeling a profound sorrow and inexplicable rage wash over him, yet he could only offer himself a feeble consolation. It's nothing, merely 2,000 spirit stones. What does that amount to? Out with the old, in with the new. To possess 2 wooden swords is worth it, Meng Hao muttered through gritted teeth. Though the phrase merely 2 tasted particularly bitter on his tongue, he swiftly stowed the bronze mirror away, refusing to cast it another glance. Clutching the 2 wooden swords, he envisioned their extraordinary potential, sitting in contemplation for a considerable time until he could steady his breath. Resolutely, he vowed to exercise caution in future duplications. After a while, Meng Hao placed the 2 wooden swords into storage, particularly the second one, which he regarded not merely as a sword but as 2,000 spirit stones, especially since those stones were recently acquired, shrouded in mysterious mist. With a wry smile, he settled cross-legged, reflecting that the wooden swords did not seem to be treasures of great worth. Otherwise, How could one be replicated for just 2,000 spirit stones? Once the spiritual energy within the cave had replenished, he retrieved the grain-sized demon core from his storage pouch. Although he had just broken through to the 5th layer of chi condensation, he pondered how much his cultivation would rise upon consuming this core. With determination in his gaze, Meng Hao placed the tiny demon core in his mouth. The moment he closed his eyes, his body erupted with a thunderous resonance. As the core melted, it transformed into an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, instantly engulfing Meng Hao. The richness of this spiritual power surpassed anything he had ever consumed before, rendering all comparisons futile, like the faint glow of fireflies against the brilliance of the moon. Within Meng Hao, this energy detonated, a torrent of spiritual force sweeping over him, causing blood to spill from the corners of his mouth and his body to tremble. Yet, amidst this struggle, his Dan Lake expanded continuously, the waters within it multiplying, granting him an overwhelming sense of boundlessness. However, with each expansion came indescribable agony, heightening his tremors and rendering his complexion pale as he clenched his teeth tightly. Simultaneously, the waters within the lake churned violently, that contained spiritual energy astonishing, allowing Meng Hao to feel his cultivation ascending amidst the torment, shifting from the early stages of the 5th layer of chi condensation to the mid-stage. As time gradually passed, he was unaware of how long had elapsed. His cultivation roared within him as the Dan Lake surged, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the 5th layer. Then, with a thunderous jolt in his mind, his cultivation abruptly broke through the 5th layer, propelling him into the 6th layer, not merely at the early stage, but advancing to the mid-stage of the 6th layer before gradually stabilizing. His garments had disintegrated to ash, leaving only his storage pouch scattered nearby. At first glance, his body appeared enshrouded in black grime, but upon closer inspection, one could discern the crystalline radiance of his form, subtly illuminated by a shimmering glow, exuding an extraordinary presence. His hair had grown, now resting upon his shoulders, and he stood slightly taller, no longer frail but rather elongated. Though his complexion retained a hint of darkness, it bore a newfound luster, an ineffable charisma radiating from him, instilling a sense of ethereal elegance. Within him, the Dan Lake churned, permeating his entire being. Deep within that Dan Lake, a demon pill, no larger than a grain of rice, lay in stillness, inexplicably refusing to dissolve, instead remaining submerged and motionless. If this were all, it would suffice. However, it was almost at the moment Meng Hao reached the 6th level of chi condensation that a resounding roar echoed violently in his mind. Amidst this tumult, a faint thread of inheritance emanated from the dormant demon pill, surging into Meng Hao's consciousness like a brand. This was a legacy from the ancient bloodline of the Ying Long. The deceased Ying Long was not a formidable beast that had thrived in ancient times, but rather a relatively weak descendant, yet it still harbored the celestial legacy of its ancestors. In its final moments, it had hidden its inheritance within the demon pill, which the serpent had intended to consume after shedding its skin. Wang Tingfei had long coveted this, for having obtained the essence blood, he considered himself the true heir. Yet now it had fallen into Meng Hao's grasp. Meng Hao experienced a dream, soaring through an expanse of celestial skies, commanding the heavens above. With each movement, the world trembled, and the winds and clouds roiled in response. In this vastness, he was the sovereign. Every creature capable of flight quaked in fear at his presence. Rendered powerless as he passed, he was the lord of the skies, the favorite of the heavens, with countless beings of the earth bowing in reverence. As if it were an era long past, so distant that the passage of time was unfathomable. The sensation of flying amidst the firmament intoxicated Meng Hao, enveloping him in an almost obsessive allure. He could not discern how long he had soared, witnessing countless ferocious beasts retreat and innumerable lives kneel in submission. The winds coursed beneath him, the earth lay beneath his feet, and even the heavens seemed to bow before him, as if he and the sky were one. Until he descended upon a lake, gazing down to behold his own form, a colossal dragon spanning tens of thousands of feet, with immense wings that further accentuated his formidable presence. His fearsome head and elongated tail coalesced into an unrivaled majesty, resonating within Meng Hao's spirit like a thunderous lightning strike, tearing through his consciousness and manifesting as a voice. I am the Ying Long, the ancient Ying Long. This proclamation echoed from Meng Hao's mind, reverberating throughout the world, causing the earth to tremble and all creation to roar in response. Although the true bloodline had long since dissipated, some descendants remained, albeit weakened, yet this inheritance persisted, containing remnants of its former glory. Meanwhile, within the eastern Peak cave dwelling of the Mountain Guardian sect, Wang Tingfei's expression was grim, his inner fury threatening to drive him to madness. The taste of failure was unbearable, and he persistently sought to sense the whereabouts of his rival and the inheritance through drops of blood, yet to no avail. This enigma left him bewildered. Have you found anything? After a prolonged silence, Wang Tengfei suppressed his rage, lifting his gaze to a young man before him, one of the two who had accompanied him alongside Shang Wansong on that fateful day. In response to Brother Wang, I discreetly conducted thorough inquiries across various locations and consulted numerous disciples from different sects, leaving no stone unturned. I even delved into the miscellaneous department, particularly focusing on individuals such as Zhou Kai and Han Zhong. Among the 37 individuals absent from the sect at that time, I meticulously examined each one, eliminating 29 from suspicion. Of the remaining, 6 could not provide evidence of their absence from the vicinity of Heishan. Thus it can be conclusively stated that only Meng Hao and Han Zhong were present near Heishan at that time. This young man, though renowned within the sect, remained deferential in the presence of Wang Tingfei. However, he had never encountered Wang Tingfei in such a manner before. After a brief hesitation, he bowed and spoke. Wang Tingfei's expression grew increasingly grim, and as he raised his gaze, a chill emanated from his eyes, causing the young man's heart to shudder with unease. Was Han Zhong also in Heishan? Meng Hao? Wang Tingfei furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name Meng Hao. Meng Hao was the very individual who had injured junior brother Liu. The young man quickly reminded him. Wang Tengfei's countenance darkened, and a tempest of fury ignited within him. After years of meticulous planning and immense effort, he had considered this matter a monumental opportunity, a trial to present to his family in the future. Yet, it was now being wrenched from his grasp. The thought of that sword, which he had prepared as a means to assert his dominance, caused his heart to convulse. The legacy of the ancient Yinglong weighed heavily on him, and he felt as though he might weep blood anew. Prior to this moment, he had been filled with confidence, convinced that this fortune was rightfully his, that only he, Wang Tengfei, was deserving of such destiny and blessings. However, this sudden and unforeseen setback was a crushing blow, leaving him in a state of disbelief and anguish. As his breath quickened and he was about to speak, a sudden tremor coursed through him. A searing pain erupted in his right arm, compelling him to lower his head and roll up his sleeve. His eyes were fixated on his arm as the blood droplets gradually dissipated until they vanished entirely. Wang Tingfei wished to halt this phenomenon but found himself powerless. His handsome features contorted in rage and despair, intertwined with the pain of his legacy being erased, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He realized that the very person who had usurped his treasure had, in that instant, irrevocably taken away his inheritance, signifying that he could no longer use his blood to sense the whereabouts of the other, as the legacy had chosen another. The young man before him witnessed this scene with alarm, and just as he moved to approach, Wang Tingfei abruptly lifted his head and bellowed, "Get out." The command echoed ominously, leaving the young man pale and shaken. The expressions displayed by Wang Tingfei were unlike anything he had ever witnessed before, and a chill enveloped him, prompting him to retreat hastily. Within the confines of the cave, Wang Tengfei's eyes burned red, his mind swirling with the names Han Zhong and Meng Hao, and he could not help but recall the external sectant whom he had so carelessly dismissed in the square that day. Suddenly, Wang Tingfei furrowed his brows, a deeper frost settling upon his countenance. He recalled the inexplicable phenomenon of the blood droplets failing to sense the inheritance, a peculiar sensation as if erased by an unseen force. He pondered, neither Han Zhong nor Meng Hao could possibly accomplish such a feat. Who could it be? Bloodshot eyes narrowed. Wang Tengfei raised his right hand to tap his storage pouch, instantly releasing a shimmering silver light that transformed into an octagonal formation, hovering before him. Gazing intently at the formation, determination flickered in Wang Tengfei's eyes. This was a formation he had previously set up around several peaks near Black Mountain. Once utilized, reversing it required several hours of nurturing, otherwise it would yield no results. Now that the time had elapsed, it was ready to be activated. Wang Tingfei had resolutely decided that even if it meant suffering significant damage to his cultivation and risking injury to his consciousness, he would ascertain who else had been present around Black Mountain that day. With unwavering focus on the silver formation, he bit his tongue, letting blood drip onto it. As it touched the formation, he swiftly performed a hand gesture and pressed down forcefully. In an instant, his mind erupted with a deafening roar, plunging him into a state of confusion. Yet, amidst the chaos, he faintly sensed a series of fluctuating energies emanating from the formation. 1, 2. These 9 individuals were those I summoned for assistance. This aura is undeniably mine. Wang Tigfei's complexion turned pale as the silver formation quivered, cracks beginning to mar its surface. Nevertheless, he refused to relent, striving to perceive more. Gradually, a hazy outline emerged in his mind, within which several stationary light points resided. Among them, he recognized 10 as familiar presences, while another point emanated the aura of Meng Hao. Beyond these, one more light point confirmed to him the essence of Han Zong. However, this formation could only record the presence of those who had ventured into the vicinity of Black Mountain without accurately pinpointing their precise locations. Furrowing his brow, Wang Tigfei's attention was suddenly drawn to yet another light point within the outline of his mind, which was surprisingly dim. It was so faint that it could easily be overlooked. Indeed, had Wang Tigfei not been willing to risk the collapse of the formation to extract its final energies, he might never have detected this nearly imperceptible light. This is. A jolt of realization surged within him as he focused intently on the dim light point. Yet, at that very moment, his expression changed drastically, as if struck by a powerful force. He coughed up blood, and the formation before him shattered, sending his body crashing against the wall of the cave. Wang Tigfei's face turned ashen, blood spilling forth once more, but his eyes reflected an unprecedented horror. The sensation from that light point sent tremors through his very being, as if a mere thought from its source could lead to his immediate demise. It is crucial to note that Wang Tigfei's formation could only detect general auras, lacking the ability to discern specific levels of cultivation. Yet, even this vague aura instilled such profound fear within him, leaving him utterly terrified. Who could it possibly be? Wang Tigfei trembled, the terror in his eyes instantly confirming that the one who had taken his treasured possession was indeed this terrifying individual. Only this person could so effortlessly sever the connection he had previously felt through his blood. A chilling wave swept through his heart as he raised his head, breath coming in rapid bursts, and it took him a while to regain his composure. Yet, the thought of that dim light flickering in his mind felt like a mountain pressing down upon his chest. How could this person possibly know of the affairs of Black Mountain? Could it be that he had followed me all the way here in search of answers? Who, then, is this individual? After a long while, the dream finally came to an end. Meng Hao opened his bewildered eyes, unaware of how many days had passed or of any changes to his cultivation. The dream had felt interminably long. Although the dream had concluded, it seemed that some memories had surfaced in Meng Hao's mind, albeit vague and ancient. He struggled to recall them. Yet the desire to soar through the skies emerged with striking clarity in that moment. He felt a profound certainty that if he were ever able to fly amidst the heavens, those obscure memories would undoubtedly resurface with unparalleled clarity. Moments later, Meng Hao took a deep breath, his eyes gradually regaining their luster. As he sensed the shift in his cultivation, he found himself momentarily stunned. Condensing qi to the 6th layer, his breath quickened, and a brilliant light shone in his eyes. After carefully experiencing the surge of his cultivation, he was instantly overcome with ecstasy. He felt the vast Dan lake within him, and even since the rice-sized demon pill contained within it, a feeling of blood being thicker than water washed over him. I have actually reached the 6th layer of qi condensation. Meng Hao's body trembled as he sprang to his feet, laughter erupting from him, echoing endlessly within the cave. Overwhelmed with excitement, Meng Hao settled back into a cross-legged position. As he closed his eyes, he felt his senses sharpen significantly, perceiving the surroundings with an unprecedented clarity. An indescribable exhilaration filled his heart until he heard the voice of the chubby boy outside the cave. Meng Hao, you poor soul. You chose to take the elixir yourself. I'm not the one to blame. Please, do not bring misfortune upon me. Alas, my plight is even more miserable than yours. You have no idea. Our general store has lost business these past few days. It has been robbed. At that moment, the chubby boy squatted outside the cave, wearing a face of despair, with a fire pit before him burning yellow paper. Meng Hao, you've turned into a ghost and must help me. I burned so much paper for you. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he wept while burning the paper. Your family may be poor, but you have a friend like me. Do not worry, Meng Hao. I shall burn paper for you every day, so you can marry a beautiful wife in the afterlife and fulfill your dreams of becoming wealthy. Meng Hao, why did you leave us? The chubby boy's wails grew louder, his face awash with sorrow. Meng Hao listened to this scene, a strange expression crossing his face. He opened his eyes from his meditative state for the first time, bemused by the notion of someone burning paper for him. Rising to his feet, he pressed his right hand against the cave's entrance, which immediately groaned open, and he stepped out slowly. As soon as he stepped outside, the heart-wrenching cries of the chubby boy reached his ears, only to abruptly cease. The boy turned back in astonishment, and upon catching sight of Meng Hao, his hair stood on end, eyes wide with horror and disbelief. He leapt back in shock, recognizing Meng Hao and froze in place. Meng Hao, with an odd expression, cast a glance at the boy, refrained from speaking, and merely cleared his throat before making his way to a nearby stream to wash himself. Gradually, he cleansed the thick layers of grime that had never before adorned his body, then donned a green robe and severed his slightly long hair with a flying sword, restoring his original appearance. Once invigorated, he turned around, a smile gracing his features as he gazed at the chubby boy. The boy stared blankly at Meng Hao, tears suddenly streaming down his face as he lunged forward, wailing uncontrollably. "You're alive. Meng Hao, you weren't dead after all. I've been so scared these past few days. Everyone said you had perished, and my heart ached. You were my only friend. What would I do if you were gone? I even contemplated escaping the mountain gates, lost all interest in grinding my teeth. But then I thought, if I left, I might never avenge you, so I stayed, vowing to seek revenge for you in this lifetime." The chubby boy cried out, embracing Meng Hao, overwhelmed with joy. The boy's sincerity warmed Meng Hao's heart, prompting him to offer a few comforting words that eventually quelled the boy's tears. The two sat by the riverbank, where Meng Hao briefly recounted his experiences in the Black Mountain, omitting any mention of Ying Long and Wang Tingfei. Nevertheless, the chubby boy listened with bated breath, his heart racing until he learned that Meng Hao had attained the 6th level of qi condensation, at which point he gasped in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. The 6th level of qi condensation. Good heavens, you have reached the 6th level. Back when seeing your sister Su captured us, she was only at the 7th level. Meng Hao, you truly are a celestial being now. The boy exclaimed, excitement radiating from his face. Can you fly? He asked, breathless with anticipation. Fly. Meng Hao slightly closed his eyes, envisioning the wind-walking technique from the qi condensation scroll. With his 6th level of qi condensation, it was significantly easier than at the 5th level, yet he struggled through several attempts before his body slowly began to ascend, only to quickly descend again. After a moment's contemplation, he tried once more, stumbling through multiple attempts and even ingesting a medicinal pill, until at last, under the boy's watchful gaze, he floated steadily into the air, hovering about 5 inches off the ground, leaving the chubby boy utterly astonished. In the next moment, Meng Hao opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickering within. Rising to his feet, he took a step and transformed into a gust of wind, racing around the area with grace and speed, leaving the boy breathless with excitement. After several attempts, Meng Hao grew more adept at this sensation. He raised his right hand and tapped his storage bag, causing a flying sword to shimmer forth, landing directly beneath him. In an instant, he soared through the sky, leaving the chubby boy in a state of disbelief. Unable to catch his breath, he flew, the boy murmured in awe. In midair, Meng Hao experienced an exhilarating thrill as he stood upon his flying sword. He felt the presence of the wind and, employing the technique of wind walking, his body floated effortlessly alongside the sword. He managed to maintain this state for over 30 breaths before losing his balance and descending uncontrollably. At that moment, a sudden jolt coursed through his mind, and a mystical incantation appeared in his consciousness. This incantation was not comprised of written characters, but was an ineffable essence, instinctively residing within Meng Hao's mind. With the emergence of the incantation, the spiritual energy within him surged into action. Instinctively, he waved his right hand, as if invisible wings were unfurling, and before him manifested a blade of wind. Upon its release, even the sword beneath Meng Hao quivered, and in an instant, the wind blade shot forth towards the thicket, producing a cacophony of crashing sounds as it severed through 3 rows of trees, all falling as if sliced by a knife. It was only after this display of power that Meng Hao stumbled and landed on the ground. The chubby boy nearby was utterly astonished, taking a long while to regain his breath, his face flushed from excitement, gazing at Meng Hao with profound admiration. I've struck it rich. From now on, following Meng Hao, who would dare bully me? As for the shop's business, let us see who would still dare to snatch it. The chubby boy thought, bursting into a triumphant laugh. Meng Hao, with his eyes closed, reflected on the wind blade he had just conjured, his heart racing with excitement. With his keen intellect, he vaguely surmised that the peculiar dream he had experienced was undoubtedly connected to the demon core. And even the incantation that had just manifested in his mind bore a significant relation to it. Fleetingly, the reflection of a dragon appeared in his mind, reminiscent of the lake in his dream, and an instinctive desire to comprehend the essence of this celestial dragon enveloped his thoughts. Yet, despite his attempts, he found himself unable to succeed. By the way, Meng Hao, the trial for ascending to an inner sect disciple has commenced over the past few days. I heard there is a month-long registration period. You should hurry and sign up. If successful, you would become the third inner sect disciple of the Kaoshan sect, instantly elevating your status. The chubby boy exclaimed, recalling the matter with urgency. The trial for ascending to an inner sect disciple? Meng Hao paused, taken aback. He had heard mention of this several times before, but at that time, his cultivation level was too low, making it seem distant. However, the circumstances had changed dramatically. Within the entire Kaoshan sect, including Meng Hao, there were now only 3 individuals at the 6th layer of qi condensation: Wang Tingfei, Han Zong, and himself. Han Zong had originally been at the peak of the 5th layer and had only recently broken through to the 6th. It is said that only one disciple will be accepted this time, and there are rumors that the trial is tailored for Wang Tingfei. Now that you have reached the 6th layer, you might just succeed. The chubby boy urged fervently, almost desperate for Meng Hao to agree, envisioning a future where he could exert dominance within the Kaoshan sect alongside him. Meng Hao hesitated slightly, refraining from making an immediate decision. Though tempted, he was acutely aware that becoming an inner sect disciple was entirely different from the outer sect. Such individuals were not to be trifled with, not even by the elders of the sect. Additionally, they received greater resources in terms of spirit stones and medicinal pills. However, the implications of this matter were substantial. Meng Hao had advanced in cultivation too swiftly, prompting him to consider the potential speculations of outsiders. If it aroused suspicion, the consequences could be dire. Having spent nearly 2 years at the Mount Kuaishan sect, Meng Hao has come to a profound understanding of the principle of survival of the fittest, as well as the wisdom of concealing one's wealth. However, he has yet to make a definitive decision regarding his departure. Thus, he deems it prudent to make adequate preparations, particularly after the battle at Black Mountain, where his magical treasures and elixirs were entirely depleted. It is imperative that he swiftly replenishes his resources. The thought of parting with those 2,000 large spirit stones causes him considerable heartache. Time swiftly passes, and more than 20 days have elapsed. The deadline for registering as an inner sect disciple is approaching. Although there are few applicants, the sect's rules remain stringent. Once one registers, they must remain in the square, seated beneath the 9 pillars, awaiting the commencement of the trials, with no outside interference permitted, lest one violate the sect's regulations. The so-called trials are, in essence, contests of magical combat. It is said that many years ago, the inner sect trials involved treasure-seeking in perilous locales, but now, as the Mount Kuaishan sect has waned, combat is the sole means for ascending to the inner sect. During these 20-plus days, Meng Hao ventured to the high-level public area, only to find it desolate and devoid of life. Reflecting on the sect's decline, he understood the emptiness of the place and returned to the low-level public area to reopen his general store. His return sparked considerable excitement, and no one dared to encroach upon his business. Consequently, over these 20 days, Meng Hao found it exceedingly easy to conduct trade, amassing a substantial amount of spirit stones. He almost daily replicated magical treasures and elixirs, gradually rebuilding his inventory. Observing the increasing number of flying swords accumulating in his pocket, though they are all ordinary items, their quantity is nearing 100, Meng Hao reminisced about his battle with Lu Hong and his expedition to Black Mountain. He gradually began to clarify his approach to magical combat. After much contemplation, a spark ignited in his eyes as he conceived a method to enhance the potency of his numerous flying swords. In the days that followed, aside from tending to his stall, Meng Hao devoted the majority of his time to researching ways to amplify the power of his flying swords. Through numerous attempts, he gradually discovered various techniques, intentionally training himself to control a greater number of swords, even arranging them into different formations. To obscure his intentions, he deliberately dulled their edges, chipped their tips, or painted them in various colors to give them a worn appearance. Moreover, he made it a point to immerse himself daily in the contemplations akin to those of the sky ruler of the azure dragon he had dreamt of. Although he had yet to achieve success, he noted a significant increase in the efficacy of his wind-walking technique, suggesting that his meditative efforts were bringing him closer to the heavens. As time flew by, with only 2 days remaining until the registration deadline for the inner sect disciples, Meng Hao was once again at his stall in the low-level public area. He observed a chubby youth within the stall exuberantly hawking his wares. Suddenly, Meng Hao turned his gaze to the distance, where he spotted a figure approaching from the foot of the mountain, hands clasped behind his back. Each stride of this individual spanned several yards, and he soon arrived at the foot of the flat-topped mountain. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, exuding an air of arrogance. Floating before him was a piece of yellow paper adorned with intricate runes, from which tendrils of dark wind emanated, swirling around his body. Talisman Meng Hao's eyes flickered momentarily. He recalled a mention of this yellow paper in the Qi condensation scroll. It is a valuable item with limited uses and considerable power. The figure that has arrived is none other than Han Zong, the second strongest practitioner of the outer sect, possessing the 6th layer of Qi condensation. His mere presence immediately stirred a commotion at Pingning Mountain, prompting everyone to clasp their fists in respect. Meng Hao, Master Shangwan seeks you for a matter. Please accompany me. Han Zong stated coldly, barely casting a glance at anyone else, his gaze fixed on Meng Hao. Meng Hao furrowed his brow. He was not unfamiliar with Master Shangwan. Whether it was during the solitary alchemical sessions or a fortnight prior when he assisted Wang Tengfei against the serpent demon, it was evident that the man was extraordinary. What could he possibly want with me? Could it be that he sensed something amiss? Meng Hao slowly rose, aware that as a disciple of the outer sect, he could not refuse an elderess summons. To do so would imply guilt. As he contemplated, he took a fleeting glance at the aloof Han Zong, silently reasoning that if the incident from that day were to become known, Wang Tengfei would undoubtedly be the first to seek him out. Could Master Shangwan be connected to this? Maintaining a calm demeanor, Meng Hao, with a trace of a sardonic smile, casually glanced at the stout boy before stepping forward. As they followed Han Zong, the duo soon arrived at the western peak. Atop this mountain, the spiritual energy was notably dense, and Meng Hao beheld a splendid pavilion where several youths were cultivating spiritual herbs. Before long, they reached a 3-story pavilion where Han Zong halted, turning to Meng Hao. At that moment, a voice emanated from within the pavilion. Meng Hao, come in. Han Zong, you may proceed to the southern peak. With these words, a jade slip flew out and landed in Han Zong's hand. He cast a scornful glance at Meng Hao before departing. Meng Hao's heart sank. Something felt amiss. Sending Han Zong to the southern peak, along with the jade slip, time did not permit him to dwell on it. The pavilion's door opened silently, revealing an abyss of darkness, exuding a chilling aura. Are you not coming in? With Master Shangwan's indifferent voice, Meng Hao hesitated for a moment. A flicker of sharp light flashed in his eyes, realizing he had no means of retreat. After a brief contemplation, he steeled himself and stepped into the pavilion. Inside, the ambience was dim, yet sufficient light allowed him to discern his surroundings. Clad in a golden robe, Master Shangwan sat expressionless, coldly observing Meng Hao's entrance. Almost instantaneously as Meng Hao crossed the threshold, Master Shangwan's eyes glimmered. He swiftly raised his right hand, and in an instant, a needle shot forth, pricking Meng Hao's fingertip before returning. All of Meng Hao's storage bags flew uncontrollably towards Master Shangwan, landing before him. A droplet of blood was on the flying needle, which Master Shangwan caught and touched to his lips. There is no sin of heavenly materials, he remarked, furrowing his brow as he surveyed Meng Hao, as if he could unveil all of Meng Hao's secrets. However, at that moment, the demon core within Meng Hao stirred, allowing him to obscure that gaze undetected. Meng Hao's complexion altered, displaying a look of trepidation as he opened his mouth, seemingly at a loss for words. Master Shangwan, still frowning, began to open each storage bag, searching meticulously. He did not even glance at the numerous flying swords within, nor did he spare a moment's attention to a copper mirror, merely sweeping his gaze over it before moving on, growing increasingly troubled without uncovering anything of note. Master Shangwan, what is it that you seek? On the surface, Meng Hao appeared anxious, yet internally, he chuckled coldly. He had long anticipated this scenario, and thus had concealed the wooden sword, along with the large spirit stone and various elixirs, with the rotund boy for safety. Pray tell, how have you advanced in your cultivation at such an astonishing pace? Shangwan Shou's eyes gleamed like lightning as they fixed upon Meng Hao. It is thanks to senior sister Su and elder Ouyang's care. They provided me with some elixirs. Meng Hao trembled slightly, striving to maintain his composure, yet within, he felt a flicker of relief, surmising that the inquiry was not related to Wang Tengfei, but rather a suspicion regarding his rapid cultivation increase. Shangwan Shou furrowed his brow once more, well aware of elder Ouyang's commendation of Meng Hao. Otherwise, the current search would not have been conducted so gently. At that moment, the voice of Han Zong drifted in from outside the pavilion. Reporting to Master Shangwan, there is nothing at all within Meng Hao's cave dwelling. You may leave. Shangwan Xiu commanded after a brief contemplation, dismissing Han Zong. He then turned his gaze back to Meng Hao, remaining silent. As time passed and dusk approached, Meng Hao's expression grew increasingly tense, a palpable fear creeping in as he stammered, Master Uncle. Enough, you may withdraw now, Shangwan Xiu replied impatiently, waving his hand. Meng Hao immediately rose, clasping his fists in a bow, feeling an immense weight lift from his heart. as he turned to leave the pavilion and descended the mountain. His speed suddenly surged, propelling him towards the southern peak. Not long after Meng Hao's departure, Shang Wanxiu's expression shifted dramatically. He seized a silver needle from beside him, scrutinizing it closely before adding a few drops of the dried blood upon it. His eyes instantly glimmered with intensity. Something is amiss. There is a substantial presence of low-tier demon cores within his blood. This aura, which I had previously obscured with Elder Ouyang's ploy, is now starkly apparent in its desiccation. He must have consumed hundreds of low-tier demon cores. How did he procure such a bounty? Meng Hao harbors a secret. A flash of murderous intent ignited in Shang Wanxiu's eyes as he leaped into action, rapidly pursuing Meng Hao. Meng Hao raced forward, feeling a sense of relief. Yet for reasons unknown, he remained on edge, sensing an impending misfortune. As he reached the entrance of the Southern Peaks cave, he caught sight of the rotund boy peeking out from the distant woods. Upon spotting Meng Hao, the boy rushed over, exclaiming, "You scared me half to death. Meng Hao, you've been taken away for an entire afternoon." The boy appeared visibly relieved, producing a storage bag from his person and handing it to Meng Hao. "Fortunately, I managed to conceal this storage bag without anyone noticing." Meng Hao's expression grew serious as he accepted the storage bag with a nod. However, the moment his fingers brushed against it, a sudden, howling sound erupted from the distant peak. A long rainbow-like figure, moving at an astonishing speed, was swiftly approaching. Within this arc of light stood an elder clad in golden robes. It was Shang Wanxiu. He was actually flying. It is known that only foundation-building cultivators possess the ability to fly. Those who have not reached this level can merely glide with the aid of magical artifacts, as senior sister Su was capable of doing. This sight sent a jolt through Meng Hao's heart, but he soon discerned that the elder was not truly flying. Rather, he was gliding down from the mountaintop, utilizing a principle akin to his own sword-stepping technique. Upon a fleeting glance, Shang Wanxiu immediately discerned the storage bag being handed to Meng Hao by the chubby boy. A spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes, and without uttering a single word, he rushed towards Meng Hao with unwavering confidence, certain that today he would uncover the secrets of this individual, which might prove invaluable to his future ambitions. Meng Hao's expression shifted in an instant, his mind racing, yet time was of the essence, leaving no room for excessive contemplation. Without hesitation, he stowed the storage bag, seized the chubby boy, and leaped into the air, whereupon flying swords encircled his feet, propelling him swiftly into the distance. The speed of this scene was so remarkable that even Shang Wanxiu's pupils constricted in surprise, eliciting a cold snort as he pursued Meng Hao relentlessly. The chubby boy, pale with fear, remained motionless, terrified of hindering Meng Hao, fully convinced that Meng Hao would never abandon him to flee alone. In truth, Meng Hao was indeed not of such a character. He understood that if he forsook the chubby boy, his speed might increase. Yet Shang Wanxiu would surely vent his wrath upon the boy. Cursing inwardly, as he raced forward, Meng Hao felt Shang Wanxiu closing in. Just as he landed, he realized that he could not sustain this pace for long. With sweat beading on his forehead and his mind racing, he suddenly spotted the outer sect and an idea sparked within him. With renewed determination, he leaped once more, entering the outer sect just as Shang Wanxiu approached. Disregarding his cultivation level, he grit his teeth and surged forward on his flying sword, the sound of it slicing through the air resonating loudly, causing the outer sect disciples to stare in stunned silence upon witnessing this spectacle. Shang Wanxiu's expression darkened as he swept forward with a flourish of his sleeve, the distance between him and Meng Hao diminishing rapidly. Yet, in an instant, as they were less than 10 paces apart, Shang Wanxiu's countenance shifted. He suddenly grasped Meng Hao's intention, but was too late to intervene. Meng Hao had arrived at the outer sect plaza, encircled by 9 stone pillars, where Elder Ouyang sat in meditation on a high platform, and below, only Wang Tingfei sat cross-legged. This was the very venue for the registration of the trial for promotion to inner sect disciples. "I wish to register," Meng Hao exclaimed as he stepped into the plaza, his voice ringing out boldly. "I wish to register too." The chubby boy, now devoid of color, quickly followed suit, shouting with all his might. Shang Wanxiu halted abruptly at the plaza's edge, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, only to dissipate swiftly, replaced by a forced smile. Meanwhile, Elder Ouyang, upon opening his eyes and observing Meng Hao, was taken aback by his cultivation but still regarded him with the usual admiration. Within the plaza, Wang Tengfei remained oblivious, eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to Meng Hao's arrival. "Since you have registered, remain here and do not venture out. Await the trial that commences in 2 days." Elder Ouyang spoke calmly, his gaze subtly sweeping over Shang Guanxiu. That glance weighed heavily on Shang Guanxiu's heart, but he maintained a congenial smile, directing a gaze of apparent appreciation towards Meng Hao. Meng Hao turned his gaze towards Shang Guanxiu, and for a fleeting moment, their eyes locked. A tempest of fury surged within Shang Guanxiu, yet he was compelled to stifle it. After a brief pause, he forced a few hollow laughs and turned away. Before long, Han Zong strode into the square, his eyes glinting with malevolence as he cast a disdainful glance at Meng Hao, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he chose to register. Offending Master Shangguan was a gamble, should he possess the audacity. He would remain unscathed until the intersect trials, where his demise would be sealed. As he passed by Meng Hao, Han Zong muttered softly. Meng Hao's eyes flashed with a fierce light, coldly observing Han Zong's retreating figure. As the deadline for registration loomed, the square, once desolate save for Wang Tingfei before Meng Hao's arrival, now welcomed 4 additional figures following Han Zong. These newcomers were familiar to Meng Hao. Apart from Yin Tianlong and Zhou Kai, the other 2 were in their 30s, one remarkably robust, the other lean yet marked by a grotesque scar, both exuding an air of lethal intent, the latter 2 being at the 5th level of qi condensation. Upon entering the square, the 4 men cast malevolent glances at Meng Hao and the plump boy, their murderous intentions laid bare, aggressive and unyielding. The plump boy grew anxious while Meng Hao squinted, assessing the influence Shang Guanxiu wielded. Time passed slowly, and 2 days slipped by, with merely half an hour remaining until the registration deadline. A throng of outer sect disciples gathered outside the square, not to register but to witness Wang Tengfei's prowess in the upcoming intersect trials. They quickly noticed the 8 individuals within the square, particularly the one with the least cultivation, the plump boy. As murmurs of speculation filled the air, the appointed time arrived. A resonant bell tolled throughout the entire Mount Qishan, ringing 9 times in succession, its echo lingering. Elder Ouyang slowly opened his eyes and surveyed the 8 participants on the square, with a graceful wave of his sleeve. The platform beneath him erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, expanding to an impressive size of over 100 feet. With another flourish of his right hand, 8 jade slips soared forth, heading directly towards the 8 individuals below, landing before them, each marked with a number from 1 to 8. Abandonment is not permitted. The contest for advancement to the inner sect is a matter of life and death, yet one may concede if overwhelmed. The first match is 1 against 8. Elder Ouyang announced coolly. At that moment, Wang Tingfei opened his eyes, grasped the jade slip marked with the number 1, and gracefully ascended the high platform. As he stood there, the breeze tousled his long hair, his white attire gleaming like fresh snow, presenting an image of perfection, handsome features, a gentle demeanor, and a congenial smile. All these attributes elicited cheers from the surrounding cultivators. However, unbeknownst to them, this fade masked the sting of his recent failures. At this juncture, Shang Guanxiu's figure emerged among the crowd, casting a cold glare at Meng Hao. Yin Tianlong's expression darkened as he glanced at the jade slip inscribed with the number 8, then leapt onto the high platform, enveloped in the swirling winds of his technique. As soon as Yin Tianlong stepped onto the high platform, Wang Tingfei lifted his right foot, causing the entire structure to tremble violently, as if an invisible wave of pressure surged forth from him. Although Wang Tingfei remained motionless, the overwhelming aura he exuded rushed directly towards Yin Tianlong. This scene caused Yin Tianlong's expression to change drastically. He realized that even without Wang Tingfei making a move, the sheer intensity of the pressure made the spiritual energy within him sluggish. I concede, Yin Tianlong immediately declared, without hesitation, abandoning any thoughts of engaging further. He clasped his fists in a deep bow and leaped down from the high platform, hastily making his way out of the square. Elder Ouyang's face remained impassive as he slowly announced, Wang Tingfei wins. The score is 2-7. Upon hearing these words, the chubby boy trembled slightly, glancing at the jade slip before him, which displayed the number 2. At the same moment, a 5th-layer qi refinement cultivator, bearing a scar across his face, cast a cold glance at the chubby boy before stepping up onto the platform. I concede immediately. Meng Hao spoke quietly, his right hand propelling the chubby boy forward, causing him to soar onto the high platform. As soon as the chubby boy landed, he opened his mouth to speak. Ninja. However, he dared not utter the full phrase, only managing 2 words. Yet, the scarred cultivator's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he raised his right hand, launching a flying sword that whistled through the air towards the chubby boy. The speed of the sword was astonishing, in the blink of an eye. It was at the chubby boy's throat. At that very moment, the final syllable of his concession barely escaped his lips, but it was evidently too late. Meng Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet, but at that instant, Elder Ouyang flicked his right hand, causing the sword, which was about to pierce the chubby boy's throat, to buzz and be deflected away, leaving only a thin line of blood on the boy's neck. The chubby boy's face turned pale as he stumbled back, quickly jumping down to return to Meng Hao's side. His legs trembling in terror from the brush with death he had never before experienced. Meng Hao's gaze fell upon the blood on the chubby boy's neck, and a fierce glint of killing intent emerged in his eyes. The opponent's strike was vicious, clearly intended to kill, and while such actions might be permissible against him, targeting the chubby boy, who was of lower cultivation, was an egregious act of bullying, especially as Meng Hao's eyes swept over to the distant figure of Shang Guanxiu, whose face was shrouded in shadows and brimming with malice, his heart ignited with fury. He pondered that he had never wronged this Shangguan elder. Yet the latter was relentless and brutal. Having spent years in the Kaoshan sect, Meng Hao seldom exhibited such intense killing intent, but now it was palpable in his gaze. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by the surrounding cultivators, who began to murmur among themselves, glancing toward Meng Hao with concern. Next battle, 3-6. Elder Ouyang mused with a furrowed brow. You have offended Elder Shangguan. Today, not only you, but he too must perish. Han Zong grabbed the 3 jade slips before him and, passing by Meng Hao, whispered, Elder Shangguan holds significant power within the Kaoshan sect, second only to the sect leader and the elder. This was closely linked to the decline of the Kaoshan sect, the dwindling number of disciples, the chaos in the sect's regulations, and the violent clashes among outer sect disciples all illustrated the imminent demise of the once mighty sect. The elixirs are scarce, yet the condensing spirit pill, which other sects possess in nearly infinite quantities and can be consumed in abundance by disciples, has become a treasure that could incite bloodshed within the Mountain-backed sect. It is better to let chaos reign, allowing fate to determine the outcome. Whether one is at the 1st or 5th layer of qi condensation, let it be so. Life and death are dictated by destiny, with no semblance of fairness. There are no teachings, no guidance on how to cultivate. A volume on qi condensation is merely a matter of personal fortune. Whether one transforms into a worm or a dragon, success brings life, failure leads to death. The resilient shall survive, while the feeble shall perish. Whoever manages to carve a path through this turmoil and becomes an inner sect disciple shall be regarded as a true member of the Mountain-backed sect. And such disciples are of utmost importance to the sect leader and Elder Ouyang. Once, the sect leader He Luohua harbored ambitions for the sect's prosperity. Yet the burdens of reality weighed him down, stemming from the sanctions imposed by the 3 great sects of the Zhao Kingdom, leaving him weary and contemplating retreat. Elder Ouyang, possessing a gentle disposition, had devoted his youth to cultivation, and now, with his lifespan dwindling, he lacked the vigor to engage deeply with the sect. As for the inner disciples, Sister Su has long been in seclusion, her temperament aloof and indifferent to sect affairs, while Brother Chen is singularly focused on the Tao, eschewing involvement in sect matters. Thus, only the elder disciple, Shang Guanxiu, remains. With a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi condensation and over 90 years of age, his profound experience within the sect renders him a respected figure among the disciples. However, this is the declining Mountain-backed sect. Had he been in another sect, his level of cultivation would not warrant the title of uncle. Meng Hao observed Han Zong as he ascended the high platform. Han Zong's opponent was Zhou Kai, and a battle to the death between them was out of the question. Without hesitation, Zhou Kai conceded, ending the match. In the final battle of the first round, Meng Hao rose and stepped onto the high platform, facing a towering man at the 5th layer of qi condensation, whose aura was filled with a malevolent energy, indicative of a history steeped in bloodshed. The man glanced at Meng Hao and let out a low growl, his body swelling momentarily before he charged at Meng Hao with heavy strides. As he raised his right hand, a battle axe materialized, gleaming with a brilliance that indicated its extraordinary nature. Meng Hao's expression darkened. Without uttering a word, he tapped his storage bag, and a flying sword shot forth, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. However, just as it approached the towering man, a gentle luminescent barrier appeared before him, effortlessly blocking the sword. Today, you shall meet your end. The man sneered, confident that his prior gifts from Uncle Shangguan would safeguard him, unperturbed by Meng Hao's slightly superior cultivation. With a calm demeanor, Meng Hao spoke, and in that instant, the flying sword erupted with a resounding blast. The explosion sent the towering man staggering back a few steps. Yet the luminescent barrier remained intact, leaving him unscathed. Laughing boisterously, he prepared to charge forth, but Meng Hao was swifter, closing the distance in an instant. He struck his storage bag again, unleashing two flying swords that soared forth, exploding once more with a thunderous roar. The barrier twisted under the force, and the man's expression shifted to one of alarm. But before he could react, four flying swords surged towards him, and the barrier was torn asunder. The impact crashing directly into the man's chest, causing him to scream in agony as blood spewed forth. Yet, before his body could even touch the ground, a flying sword whistled forth from Meng Hao, piercing the throat of the burly man with a swift flicker of lightning, causing a spray of crimson blood. The man collapsed, convulsing a few times before succumbing to death. Since joining the Mounting Reliance sect, Meng Hao had seldom taken a life, but in this moment, his actions were ruthless. After the kill, he gracefully descended from the platform, casting a cold glance at Han Zong. "Next, I shall slay you," Meng Hao declared before settling into a meditative posture. His eyes closed. Han Zong's gaze sharpened, the aura of murderous intent intensifying. The surrounding cultivators finally regained their senses, a collective murmur erupting as they were shaken by the bloody scene. Meng Hao prevails in the first battle of the second round against Wang Tingfei and Sugo. Elder Ouyang spoke nonchalantly, as if the prior bloodshed had not transpired. Sugo, the very cultivator who had earlier sought to eliminate the chubby boy, did not hesitate to concede as he ascended the stage, bowing respectfully to Wang Tingfei before hastily exiting the square. At this moment, it was clear to all present that neither Han Zong nor the four fifth-layer cultivators harbored aspirations of advancing to the inner sect. Their sole intent was to eliminate Meng Hao. The second battle commenced, Meng Hao versus Han Zong. Elder Ouyang cast a deep gaze at Meng Hao. The instant his words reverberated through the air, silence enveloped the surroundings, all eyes fixated on the confrontation between Meng Hao and Han Zong. With a dark expression, Meng Hao stepped onto the elevated platform, arriving almost simultaneously with Han Zong. No words were necessary between them. They immediately clashed. Thunderous echoes resounded as three flying swords coiled around Meng Hao, while a shimmering light enveloped Han Zong's figure. A resplendent five-colored banner surged forward, aimed directly at Meng Hao. Without uttering a word, as the banner approached, Meng Hao advanced rather than retreating. He raised his left hand and, in an instant, conjured a fire serpent over 50 feet long, roaring forth with ferocity. This fire serpent resembled not merely a snake, but rather a python, igniting the air around it. Simultaneously, with a clap of his right hand against his storage pouch, 6 flying swords emerged, shooting forth in rapid succession. Han Zong sneered, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. He took a step forward, pressing his left hand against the ground. With a low growl, the entire platform trembled, and before him materialized a colossal stone figure, approximately 10 feet tall, which charged forward, colliding with the fire serpent in a tremendous explosion. The ensuing shockwave reverberated through the air as the five-colored banner unfurled, surging towards Meng Hao's flying swords. In that fleeting moment of proximity, a glimmer ignited in Han Zong's eyes. 5-star technique. Almost simultaneously with Han Zong's declaration, the five-colored banner shook violently, emanating a radiant glow that dispersed into 2 shades of mist, transforming into 2 ghostly apparitions that howled mournfully as they lunged at Meng Hao. However, the second misty spirit appeared notably dimmed, evidently limited by Han Zong's cultivation. The emergence of these 2 spectral forms sent shockwaves through the surrounding cultivators, who gasped in astonishment. "This is the unparalleled 5-star technique of Master Shangguan," they exclaimed. "It is said to be the most formidable spell below the foundation establishment level. Brother Han can invoke 2 colors." Indeed, Han Zong has mastered this technique. Is it possible that the banner is a treasured artifact crafted by Master Shangguan? The 2-colored mist spirits emitted a sharp, piercing shriek that resonated across the expanse, their momentum relentless. The 6 flying swords of Meng Hao shattered into fragments upon the slightest contact with these mist spirits. Below the platform, Shangguan Xiu revealed a sinister smile at the corners of his lips. He cared not for Meng Hao's life or death, but rather for a certain treasure concealed within Meng Hao's storage pouch. In fact, after Meng Hao registered for the intersect trial, Shangguan Xiu sought out Zhou and Yin to glean the details of the so-called demonic arts Meng Hao had invoked during the Black Mountain battle, which had stirred the beasts. In Shangguan Xiu's eyes, it was not mere sorcery, but rather an extraordinary artifact. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed slightly as he beheld the 2-colored mist spirits charging towards him. With a sudden lift of his left hand, he thrust it forward, conjuring an invisible blade of wind that raced forth with astonishing speed toward the approaching spirits. Simultaneously, Meng Hao consumed several monster cores, then with a flourish of his sleeve, he unleashed a torrent of sword light from multiple storage pouches. A staggering 20 swords soaring into the air, their sheer number overwhelming, all whistling toward the two-colored mist spirits. Many of these swords appeared battered and discolored. This spectacle immediately stunned the surrounding cultivators, their murmurs stifled as the wind blades clashed with the mist spirits, causing a resounding explosion. Both spirits trembled as the deluge of swords descended upon them, shrieks echoing forth. Despite their formidable nature, the sheer quantity of Meng Hao's swords was insurmountable. The swords sliced through the mist spirits, rendering them to shreds, and in their aftermath, crashed into the colorful banner, producing a thunderous sound that shattered it instantly. Over half of the 20 swords were expended, their remnants transforming into brilliant sword light. In the bewildered gaze of Han Zong, Meng Hao drew forth another handful of monster cores from his storage pouch and swallowed them. To Han Zong's astonishment, more than a dozen swords surged forth from the pouch once again, vanishing in an instant. Han Zong could hardly fathom the sheer volume of Meng Hao's swords. In his shock, he instinctively retreated, raising his right hand to conjure an additional layer of protective light, now encircled by two shimmering barriers. Yet, unease gnawed at him, as an overwhelming sense of impending doom washed over him. As he raised his hand, a jade talisman emerged before him, adding yet another layer of protection. Only then did he allow himself a moment of respite. At that moment, the rain of swords approached, countless blades striking the first layer of the barrier with a relentless barrage, shattering it as if it were fragile glass. The second layer followed suit, crumbling under the onslaught without a hint of resistance. How could there be so many flying swords? Han Zong's eyes widened in terror as he prepared to retreat further. In the blink of an eye, the third layer collapsed with a thunderous roar. The jade talisman splintered into fragments under the relentless assault of the swords, allowing the rain of blades to pierce Han Zong with a chilling precision. In a cacophony of disbelief and horror, Han Zong's body was punctured by the multitude of swords, and his lifeless form, resembling that of a hedgehog, crashed to the platform with a thud. After a few convulsions, he breathed his last, leaving the onlookers gasping in awe and horror. How can there be so many flying swords? Truly, as expected of someone running a miscellaneous goods shop. Just a few days ago, I witnessed this individual selling over 10 swords, and it seems that in recent months, he has shifted his focus from selling elixirs to dealing in magical artifacts. I surmise that Meng Hao must have encountered a remarkable fortune, otherwise his rapid cultivation wouldn't be plausible. It appears he has acquired numerous treasures during this grand adventure. The sound of speculation erupted in an instant, with everyone engaging in fervent discussion. On the other hand, Shang Wanshou's brows furrowed, his expression dark and brooding. Standing atop the platform, Meng Hao's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, as he still had some spiritual energy remaining within him. His prior exertions, especially the simultaneous release of 20 flying swords, had swiftly drained his energy. Even though he was a cultivator at the 6th level of qi condensation, fortunately, he had been continuously swallowing demon pills to replenish his energy, sharpening his attacks further. This was a combat style Meng Hao had meticulously crafted and practiced until it became second nature. With a flick of his right hand, the flying swords on Han Zong's body soared into the air, stained with blood, and swiftly returned to Meng Hao, circling around him before being stowed away in his storage bag. Descending from the platform, Meng Hao immediately sat cross-legged beside the chubby boy, consuming pills to replenish his energy. He cared not for the eyes of the crowd as he swallowed the pills. After all, following the battle at Black Mountain, he had ample justification to acquire a significant number of demon pills. Moreover, Meng Hao was fervently devoted to the upcoming battle, driven by the humiliation inflicted upon him by Wang Tengfei's 4 fingers. Today, he aimed to reclaim everything with interest. He had waited long for this day. Elder Ouyang observed Meng Hao, his admiration evident in his gaze. Since Meng Hao first entered the outer sect, Ouyang had held him in high regard, and with each subsequent event, his appreciation only deepened. Witnessing Meng Hao's growth, a look of delight spread across his face. He cared not whether Meng Hao had experienced any fortuitous encounters. As a cultivator, such opportunities were the product of fate, especially when the fortunate individual was someone he admired. Ouyang's smile grew warmer, although tinged with regret and concern. In the intersect trials, the lives of those who participated were of no consequence. Wang Tengfei possessed talent rarely seen in a century, with formidable cultivation at such a young age, destined for successful foundation establishment, a rarity even during the sect's most prosperous times. Meng Hao, he mused, was no match for this individual. Elder Ouyang sighed softly. Meanwhile, within the crowd, Shang Wanshou's expression darkened considerably, his eyes narrowing. He had never anticipated that Meng Hao could surpass Han Zong, especially considering the numerous treasures he had bestowed upon Han Zhong, including a colorful banner capable of unleashing fog spirits. He had believed it would be an effortless task to eliminate Meng Hao. Yet, to his astonishment, Meng Hao had effortlessly destroyed the dozens of flying swords with a mere gesture. The thought of Meng Hao wielding such a multitude of flying swords sent chills down his spine, although they were of low rank and easily shattered. Even scrap metal in such quantities could evoke astonishment. At the same time, on the eastern peak of the Mountain of Reliance, a middle-aged man appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in a green robe reminiscent of a scholar. Standing there, his eyes gleamed with a peculiar light as he gazed down at the plaza of the outer sect, his focus fixated upon Meng Hao. This individual. I had previously overlooked him. His aptitude is mediocre, yet he evidently possesses great fortune. This middle-aged man is none other than He Luohua, the current core formation master of the Kaoshan sect. Had it not been for Wang Tingfei, this individual would certainly be within the inner sect, but with Wang Tingfei present, his chances are slim. He Luohua gazed at Meng Hao with a gentle demeanor, as a core formation cultivator and the sect leader. He was not concerned with the extraordinary fate of an outer disciple. This level of magnanimity he naturally possessed. The more fortunate a disciple, the more gratified he felt. Yet regarding Meng Hao, due to Wang Tingfei's presence, even He Luohua harbored little hope for Meng Hao's victory. Regrettably, only 3 slots were available for the Jade Slaying, and Wang Tingfei's place had already been secured. Otherwise, He Luohua shook his head, pondering whether he should intervene if Meng Hao were to face demise. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed softly. As time flowed slowly by, Elder Ouyang admired Meng Hao and noticed the gradual restoration of spiritual energy within him. Thus, he refrained from calling for the next match. This overt favoritism rendered those around them hesitant to voice their opinions. As for Wang Tingfei, he was oblivious to anyone else. Although he felt a twinge of surprise at Meng Hao's astonishing progress, he quickly dismissed it, recalling Elder Ouyang's prior obstruction. In his heart, he did not equate Meng Hao with the one who had taken his treasured possession. He was resolute that the dim light was the true culprit behind his loss. Reflecting on this matter caused Wang Tingfei's heart to ache anew, nearly to the point of weeping blood. The inheritance, at this moment, bore no connection to him. He felt as if he had become an outsider. Even if the current possessor of the inheritance stood before him, he would remain oblivious. The inheritance no longer belonged to me. That treasured sword. Wang Tingfei clenched his fists in silence. He had only glimpsed it from afar and had read a simple description in an ancient tome, unaware even of its purpose. Yet the ancient text clearly stated that this sword was unparalleled in the world, capable of shattering anything with the power of heaven and earth. He had initially intended to study it thoroughly once he obtained it, but now it had become a mere fanciful dream of the past. Wang Tingfei closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, presenting an outward appearance of tranquility as he sat cross-legged, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. I am Wang Tingfei. Although the treasured inheritance has been seized, the inner sanctum of the Kaoshan sect still belongs to me. This is my second scheme, and even without the treasured inheritance, I shall still enter this sect I despise, all for my own second chance at fortune. What does one failure signify? I am Wang Tingfei. He silently reaffirmed within himself, gradually finding not only external calm but also internal peace, as if emerging from the blows of defeat. He was proud, for he was Wang Tingfei, the perfect embodiment of celestial pride, a favored child of heaven and earth. He remained composed because this inner sect trial was designed for him, merely a formality to comply with sect regulations. From the moment he entered the Kaoshan sect, he had already transcended, appearing as an outer disciple while, in truth, he was already an inner sect disciple. He remained tranquil, for he regarded even the clan of the mountain as inconsequential. In his eyes, such a minor sect could be obliterated by any member of his family without a trace left behind. Had he not been resolute in his choice, given his stature, he would not have ventured to this remote Zhao kingdom. He ought to have been commanding respect within a powerful family in the southern domain. Thus, he exuded pride, indifference, and calmness, allowing time to pass and permitting the individual, whose name he had seemingly forgotten, to regain his cultivation. As a stick of incense burned down, Meng Hao's eyes abruptly opened, revealing a glint of brilliance, accompanied by a burgeoning battle intent within. He had slain the burly man of the 5th layer of Qi condensation and vanquished Han Zhong. This day marked the highest number of lives he had taken. Yet, at this moment, he yearned to place Wang Tingfei beneath his feet, to repay the humiliation he had once endured. In silence, Meng Hao gradually rose to his feet. The final battle of the trial awaited. Meng Hao versus Wang Tingfei, with the victor ascending to the inner sect discipleship. Elder Ouyang regarded Meng Hao with encouragement gleaming in his eyes and spoke softly. As he appeared, all gazes in the vicinity converged upon Meng Hao. When he leapt onto the elevated platform, and as Wang Tingfei, with an expression of nonchalance, stepped onto the stage, a wave of murmurs erupted from the outer sect disciples assembled in the square. He truly dared to ascend the platform. Even though Meng Hao's cultivation was formidable, having vanquished Han Zong, to challenge Brother Wang was a testament to his hubris. On the path of the strong, one will invariably encounter stepping stones. And he was merely a stone destined to be trodden upon in Brother Wang's ascent. I still recall how this individual once audaciously seized a treasure from Brother Wang, only to have it reclaimed before the eyes of all, rendering him as insignificant as an ant in Brother Wang's presence. The air was thick with gossip and ridicule. It was not that these individuals harbored a deep-seated enmity towards Meng Hao, but rather that Brother Wang embodied an inviolable presence in their hearts. Should he perish at Wang Tingfei's hands, retrieving his storage bag would prove difficult. Shang Guanxiu furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Meng Hao. Just as the crowd nearly unified in derision, propelling Meng Hao into opposition with the world, a sudden, though not thunderous, yet sharp voice pierced through the commotion. Victory for Meng Hao! Victory for Meng Hao! The inner sect disciple shall undoubtedly be Meng Hao, shouted a chubby boy, his voice piercing yet strained due to his changing pitch. The cacophony of the outside world faded into the background as Meng Hao stepped onto the platform. He stood there, calm and composed, gazing coldly at Wang Tingfei before him. Meng Hao understood that this would be the most formidable opponent he had encountered in his cultivation journey, and it would indeed be a grueling battle. However, Meng Hao would not falter. He yearned for battle, for action. As a man in this world, certain deeds must be undertaken, if only to ensure one's breath endures in the heavens and the earth. Memories of past events flooded his mind, prompting him to gently touch his storage bag, where lay the blood-stained nails he had once plucked from his palm. With a fleeting glance at Meng Hao, Wang Tingfei stood calmly, his gaze steady, embodying an air of serene superiority while dismissing the insignificant like mere insects, reminiscent of years past. He raised his right hand and waved it as if to shoo away flies, and in an instant, a towering whirlwind materialized before him, swirling and rushing towards Meng Hao. A glint of brilliance sparked in Meng Hao's eyes. He had no words to exchange with Wang Tingfei. Every sentiment was conveyed through his sword, through his spells, and in this, the most formidable battle he had faced in 18 years. Stepping forward, he raised his right hand, and a blade of wind appeared in an instant, colliding fiercely with the approaching whirlwind, producing a thunderous roar accompanied by a gust of residual wind. Fight! Meng Hao declared as he struck his storage bag, unleashing 20 flying swords. Although they wobbled unsteadily, their brilliance was blinding, and their imposing aura was undeniable. With a swift motion of his right hand, he pointed forward, and the 20 swords transformed into streaks of vibrant rainbows, forsaking agility for a direct assault towards Wang Tingfei. Fight! The sword light cascaded like rain, igniting a dazzling radiance. The combined force of the 20 swords surged forth towards Wang Tingfei, colliding with the whirlwind in an instant, resulting in a resounding explosion that ripped the whirlwind apart. Yet, the flying swords lost their trajectory amidst the tumult, spiraling chaotically in the wind, resembling a swirling tempest of swords. Though the wind was gradually weakening and seemed on the verge of dissipating, Wang Tingfei's expression remained unchanged, carrying an air of indifferent pride. He took a step forward, and with that step, his cultivation at the peak of the 6th layer erupted, manifesting a spiritual pressure formidable for this realm. As it descended, he formed a hand sign, summoning a thread of water, crystalline and fine, that surged towards Meng Hao. This was no longer the technique of the mountain sect, but rather a family heirloom of Wang Tingfei. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he consumed a monster core. With a gesture of his left hand, he directed the erratic flying swords, and as they spiraled back, he raised his right hand, condensing a fire python several zhang long, which shot towards the water thread, producing another crescendo of sound that seemed to conjure a storm. Water and wind, sever, Wang Tingfei intoned, his gaze devoid of contempt, yet imbued with the same calm confidence he had when he sought to cripple Meng Hao's cultivation. Almost the instant his words left his lips, the crystalline water thread intertwined with the swirling wind above, morphing into a long staff that raced towards Meng Hao with the swiftness of wind and the trace of water. The 20 flying swords rushed back, attempting to obstruct the descending staff. In the chaos, they appeared to lose control, scattering wildly, with many fracturing under the strain. Meng Hao had retreated to the edge of the high platform, and before him lay a massive watermark, 3 zhang in length. Indelibly etched into the stone tiles of the platform, a sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. A crimson line appeared on Meng Hao's brow, blood streaming down to drip from the tip of his nose, rendering him a figure of ferocity in that moment. 20 flying swords could shake the Han sect. Yet in the presence of Wang Tengfei, they were rendered utterly ineffective, unable to compel this individual to unleash his treasures. Merely a spell, previously unknown to Meng Hao, nearly led to his demise. Had Meng Hao's cultivation been at the 5th layer of qi condensation, he would have had no chance of evading that strike. Wang Tengfei, possessing extraordinary talent, excelled in numerous formidable techniques within the qi condensation realm. Even someone at the 7th layer would find themselves in dire straits against him. In this confrontation, Meng Hao's death appeared inevitable. Shangguan Xiu's brow furrowed deeper as she observed Meng Hao, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. Yet she pondered how to seize his storage bag after his demise. As Meng Hao dodged Wang Tengfei's strike, the latter remained composed, as though that previous attack had been merely a trivial endeavor, akin to an elephant trampling an ant. Even if the first strike had been evaded, the second would surely crush him. With a subtle smile gracing his handsome features, Wang Tengfei stepped forward, raising his right hand to casually point at Meng Hao. At that instant, Meng Hao was deafened by the cacophony of buzzing discussions around him. Before his eyes, the scene mirrored that fateful day in the square, where Wang Tengfei had similarly immobilized him with a mere finger, shattered his jade pendant, seized his gourd, and sought to obliterate his cultivation. A fierce combat spirit ignited within Meng Hao. He had endured humiliation under that finger before, but today he was no longer the same cultivator. Although he had not yet decided whether to enroll in the intersect trials, being coerced into this confrontation, Meng Hao had prepared diligently. Having dedicated nearly half of the past month to mastering the sacrificial manipulation of his flying swords. Just as Wang Tengfei's fingertip descended, Meng Hao struck his storage bag, consuming a demon pill, while simultaneously extending his hands outward in a fierce gesture. Instantly, the scattered flying swords around the square quivered in unison, their resonating cries reverberating with earth-shaking intensity. The roars of over a dozen swords echoed, a frenzied cacophony that heralded their speed as they transformed into a torrential rain of blades, converging upon Meng Hao. In an instant, as Meng Hao directed his hands towards Wang Tengfei's finger, these flying swords surged forward with astonishing momentum, howling as they hurtled towards their target. Concurrently, several more swords burst forth from Meng Hao's storage bag, coalescing to form the maximum number of swords he could currently control, as if they could pierce through city walls. Their overwhelming rush aimed squarely at Wang Tengfei's pointing finger. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated throughout the outer sect as the 20 flying swords collided with Wang Tengfei's outstretched index finger, just half a meter apart. In the ensuing roar, nearly 20 swords spiraled back, some shattering into fragments, yet they managed to thwart Wang Tengfei's initial strike. Blood trickled from Meng Hao's lips as he swallowed another demon pill. His eyes now laced with crimson threads, the aura of murder intensifying to its zenith. Yet, he remained silent. Such was his nature, the more he sought to kill. The angrier he became, the quieter he grew. Wang Tengfei's expression remained unperturbed, as if he regarded Meng Hao with utter indifference. This disdain, this arrogance, stemmed solely from his identity as Wang Tengfei. He raised his foot and prepared to unleash his second strike. As the second finger fell, the jade slip that had once shattered before Meng Hao now descended, and without wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he swallowed it whole. With a decisive gesture, the scattered flying swords surged forth once more, hurtling towards Wang Teng. Simultaneously, Meng Hao resolutely severed his control over those swords, allowing them to continue their trajectory unimpeded. Raising his right hand, he struck his storage bag fiercely, and instantly, a brilliant flash of sword light erupted, revealing more than 20 additional flying swords, constituting a second wave that rushed forth like a tempest, creating a rain of blades that totaled nearly 40 swords. Meng Hao was acutely aware of the flaws in his strategy. The flying swords, now devoid of agility, relied solely on speed and sharpness. Thus, while it might be challenging for his opponent to evade, it was not insurmountable, especially considering Wang Teng's pride, which would compel him to confront the onslaught rather than flee. Even if evasion were an option, Meng Hao, having anticipated this possibility, had devised methods to counteract it. Such a scene, such a pinnacle of combat, was exceedingly rare among qi condensation cultivators. It could be said that within the entire Zhao kingdom, no astonishing battle of this caliber had been witnessed among the 6th layer of qi condensation in centuries. Meng Hao's arsenal of flying swords was ample, and since the Black Mountain battle, he had been contemplating how to refine his combat techniques. With the assistance of wind blade technique, he managed to simultaneously maneuver a multitude of flying swords. However, the consumption of spiritual energy limited him to controlling only 20 swords at a time. And due to his insufficient cultivation, his control was rudimentary, forward, and unyielding, yet lacking in flexibility and the ability to turn. This meant he had sacrificed the sword's agility, focusing solely on their ability to launch forward. Thus, he wielded numerous flying swords as a mere mortal might throw them, but instead of using his hands, he maintained their straight course through spiritual power. As long as the swords were numerous and his spiritual energy was not depleted, he could challenge opponents of the same rank. Wang Teng, on the other hand, did not employ the techniques of the Reliant Mountain sect, for he held it in disdain, just as he regarded the techniques here. What he unleashed were the spells of his own illustrious family, whose immense power resonated across the heavens, rendering their qi condensation techniques formidable enough to shake even those of the same tier. Meng Hao's flying swords and Wang Tingfei's sorcery have left the surrounding cultivators in a state of astonished reverie. Despite any previous disdain for Meng Hao, they are now utterly captivated by the seemingly infinite array of magical artifacts at his disposal. It is not only the onlookers, even Shang Wanxiu, Elder Ouyang, and the sect leader He Luohua find themselves momentarily spellbound. Everyone is acutely aware of Wang Tengfei's formidable strength, capable of shaking the very foundation of his peers. Yet, Meng Hao's power, matching Wang Tengfei's relentless onslaught, is enough to provoke gasps from the crowd. At this moment, 40 flying swords envelop the area, transforming into a tempest of sword clouds that swirl ferociously, threatening to tear apart any being that stands in their path, all aimed at Wang Tengfei. This singular strike is far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary peak 6th-layer Qi consolidation cultivator to withstand. Even Meng Hao finds blood trickling from his lips, necessitating the continuous consumption of demon cores merely to maintain his strength. The cacophony escalates as Meng Hao's 40 flying swords explode forth with a thunderous roar, shattering into fragments before Wang Tengfei, who remains unfazed. Yet, even his second finger fails to displace Meng Hao, merely causing him to spit forth another mouthful of blood. Any other opponent would treat Meng Hao with utmost caution at this juncture, yet Wang Tengfei strides forth, undeterred, taking a third step and extending a third finger. Meng Hao's spiritual energy is nearly depleted, yet the abundance of demon cores he possesses allows him to sustain a modicum of power. As he observes Wang Tengfei's third finger poised to strike, memories of having his gourd snatched under its influence flood his mind, igniting an even fiercer killing intent within his eyes. He does not retreat. Instead, he steps forward, raising his hands to form a seal and sweeping them forward. In that instant, several of his storage bags tremble, unleashing a dazzling barrage of sword light that leaves the onlookers in awe. With a flourish of his flowing sleeves, the first wave, second wave, and third wave of flying swords erupt into a breathtaking storm of sword rain. In a heartbeat, 1, 10, 20, 30, until 70 flying swords surge forth in 4 waves, each radiating a breathtaking brilliance, charging straight for Wang Tengfei. Blood continues to seep from Meng Hao's lips as he consumes more pills, his eyes now ablaze with an unprecedented ferocity, even if his spiritual energy wanes. He is resolute in his determination. Wang Tengfei snorts disdainfully. The spectators witness the unfolding duel, and he is reluctant to retreat in a manner that would compromise his dignity. The sheer number of flying swords seems overwhelming, while they appear to converge from a singular direction. There is an underlying complexity that suggests potential escape routes have been sealed off. For the first time, a glimmer of brilliance flashes in Wang Tengfei's eyes. He raises his third finger, immediately following with a fourth, causing a ripple to manifest before him. As the ripple spreads, Meng Hao, forming a seal with his hands, stretches them forward. Wind condensing sword. As Meng Hao's voice resonates, the 70 swords, which have so profoundly impacted the onlookers, coalesce into a singular, colossal flying sword. In that instant of formation, layers of sword radiance envelop the surroundings, leaving the spectators utterly astounded. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that it was the 4th wave of flying swords accelerating suddenly, traversing through the 3rd wave, stirring up the 2nd wave of sword rain. Upon colliding with the 1st wave, it transformed momentarily into a sword shape, further ensnared by the intangible winds swirling around, preventing its dispersion. This was the sword array that Meng Hao had created with the wind blade technique, a culmination of long research following his time in the Black Mountain. At this moment, it was unleashed, charging towards Wang Tengfei with an unstoppable momentum. the sound of resounding clashes echoing throughout the surroundings. The ripples before Wang Tengfei instantly distorted as if a tremendous pressure surged towards him, forcing him to take a step back for the first time. "To make me retreat a step, you may take pride in yourself," Wang Tengfei uttered for the first time in this battle. As he stepped back, his left hand struck his storage bag, and instantly, a statue radiating crystalline brilliance emerged, a vivid representation of a horse. A neigh pierced the heavens as this crystal steed, seemingly alive, broke free from Wang Tengfei's grasp and charged towards the massive sword formed by Meng Hao's 70 flying swords. At the moment of impact, a continuous rumble resonated. The great sword began to shatter from its tip, fracturing layer by layer, as if the crystal horse were indomitable. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hao's great sword had suffered considerable damage, with more being directly crumpled. Upon inspection, the surrounding flying swords were scattered, leaving only the hilt of the great sword behind. This scene captivated all onlookers, their minds devoid of thoughts, entirely consumed by the astonishing tableau before them. Yet, in that fleeting moment, as the great sword was reduced to mere hilt, suddenly, among the multitude of flying swords that constituted it, a wooden sword shot forth, racing towards the crystal steed. Upon collision, a thunderous roar erupted, surpassing all previous clamor of battle, reverberating into an endless echo. This wooden sword was the only one Meng Hao currently controlled, and all his prior actions had served as a guise, orchestrated for the surprise of this very wooden sword. This sword originally belonged to Wang Tengfei, yet today it was in Meng Hao's possession. To Wang Tengfei, it was a precious treasure, while Meng Hao considered it merely replicable with 2,000 spirit stones, deeming it not particularly formidable. Nonetheless, regardless of its perceived strength, it was his strongest sword at present, and he was determined to wield it. Amidst the booming sound, the crystal horse suddenly quivered. Upon contact with the wooden sword, it trembled violently, revealing myriad fissures, unable to withstand even a fraction of the force, ultimately shattering into pieces. At the moment Wang Tengfei's expression shifted, the wooden sword, propelled by a significant inertia, approached him. As he instinctively raised his right hand and waved forward, all the flying swords, except the wooden sword, were swept aside by a surge of force. Yet the wooden sword pressed forward against the impact, piercing 3 feet, drawing blood as it struck Wang Tengfei's outstretched index finger, instantly reducing it to a mangled mass of flesh. Only after this did the wooden sword retract under the force back to Meng Hao's side. "This finger, which once humiliated me, shall be rendered useless today." Meng Hao spat a mouthful of blood, staggering back several steps, before suddenly lifting his head, blood at the corner of his mouth, and spoke hoarsely, word by word. Wang Tengfei, with his hair disheveled, stumbled backward several steps, disregarding the excruciating pain in his fingers. His eyes reflected disbelief as they fixated on the wooden sword beside Meng Hao. The echo of Meng Hao's voice reverberated in his ears, igniting an unprecedented surge of rage within him. He recognized that sword. Almost at the moment his fingers were shattered, the expressions of all the cultivators in the square shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over their faces as a hum of astonishment filled the air. Meng Hao had indeed shattered Brother Wang's fingers. This was inconceivable. Brother Wang, a paragon among them, had been injured. Meng Hao's prowess with flying swords was astonishing, especially the formidable sword formed by 70 flying swords, whose power was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, at the side of Shang Wanxiu, an audible gasp escaped his lips, as the scene unfolded before him was utterly unfathomable. Not only he, but Elder Ouyang also rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on Meng Hao, revealing profound admiration and burgeoning anticipation in his eyes. Even He Luohua, the leader of Dongfeng, was momentarily transfixed, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The murmurs of discussion swirled around, each word piercing Wang Tengfei's ears. Yet, at that moment, he seemed oblivious to the world around him, entirely deaf to the commotion, his gaze burning with fury as he stared intently at the wooden sword surrounding Meng Hao. "It was you." Wang Tengfei paid no heed to the blood spurting from his severed fingers. He had only felt such rage once in his life, when he witnessed, at the cave entrance, the theft of something he had meticulously prepared for years. The frustration and madness that engulfed him then birthed a deep-seated hatred for that unknown individual. This was the regret of his life. The haunting wails of despair from that time still echoed in Wang Tengfei's ears. Each midnight, during moments of solitude, he would awaken from meditation, his heart bleeding from the agony of having sacrificed for another's gain. Today, however, marked the second time in his life that he was consumed by such overwhelming fury, for he recognized that sword, something he had deemed his own, a treasure he believed would accompany him throughout his life, now in Meng Hao's possession. It was you. In that moment, Wang Tengfei's eyes radiated an unprecedented murderous intent. His desire to kill Meng Hao reached a fever pitch. This murderous aura starkly contrasted with his usual gentleness, causing the surrounding cultivators to halt their discussions in shock. You have stolen my treasure. Wang Tengfei's gaze was locked onto the wooden sword encircling Meng Hao, his murderous intent palpable. A fierce impulse to rend Meng Hao into pieces surged within him, and he suddenly erupted into laughter, a chilling sound that echoed ominously around him. Meng Hao, oblivious to Brother Wang's meaning, inquired, "This sword is yours? Are you certain you have not mistaken it?" Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he seized the opportunity to swallow a handful of demon cores, speaking nonchalantly. "I have planned for this sword for many years. This one-of-a-kind sword of spirit severance in the world. There exists only one, adorned with strands of gold. I could not possibly be mistaken." Wang Tengfei's laughter rang out. But it was a cold, sinister sound that seemed to chill the very air around them. Wang Tengfei fixated on Meng Hao, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Suddenly, he stepped forward, raising his right hand to pat his storage bag. In an instant, two beams of radiant light burst forth, revealing a stone tiger and a stone dragon. The moment these two treasures emerged, their brilliance dazzled, accompanied by the resounding roar of a tiger and the echo of a dragon's cry. They transformed into a towering white tiger and a Tianzhonglong dragon, encircling Wang Tengfei, who appeared imposing, flanked by these majestic beasts. "You may deny it, but this sword belongs to me. I refuse to allow you to take it." As his ominous words echoed, he raised his right hand, gesturing with precision. Immediately, the white tiger roared and charged at Meng Hao, while the dragon howled, surging forward like a comet. Meng Hao recoiled, raising his right hand to unleash his wooden sword, which shot forth like a brilliant arc simultaneously. Wind blades and fiery serpents erupted around him. The thunderous sounds reverberated in all directions, and Meng Hao spat out a mouthful of blood as he hastily retreated. He gazed at Wang Tengfei, who emerged from the chaos, clad in white, with hair billowing and an exquisite visage that exuded a deadly intent. A trace of mockery glimmered in Meng Hao's eyes. "Absurd. To accuse me of coveting your treasure, when it is you who seeks to seize this exceptional sword during the Innergate trial." Words were futile. "Today, I shall end your life, making it clear that what belongs to Wang Tengfei is beyond your reach." With icy determination, Wang Tengfei stepped forward, his right hand sweeping again, summoning the white tiger and dragon to charge towards Meng Hao once more. "One of a kind? The only one in existence?" Meng Hao laughed, his mockery intensifying. Devoid of concealment, yet beneath his derision lurked a chilling light. "Then let us see if this sword is indeed the unique treasure you claim it to be." As Meng Hao spoke, he clapped his left hand against his storage bag, and a dark light surged forth, swirling around him and resonating with the hum of a sword. This sword was none other than the second wooden sword that Meng Hao had replicated. As it appeared, two identical wooden swords whirled around Meng Hao, their blades gleaming with overwhelming might. Upon seeing the second wooden sword, Wang Tengfei's advance abruptly halted, his eyes widening in disbelief. His mind reeling as if struck by an invisible mountain, severing his connection with the white tiger and dragon. "This is impossible. This. Wang Tengfei's mind was in turmoil, the sudden shift catching him off guard, shattering his thoughts into disarray. "Is this sword also yours?" A glimmer of cold light flashed in Meng Hao's eyes as he stepped forward, his aura surging. "Is this sword truly your so-called one-of-kind treasure?" With another step, as his power surged, Wang Tengfei found himself compelled to retreat 2 steps, his complexion pale, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. "Is this sword the one and only in your realm?" Meng Hao's eyes sparkled like lightning, and as he took a step forward, he emanated an overwhelming aura, instilling a sense of grandeur in those around him. Wang Tengfei's complexion turned pale, retreating step by step. "Wang Tengfei, this sword, a pair of mother and child, belongs to me, Meng Hao's celestial sword." With a piercing gaze, Meng Hao leapt into the air, his hands forming intricate seals. Instantly, 2 wooden swords ignited with brilliant light, charging towards the white tiger and the flood dragon. The sound of thunder echoed as the white tiger shattered and the flood dragon fractured. The 2 wooden swords, infused with Meng Hao's formidable spirit, transformed into a force capable of annihilating anything in its path, hurtling towards Wang Tengfei. As it approached, Wang Tengfei suddenly looked up, raising his right hand to press against the ground. In an instant, a burning incense stick appeared, and as it was ignited, wisps of smoke spiraled towards Meng Hao, morphing into shadowy figures that clashed with the wooden swords. A deafening roar reverberated through the square. The incense stick shattered, the wooden swords were repelled, and Meng Hao spat out blood, staggering back several paces. As he raised his head, amidst the tumult, he saw Wang Tengfei soaring into the air, not upon the platform, but suspended in midair, supported by wisps of smoke beneath his feet. Wang Tengfei looked at Meng Hao and the two wooden swords beside him with a complex expression, his previous assumptions beginning to waver. After all, according to the texts he had studied, that wooden sword was indeed unique in the world, irreplaceable. Yet, no matter how he scrutinized it, Meng Hao's wooden sword bore an uncanny resemblance to the one in his memory. Two swords had appeared. Meng Hao gazed at Wang Tengfei in the sky, snorting coldly as he waved his right hand. Instantly, two ordinary flying swords emerged from his storage bag. As he stepped forward, he landed upon the two flying swords, lifting his body into the air. This spectacle immediately elicited gasps of astonishment from the surrounding cultivators in the square. Only foundational cultivators could fly, yet they were all soaring into the sky. Brother Wang possesses a treasure that allows him to ascend for a short time. But Meng Hao, he is willing to expend spiritual energy to harness the power of the flying swords. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Wang Tengfei's eyes as he focused intently on Meng Hao. In that moment, he ceased to ponder the matter of the wooden swords. Regardless of whether they were treasures or not, once he laid eyes upon them, he would seize them. As the murderous aura spread, Wang Tengfei slapped his storage bag, and a yellow talisman materialized before him. This talisman, adorned with intricate patterns, radiated waves of spiritual pressure and gleamed with golden light, distinctly different from Han Zhong's talismans. If I can retrieve this treasure, you may bask in your arrogance for eternity, Wang Tengfei thought, his heart aching. This talisman was the last artifact in his storage bag, for he had previously sacrificed nearly everything for that wooden sword. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never deploy this talisman. It had only 3 uses remaining. And with his cultivation level, he could only activate it once. Its power was formidable enough to obliterate any cultivator below the 8th layer of qi condensation. Casting a cold glance at Meng Hao, Wang Tengfei abruptly raised his right hand and waved it forward. At the same moment, he expelled a mouthful of spiritual energy, feeling it surge towards the talisman. As the talisman blazed with golden light, Meng Hao, suspended in the air, felt a jolt of shock coursing through him, a piercing pain enveloping his entire being. However, at that moment, Wang Tengfei's expression suddenly changed dramatically. He abruptly realized that his spiritual energy was insufficient. He further sensed that the reason for his lack of spiritual energy was that it was continuously dissipating through the wound on his shattered right hand. Previously, he had been so enraged by the appearance of the wooden sword and the thunderous resonance in his mind that he failed to notice this, resulting in the talisman being unable to gather enough spiritual energy. Even swallowing a pill could not compensate for this momentary depletion in time. Even though the talisman had not been fully formed, it now possessed the power to annihilate those at the 6th layer of qi condensation, making it effortlessly lethal. Without hesitation, Wang Tengfei violently flung the talisman, which soared like a golden sun amidst the roar, toward Meng Hao. A sense of life and death crisis instantaneously enveloped Meng Hao's mind. At this critical juncture, a strange light flickered in his eyes. In that moment, suspended in midair, the memory of the dream he had after swallowing the dragon demon pill surged involuntarily into his mind. The ancient dragon's form reflected in the lake of that dream vividly materialized before him. The sovereign of the sky. Meng Hao, filled with profound insight, closed his eyes. As the golden sun formed by the talisman approached, the demon pill within his Dan Lake churned and suddenly erupted with overwhelming spiritual energy, flooding his entire being. He forcefully swept his hands forward. Instantly, the surrounding swords were swept away. Those flying swords lost their connection, trembling as they rushed toward Meng Hao. Simultaneously, all remaining flying swords and various magical artifacts within Meng Hao's storage pouch soared out, converging into nearly 100 beams of radiant light. In that fleeting moment, this was not Meng Hao's own spiritual power, it was the power of the demon pill within his Dan Lake. For some unknown reason, the demon pill was triggered, erupting instantaneously, causing nearly 100 flying swords and magical artifacts to hum as if drawn by an unseen force, uniting in a single form, the ancient dragon. However, this dragon appeared vague, indistinct to outsiders, and even Wang Tengfei, having lost his ancestral bloodline, remained entirely unaware. Only Meng Hao recognized its essence, particularly noting that the 2 wooden swords had become the fangs of this dragon formed from magical artifacts, emitting a silent roar and exuding an aura of celestial might as they surged toward the talisman. The might of the dragon began to manifest, condensing the power of nearly 100 magical artifacts as it charged toward the talisman. In an instant, they collided, producing a resounding roar that reverberated throughout the entire Kashan sect, leaving the surrounding outer disciples deafened and retreating in unison, with some weaker cultivators even left dizzy and disoriented. Whether it was the dragon or the talisman, even in their nascent forms, their scale surpassed that of the 6th layer of chi condensation. Especially with the impact of their collision, even those at the 7th layer would be alarmed. Only those at the 8th layer could contend. The booming sound continued to resonate as the talisman, transformed into a golden sun, rapidly dimmed. Yet, the ancient dragon formed by nearly 100 magical artifacts began to collapse at that moment, fracturing layer upon layer, 1 sword, 10 swords, 100 swords. Countless flying swords shattered into fragments, and various miscellaneous magical artifacts were reduced to ashes, until the talisman-infused sun completely dimmed. And as the talisman gently descended towards the high platform below, the vague silhouette of the assembled dragon, formed from nearly 100 magical artifacts, utterly collapsed. However, at that very moment, 2 wooden swords, resembling the fangs of the assembled dragon, surged forth with great ferocity, aimed directly at the pale-faced Wang Tengfei. As these swords seemed poised to pierce his chest and penetrate his heart, a soft sigh echoed from the eastern peak. Very well. Let us not pursue matters to the extreme. With the arrival of this sigh, a gentle force manifested before Wang Tengfei, halting the advance of the wooden swords while simultaneously propelling his body backward, until he exited the high platform and stumbled onto the square. Wang Tengfei coughed up blood. His eyes dimmed with confusion and disbelief at his own defeat. Meanwhile, He Luohua's figure materialized atop the high platform, and almost instantaneously upon his appearance, Elder Ouyang clasped his fists and bowed deeply. I have the honor to meet the sect leader. Surrounding external disciples were stirred, each immediately clasping their fists and bowing in unison. Meng Hao, equally pale, felt the depletion of his inner energy. Had it not been for the unexpected surge of power from the assembled dragon demon core within him at the last moment, he would have struggled to endure. At this moment, his storage bag was entirely devoid of magical artifacts, rendering this battle exceptionally brutal for him. Though he harbored resentment that Wang Tengfei had not perished, he understood that with the sect leader's intervention, it was impossible to vanquish Wang Tengfei today. In the ensuing silence, he descended from the high platform, resolutely maintaining his composure, and took a few steps to retrieve the talisman that belonged to Wang Tengfei, placing it decisively within his robe before finally raising his gaze towards He Luohua. In this battle, Meng Hao emerged victorious, and from this moment onward, he would be the 3rd inner disciple of the Kashan sect. He Luohua smiled and nodded at Meng Hao. As these words echoed around, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, their minds swirling with vivid recollections of Meng Hao's previous confrontation with Wang Tengfei. Wang Tengfei, in a state of bewilderment, let out a bitter laugh upon hearing these words. He gazed at Meng Hao atop the platform, then glanced around at the crowd that seemed to have forgotten him. Filled with reluctance, he coughed up another mouthful of blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. Almost as soon as he collapsed, Meng Hao bit down hard on his tongue. After bowing respectfully to He Luohua, he immediately settled into a meditative posture. Elder Ouyang observed Meng Hao with undisguised admiration, and at this moment, he produced a pill from his storage and tossed it in front of Meng Hao. Meng Hao seized it and swallowed it whole. Despite feeling utterly fatigued and his vision blurring, he persisted in regulating his breath to recover. The chubby boy beamed with delight, his heart racing with excitement, as if Meng Hao's ascension to inner disciple status was akin to his own. Meanwhile, Shang Guanxiu remained silent within the crowd, eventually lowering his head and turning to leave. As he departed, a frosty expression crossed his face, tinged with an inescapable sense of helplessness. With Meng Hao becoming an inner disciple, even as an elder, he lacked the standing to inquire further, for it was the inner disciples who truly represented the Kashan sect. Under the age of 30, or possessing a 7th-tier cultivation, or having passed the first trial of the inner sect, one may enter the inner sanctum. Shang Guanxiu sighed inwardly, yet his heart was unwilling to concede defeat, forcing him to suppress his feelings. At this moment, neither Shang Guanxiu nor Elder Ouyang, nor even the sect leader He Luohua, noticed the ominous figure standing atop the desolate Black Mountain, just outside the gates of the Kashan sect. This silhouette, shrouded in a haze of blood energy, was indistinct, its face obscured, yet it emanated a presence starkly different from the spiritual forces of heaven and earth. This aura seemed to be repelled by the very fabric of nature. As the surrounding winds and clouds shifted ominously, fissures forming around it. However, to outsiders, all appeared normal. The Kashan sect, an unrefined name, one intentionally altered a millennium ago to evade the punishments of the heavenly cycle, was ultimately the Demon Sealing Sect. And the disciples of the Demon Sealing Sect dared to consume the essence of the Ying Long, thereby acquiring the legacy of the demons. How intriguing. My assistance to you on 2 occasions was not in vain. A hoarse voice emerged from the sanguine figure, laced with an eerie quality, reverberating through the air. As thunder roared and crimson lightning struck down, only to shatter harmlessly 1,000 feet away from the figure. As if the heavens themselves could not be disturbed in the slightest. Sooner or later, I shall defy this celestial decree. The red figure seemed to furrow its brow, casting a cold glance skyward before turning and stepping towards the southern domain, vanishing in an instant. My true form remains in slumber. Yet my spirit has surveyed the world and witnessed this peculiar, amusing spectacle. Laughter echoed as the crimson figure faded from sight. His emergence and departure. The tumult of the heavens, the descent of thunder, none of this was visible to outsiders. Time flowed swiftly, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this span, the sole topic of conversation among the outer sect was Meng Hao's ascension to the ranks of the inner disciples. All had witnessed this event firsthand, and the shock it instilled persisted even after a week. Occasionally, they would glance towards the eastern peak, their expressions tinged with envy. While some lamented the fate of Wang Tengfei, none dared to mention his name. It seemed that after the battle for the inner sect, Wang Tengfei had become a relic of the past. Those disciples who had held grievances against Meng Hao were now filled with trepidation, anxiously seeking to curry favor with the portly boy, hoping to elicit goodwill. The portly boy had been remarkably imposing over the past few days, assuming the role of a vendor in the low-tier public area, completely taking Meng Hao's place, relishing the adulation of his peers, even wearing a smug expression while grinding his teeth, and he had moved into a rather splendid residence within the outer sect. Throughout these 7 days, Meng Hao himself had led a fulfilling life. Despite the waning prestige of the Kaoshan sect, certain customs remained intact. Over the course of the week, Meng Hao engaged in cleansing rituals, paid homage to the portraits of the ancestors of Kaoshan, and performed various other tedious rites. During this period, he did not encounter Sister Su, who had been in seclusion for several months, but he did come across Brother Qin Fan, adorned in a silver robe. This brother, whom Meng Hao had seldom seen smile during his time in the outer sect, appeared rather stern. However, upon interaction, Meng Hao discovered that regardless of his inquiries, Qin Fan would patiently and thoroughly provide answers, which endeared him to Meng Hao. He recalled the prevalent rumors about Qin Fan, which depicted him as a person devoted to the path of cultivation, indifferent to worldly matters, and imbued with a sense of righteousness. After 7 days, Meng Hao finally relaxed, having been bestowed with a secluded inner sect dwelling on the eastern peak. The place was abundant with spiritual springs and infused with rich spiritual energy, far surpassing his previous abode. However, his initial joy waned when he received his first allocation of spirit stones and elixirs as an inner disciple. He stood there dumbfounded, staring vacantly at the spirit stone in his hand. This stone was evidently superior to those he had obtained in the outer sect, slightly larger, and rather than being entirely transparent, it exhibited a misty, fibrous cloudiness. Though not abundant, it gradually drained the color from Meng Hao's face. Is this a mid-grade spirit stone? Inner disciples receive one annually. This single stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones from the outer sect. Meng Hao muttered, his mind buzzing incessantly. Beside him lay an ancient jade, which meticulously described the identification and differentiation of spirit stones for qi condensation cultivators. Above mid-grade spirit stones, there existed the legendary high-grade spirit stones, of which not a single one could be found in the entire Zhao Kingdom. A single high-grade spirit stone could be traded for at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, yet it was priceless in the market. Meng Hao's heart constricted painfully. He hastily retrieved a few large spirit stones from his storage bag for comparison, his expression growing increasingly grim. The grade of spirit stones could be discerned from their size and the fullness of their fibrous structures. High-grade spirit stones were somewhat larger, with misty fibers covering a significant portion. Spiritual energy would not dissipate easily. Only foundational cultivators could absorb it. Meng Hao murmured, staring blankly at the large spirit stone in his hand, which was 3 times larger than a mid-grade spirit stone, its misty fibers nearly filling the entire stone, appearing dazzling yet releasing no spiritual energy. Could this possibly be a high-grade spirit stone? I have squandered 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Meng Hao's heart bled as he repeatedly comforted himself, yet thoughts of the remarkable wooden sword, Wang Tengfei's keen interest, and the equitable exchange of the bronze mirror plagued him. How could he not comprehend the immense value of the spirit stones he had expended? Yet, Why do I feel that this large spirit stone in my hand is even larger than the described high-grade spirit stones, with a greater quantity of misty fibers within? A chill ran through Meng Hao's heart, and he dared not delve further into his thoughts, his complexion pale, his emotions reaching an agonizing pinnacle. After a considerable time, he managed to suppress his feelings and hurriedly stowed away the large spirit stones. A mere 2,000 high-grade spirit stones are nothing at all. Meng Hao gritted his teeth, the words mere 2,000 laden with conflicted emotions. Days swiftly passed once more. Junior brother, I observed your battle the other day, where you relied heavily on your magical artifacts. However, should you lose them, you would be at a significant disadvantage. You ought to visit the Law Pavilion more often. There resides a vast collection of ancient texts amassed by the sect of the mountain over the millennia, which you should study diligently. Dear junior disciple, I have observed that you have been hunting small beasts for sustenance of late, which I find quite concerning. As cultivators, we are meant to absorb the ethereal essence of the universe and transcend our mortal forms. Yet, by consuming earthly creatures, are you not wasting the precious spiritual energy? Moreover, your storage bags are excessive. It would be far more prudent to consolidate all your belongings into a single bag for ease of access. In recent days, Meng Hao has been striving to divert his thoughts from the matter of spirit stones, choosing instead to accompany senior brother Chen Fan. As he becomes increasingly acquainted with him, he finds himself absorbing Chen Fan's teachings almost daily. Gradually, he discerns that this senior brother diverges somewhat from the rumors circulating in the outer sect. Though he is indeed devoted to the path, he is not taciturn. Rather, he speaks at length, sometimes for several hours or even an entire day once he begins. In fact, it is often not Meng Hao who seeks out Chen Fan, but rather the latter who visits his cave dwelling early each morning to engage in discourse. Meng Hao, unable to refuse, can only smile wryly as he listens. Many times, he has found himself dozing off, only to awaken to the sound of Chen Fan's voice, evoking a sense of sympathy for this senior brother. The inner sect has too few disciples, leading to Chen Fan developing such an eccentricity due to the lack of conversation partners. Similarly, Meng Hao begins to understand why senior sister Su often retreats into seclusion. Even he has entertained thoughts of doing so, believing it to be the only means of escaping such torment. Even upon exiting his cave, Chen Fan continues to walk alongside Meng Hao, conversing all the while. Meng Hao wonders when senior sister Su will emerge from her retreat and what her expression will be upon seeing him. Clad in a silver robe, he grins broadly as he sits upon a rocky outcrop on the eastern peak, his long hair flowing in the breeze as he gazes at the distant sunset, deliberately tuning out Chen Fan's incessant chatter. Are you pondering when senior sister Su will emerge? Chen Fan smiles gently, addressing Meng Hao. A what? Meng Hao is momentarily taken aback by the unexpected words from Chen Fan. Do not be shy, junior brother. Senior sister Su is naturally beautiful. It is only normal for you to harbor feelings for her, Chen Fan remarks, a playful glint in his eye. His disposition is tranquil and approachable, and he has come to regard Meng Hao as his true junior brother. Su Qin? No, I certainly do not. Meng Hao stammers, hastily changing the subject. By the way, brother, what did you mention earlier about what comes after the perfection of qi condensation? Following qi condensation is foundation establishment, which involves shedding one's mortal body to be recognized as a spiritual cultivator or simply a cultivator, Chen Fan replies, shaking his head with a smile. He then speaks in a gentle tone. Foundation establishment entails constructing a spiritual foundation where 9 Dao platforms rise within the Dan Lake, radiating brilliance throughout the body. This is the essence of foundation establishment, which varies according to different cultivation methods. The Dao platforms can be classified into flawless foundations, flawed foundations, and shattered foundations, with flawless being the most esteemed, flawed being commendable, and shattered being extensive. Within our sect, there once existed a method for establishing a flawless foundation, which was obtained by our esteemed ancestor. It was through this technique that he gained renown in the Zhao Kingdom and spread his fame throughout the southern domain. Alas, it has been lost to time, following the passing of our ancestor. Chen Fan spoke incessantly, with remarkable detail, a reflection of his character, which Meng Hao had grown somewhat accustomed to over the past few days. After establishing the foundation, one embarks on the path of forming a core. The position of the sect leader exemplifies this realm. Following this, the nascent soul persists, akin to an immortal on land. But what lies beyond the nascent soul? Meng Hao listened intently, filled with aspirations. Beyond the nascent soul is the spirit severing, reminiscent of the revered ancestor of the past, who embodies this stage. Regrettably, this realm is exceedingly arduous, teetering on the brink of life and death, requiring numerous severings throughout one's life to achieve success. The esteemed ancestor has been in seclusion since his departure, and to this day has yet to return. Chen Fan spoke softly, his gaze seemingly calm, yet revealing an unwavering dedication to cultivation. Would there come a day when I, Meng Hao, could reach the realm of spirit severing? What lies beyond spirit severing? Meng Hao murmured to himself. The realm beyond spirit severing is too elevated. I am unclear on the specifics. One must venture to some prominent sects in the southern domain to glean a fragment of knowledge, yet regardless, it ultimately leads to the pursuit of immortality. Chen Fan remarked softly. Immortality? Immortality. The mountain wind swept by, caressing the summit and tousling the hair of the two brothers, carrying their words further and further away. Little junior brother, should you venture out for trials in the future, do not confine yourself to the Zhao kingdom. Remember, it is merely a remote small nation within the southern domain of the southern Zhan continent, lacking in spiritual energy and with few cultivators, Chen Fan gently advised. Glancing at Meng Hao, the southern domain is where the true world of cultivation resides. Though it is a brutal survival of the fittest, it represents the pinnacle of the southern Zhan continent, where heroes abound and prodigies are numerous. In comparison, the Zhao kingdom is far too tranquil. As cultivators, we must scale mountain after mountain. As cultivators, we must traverse bone after bone. A peculiar light flickered in Chen Fan's eyes. This sentiment seemed less directed at Meng Hao and more a reflection upon himself. Meng Hao's spirit was stirred. This discourse, once bewildering to him, was now articulated with such clarity for the first time. In that instant, it felt as though an expansive map unfurled in his mind, encompassing the Tang dynasty of the eastern lands and the myriad heroes of the southern domain. Stepping onto the spiritual path is akin to departing from the mundane world, transcending the status of an ordinary person. As cultivators, we are indeed defying the heavens. If you are not strong, you possess no right to exist. If you are not strong, you hold no right to cultivate. If you are not strong, you forfeit the right to survive, becoming prey to others. Such a life. Would you desire it? Chen Fan gazed at Meng Hao, his words resonating in Meng Hao's ears, each syllable embedding itself in his heart. Meng Hao's eyes revealed a sense of confusion as he fell into deep contemplation. I am but a scholar from Yunjie County. My parents vanished in my youth. My original dream was merely to become affluent, escaping the shackles of hardship, longing only to glimpse the eastern lands of the Tang dynasty. The night breeze was slightly cool, lifting his hair. At that moment, Meng Hao pondered his life, reminiscent of his reflections on the future atop the great Qing mountain. Time gradually flowed by, and before long, Chen Fan had departed. Though Meng Hao had only just entered the inner sect as his junior brother, Chen Fan felt it was his duty as an elder brother to enlighten Meng Hao on the essence of cultivation, to illuminate the treacherous path of practice, where one either advances or regresses, a life and death struggle. Upon entering the inner sanctum, one could be said to have taken a significant step toward the realm of cultivation, with the remaining step being the foundational establishment. Meng Hao sat alone upon a large stone, gazing into the night sky, observing the myriad stars and the luminous moon. Enveloped in silence, lost in thought, his mind a tumultuous whirl. As time gradually slipped away, deep into the night, Wang Tingfei, much like Meng Hao at this moment, sat cross-legged within his cave abode, staring at his right hand, now devoid of a finger, his expression one of bewilderment. Before him lay a jade slip, shattered into two pieces, the first act he had undertaken upon awakening. Having failed to enter the inner door, he had also forfeited his ambitions, leaving him in a state of despair. With a bitter smile, he had crushed the jade slip, which he believed he would never need again. He had been utterly defeated, vanquished by those he deemed insignificant, bested by Meng Hao, whose cultivation he had once looked down upon. Had it not been for Yiluawa's intervention, he would have already met his demise. This defeat severed his ties to the Kaoshan sect, and since awakening, he had not ventured outside, remaining alone, lost in contemplation. He was a child of destiny, hailing from a renowned family in the southern domain, where he had grown up proud, harboring aspirations akin to a Kunpeng soaring through the skies. Thus, he had resolutely chosen to leave his family sect, arriving in the Zhao kingdom at the Kaoshan sect. Driven by the pursuit of treasured legacies and the desire for flawless foundational establishment, both of which he believed were within his grasp. Yet now, all those aspirations had been scattered like leaves in the wind. Wang Tengfei's bitter laughter grew louder, reverberating throughout the cave, as he clenched his fists, unable to feel the blood and pain that Meng Hao had once endured. He could not accept this outcome. Had he been defeated by a true prodigy, he might have borne it. However, the one who usurped his qualifications and trampled upon him was a myriad. One he had scorned and whose name he had not even bothered to remember. This was a burden he could not bear. At that moment, without warning, the door to Wang Tingfei's cave was silently obliterated, reduced to ashes that scattered upon the ground. A middle-aged man clad in a blue robe stood there, his hands clasped behind his back. Though his visage appeared gaunt, an undeniable air of arrogance emanated from him, as if the moonlight itself trembled upon his presence. Distorting around him, the very mountains seemed to quake at his existence. Beside this middle-aged man stood a young woman, seemingly in her late teens, whose beauty was breathtaking. Slender and graceful, her complexion radiant as dawn's first light. Her hair was adorned with a delicate hairpin, and she wore a flowing, pale green robe that seemed to exude an ethereal aura, embodying a celestial grace, as if she were a fairy descended from the heavens. Untouched by the mundanity of the world, the Wang family was one of the three great spiritual cultivation families in the southern domain, reigning over numerous sects for millennia. The middle-aged man's voice, though calm, carried an indescribable chill and authority. And you are one of the Wang family's prodigies. From the moment of your birth, your life has been destined for the extraordinary, destined to soar above the heavens, and destined to embark upon the path of immortality. His words fell upon Wang Tingfei's ears, prompting him to slowly lift his gaze, no longer fixating on his severed finger. What significance do minor setbacks hold in this obscure little nation? Its prosperity pales in comparison to the southern domain. Countless insignificant beings scurry about. A mere Yuan-ing clan uncle from the Wang family could obliterate this place entirely. The middle-aged man's voice was resolute, carrying an undeniable authority. Wang Tengfei clenched his fists, a flicker of fire igniting in his eyes. Your adversaries are the other prodigies within your clan, the heirs of the two other great families in the southern domain, and the current disciples of the five sections. Only they are worthy of being your foes. If they were to witness your current despondency, what right do you have to bear the Wang surname? Tell me, what is your name? The middle-aged man, with a powerful sweep of his sleeve, spoke coldly. I am Wang. Wang Tingfei stood tall, his eyes ablaze with intense light, articulating each word with conviction. The middle-aged man regarded Wang Tingfei for a long moment, his expression softening slightly. You are the Wang family's Kunping. In a few years, you will establish your foundation. In the future, with your fiancée's sect's technique of Ziki Donglai, you shall attain the golden core. Even the Yuan-ing realm is not beyond your grasp. By then, you will look down upon those who defeated you in this trivial Zhao nation. They will remain as they are now, mere condensations of qi. The middle-aged man cast a meaningful glance at Wang Tingfei before turning away. Tingfei, at this moment, the exquisite woman spoke softly. Her voice was enchanting, harmonizing beautifully with her breathtaking visage, creating an impression of perfection reminiscent of Wang Tingfei. As if together they would undoubtedly become an enviable pair of immortal companions. Wang Tingfei paused briefly, gazing at the woman. She was his fiancée, Chu Yuyan, the daughter of the sect leader of the Ziyun sect, and one of the renowned prodigies of the southern domain, celebrated among the four illustrious women. Let us return. Her voice was gentle, filled with tenderness as she looked at Wang Tingfei. He nodded, and as they exited the cave, she walked beside him. As the middle-aged man led the way, the trio advanced, and in an instant, the night sky erupted with a thunderous roar. A colossal bolt of lightning descended, transforming before them into a warship spanning 100 feet. This vessel, entirely black, exuded an aura of menace, particularly accentuated by the blood-red flag waving in the wind. Emblazoned with a regal character. On board, numerous expressionless figures stood like puppets, emanating an icy chill. This stunning spectacle of thunder and the warship left the disciples of the Kaoshan sect in shock, each gazing upward in disbelief. At the peak of Dongfeng Mountain, Meng Hao, too, was jolted from his reverie, his gaze drawn to the astonishing black warship and the blood-red flag fluttering above it, a jolt of realization coursing through him. I should never have permitted you to come here. This remote land, despite the rumors of the emergence of the Tailing scripture, is a tale from centuries past. As the three stepped onto the ship, the middle-aged man's voice resonated, while Wang Tengfei stood there, contemplating the memories of these past years, which swiftly faded into oblivion. His gaze was no longer gentle, and his smile had lost its warmth, replaced instead by an air of indifference. The fierce intent gleaming in his eyes rendered him a stark contrast to the Wang Shixiang of yore in the minds of others. He too beheld Meng Hao atop the mountain. Their eyes met briefly across the vast expanse of sky, yet Wang Tingfei swiftly averted his gaze. still imbued with a sense of disregard, viewing Meng Hao as nothing more than an insignificant insect. His pride, rooted in his surname Wang, fortified this sentiment. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man cast a seemingly casual glance at Meng Hao on the mountaintop. Despite not displaying any cultivation prowess, his mere gaze, given his level of cultivation, was sufficient to incite a thunderous uproar, shaking the entire eastern peak. His eyes pierced through the air like a sword, aimed directly at Meng Hao. In an instant, Meng Hao's expression shifted. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as though he were plunged into an eternal frost. A profound sense of life and death peril surged within him, drowning his thoughts in a cacophony, rendering him fragile and vulnerable. For the first time, he truly sensed death. His body felt as though it were withering. The flame of his soul on the verge of extinguishment, and blood appeared at his brow. Loneliness, helplessness, and death coalesced into a colossal hand, pressing down upon Meng Hao, intent on shattering him to pieces and casting him into an abyss from which there was no return. At that moment, a cold snort reverberated throughout the entire Kaoshan sect. A practitioner of the core formation stage, wielding not just any elixir but the esteemed red elixir, second only to the violet, was audaciously bullying a mere child of qi condensation. Could this be Wang Shifan, the third lineage protector of the Wang family traversing the southern region? In an instant, a blue figure materialized, standing in the void before Meng Hao. It was the sect leader, He Luohua. He raised his right hand and swept it forward, unleashing a deafening roar that shook the heavens. The surrounding void seemed to shatter, rippling outward in layers, as an indescribable aura of power erupted from He Luohua, who stood there as the sole figure in the cosmos, coldly regarding the middle-aged man, Wang Shifan. "Forgive me, brother He," Wang Shifan said with a gentle smile, though his expression bore an unspoken pride. With a flick of his sleeve, the warship beneath him hummed and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the starry sky, leaving only the twinkling starlight in its wake, now a distant memory. Meng Hao coughed up blood once more, yet he lifted his gaze, fixated on the receding warship, his eyes ablaze with a chilling intensity. He Luohua turned to glance at Meng Hao, falling silent for a moment before sighing and departing, leaving Meng Hao's gaze stretching infinitely as he watched the vessel disappear. This was the essence of a core formation cultivator, capable of reducing me to ashes with a single glance. This was merely the core formation stage. Beyond it lay the nascent soul, the spirit severing, and other realms. The southern region, the Wang family. Meng Hao clenched his teeth, flames of determination igniting in his eyes. If one is not strong, they lack the right to exist. If one is not strong, they lack the right to cultivate. If one is not strong, they lack the right to survive, becoming prey for others. Is such a life truly what you desire? The words of senior brother Chen Fan echoed in Meng Hao's mind, gradually intensifying until they became an indelible imprint upon his heart, his very bones, and his soul. "I refuse." Meng Hao clenched his fists, articulating each word with a resonance that, though faint in the cosmos, thundered within his spirit. "I refuse to be at the mercy of others. I refuse to be a weakling. I refuse to be stripped of the right to fight back. I shall grow strong. I shall become powerful." Meng Hao's aspirations of amassing wealth and journeying to the Eastern Tang had not waned. However, a newfound, unwavering conviction had emerged within him. He must become formidable. For on this path of defying the heavens, weakness equated to certain death. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Meng Hao spent the majority of his hours seated in the sect's Dharma Pavilion, engrossed in the ancient texts of the sect, gaining profound insights into the Zhao Kingdom and the Southern Domain. He even discovered a hand-drawn map that depicted the grand expanse of Nanzhan, marking the Eastern Tang, the Northern Desert Changflute, the Western Barbarians, and the Southern Domain where he resided. The entire world crystallized vividly in Meng Hao's mind through this map. The vast Southern Domain was merely a fragment of the immense Nanzhan land, with the Zhao Kingdom but a marginal corner of the Southern Domain. Could the Southern Domain truly be thousands of Zhao Kingdoms in size? Meng Hao pondered, gazing at the azure sky beyond the pavilion, a glimmer of yearning in his eyes. To journey to the Eastern Tang was not a simple endeavor. It required traversing the celestial river and the vast seas. After a long while, Meng Hao lowered his gaze to the map once more, observing the four cardinal regions of Nanzhan. The Eastern Tang was connected to the Northern Desert, resembling a continent, while the Western Barbarians and the Southern Domain were united by the boundless ocean. As the sun descended beyond the horizon, casting a golden hue over the dusk, Meng Hao rubbed his eyes and returned the map to its place, then exited the Dharma Pavilion. He gazed longingly towards the east before turning to his inner door abode. Inside, The ceiling adorned with luminous pearls cast a gentle glow, while the surrounding rocky walls were a rich azure. 5 stone chambers housed a bubbling spiritual spring, suffusing the cave with an abundance of spiritual energy. This was a privilege reserved exclusively for inner disciples. Upon entering the abode, Meng Hao seated himself upon a piece of white jade. Though not a spirit stone, it offered clarity of mind during meditation, a rare treasure indeed. Available only to those of the inner sect. It was only inner disciples who could truly claim affiliation with the sect. Meng Hao's expression remained tranquil as he surveyed the azure stones, adorned with intricate carvings of birds and beasts, each imbued with profound meaning, evoking a sense of sophistication. The stark contrast in treatment between the inner and outer sects served to highlight the superiority and distinction of the inner disciples, akin to the stratification of society. Those who triumphed would surpass their outer sect counterparts, and if one aspired to rise above others, it was imperative to grow stronger. In the depths of Meng Hao's gaze, thoughts of the Wang family from the southern domain surfaced, a new, deeply concealed nuance flickering within his pupils. Not long passed, and the twilight had yet to fade, when a respectful voice echoed outside Meng Hao's cave abode. Senior Brother Meng, Li Fuguei from the mountain below requests an audience. The speaker was a young attendant, initially a mere servant, but chosen by the sect to serve Meng Hao following his ascendance to an inner sect disciple, tasked with overseeing all aspects of Meng Hao's daily life. This privilege was customary for inner sect disciples. Initially, Meng Hao found it challenging to adapt, having never been catered to in such a manner throughout his life. However, witnessing the same arrangement with Senior Brother Chen, he gradually accepted this new reality, which only solidified his internal conviction. It is only the strong who can dictate the course of others' lives and ensure their own lives remain untrammeled by others. The cultivation world, much like the rules of the Reliance sect, is inherently unreasonable and unjust, yet it persists. Its existence alone is justification. The world is devoid of true reason and fairness. Allow him to ascend, Meng Hao spoke calmly. The young attendant immediately complied, his demeanor exuding utmost respect. For his existence had belonged to Meng Hao since the moment he was selected as an attendant. Soon after, a portly figure, gnawing on a snack, strode confidently to the mountaintop. This was not his first visit. Over the past fortnight, he had come 3 times, yet each visit filled him with excitement. For this was a place inaccessible to external sect disciples unless granted permission. With the attendant's unwavering deference, the rotund visitor entered the cave, his eyes gleaming with wonder. He touched this and that, even reaching out to caress the white jade stone upon which Meng Hao sat in meditation. It's not my first time here, Meng Hao remarked with a smile, observing the little chubby one. This place is simply magnificent. I cannot contain my excitement each time I visit. This is the cave abode of an inner sect disciple, a legendary location. You cannot imagine, when I descended last time, a throng of disciples surrounded me, inquiring about you. I felt so esteemed. The portly figure trembled with enthusiasm, taking a moment to recover from his animated reminiscences before settling in front of Meng Hao. If you admire Wang Tingfei's cave, I could procure it for you, Meng Hao offered. Is that appropriate? The chubby one feigned modesty, though his excitement was palpable. Meng Hao, he called out, when will you descend the mountain again? I assured the outer sect disciples that I would invite you to visit them. You mustn't go back on your word, as I have already promised. He gazed at Meng Hao eagerly. Elder Ouyang mentioned that I will preside over the next alchemy day. If I calculate correctly, that should be the day after tomorrow, Meng Hao replied, a smile gracing his face. The two had shared companionship within the sect for 3 years, forging a profound friendship along the way. All right, then the day after tomorrow. By the way, our grocery store has seen a significant improvement in business over the past fortnight. Here are the spirit stones we've gathered during this time. According to our agreement, you take 80% while I take 20%. I have brought your share. The chubby boy hurriedly retrieved a storage bag and handed it to Meng Hao, feeling an inner sense of pride, secretly thinking that he had finally grasped the true essence of the Reliance sect. With Meng Hao as his backing, who would dare to oppose him within the outer sect from now on? Especially when he recalled a beautiful female disciple from the outer sect who had been flattering him recently, he felt a surge of excitement. Has Shangwan Xiu been bothering you lately? Meng Hao suddenly inquired, a fleeting shadow of frost flashing in his eyes. I haven't seen that old turtle recently. I placed a disciple near him to gather information, who reported that he has been in seclusion, meditating all day, the chubby boy responded, his expression turning serious at the mention of Shangwan Xiu. Just be cautious. If things go awry, immediately crush the token I gave you, Meng Hao advised. Before long, the young disciple Zhao Hai returned, holding a jade slip from Wang Tengfei's cave abode. Meng Hao passed it to the chubby boy. The two chatted and laughed. And before they knew it, it was deep into the night, yet the chubby boy did not mention leaving. Rather, his expression grew increasingly expectant. Noticing the chubby boy's demeanor, Meng Hao was momentarily taken aback, but then he recalled the significance of the day, chuckling helplessly. Today is the day the inner sect distributes spirit fruits. The chubby boy licked his lips, nodding eagerly, secretly envious of the inner sect disciples who received spirit fruits monthly. These fruits were specially crafted spiritual fruits infused with medicinal properties, their flesh imbued with the fragrance of elixirs, their effects surpassing ordinary pills. Only inner sect disciples were entitled to this monthly reward. After a short while, Zhao Hai emerged, casting a disdainful glance at the chubby boy. Though he dared not reveal his contempt, he retrieved the spirit fruits wrapped in large green leaves. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing Zhao Hai to swallow hard before he exited. Upon unwrapping the green leaves, a rich fragrance burst forth, revealing two translucent, pale red fruits, seemingly fragile to the touch, with an elixir visibly contained within. The chubby boy's eyes widened in awe. Though he had never tasted such spirit fruits, he had heard the outer sect disciples mention them, eagerly determining the distribution date, and had rushed over. In a fervor, he grabbed one, bit into it, and swallowed. An indescribable flavor exploded in his mouth and mind, quickly transforming into a warmth that radiated throughout his body. It's worth it. It's worth it. I must be the first outer sect disciple to taste the spirit fruits. Once I share this, that little lady will be utterly envious, and everyone will admire my fortune. The chubby boy murmured to himself, suddenly recalling something and promptly closing his mouth to contain the aroma, gesturing to Meng Hao that he was leaving before dashing out. This is evidence. I must hurry to find those female disciples and let them smell it. The chubby boy grew increasingly excited, hastening down the mountain in a flurry of exhilaration. Meng Hao smiled lightly, easily discerning the intentions of the chubby one. At this moment, he picked up a fruit and savored it slowly. Its taste was indeed delightful, infused with a potent medicinal essence. Such was the life of an inner sect disciple. As Meng Hao relished the fruit, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. This lifestyle was unattainable for those in the outer sect, if he so desired. Merely expressing a thought would prompt the comely female disciples of the outer sect to eagerly offer their allegiance. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days went by. On a bright morning, Meng Hao emerged from his cave dwelling, followed closely by the young attendant Zhao Hai, who carried a purple storage bag, an official pouch for distributing medicinal pills to the outer sect, brimming with spirit-condensing pills. Embracing the morning mountain breeze, Meng Hao descended the mountain. As he walked, any outer sect disciple who caught sight of him immediately altered their demeanor, halting to bow deeply in respect. Greetings, Senior Brother Meng. Senior Brother Meng, your grace remains unchanged. It has been some time, and I have missed you dearly. Having met Senior Brother Meng, I must say your talents are extraordinary, and your cultivation is remarkable. You will undoubtedly become a pillar of our sect. Amid such flattery, Meng Hao made his way to the square, where a considerable number of disciples awaited. Upon his arrival, they all bowed in unison, their praises rising like waves. Meng Hao nodded slightly and, with a leap, ascended to the stone platform of the square, not for the first time. Yet it marked his inaugural occasion distributing medicinal pills from this vantage point. His gaze swept over the crowd, taking in their envious and respectful glances. Gradually, a sense of disorientation enveloped him, recalling the moment he first stood in the square, the memory of Wang Tengfei's haughty scorn, and countless other reflections. Ring the bell. He finally spoke after a prolonged silence, drawing in a deep breath. The sound of the bell resonated, echoing within Meng Hao's heart and enveloping the entire Kaoshan sect. Soon, he noticed numerous disciples hastily approaching from the distance. Before long, the square was densely packed with outer sect disciples, each expressing astonishment upon seeing Meng Hao on the high platform, hastily bowing in reverence. The chubby one, brimming with pride amidst the crowd, was busily polishing his sword, surrounded by disciples who showered him with compliments. Today, it is Senior Brother Meng distributing the pills. How remarkable. I remember when he was just like us. An outer sect disciple, yet now he stands as an inner sect member. Senior Brother Meng exudes elegance. I have heard he was once a scholar who achieved scholarly distinction but chose the path of cultivation, forsaking worldly accolades to join Kaoshan sect. Reflecting on their past encounters, many recalled their first impression of Meng Hao, sensing his exceptional potential. Even during his battle with Wang Tingfei, they believed firmly in his victory. The murmurs of discussion reverberated throughout the square, reaching Meng Hao's ears. A light cough from him silenced the crowd, their gazes shifting respectfully towards the figure clad in a silver robe, illuminated by the morning light, resembling a celestial being. Amidst the crowd, Meng Hao discerned the complex expression on Zhou Kai's face, the silent, bittersweet smile of Yin Tianlong, and the several disciples at the fourth level of qi condensation, all of whom instinctively displayed a sense of appeasement when their gazes met Meng Hao's. He even noticed the trembling form of Chao Yang. Today, I shall distribute elixirs. Fellow disciples, let us unite in our cultivation and strive to attain the seventh layer of spiritual refinement. I envision a day when our sect will boast one more disciple from the inner circle. Meng Hao spoke with a serene demeanor. As a scholar, his eloquence was evident, and he required no preparation for his words. An invisible pressure emanated from him, instilling a sense of awe in those below. This pressure stemmed not from his cultivation level, but from his status as an inner sect disciple. Ming Shixiang's admonition shall be heeded. We shall remember your teachings, someone promptly replied from the crowd. Their expression filled with fervor as though they had heard celestial music, bowing repeatedly. Others quickly followed suit, their voices resonating in a harmonious chorus that enveloped the square. Meng Hao retrieved a storage bag from a nearby attendant, opened it, and with a swift motion, released a flurry of elixirs and spiritual stones, which cascaded before the gathered individuals. He then swept his right hand through the bag and produced a milky white elixir, which exuded a fragrant mist, reminiscent of morning clouds. Could it be the white spirit elixir? The realization struck the crowd. This elixir was known to possess remarkable efficacy for those below the fourth level of qi condensation and had not been seen for quite some time. Instantly, the onlookers inhaled sharply, their eyes fixated on the elixir in Meng Hao's hand. Meng Hao's gaze swept across the assembly. The chubby boy grinned, uninterested in the purple spirit elixir, for he already possessed several gifted to him by Meng Hao. This elixir is of no ordinary quality, as you all are aware. I intended to bestow it upon a deserving disciple, yet nostalgia struck me upon seeing an old acquaintance, so I shall offer it to him, Meng Hao said, his eyes settling on Chao Yang, who immediately trembled at the prospect. With a flick of Meng Hao's wrist, the elixir hurtled towards Chao Yang. It's over. I shall likely be grievously injured for months once more. Chao Yang's expression was one of impending tears, lamenting the fact that Meng Hao harbored a long memory, recalling even the grievances from days past despite his status as an inner disciple. As the brilliance of the square diminished, Meng Hao swept his sleeves and turned to depart, disregarding the ensuing scramble among the crowd. The chubby boy hurried to Meng Hao's side, beaming with pride, casting a wary glance at the attendant Zhao Hai, signaling him to keep his distance. Evidently fearful of losing his standing. Meng Shixiang, shall we take a stroll around the outer sect? The chubby boy gazed at Meng Hao with anticipation, reminiscent of the days when Meng Hao had persuaded senior sister Su. This nostalgic thought brought a smile to Meng Hao's face as he nodded in agreement. The two advanced ahead, with Zhao Hai trailing behind, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Not long after exiting the square, Zhou Kai caught up with them. Greetings, Meng Shixiang, Zhou Kai stammered, his demeanor marked by unease. Having offended Meng Hao on several occasions, he had anticipated that Meng Hao, as an inner disciple, would maintain a certain decorum. However, witnessing the treatment of Chao Yang today, he felt compelled to approach quickly, his anxiety palpable. Meng Hao glanced at Zhou Kai, but before he could respond, the chubby boy interjected with a loud exclamation. What is it? A few days ago, Zhou obtained a precious item that he instinctively felt was deeply connected to Brother Meng, and thus he respectfully presented it to him. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Kai extracted a storage pouch from his bosom and reverently handed it to Meng Hao. The plump youth let out a cold snort, snatched it away, and then, with a smile, passed it back to Meng Hao. Meng Hao accepted the storage pouch, quickly glanced inside, and tucked it away into his robe. He nodded to Zhou Kai and turned to leave, his demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze, leaving Zhou Kai with a mix of resignation and a tinge of admiration. Truly, as an inner disciple, this trifle was likely beneath his notice. As Meng Hao continued on his way, he noticed Yin Tianlong in the distance, who sighed and quickly adorned his face with a smile as he approached. He, too, claimed to have found an item recently that he believed was fated for Brother Meng, presenting yet another storage pouch, which contained 50 spirit stones. Meng Hao frowned slightly upon receiving it. We are all fellow disciples. Past grievances are of little consequence. There is no need for such gifts, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Yin Tianlong's heart sank, realizing the implications, and he immediately cursed Zhou Kai for giving more. Gritting his teeth, He produced another storage pouch and handed it over, finally earning a nod from Meng Hao. As Meng Hao continued his journey, he encountered others with whom he had past conflicts and gradually amassed over 10 storage pouches. How splendidly I have handled this matter, the plump youth gloated. I had advised them that to avoid future troubles, one must be willing to part with something of value. Meng Hao shook his head with a smile, having sensed something amiss that day and suspecting the plump youth's machinations over the past fortnight. What of that fifth-layer disciple who sought to kill you? Meng Hao inquired. Ah. I utilized your jade pendant to contact an outer sect steward and arranged for him to be sent to the desolate mountains to capture demon beasts. He cannot return until he has captured 100, the plump youth replied, adopting a demeanor that suggested he believed no one could escape his ire. Do not act too ruthlessly in public, Meng Hao cautioned, his eyes glinting as he spoke softly. I understand. I will find an opportunity to deal with him. Zhou Kai and Yin Tianlong will be involved, the plump youth quickly assured. The two exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile, choosing not to discuss the matter further. Having circled the outer sect, many disciples rushed to pay their respects upon seeing Meng Hao. When he arrived at the alchemy workshop, he paused to gaze at the establishment, a smile gracing his features as he stepped inside. Upon seeing Meng Hao, a middle-aged man in the workshop promptly rose. Greetings, Brother Meng, he said. Meng Hao smiled and nodded, his gaze sweeping across the various elixirs on display. Rest assured, Brother Meng, the workshop is well managed by Junior Brotherly Fugue. Business is thriving. And we will ensure other disciples have no opportunity to purchase elixirs, the middle-aged man declared, patting his chest confidently. The plump youth's face lit up with joy as he stealthily handed the middle-aged cultivator a storage pouch, while others were not paying attention. The man accepted it with practiced ease, and both he and the plump youth exchanged bright, eager glances, for the elixirs here belonged to the sect, not to individuals, and the prospect of earning more brought them delight. Under the eager anticipation and unwavering persistence of the chubby boy, even as noon approached, Meng Hao acquiesced to his wishes. He traversed the outer sect entirely, allowing all to behold him, and at the chubby boy's pleading gaze, he even ventured to the treasure pavilion. The shrewd man of the pavilion had been awaiting his arrival and, upon seeing Meng Hao, promptly bowed deeply, his voice resounding with utmost clarity. Disciples of the treasure pavilion. Sun Tiendi, greet Brother Meng. Brother Meng is a dragon among men, exuding an overwhelming presence and extraordinary might. Though this astute man lacked formal education and his words were somewhat inarticulate, his expression brimmed with excitement, while the anxiety within him remained a secret. After all, he harbored guilt for having once wronged Meng Hao, and thus feared the mention of that incident. As he rose, he cast a furtive glance at the chubby boy. Ahem, this fellow wants me to go in and retrieve another magical artifact, if he breaches the rules. Let it be on him, the chubby boy awkwardly interjected. Meng Hao, speechless, after concluding his inspection of the pavilion, hastily departed amidst the chubby boy's reluctance and returned to the eastern peak. As the sun began its descent, he sat upon a stone outside his cave dwelling, reflecting on the day's events. His status as an inner sect disciple deepened his understanding. At dusk, as Meng Hao gazed at the crimson horizon, he perceived a figure approaching gracefully, akin to a celestial being. Clad in a silver robe with flowing black hair, her exquisite visage, untouched by cosmetics, appeared slightly pallid. Yet, to Meng Hao, this pallor concealed an enchanting charm beneath its frigid surface. Sister Su, he greeted with a respectful bow. Congratulations on becoming an inner sect disciple, she replied. This woman was Su Qing, true to her name, exuding an air of serene solitude, a reflection of her character. However, this did not imply she was indifferent to everyone. For instance, she had just emerged from her seclusion and, upon hearing about Meng Hao from a young disciple, had come here. Meng Hao offered a faint smile, standing beside Su Qing as the mountain breeze danced around them. I visited the medicinal herb workshop today and exchanged for another beauty elixir, he said, raising his right hand to reveal a pill nestled in his palm. Su Qing remained silent, casting a glance at the elixir in his hand. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted it, standing still as she gazed into the distant crimson sky. Her beauty was unparalleled, resembling flawless jade, reflecting the rosy clouds of the horizon, rendering her particularly enchanting at that moment. Time seemed to stand still. The silhouettes of the two amidst the twilight became eternal, akin to ink and water beneath the setting sun on the eastern peak. Until the glow of the horizon faded and the moonlight descended, Su Qing turned to leave. Yet, after taking merely 5 steps, she suddenly halted. I have visited the herb workshop. The first beauty elixir you gifted me was not one you exchanged, she stated. Without turning back, and continued on her way. Meng Hao stood there, momentarily stunned, before finally reacting. He scratched his head, yet his eyes gradually brightened. What once seemed impossible now began to feel plausible with the passage of time. As time flowed, 2 months swiftly elapsed. Meng Hao had become an inner sect disciple for nearly a season, no longer frequenting the outer sect, while the chubby boy thrived there, reveling in his newfound freedom. As for Meng Hao, he had spent nearly all of his time in the Law Pavilion in recent days. On this particular day, seated cross-legged within the pavilion, the tranquil Meng Hao was studying a bamboo slip. Occasionally, his right hand would rise to form hand seals, as waves of magical light enveloped his hand, casting flickering shadows upon his face. Suddenly, the water ball he had just conjured shattered, dissipating into mist around him. Frowning slightly, he set aside the bamboo slip and retrieved a glowing jade slip from his robe. This jade was white and somewhat hazy, as if shrouded in a veil of fog. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern its crystalline clarity. Chen Fan, Su Qing, Meng Hao, you three are to come to the East Peak Grand Hall. Resounded a commanding voice from within the jade slip. Imbued with an undeniable authority, it was the voice of the sect leader, He Luohua. Meng Hao tucked away the jade slip and, upon rising, stepped forward. Instantly, the doors of the Law Pavilion swung open silently, and he hastened towards the mountain summit. Almost simultaneously with Meng Hao's emergence, 2 figures also made their way to the peak, one being Chen Fan, whose gentle demeanor concealed a righteous aura, and the other, Su Qing, a beautiful yet aloof senior sister. Su Qing caught sight of Meng Hao, marking their first encounter since that twilight beneath the moon. The 3 of them proceeded directly to the summit, soon arriving at the Grand Hall of the Kaoshan sect. This hall, steeped in antiquity, featured intricately carved railings and jade fixtures, yet bore the weight of time. It served as a sacred site of the Kaoshan sect, where only inner disciples were permitted to tread. Within the hall stood 9 statues. The foremost was that of an elderly man, whose serene expression radiated an imposing presence. His eyes sparkled with a dim, yet vivid light, and though his demeanor was calm, it exuded a formidable aura. With his right hand resting behind him and his left hand raised, he pointed forward, his chin lifted as if surveying the world below, embodying an indescribable majesty. Beneath him were 8 statues, arranged in 2 rows, each exuding an ethereal grace. During the first 7 days of his entrance into the sect, Meng Hao had already paid his respects to these statues, recognizing the elder's likeness as that of the venerable Kaoshan ancestor, while the others represented the ancestors of the Kaoshan sect throughout the ages. Beneath the statue of the ancestor, sect leader He Luohua stood with his back to Meng Hao and the others, gazing intently at the statue, lost in thought, while Elder Ouyang, with a solemn expression, nodded slightly towards the trio. Pay your respects to the ancestor, Elder Ouyang intoned gravely. Meng Hao, Su Qing, and Chen Fan exchanged serious glances, then bowed deeply before the statue of the Kaoshan ancestor. At the time of the ancestor's disappearance, I was merely an outer disciple newly entering the sect. Back then, the Kaoshan sect was still in its prime. He Luohua sighed after a lengthy pause, turning to regard Meng Hao, Chen Fan, and Su Qing. You are well versed in the text of the Kaoshan sect and are aware of our illustrious past from centuries ago. You also understand the 3 levels of foundation establishment. Today, I have summoned you not to conceal any truths, He Luohua continued after a moment of silence. The glory of the Kaoshan sect was due to the ancestors' profound cultivation, which instilled fear throughout the Zhao kingdom and garnered renown across the southern domain. All of which is connected to a particular tome, the Tai Ling scripture. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes instantly sparkled with intensity, and even Su Qing's gaze sharpened with intrigue. Only Meng Hao paused for a moment, uncertain of what the Tai Ling scripture entailed. The Qi condensation volume? Chen Fan spoke softly, being a prominent inner disciple and privy to numerous secrets, having surmised certain matters long ago. The Tai Ling scripture is one of the 3 great scriptures of the entire southern Zhan land, steeped in antiquity, originally consisting of 7 volumes. Most have been lost to time. The Qi condensation volume enables one to cultivate an immaculate foundation. The foundation-laying volume allows the practitioner to attain the purple Dan path, as opposed to the red Dan or mixed Dan. As for the Dan formation volume, it facilitates the condensation of the 4-color infant. Each volume can be said to empower one to achieve the pinnacle of cultivation. He Luohua gazed at the 3, slowly continuing. The ancestor acquired the Qi condensation volume in the past, and the scion of the Wang family joined our Kaoshan sect precisely for this scripture. Meng Hao's eyes sparkled with brilliance. His heart raced as he recalled the various levels of foundation he had heard Chen Fan mention before. He now understood why Wang Tingfei had come to the Kaoshan sect. If only I could obtain it. The desire within Ming Hao surged ever stronger. Unfortunately, even I have never laid eyes on the Qi condensation volume, let alone outsiders. This scripture has no transmission, existing solely within the ancestor's memory, He Luohua remarked. Meng Hao fell silent, while Chen Fan seemed to grasp something, and Su Qing glanced up at the statue of the Kaoshan ancestor. The great hall fell into a sudden silence. For 4 centuries, the outside world has largely speculated that the ancestor had perished. Yet only a few of us know that the ancestor has not truly passed on. He Luohua's voice suddenly resonated, and his words struck Meng Hao and the others like thunder. For centuries ago, the ancestor had achieved the late stage of the nascent soul, yet his lifespan was waning. He sought to break through to the spirit-severing realm, for it is said that if one's age does not exceed 1,000, one cannot defy destiny. How then could one sever the spirit? The ancestor chose to enter seclusion to sever his spiritual body and carve out a new life for himself. This retreat lasted for 100 years. For centuries prior, the ancestor left behind a sealed decree, issuing 10 pieces of the Jade of Severance. Forged from his very essence, every century, the outstanding inner disciples of the time were to hold the Jade and enter his retreat, utilizing the Jade to ignite their blood vitality and comprehend the will scattered throughout the seclusion. If fortune smiled upon them, they could obtain the Tiling Scripture. He Luohua's voice echoed, prompting Ming Hao to raise his head, as did Chen Fan and Su Qing. Success or failure? If this were to continue, surely some disciples would succeed. However, 200 years ago, the ancestor encountered an unforeseen calamity during his cultivation, causing his life essence to shatter. On the brink of death, he risked falling at any moment, rendering the insights within his retreat faint and the restrictions intensified. With no further pieces of jade sent forth until 5 years ago, when the ancestor finally issued 3 pieces of jade. These 3 pieces signify that only 3 individuals may enter and also suggest that within the myriad restrictions of the ancestor's retreat, there are only 3 areas to gain insight. He Luohua's voice reverberated through the hall, and with a flick of his right sleeve, 3 beams of bloodlight surged towards Meng Hao and the others, hovering before them in an instant. They were blood crystals, lustrous as jade, known as the Jade of Severance. You 3 are the only remaining inner disciples. These 3 pieces of jade are bestowed upon you. Whether you can comprehend the Tiling Scripture depends on your own fortune. As He Luohua's voice faded, he waved his sleeve, and the statue of the ancestor of the Relying Mountain erupted with a thunderous roar. Particularly, its eyes shone with brilliant light, conjuring a vortex in the void. Stepping into it, one could comprehend the essence of creation. He Luohua's voice resonated like thunder, and in that fleeting moment, Meng Hao, Chen Fan, and Su Qing transformed into a radiant arc, wielding their jade-slashing swords, and surged toward the vortex, vanishing within its depths. Though the vortex remained, outsiders, even those of the nascent soul stage, would find it impossible to enter without a jade-slashing sword. It was uncertain which of the 3 would acquire the Tiling Scripture, or perhaps they would all leave empty-handed. Elder Ouyang gazed up at the vortex and spoke softly. Personal enlightenment bears little fruit through excessive contemplation. He Luohua settled into a meditative posture nearby. At the instant Meng Hao stepped into the vortex, an overwhelming radiance engulfed him. Rendering his eyes unable to open, he could only keep them shut. The air resonated with a cacophony, interspersed with strange, echoing howls that permeated the surroundings. Time seemed to stretch for countless years until his body jolted violently, the thunderous noise ceased, and the howls faded into silence. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself standing on a dais several feet in size. Looking around, he beheld an expansive area, the sky above dark as earth, studded with glimmering crystals that resembled a starry expanse, casting a hazy, indistinct veil over the surroundings, akin to gazing through a layer of gauze. Numerous pavilions, shrouded in mist, were scattered throughout. It was desolate, for no one had visited this place for centuries. Chen Fan's voice approached from a distance, appearing through the fog, where another dais of similar size stood. Above, the earth was sealed by prohibitions. This was undoubtedly the subterranean chamber of the sect. Su Qing emerged from another direction, adorned in silver garments that rendered her extraordinarily enchanting. I entered the sect earlier and served as a guardian in the main hall. Thus I am privy to certain secrets unknown to you. This indeed is the Reliant Mountain sect's subterranean chamber. Above us lies the outer sect area. Chen Fan remarked gently as he surveyed their surroundings. Meng Hao stepped off the dais, positioning himself beside Chen Fan and Su Qing, gazing at the gray, shrouded pavilions, where withered flowers and grasses littered the desolation. Could this mist be the prohibition, rendering everything in shades of black and white, devoid of color? Meng Hao furrowed his brow and inquired. Precisely so. Do not attempt to touch anything. These prohibitions have spiraled out of control with the ancestors weakening. Each of us must wield our jade slashing sword and search for the 3 places of enlightenment, Chen Fan replied, his expression grave. We cannot ascertain how long the process of comprehension will take. We must await one another before we can exit together. Su Junior sister, Meng Junior brother. I wish you both success. Chen Fan turned to Meng Hao and Su Qing, then infused his spiritual power into his jade slashing sword, which immediately emanated a blood-red glow and soared forward. He stepped forward, gradually distancing himself. Su Qing nodded at Meng Hao and followed her own jade slashing sword's crimson light in a different direction, as Meng Hao surveyed the area. Preparing to unleash the light of his jade slashing sword, a sudden, anguished roar erupted from nearby, swiftly approaching, as if it were now only a few dozen paces away. Meng Hao's expression changed abruptly as he turned sharply, immediately spotting a figure amidst the swirling mist, a mere 10 paces away, rushing towards him in tattered robes. A wave of intense malevolence surged forth, transforming into a palpable aura of murderous intent. As the figure drew near, Meng Hao hastily retreated, the suddenness of the scene overwhelming. The figure, moving with astonishing speed, closed the distance to merely 3 paces from Meng Hao before abruptly halting, staring fixedly at the blade of jade in Meng Hao's grasp. An expression of fear and trepidation etched on his face. A flicker of realization sparked within Meng Hao, channeling his spiritual energy into the blade of jade. It radiated a sanguine glow, illuminating the figure in tattered robes and revealing his form, a middle-aged man, yet emaciated, resembling a vengeful specter. A wretched cry escaped the man's lips as he swiftly retreated, vanishing into the mist with several agile leaps. Beads of sweat formed on Meng Hao's forehead. He took a deep breath, the presence of the middle-aged man reminiscent of the formidable elder Ouyang. Could this be a Foundation establishment cultivator? Meng Hao pondered, his heart brimming with caution. Following the crimson light, he ventured cautiously forward. After traversing for approximately half an hour, Meng Hao's heart raced with trepidation. Shadows flickered in the mist around him, each figure comparable in prowess to Elder Ouyang, with some exuding a pressure akin to that of the sect leader, He Luohua. Were these puppets? Observing the apparitions, Meng Hao gradually discerned they seemed devoid of vitality, lingering around him as if drawn to the blade of jade, yet equally fearful of it. As another incense stick burned away, the figures began to dissipate. Suddenly, Meng Hao halted, his breath quickening and his gaze fixated ahead. Before him loomed a mountain, towering over 100 feet high. It was not merely the mountain that captivated Meng Hao, but rather the fact that it was a Spirit Stone Mountain. Countless spirit stones accumulated to form this majestic edifice. Never in his life had Meng Hao encountered such an abundance of spirit stones. His mind erupted with excitement, instinctively yearning to seize some. However, as he took a step forward, he abruptly halted, for the mountain was shrouded in gray. Cloaked in a veil of mist, an impenetrable barrier, a prohibition against trespassing. Meng Hao wrestled with his desires, torn between giving up and his unwillingness to part with the sight before him. Yet, as he approached within 20 paces of the Spirit Stone Mountain, an overwhelming sense of impending doom engulfed him, compelling him to halt. He could only gaze longingly at the mountain, understanding that to draw closer would surely spell his demise. After a prolonged internal struggle, Meng Hao finally turned away, casting reluctant glances back as he departed from the Spirit Stone Mountain. After another incense stick's worth of time, guided by the sanguine light, a hazy pavilion materialized before him. This pavilion featured a courtyard, parched and overgrown with weeds, dominated by a stone taller than a man. The only object in the vicinity that bore hues beyond the monochrome of black and white and was free of mist. The blade of jade floated effortlessly atop the large stone, and upon pausing, the sanguine light shimmered brilliantly. Meng Hao hastened a few steps, arriving beside the great stone. He surveyed his surroundings and discerned that this must indeed be one of the 3 places of enlightenment. He then settled cross-legged upon the stone, gazing intently at the floating blood crystal above, his eyes alight with contemplation. Over the years, many had ventured into this realm before him, yet none had succeeded in attaining enlightenment. The extinguishing of the blood crystal's fiery glow signified that the time for comprehension had elapsed. Furrowing his brow, Meng Hao felt an intense yearning to acquire the Qi condensation manual, yet he was acutely aware of his mediocre aptitude. After all, this opportunity was initially meant for Wang Tigfei, and it was likely that he would struggle to succeed on his first attempt. He refrained from igniting the blood crystal immediately, instead lifting his gaze to the sanguine light, his eyes sparkling with a peculiar brilliance. After a prolonged moment, Meng Hao clenched his teeth, grasping the blood crystal firmly in his hand, a fierce determination shining in his eyes. "This time, I must attain the Tailing Sutra," Meng Hao declared resolutely. He patted his storage pouch, causing a copper mirror to soar forth, from which he extracted a substantial number of spirit stones in preparation for replication. Having been in the inner sect for a month, the allocation of spirit stones for inner disciples was significantly greater than that of the outer sect. Additionally, during his time at the outer sect's general store, he had received generous offerings from outer disciples eager to curry favor, resulting in a considerable accumulation of spirit stones within his pouch. However, his expression soon darkened as he realized that he had exhausted all the spirit stones provided by the sect, and he was still unable to complete the replication. It was not that the copper mirror had failed him, but rather that he lacked sufficient spirit stones, even the mid-grade ones proving useless. Staring at the blood crystal, an idea struck him after a moment. He recalled that he possessed 7 or 8 rather unique large spirit stones within his pouch. A pang of hesitation gripped him, but after a brief internal struggle, he gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening, and retrieved one to place upon the copper mirror. Before he could fetch a second stone, the copper mirror suddenly flashed with brilliance, as if a dazzling radiance had been unleashed, and astonishingly, 15 blood crystals materialized before him. This unexpected sight left Meng Hao momentarily speechless. He had anticipated requiring more spirit stones, yet one large spirit stone had yielded 15 blood crystals. These blood crystals were formed from the profound essence of the mountain's venerable ancestor, yet now there were 15 before him, rendering Meng Hao utterly astonished. "What kind of spirit stone is this?" he mused, standing there in a daze. The memory of the 2,000 large spirit stones he had expended gnawing painfully at his heart. He felt a profound realization wash over him. These large spirit stones were indeed extraordinary. Nevertheless, at this moment, the Tailing Sutra was of utmost importance to Meng Hao. Resolutely dismissing thoughts of the previous 2,000 spirit stones, he extracted a blood crystal and ignited it without hesitation. As it burned, the sanguine light enveloped him, and a series of indistinct sounds began to coalesce, akin to a dream, drawing Meng Hao into a trance where he lost track of time. Meanwhile, Su Qing and Qin Fan were also engaged in their own realms of enlightenment, their figures shrouded in the crimson glow. With their commendable aptitude, they possessed a relatively greater likelihood of achieving comprehension. In truth, within the secluded domain of the mountain's venerable ancestor, everything hinged upon one's aptitude. Thus, the concept of opportunity was intrinsically linked to it. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the sanguine light surrounding Meng Hao dissipated, awakening him from his reverie. He emerged from his trance, momentarily bewildered, and after some time, he regained his senses, yet his mind was a blank slate, devoid of any knowledge of the Tailing Sutra. Meng Hao let out a sigh, having anticipated this matter long ago. He took out the blood crystal and continued his contemplation. As time passed, he exhaustively consumed all 14 blood crystals without achieving success, causing him deep anguish and inner turmoil. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a larger spirit stone, resolutely resolving to replicate the slashing jade blood crystal once more. He ignited it, and the crimson light instantly enveloped his body, prompting him to delve into his insights anew. At this moment, Su Qing and Qin Fan had long since dispersed their own blood light, yet they remained seated in meditation, unaware of whether they had gained any understanding. Meanwhile, Meng Hao was consumed by fervor, continuously igniting blood crystals one after another, each instance of insight emerging in rapid succession. Should outsiders witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be driven to madness, consumed by jealousy. After the 27th blood crystal was burned, Meng Hao finally heard indistinct voices in that dreamlike realm, as if someone were murmuring in his ear. However, the words remained unclear, with only the first 2 syllables discernible: Tai Ling. Meng Hao opened his eyes, revealing a fervent determination, and without hesitation, he drew forth the 28th slashing jade blood crystal to continue his contemplation. At this juncture, Su Qing and Qin Fan had returned to the altar, yet they were perplexed by Meng Hao's absence. They were unaware of his whereabouts and could not ascertain his location. Thus they could only sit cross-legged outside the altar and wait. Days turned into 3, and gradually, their patience waned, worry etched upon their faces. They did not consider that Meng Hao might be deep in contemplation. Instead, they immediately concluded that something unfortunate must have befallen him. Could it be that junior brother Ming has encountered some mishap? Qin Fan spoke with concern. Su Qing remained silent, yet her eyes reflected worry. After a brief discussion, they promptly began their search, but the presence of the puppets wandering nearby made their efforts slow and arduous. In the meantime, Meng Hao, with disheveled hair, and eyes ablaze with crimson, murmured incoherently. If one listened closely, they would hear a stream of nonsensical words, each one an expression of his yearning for the Tai Ling Sutra. He took out the 43rd blood crystal, shrouding himself in an intense crimson glow, which had not dissipated in his vicinity. His unwavering dedication compelled him to pursue enlightenment relentlessly, replicating crystals in the absence of them, and then returning to his contemplations. Now, he could finally discern the voices in his ear, yet their essence eluded his memory, compelling him to continue seeking understanding. In this secluded domain of the mountain ancestor's retreat, neither Chun Fan nor Su Qing nor the frenzied Meng Hao noticed that after their respective blood crystals had finished burning, they transformed into an indistinct blood light, sinking into the ground below, where a hidden chamber lay beneath this subterranean palace. In that chamber sat a desiccated corpse, lifeless and shrouded in a pall of death. Each time a beam of blood light descended upon it, the corpse seemed to exhibit a flicker of change. It was only after the third beam of blood light merged with its form that a faint glimmer of vitality emerged. Yet this vitality was exceedingly dim, merely sustaining its lingering state, unable to awaken from its slumber. He, known as the ancestor of the mountain, had his essence intricately woven into the blood crystal of the slain jade, which allowed him to sustain his fading existence. Should this blood not arrive, his demise would be inevitable. Initially, he intended to linger in this state until the final flicker of life extinguished completely. A formidable figure was poised to transcend here, and despair had already enveloped him. The majority of his dormant consciousness, even if it stirred momentarily, would slip back into slumber without the strength to act. The slain jade had been left behind by him long ago. Had it not been for this act, he might have perished utterly centuries ago. These were the last 3 pieces of the slain jade. At this moment, the ancestor of the mountain, through the blood crystal of the slain jade, returned, his consciousness barely stirring. He sighed, realizing he was on the brink of another slumber, understanding that he might never awaken again. Yet, at that very instant, a 4th beam of blood light silently entered the chamber and surged into his body, awakening his nearly dormant consciousness once more. He paused, contemplating the impossibility of having no slain jade left. Perhaps he was mistaken. Just as he mused, a 5th beam of blood light appeared, penetrating his being. Subsequently, to his astonishment, the 6th, 7th, and 8th beams followed suit. Over the course of 3 continuous days, blood light appeared in a relentless cascade, sometimes even merging into a singular flow, continuously flooding into him. A tempest of emotion surged within the ancestor of the mountain, igniting an unprecedented hope, causing his eyes to snap wide open in astonishment. What in the world? These are clearly not my essence, yet they undeniably belong to my blood crystal. What is happening? Almost at the moment the ancestor opened his eyes, Meng Hao completed the incineration of the 58th blood crystal of the slain jade. His mind erupted with thunderous roars. Surrounded by swirling scriptures, each character radiating a supreme golden light that permeated his entire being, banishing the surrounding blood light until only a golden hue remained. As this golden radiance enveloped him, Meng Hao's body underwent a transformation, with his Dan lake churning until it shimmered entirely in gold. The roaring, surging waters of the lake altered him profoundly. A cacophony of sounds erupted from his body, bones seemed to grow, flesh appeared to develop, and everything within and without him was forcibly transformed in that instant. His meridians became almost transparent, merging with the flesh, and his hair grew relentlessly. His body was undergoing a continuous metamorphosis in accordance with the incantations of the Tai Ling Jing's Qi condensation scroll. This process endured for approximately 3 hours, after which, with a resounding boom, Meng Hao abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of golden light within them. After a brief moment, the golden light faded, replaced by a wave of excitement. A series of incantations vividly emerged in his mind, as if imprinted upon his soul. He comprehended the meaning of each phrase and realized that this sequence of incantations was, indeed, the Tai Ling Jing's Qi condensation scroll. In the external world, there exists a force potent enough to incite a tumultuous storm, a force that countless sects would fiercely vie for, the coveted condensation scroll. Now, it resides within Meng Hao's mind. With the transformation of Meng Hao's body over the span of 3 hours, he remains at the 6th layer of condensation. Yet he practices one of the 3 most exceptional condensation techniques across the vast southern expanse. Such a fortuitous event is exceedingly rare, even for the disciples of illustrious families and grand sections. Should he diligently cultivate according to the scroll's teachings, if destiny permits him to reach foundation establishment in this lifetime. he shall do so with unparalleled purity. Even during the condensation phase, his spiritual power would be significantly profound. While he may not yet be termed the strongest among his peers, over time, he would accumulate strength, and upon establishing his foundation, he would undergo a metamorphosis akin to a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. After all, the essence of the condensation scroll lies not in the techniques but in attaining the rare state of flawless foundation establishment. Should he encounter Wang Tinfei again at this moment, Meng Hao would not find himself in the same predicament as before. He could deftly wield 10 flying swords, maintaining agility while doubling his power. Overwhelmed with excitement, Meng Hao clenched his fists, his desire to grow stronger intensifying. After a prolonged moment, he took a deep breath and descended from the stone, striding into the distance. In stark contrast to Meng Hao's exhilaration, the elder of the mountain was on the verge of madness. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Meng Hao, Chen Fan, and Su Qing. He had anticipated that Meng Hao would produce the blood crystals acquired from unknown sources, only to find himself dumbfounded as Meng Hao achieved enlightenment. Cursed be this fate. I should never have displayed my insights externally. No, had I not done so, this young lad would not have descended. But how could he grasp understanding with merely 50 or so blood crystals? He ought to require 100, 200 at the very least, ideally 300. If only there were 500, I would no longer need to remain in seclusion. The elder's frustration reached its zenith. This was his most fervent hope. Yet now it appeared to dissipate before his eyes. Without an influx of blood crystals, he would inevitably succumb to decline as time passed. Though he understood that his aspirations were likely unattainable. I was far too harsh on myself in the past, imprisoning myself here. I cannot emerge without a breakthrough. And my voice barely penetrates the confines. They cannot hear me. Even my techniques have waned so much that I can scarcely employ them. What to do? What to do? I must devise a plan. The elder's face was etched with anxiety as he observed from within the secret chamber that Meng Hao had encountered Su Qing and Chen Fan. The trio now approaching the altar, seemingly on the verge of departing, to summon the entirety of the Zhao nation's cultivation community to this place. To my secluded retreat. If they come, their collective power could shatter my confinement. At that moment, I could emerge and draw upon their vitality, granting me the possibility of a second breakthrough. With a resolute determination, the elder gritted his teeth and summoned the remnants of his dwindling cultivation, suddenly raising his right hand to strike the ground. With a resounding rumble, the earth shook. Within the subterranean palace, Meng Hao crafted an excuse to elucidate his several days of absence and the changes he had undergone. Chen Fan smiled faintly and nodded, while Sister Su, upon seeing that Meng Hao was unharmed, fell silent. The three ascended the altar, preparing to depart when suddenly, an earth-shattering roar reverberated through the chamber. As their expression shifted in astonishment, they beheld fissures forming in the ground before them. Simultaneously, a colossal stone tablet began to rise slowly, remaining aloft for the duration of an incense stick's burn, revealing a Tinjiang-sized inscription before the trio. The tablet glimmered in golden hues, adorned with an intricate tapestry of scriptures, indeed. It was the Tailing Sutra's essence gathering scroll. The three stood transfixed, particularly Meng Hao, who was momentarily dumbfounded to see the essence gathering scroll that he had so painstakingly acquired now before his eyes. Yet, as he scrutinized it closely, a peculiar expression emerged on his face. He discerned that only the first 2 lines of the inscription were authentic, while the rest was a fabrication. Though it appeared profound, Meng Hao, being aware of the true scriptures, could easily distinguish the genuine from the false. Meng Hao hesitated, refraining from speaking. Chen Fan's eyes flickered as he stepped forward to stand beneath the stone tablet, and Su Qing followed suit. They gazed at it for a considerable time, exchanging a glance that conveyed their astonishment. This tablet should be taken forth for the sect leader's judgment, Su Qing finally spoke. Meng Hao blinked rapidly, nodding eagerly in agreement. This scene did not escape the notice of the patriarch, who grinned broadly, finding the sight of Meng Hao and Su Qing increasingly agreeable. Quickly take it away. Let it be known to all. He chuckled. How astute of me. Years ago, I anticipated the possibility of an intrusion during my seclusion and left behind this false scripture. I even went so far as to create subtle alterations to ensure it would spark an extraordinary phenomenon upon its removal, allowing all to see. Originally intended to ensnare others, it has now found an unexpected purpose. How delightful. The patriarch's excitement was palpable, but soon his expression shifted to one of alarm. No, Chen Fan declared gravely, scrutinizing the tablet's inscriptions. After a prolonged examination, determination flickered in his eyes. He shook his head at Meng Hao and Su Qing. This inscription bears significant implications. Should we remove it, we would leave our sect with a grave peril. If outsiders were to discover it, it could lead to our annihilation. We three should simultaneously imprint the scriptures onto jade slips, thereby safely leaving the tablet here. This is the most prudent course of action. Chen Fan's demeanor was earnest, his righteous aura emanating strongly. His words were devoid of any selfish intent. They were entirely for the sake of the sect. Su Qing nodded in agreement, and Meng Hao, too, offered no objections. The trio promptly imprinted the scriptures and ascended the altar once more, hastily departing. The patriarch watched in disbelief, letting out a silent roar of frustration. Cursed be it. I am determined to crush the leader of this generation of the Kaoshan sect. How could you accept such a disciple into the inner sect? This individual, with his upright character, is precisely what I disdain. Back in my day, all disciples of this sect were as cunning as street urchins, possessing the scriptures but remaining silent. That was the epitome of a perfect disciple for my sect. And now, this righteous little brat, you have doomed me, the ancestral master. Why do you obstruct me? Cursed be it, my cultivation. The ancestral master of Kaoshan was already trembling with rage. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and, with a determined resolve, held his breath. As he roared once more, he raised his right hand and struck his own crown, instantly causing him to spew forth blood. Yet, this blood transformed into a rich, invisible light that surged towards the surrounding secret chamber. The sound of a thunderous roar echoed as the blood light dissipated significantly. But some burst forth, accompanying Meng Hao and his companions as they departed the underground palace. Just as Meng Hao and his companions returned to the grand hall of the Kaoshan sect, He Luohua and Ouyang glanced over, and before they could utter a word, an unseen blood light shot into the sky. The heavens and earth trembled in an instant, with a dazzling radiance expanding violently outward, turning the sky crimson for 1,000,000 miles, swirling with 7 colors, as if the world had undergone a transformation. Simultaneously, across the vast sky, characters emerged, most of which were blurred and indistinguishable, save for the first 2 characters, which were crystal clear, tailing. This extraordinary phenomenon, akin to the appearance of scriptures, especially the characters tailing, radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the skies of the Zhao Kingdom, as if fearing that outsiders might overlook it. In that moment, all disciples from the 3 major sects within the Zhao Kingdom beheld the bizarre sight in the sky, their hearts filled with astonishment. Instantly, streaks of rainbow light soared from the secluded areas of each sect, revealing the ancient masters of each sect. This is the Tailing Scripture. The emergence of the Tailing Scripture, precisely at the location of the Kaoshan sect. Could it be? Could it be the legendary condensation scroll from years past, manifesting in the world? Meanwhile, the celestial anomaly witnessed by the Kaoshan sect was also perceived by other surrounding cultivation nations, prompting them to urgently relay this news to the major sects in the southern domain through transmission arrays. In an instant, the powerful cultivators of several major sects in the southern domain, who were in seclusion, were shaken. The revelation of the Tailing Scripture and the manifestation of the condensation scroll stirred them with excitement. Without the slightest hesitation, these major sects from the southern domain set forth at the swiftest pace towards the Zhao Kingdom, fearful of losing the opportunity to the prominent families and other sects in the southern domain. The entire southern domain was engulfed in turmoil. Streaks of rainbow light soared into the sky, while within the Zhao Kingdom, nearly 20 cultivators from the 3 major sects mobilized, the weakest among them being at the foundation establishment stage, with 6 golden core cultivators leading the charge, creating a thunderous uproar as they cut through the sky, heading directly towards the Kaoshan sect, where the anomaly had taken place. Chapter 41. The Stirring of the Zhao Kingdom. Almost in the instant when the celestial anomaly manifested outside the Kaoshan sect, all the outer disciples within the sect were rendered speechless. Their expressions one of shock as they gazed blankly at the sky, their minds buzzing and their eyes betraying a sense of bewilderment. This dramatic transformation of heaven and earth was beyond their comprehension. However, upon witnessing the resplendent golden light in the sky, akin to sacred scripture, their hearts raced with excitement. The chubby disciple, preoccupied with polishing his fish scale-like sword, inadvertently found himself stunned, nearly piercing his tongue. Meanwhile, Shangwan Xiao, who had been in seclusion, suddenly lifted his head. Upon discerning the spectacle above, he trembled violently, disbelief evident in his eyes. Yet, almost instantly, his countenance shifted dramatically as a powerful fear surged within him. He swiftly rose, and before long, a teleportation array, long established within his dwelling, materialized. Without hesitation, he hastened into the array, vanishing in an instant. Simultaneously, Within the grand hall of the Eastern Peak, Meng Hao and his companions had just arrived when Luohua's expression shifted drastically. He rushed outside, his gaze fixed on the sky, his face pale as he staggered back several steps, visibly distressed. Elder Ouyang, quick on his feet, had already exited the hall. And upon looking up, his expression darkened ominously. "What have you disturbed in the ancestral master's place of seclusion?" Elder Ouyang turned sharply, his demeanor grave, even his words resonating with severity. As the disciples prepared to depart from the ancestral master's secluded domain, a stone tablet had unexpectedly emerged. Concerned that its appearance might bring calamity to the sect, they refrained from retrieving it, opting instead to make rubbings of the inscriptions. Chen Fan spoke with a bitter tone, producing a jade slip, while Meng Hao and Su Qing also presented their rubbings to Elder Ouyang. "This is..." Elder Ouyang focused intently, disbelief flickering in his eyes. "Do not waste your time, it is a falsehood. Both the stone tablet and this celestial phenomenon are mere illusions." Luohua sighed heavily, lowering his gaze to the ground, shaking his head after a moment of contemplation. Others from the Zhao Kingdom's sects were arriving swiftly. This calamity was unavoidable for the Kaoshan sect, as they were drawn here for the ancestral master. With a flourish of his sleeve, Luohua summoned a resonant wave throughout the Kaoshan sect, a soft veil of light shimmering into existence, enveloping all directions. "You three, as inner disciples, await in the grand hall." Almost instantaneously upon Luohua's command, a resounding roar erupted from the sky, accompanied by sharp sounds that seemed intent on piercing the heavens. In tandem, nearly 20 streaks of radiant light could be seen racing towards them from all sides. In the blink of an eye, these streaks of light appeared above the protective veil of the Kaoshan sect, a palpable pressure descending upon the land, causing tremors that rippled through the earth and shook the surrounding peaks as if they might collapse. The wild mountains fell eerily silent, all ferocious beasts trembling into silence. Among the nearly 20 figures in the sky, 6 stood at the forefront, 4 men and 2 women, each an elder clad in opulent robes, their formidable aura causing the very fabric of the heavens and earth to shift. Behind these 6 individuals, there trailed a cadre of 3 or 2 cultivators, each as formidable as the esteemed Elder Ouyang. This gathering of fewer than 20 individuals represented the pinnacle of power within the Zhao Kingdom, descending upon the Kaoshan sect like an ominous shadow. "Kaoshan sect." A low growl resonated from the heavens, reverberating like thunder, instantly shattering the tranquility and causing the outer sect's pavilions to crack, prompting a torrent of blood to erupt from the mouths of numerous disciples, their faces painted with terror. Such audacity from the wind-cold sect. Luohua stood atop the mountain, emitting a cold snort, his voice echoing like thunder, overpowering that of the previous speaker. With a swift motion of his right hand, the heavens trembled, and an invisible gust surged forth, hurtling towards the adversary. As it approached, the void surrounding the growler morphed into darkness, resembling an insatiable maw poised to devour the elder of the wind-cold sect, causing him to retreat hastily, his expression shifting dramatically. "Enough, Taoist he. The celestial anomaly emanates from your Kaoshan sect. You must provide an explanation." Among the crowd, one of the 6 golden core cultivators, an elder clad in a violet robe adorned with a flute motif, furrowed his brow. He raised his hand with a flick, causing the encroaching darkness to dissipate silently. Gazing down at Luohua, his tone, though tempered, bore an unmistakable edge of intimidation. At that moment, the outer sect was enveloped in a profound silence, a pall of death casting a shadow over the hearts of all disciples. Within the grand hall, Meng Hao and his companions were equally mute, having witnessed the formidable figures in the sky and sensing the terrifying prowess of each individual, capable of extinguishing their lives with a mere gesture. Meng Hao's spirit quaked as he beheld the assembly of powerful beings above, this being his first encounter with such a multitude of might. The yearning for strength surged within him, intensifying in that fleeting moment. On the eastern peak, Luohua remained silent, gazing up at the celestial assembly. After a prolonged silence, he sighed. "What explanation? I am unaware of why this anomaly has manifested. Yield and disband your Kaoshan sect's array, allowing us to investigate. That shall suffice as your explanation. Otherwise, do not blame us for disregarding our shared ties as cultivators of Zhao and for dismantling your formation, annihilating the Kaoshan sect." The violet-robed elder's eyes glinted with malice as he spoke, his tone dark and foreboding. "To annihilate my Kaoshan sect." Luohua suddenly erupted into laughter, his mirth echoing throughout the Kaoshan sect, resonating across the heavens. In his laughter, he perceived Ouyang's determination to fight, the silence of the three remaining inner disciples, the bloodied outer disciples, and their palpable despair and helplessness. What could they use to resist? What could sustain the disciples of the Kaoshan sect? What could shield them from this calamity? As long as I am the sect master of Kaoshan, I shall not permit outsiders to so brazenly humiliate us. Yet, I find myself powerless to protect everyone. He Luohua's laughter bore a tinge of sorrow, yet beneath it lay a hint of liberation. Kaoshan sect. Even if you do not come to obliterate us, your existence cannot endure for long. Thus today, I renounce the Kaoshan sect. I shall relinquish these mere peaks. He Luohua, with a swift flourish of his sleeves, soared into the air, prompting Ouyang, momentarily taken aback, to follow suit. The two stood suspended in the sky, gazing down upon Kaoshan sect, their home for several decades, their expressions tinged with sorrow. The disciples, upon receiving their orders, were informed that Kaoshan sect was to be disbanded today, and from this moment forth, they would no longer be members of the sect. Thus, the world would be devoid of Kaoshan sect. Bloodshot eyes filled with anguish, He Luohua addressed the nearly 20 formidable warriors from the Zhao kingdom, who were momentarily stunned by his words, a cold smile gracing his lips. Are you satisfied now? Whether treasures or anomalies are present here, they bear no significance to me, nor to these young ones without a sect below us. Should you dare to harm anyone, I shall shatter the formation, and we shall all perish together. His voice resonated with unwavering resolve, the venom in his words instilling a profound fear within the Zhao warriors. Since Taoist he is so resolute. We shall not impose further difficulties. You have disbanded Kaoshan sect, and we will not trouble the remaining disciples. Rest assured on this matter. Spoke an elderly woman among the 6 powerful figures in the sky, her gaze sharp as she discerned that the anomalies lay within the mountain, not among the crowd. Meng Hao, looking skyward, heard He Luohua's voice echoing in his ears, and once again felt the harsh reality of the survival of the fittest. Even a master like him was compelled to dissolve his sect under duress. Qin Fan stood silent, unsteady as he took a few steps back, while Su Qing lowered her head. A single phrase from Taoist Tianmo reassured He Luohua, with a grand sweep of his sleeves. The entire formation of Kaoshan sect vanished in an instant, and as he prepared to depart with Ouyang, numerous gazes in the sky flickered towards him, clearly disapproving of his departure. Their consciousnesses surged towards Kaoshan sect, ready to search. Inside the grand hall, Qin Fan's face turned pale, retreating closer to the statue of the ancestral elder. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the vicinity, and bolts of lightning descended as if cleaving the heavens. A chilling voice suddenly echoing, shaking all the cultivators present, including the Zhao warriors, whose expressions shifted dramatically. No one is permitted to leave. As the voice thundered, an enormous luminous barrier appeared outside Kaoshan sect, expansive enough to encompass millions of miles, ensuring that none could escape even a fraction. He Luohua's expression darkened as he looked up to see a colossal compass, towering 100 feet high, upon which stood a middle-aged woman clad in a verdant long robe, adorned with a phoenix hairpin, exuding an air of opulence. Surrounding her were dozens of cultivators, predominantly women, each strikingly beautiful, yet bearing haughty expressions, casting cold glances towards the earth. Qing Luo sect of the southern domain. He Luohua's heart jolted as the Zhao warriors recognized this formidable sect, their faces reflecting their unease. Indeed, no one is permitted to depart. As the void was suddenly torn asunder, a booming laughter resonated, and from within emerged a burly man clad in armor, wielding a golden sword. Following him were dozens of imposing figures, each radiating an aura of menace. In this instance, the protector of the Jinhan sect, Zhao Shanliang, displays a remarkable acuity. The middle-aged beauty, her voice resonating softly, causes ripples to expand through the surrounding void. Why should the women of the Qing Luo sect be permitted while the men of my Jinhan sect are not? The robust figure of Zhao Shanliang, clad in armor, lets out a hearty laugh. Suddenly, a light sigh emerges from beyond the million-mile light curtain, accompanied by a flash of cold brilliance from the heavens. In an instant, this chilling light penetrates the barrier, causing a rupture in one area of the light curtain. A flying sword, towering 100 feet in length, emerges into the sky. This ancient sword, adorned with azure tassels, is enveloped in an aura of frost, and snowflakes begin to drift down upon the Jinhan sect. As the expressions of the middle-aged beauty and Zhao Shanliang shift to one of alarm, they discern a middle-aged man standing atop the ancient sword, dressed in a scholar's robe. With hands clasped behind his back, he stands alone upon the massive sword, exuding an air of invincibility. It is the One-Sword Sect. Luohua's expression falters once more as he recognizes the identity of the scholar, the foremost sect of the southern region. Renowned for its creed, a single sword suffices to shake the heavens. It is indeed Taoist Zhou Yinyun. The middle-aged beauty bows respectfully, and even the burly Zhao Shanliang silently clasps his fists, his demeanor revealing a hint of trepidation. Meng Hao observes the tempestuous scene unfolding above, his heart racing. This is the first time he has witnessed such formidable beings in the multitude of sects, particularly the emergence of the three major sects, evidently hailing from the vast southern region spoken of by his senior brother Qin Fan. The southern region. Meng Hao inhales deeply, while beside him, Su Qing's eyes remain tranquil, concealing her inner thoughts. Within the grand hall, Qin Fan's complexion pales as he retreats to the statue of the ancestor of the Kaoshan sect. Quietly, he raises his right hand and gently presses a specific spot on the statue. At his touch, the entrance to the ancestor's secluded meditation silently vanishes, unnoticed by anyone within or outside the Kaoshan sect, including Zhou Yinyun and his companions. Ancestor, your disciple Qin Fan will ensure your safety. I shall not allow anyone to disturb your retreat. Qin Fan, filled with righteous determination and unwavering loyalty to his sect, now takes a significant risk to fulfill his plan. He exhales in relief, feeling no regret. At this moment, deep within the subterranean chambers beneath the Kaoshan sect, the ancestor revels in anticipation, eagerly awaiting the arrival of intruders. Soon, they will discover the entrance to my meditation. Once they breach my sanctuary, I shall be free. However, his excitement abruptly shifts. What? What are you doing? The ancestor watches Qin Fan's cautious movements, stunned as he witnesses the entrance to the meditation silently sealing shut, vanishing from existence, leaving him in disbelief. This arrangement was established by him years ago as a precautionary measure. He instructed that should a formidable enemy approach during his seclusion, it must be executed in this manner, passing this knowledge down through generations of guardians of the Great Hall, solely to prevent outsiders from intruding upon his secluded domain. Once this arrangement is activated, unless a truly formidable individual capable of severing the spirit arrives, no one can ascertain the location of the ancestral abode of the Mountain Guardian. In those days, the Mountain Guardian was exceedingly pleased, believing that his plan was infallible. However, he never anticipated that after so many years, he himself would forget this matter. Yet there were still those who remembered to act accordingly. How vexing. I should have left a warning. Do not accept those of virtuous character. Do not take in righteous disciples. Do not welcome good-hearted individuals. You, young one, you. The Mountain Guardian sat there, dazed, muttering to himself, wearing a look of despair as he recalled that it was this individual who obstructed his plans. He pondered the painstaking efforts he had expended for this scheme, the vital blood he had sacrificed, only to have it thwarted by the very same person who, ironically, acted out of goodwill, motivated by loyalty to the sect and to himself. Such unwavering devotion made the Mountain Guardian tremble with emotion. At the very moment the Mountain Guardian was plunged into despair. In the sky above the mountain sect, Zhou Yinyun of the Sword Sect cast a casual glance at the earth below. His consciousness expanded instantaneously, enveloping the entire mountain sect. Simultaneously, a beautiful woman from the Qingluo sect and Zhao Shanliang, a robust man from the Jinheng sect, did likewise, their formidable consciousnesses sweeping over the mountain sect, meticulously searching for any signs. The powerful individuals from Zhao country, startled and alarmed, were reluctant to yield, and thus began to scour the area with their own consciousnesses. After a while, Zhou Yinyun of the Sword Sect furrowed his brow. He distinctly sensed the presence of the Tai Ling Sutra in the vicinity, feeling its essence emanating from within the mountain itself, rather than from the disciples of the mountain sect. Yet he was unable to locate it. Not only was he troubled, but the beautiful woman and Zhao Shanliang also frowned, descending to personally conduct their search. The powerful figures from Zhao country, unwilling to concede, joined in. And soon the mountain sect was bustling with activity, even forcing Meng Hao and his companions out of the grand hall. The hall was nearly overturned in their frantic search. Yet as dusk approached and the strange phenomena in the sky began to dissipate, no clues were uncovered. Even those searching underground returned empty-handed. As they gazed at the vanishing phenomena in the sky, it transformed into a beam of crystalline light that dispersed, and with the disappearance of the phenomena, the essence of the Tai Ling Sutra faded away, as if its emergence had merely been a byproduct of the strange occurrences. The mountain sect returned to its ordinary state, appearing devoid of any treasures. As for the cave of the Yinglong within Black Mountain, it too fell within the search range. But the bodies had been taken away by Wang Tingfei, leaving it empty. At dusk, the search concluded, and the representatives of the three major sects from the southern region wore grim expressions. Having expended spiritual stones to arrive here, they found nothing, leading them to feel that their efforts had been in vain. This young man is remarkable. Would you consider joining the sword sect and accompanying me to the southern region? In the heavens, atop a colossal sword, Zhou Yinyun surveyed the earth, his gaze settling upon Chen Fan. Earlier, while searching for the Tailing scriptures, he had already discerned Chen Fan's extraordinary aptitude, which he found commendable, especially the aura of righteousness that resonated with the cultivation methods of the sword sect. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed downwards, causing Chen Fan's body to levitate effortlessly. In the eyes of Ming Hao, Su Qing, and the other disciples from the outer sect, Chen Fan appeared suspended in midair, positioned before Zhou Yinyun. The surrounding powerful figures from the Zhao kingdom immediately exhibited expressions of envy, understanding that this was a remarkable fortune bestowed upon the young lad. He Luo Hua and Elder Ouyang remained silent, their thoughts tangled, yet they recognized that the Kashan sect was relatively insignificant. If the inner disciples had a better path, they would ultimately rejoice for them. Disciple. Chen Fan's expression grew complicated as he glanced down at the Kaoshan sect. He observed He Luo Hua and Elder Ouyang, who smiled and nodded in agreement to this proposition, then turned his gaze to Su Qing and Ming Hao. After a long pause, determination etched upon his features. I am deeply grateful for your kind intentions, esteemed elder, but I am a disciple of the Kaoshan sect and shall never join another sect in this lifetime. Chen Fan raised his head, looking resolutely at Zhou Yinyun. He understood that by acquiescing, he would have a more promising future, and while he harbored a yearning for the southern domain, as a man of honor, there were certain paths he was unwilling to tread. In his life, he would only belong to one sect. Upon hearing these words, the powerful figures from the Zhao kingdom were immediately stirred. For such disciples were more precious than treasures to any sect. Yet, most gazes were tinged with regret, realizing that by rejecting the sword sect, this child would likely meet a dire fate today. He Luo Hua remained silent, observing Chen Fan with a more intricate contemplation. Sighing inwardly at the boy's stubbornness, what purpose did it serve? Zhou Yinyun's eyes flickered as he regarded Chen Fan for a long while before speaking in a calm tone. Do you know what the name sword sect represents in the southern domain? Chen Fan paused momentarily before nodding. His extensive reading had enlightened him that the sword sect was indeed the foremost sect in the southern domain. Do you know what position Zhou holds within the sword sect? Zhou Yinyun's demeanor darkened, a glimmer of menace flashing in his eyes, causing the surrounding skies to grow ominously dim, as if they were about to be torn apart by his intangible aura. Knowing the sword sect, it follows that no one is unaware of Elder Zhou, who is a revered guardian elder of the sword sect, with profound cultivation and great renown throughout the southern domain. Chen Fan replied softly. Since you are aware of Zhou's identity, you must also comprehend what you are forsaking. Zhou Yinyun's voice grew increasingly frigid, intensifying the chill in the air. The sword sect boasts a legacy spanning millennia, a sanctum of cultivation where formidable talents arise. Those who enter ascend swiftly in their practice, and I understand this well. Chen Fan declared, lifting his gaze without flinching, his eyes clear and resolute, devoid of regret. Zhou Yinyun regarded Chen Fan and suddenly burst into laughter. I intended to make you a mere ordinary outer disciple, but with such tenacity, splendid. You shall be my personal disciple. Zhou Yinyun's smile brimmed with admiration, and with a flourish of his sleeve, he disregarded Chen Fan's sentiments and swiftly took him away upon the great sword beneath their feet. Meanwhile, the middle-aged beauty observed the sword sect's situation and realized that this time had been a wasted trip. However, if she could return with a promising disciple, it would still be a worthy endeavor. She pointed at Su Qing. This girl is quite remarkable. I shall take her for the Qing Luo sect. She had long been aware of Su Qing's beauty and cold demeanor, which she greatly admired. Without waiting for Su Qing to respond, she activated her compass, transforming it into a radiant arc amidst the envious gazes of those around them. Only the chubby boy ground his teeth in the corner. Having realized that with the dissolution of this sect, he was now free, he felt an unrestrained excitement bubbling within him, contemplating that it had not been long since he returned to his home in Yunjie County, where his father had mentioned a potential wife who had not remained a widow for long. Upon his return, he would enjoy the blessings of companionship. Regrettably, he would not see Ming Hao again, but it mattered little since he had settled the debts owed to Mr. Zhou as a brother. Furthermore, upon his return. He planned to seize the wealth of several local gentry before extending his ambitions to encompass the entire Zhao kingdom. Li Fugue shall become the richest man. The chubby boy's excitement grew with each thought, his anticipation intensifying. At that moment, a burly man from the Jinhan sect, Zhao Shanliang, furrowed his brow. He had arrived a moment too late, witnessing 2 of the 3 inner disciples from this small sect being taken away. His gaze swept over to Meng Hao, momentarily taken aback, sensing a faint aura of the demonic about him. As he pondered, his eyes drifted to the crowd of outer sect members, suddenly fixating on the chubby boy, particularly on the boy's teeth. Observing the peculiar act of the boy sharpening his teeth with a flying sword, Zhao Shanliang's eyes sparkled with intensity, momentarily disregarding the demonic aura surrounding Meng Hao. How has this chubby boy cultivated to possess such spiritually imbued teeth? These are indeed spiritual teeth. With these teeth, he could surely practice the long-lost supreme spirit technique of our sect. This technique requires one to bite through spirit stones to cultivate. This trip has not been in vain. Bringing this child back will surely make the old-timers of the sect regard him as a treasure. Zhao Shanliang's eyes gleamed ever brighter as he raised his hand and swiftly grabbed the boy while he was still in a daze. From this moment on, you are an inner disciple of the Jinhan sect in the southern region. As the chubby boy stood there, bewildered, Zhao Shanliang tossed him into a gray pouch. The echoes of the boy's terrified screams lingering in the air. Zhao Shanliang then turned and, along with his companions, rushed towards the rift in the void. While the other 2, Zhou Yinyun and the beauty from the Qing Luo sect, were also preparing to depart. However, at that moment, Zhao Shanliang suddenly recalled his earlier sensation. He turned back for another glance at the Kaishan sect, his consciousness expanding rapidly, focusing intently on Meng Hao. Upon looking, the burly man abruptly froze, his body halting unexpectedly. This pause caught the attention of the beauty from the Qing Luo sect and Zhou Yinyun, both of whom also halted in astonishment. Meng Hao trembled slightly under the weight of the man's gaze, feeling as though every aspect of his being was laid bare before him. Even the demon core within his Dan Lake seemed exposed at that instant. In that moment, Jin Hanzong's piercing gaze narrowed suddenly, revealing a flash of brilliance. Previously, he had been preoccupied with the chubby boy, neglecting the seemingly fragile little cultivators around him. Now, having discerned the situation, he swiftly turned his body, hurtling directly towards Meng Hao. This one, I shall take as well. His voice thundered forth, causing Meng Hao's complexion to pale, as if his very being were on the verge of being shattered. The Dan Lake within him trembled, as an invisible force sought to extract the demon Dan, threatening to burst forth from his body. Excruciating pain enveloped Meng Hao entirely, cold sweat streaming down his brow. And that familiar sensation of being at the mercy of others resurfaced in his heart, compelling his hand to grip tightly, yet it proved futile. At that moment, a cataclysmic roar erupted from within the Koshan sect, reverberating with an earth-shattering intensity. The sound was so formidable that it caused Zhou Yinyun, the middle-aged beauty, and the imposing figure who was about to strike Meng Hao to turn abruptly, their eyes widening in shock. Our Koshan sect has but one remaining disciple. Who dares to harm him? Within the depths of the Koshan sect's underground chamber, the ancestral master, disheveled and with eyes ablaze, radiated a frenzied determination. Unwilling to accept the failure of his plans, he witnessed the imminent departure of the others and feared that this remote place would be abandoned, never to see visitors again. Overwhelmed by despair, he saw the Jin Hanzong cultivator preparing to attack the sole inner disciple, igniting his fury. He summoned the remnants of his cultivation, unleashing a colossal sound akin to the splitting of the heavens. This resounding echo shook the very heavens, conjuring a tempest that swept in all directions, uprooting countless trees from the surrounding desolate mountains. In that instant, the world seemed to be caught in a whirlwind connecting to the skies above, as trees were obliterated within its grasp, turning the tempest a deep, foreboding hue. Bolts of lightning crackled amidst the chaos, and the expressions of the powerful figures from the Zhao kingdom shifted dramatically, their faces betraying astonishment. Even Zhou Yinyun of the sword sect narrowed his eyes sharply, clutching the unconscious Chen Fan and retreating swiftly, his great sword humming as countless sword lights sprang forth around him. Meanwhile, the middle-aged beauty from the Qing Luo sect experienced an immediate change in demeanor, without hesitation slapping her compass, which expanded dramatically in size. As for Zhao Shanliang of Jin Hanzong, he inhaled sharply, retreating rapidly, raising his hand to cast a spell, summoning a golden sword that burst forth, enveloping him in a radiant golden aura, resembling a celestial general. The 3 of them were on high alert, their gazes fixed intently upon the Koshan sect. At this moment, Meng Hao, perched upon the eastern peak, observed the tumult with a deafening roar ringing in his ears. The tempest, swirling a deep, ominous hue, seemed to embody divine wrath, rendering Meng Hao's breathing labored. His eyes widened in astonishment, his body instinctively recoiling as the gale whipped his clothes around him. Had he not grasped a nearby boulder, he would have been swept away by the raging winds. Yet, his eyes sparkled with clarity. The ancestral master's words evoking memories of his initial arrival at the Koshan sect and the opening verses he had encountered. At this moment, He Luohua and Elder Ouyang were both taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. The suddenness of the scene left them in profound shock, as if their very cultivation was on the verge of collapse amidst the raging tempest. I must make them aware that I, the ancestral elder, still remain here, and I cannot allow them to harm this young disciple of the Meng family. He is the last remaining inner disciple, and if he is extinguished, my hopes will vanish. Within the underground palace, the ancestral elder, gritting his teeth, let out a thunderous roar and raised his right hand, striking his forehead with tremendous force. The impact sent a tremor through his body, causing him to spew forth blood. Yet he did not relent. Instead, he struck himself again with ferocity, blood erupting as his body recoiled. His eyes gleamed with a fierce determination as he continued to strike his forehead 7 or 8 times in succession, each blow releasing a fountain of blood. This blood rapidly coalesced, hurtling towards the stone wall ahead, reverberating with a thunderous roar. After expending a significant portion, it finally broke through once more. Once he completed this act, the ancestral elder's head tilted, and he collapsed into unconsciousness, his consciousness slipping into a state resembling death, save for a sliver of divine awareness contained within his essence blood. Simultaneously, this essence blood breached the confines of the chamber, swiftly permeating the underground palace, spreading with remarkable speed. In an instant, all eyes in the sky widened in astonishment as the entire Koshan sect was enveloped in a billowing crimson mist. The roiling fog echoed with the sound of thunder, expanding continuously until it encompassed a radius of several 100,000 miles, transforming the landscape into a sea of red mist. The swirling mist and thunderous cacophony shocked all cultivators in the heavens, their expressions shifting dramatically. Even figures like Zhou Yinyun were left aghast at this moment. Within the crimson fog, all outer disciples of the Koshan sect fell into unconsciousness. They were unharmed. Yet the sect leader He Luohua and Elder Ouyang were expelled from the fog, suspended in midair, their pallid faces reflecting sheer bewilderment at the unfolding spectacle. The mist continued to churn, the roaring sound rendering the world to a mere echo, as the earth heaved like an ocean and the sky dimmed. Suddenly, the mist twisted violently, coalescing into a colossal visage. The enormity of this face struck terror into the hearts of those who beheld it. It was unmistakably an elderly man, exuding an aura of supreme authority, his eyes closed in repose. Yet, as the sight fell upon He Luohua and Ouyang, their minds erupted in tumult. They instantly recognized the figure. It was indeed the ancestral elder. Ancestral elder! Ouyang exclaimed, eyes widening in exhilaration. Koshan! Ancestral elder! He is still alive. The cultivators of the Zhao kingdom in the sky gasped in horror, hastily retreating, their minds trembling in utmost fear. At that moment, the massive face formed from the crimson mist saw the ancestral elder's closed eyes suddenly parting, revealing a mere slit. From this fissure erupted a dazzling red brilliance, shaking the heavens as if they were on the brink of shattering. With a single glance, the heavens turned crimson, reflecting the scarlet radiance in those eyes that spread across the firmament. The azure-black tempest shattered and dissolved into the sea of red mist, a scene so vivid it seemed painted, as if depicting the billowing obsidian locks of mountaineering ancestor caught in the gale. That same gaze fell upon Zhou Yinyun, whose face paled instantly. A torrent of blood erupted from his lips as he staggered backward, his great sword fracturing beneath him until only a broken hilt remained. Terror flooded his eyes, his nascent soul cultivation trembling under that oppressive stare. Though an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, his very core withered in dread. Without hesitation, he ignited his sapphire talisman, its flames enveloping him as he fled with the unconscious Chun Fan in tow. A voice roared within him. This was no nascent soul opponent, but a spirit-severing sovereign. The glance shifted to the elegant matron of the verdant Luo sect. The divination disk beneath her cracked violently before exploding into fragments. Blood spilled from her lips as she clutched the unconscious Su Qing and retreated in terror, her mind screaming only one command: escape. Then it turned to Zhao Shanling. The burly man reeled as if struck by a mountain, coughing up 3 mouthfuls of blood in succession. His golden flying sword shattered before him, face ashen. He tore through space in desperate flight. Finally, the gaze swept over the cultivators of Zhao Nation. As one, they vomited blood, their foundations shaken. Core formation cultivators suffered reversed spiritual energy, their lifespans withering in an instant, faces drained of color. Upon the eastern peak, amidst swirling crimson mist that lapped at his waist, Meng Hao clung to a boulder, pale and trembling. Yet to the onlookers, his figure seemed positioned precisely at the center of mountaineering ancestor brow. You dare force my mountaineering sect to disband? You dare seek the annihilation of its last descendant? Such audacity! The ancient voice boomed like thunder, shaking the heavens. 3 streaks of scarlet light shot forth toward Zhou Yinyan, the matron, and the burly man of the Golden Cold sect. I am the guardian elder of the One-Sword sect. Slay me, and my sect will raise you to the ground. Ancestor, spare me. I am of the Verdant Luo sect. My ancestor, Ping Sandao, was your sworn brother. This junior begs forgiveness. Do not unleash your wrath. Their pleas echoed as the crimson streaks closed in. A cold snort resounded from mountaineering ancestor. Begone, worms. Return and ask your elders. Have they forgotten the blood pact? Zhao Nation is my domain. Set foot here again, and I shall exterminate you without mercy. As for those 3 disciples, take them. I have no use for such trash. The scarlet light dissipated. The 3 cultivators, faces bloodless, vanished into the starry void without delay. The onlookers, Zhao Nation's trembling cultivators, none stronger than core formation, stood frozen in terror. Even nascent souls had fled in desperation. What hope had they? The ancient legend of the Patriarch of the Mountain, which had lingered in the annals of their various sects for a millennium, resurfaced vividly in their hearts. When the resonant voice of the elder resounded with authority, the mist below surged violently, swirling in an instant to coalesce around Meng Hao. In that fleeting moment, the fog crystallized into a long spear, which abruptly manifested before him. This spear was not merely red. It shimmered with intertwining hues of white, silver, and gold, adorned with intricate talismans that suggested its extraordinary nature. Although the mountain sect had disbanded, this young man remained the sole prodigy of the inner circle. And who among you would dare to provoke him? Meng Hao, with the spear, could annihilate you. Now begone. The voice of the patriarch echoed across the heavens and earth, compelling the disciples of the Zhao kingdom to retreat hastily, albeit subtly. The tone of the patriarch seemed to carry a tinge of frailty. While not overtly apparent, those with discerning hearts might later recall this nuance. At this moment, even the outer disciples of the mountain sect, who had been unconscious, were thrust into the air, scattered in all directions. A blood-red aura enveloped the mountain sect, obscuring the scene for outsiders, leaving only Meng Hao within its confines. He Luo Hua and Ouyang stood transfixed by this spectacle. Gradually, a look of shame spread across He Luo Hua's face as he bowed deeply toward the crimson barrier, sighed softly, and turned to depart. Ouyang, in silence, located each of the outer disciples and escorted them away from the desolate mountain, casting a distant gaze toward the mountain sect before he too sighed and turned away. Both He Luo Hua and he understood that the patriarch had declared the disbandment of the mountain sect. Thus, it had truly ceased to exist. Within the sanguine halo, Meng Hao's expression was one of exhilaration as he beheld the gleaming spear of white, silver, and gold. Just as he was about to grasp it, the spear inexplicably erupted, transforming into mist that coalesced into the figure of an elderly man clad in a crimson robe, the formidable patriarch of the mountain. Disciple Meng Hao paid his respects to the elder, whose presence commanded awe throughout the Zhao kingdom and resonated across the southern domain. Since his initiation into the sect, Meng Hao had held the elder in high esteem, venerating him daily and gaining wisdom from the elder's teachings. Patriarch, Meng Hao hastily clasped his fists and bowed deeply, his words flowing forth without hesitation. Stop, stop. At such a tender age, you have taken to flattering. Let me tell you, young one, when I was your age, I spoke more eloquently than you. My words flowed more naturally. Do not attempt to impress me with such trivialities, the patriarch admonished, his gaze sharp yet internally pleased. Meng Hao, feeling somewhat awkward, managed a sheepish smile. Even your flattery is of no consequence, for let us not dwell on that. Pay heed. I am but a fragment of my consciousness now. It was no easy feat to drive away those 3 wretched nascent soul cultivators, and I am on the brink of dissipating. My true self shall slumber for a year. By whatever means necessary, you must lure all cultivators above the foundation establishment stage in the Zhao kingdom to my secluded place of meditation within a year's time. If you accomplish this, there shall be ample rewards from me. As the patriarch spoke, his form began to fade. Urgency etched upon his features as he raised his hand to point at Meng Hao. Instantly, A stream of information flowed into Meng Hao's mind, revealing how to access the entrance to the secluded place. Child, you are the last seedling of my Mount Dependence sect. You must not perish. If you die, this old ancestor would have to accompany you in death. I resent this. The voice of Mount Dependence's patriarch still echoed in the air, yet his form had already dissipated into nothingness. Meng Hao stood frozen for a long moment before finally realizing that all the terrifying phenomena outside had merely been the patriarch's elaborate ruse to frighten everyone. No wonder he didn't kill those three. But where is the spear he promised me? The vast Mount Dependence sect now stood desolate, with Meng Hao the sole figure remaining atop the eastern peak. The crimson barrier that once enveloped the sect gradually faded, and when he looked down, the once bustling outer sect lay empty and silent. Sister Su had been taken away, Brother Chen had departed for the southern domain, and even the little fatty had vanished without a trace. Who knew when, or if, they would meet again? His identity as an inner disciple. His 3 years at Mount Dependence, all of it now condensed into a mountain of memories, carrying the faint chill of autumn as it rushed toward him, lifting his long hair and sweeping away the dust between his strands, never to return. Meng Hao sat silently upon a great stone for what felt like an eternity, until stars dotted the sky and dawn crept over the horizon. With a soft sigh, he finally raised his head. Everyone is gone. Yet I remain in the Zhao Kingdom. A sudden longing for home surged within him. Even though he had sold the ancestral house in Yunjia County, he still missed the warmth of his bed, the familiar clatter of pots and pans, and most of all, the great green mountain. He missed his mother's gentle smile in his memories, and his father, who always seemed so timid in her presence. The images had blurred with time. Shaking his head, Meng Hao rose beneath the morning sun. There was no need to search Mount Dependence. Anything of value had long been stripped away by the Zhao Kingdom's cultivators during their earlier raids. Brushing off his robes, he shed the silver garb of an inner disciple and donned the loose scholar's gown from his past. Surprisingly, it still fit. Taking a deep breath of the crisp dawn air, he felt the golden lake of his dantian churn violently within him, the demon core rising and falling, unleashing torrents of spiritual energy that surged through his entire body. He was not far from the 7th level of qi condensation, yet he could already sense the bottleneck looming ahead. With a single step forward, 2 flying swords flashed out from his storage bag, landing beneath his feet and carrying him swiftly down the mountain. Soon, Meng Hao stepped beyond the boundaries of Mount Dependence, though sword gliding allowed flight. It was no different from Sister Su's technique. Even with her wind banner, sustained flight was impossible. His figure gradually vanished into the horizon, his steps swift as he dashed through the forests, leaving behind the sect grounds he had not departed from in 3 years. Occasionally, he would leap onto his sword and soar into the sky, gazing down at the endless expanse of desolate mountains stretching beyond sight. Days passed as he maintained this pace, alternating between running and flight. It took him 2 full days to finally emerge from the unbroken chain of peaks. I wonder how many days it took Sister Su to bring me to the sect back then. Pity I was unconscious. She must have been much faster. Meng Hao cast one last glance at the mountains behind him and murmured softly to himself. To a cultivator, the Zhao Kingdom may seem modest in size, however. To an ordinary person, it is indeed a vast expanse with a sparse population. Meng Hao, well versed in literature, though he has not traversed the mountains and rivers of Zhao personally, possesses a mental map of the land. This area must be the northern part of Zhao, and it appears that the Kuaishan sect is not far from Yunjia County. Meng Hao cast his gaze towards a distant lake, shimmering like a mirror upon the earth. Known as the North Sea, it stands to reason. Even with Sister Su's wind banner, she was merely at the 7th layer of qi condensation back then. Although she could glide momentarily, her spiritual energy could not sustain prolonged flight, thus she could not venture too far. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. Having left Yunjia County for 3 years, the urge to return and take a glance grew increasingly intense. He understood that after crossing the North Sea and traveling for half a day, he would reach the majestic Deqing Mountain. With a deep breath, Meng Hao strode forward, and upon arriving at the North Sea, he beheld the tranquil surface of the lake. As he looked down, he noticed his reflection in the water. He was no longer a youth, but rather a man of approximately 20 years, his face marked by determination, contrasting sharply with the naivete of his younger self. In the midst of his silence, a hearty laughter, filled with warmth, broke through Meng Hao's reverie. "Esteemed young scholar, are you embarking across the sea?" A boat glided across the lake, manned by an elderly man clad in a raincoat, his weathered face etched with the marks of time, who, wielding his oar, turned to Meng Hao and spoke with a smile. "Forgive me for the trouble, esteemed elder," Meng Hao replied, momentarily taken aback. It had been 3 years since he had last heard such a respectful address. "It is no trouble at all. This old man has been ferrying across the North Sea for many years, and he holds the utmost admiration for capable scholars like yourself," the old man said, guiding the boat closer to Meng Hao and lowering the gangplank. Meng Hao expressed his gratitude and stepped aboard. Inside the boat, a girl of about 7 or 8 years, with 2 little braids, squatted by a small stove, fanning the flames that sent steam rising from a pot of boiling water. Within that water, a flask of wine was being warmed. "This is my granddaughter. Alas, she is but a girl. Had she been a boy, I would have ensured he received an education." "And where might you hail from, esteemed young scholar?" The old man, as he paddled the boat towards the center of the lake, settled beside the stove, speaking with a smile. The little girl looked up, her large eyes sparkling with innocence and charm. "I am from Yunjia County, beneath the Qing Mountain." Meng Hao replied with a smile, the mundane life of the moment slowly bringing to mind the memories of 3 years past. Yunjia County, a fine place indeed. It is blessed with both remarkable individuals and fertile land, having once produced auspicious signs that drew the attention of officials, the old man remarked. "The weather is turning cooler, and my old body is failing. I could use a bit of wine to warm me. Would you care for a drink, esteemed scholar?" the old man inquired, lifting the flask toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao recalled the so-called auspicious signs that had occurred over a decade ago, just days before his parents vanished. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he hesitated, gazing at the flask. He had never consumed alcohol during his days in Yunjia County. His family was too impoverished to afford it, and since arriving at the Kuaishan sect, he had found none nearby. Now, grasping the cup, he accepted the old man's generous pour and took a hearty gulp. Instantly, a sharp warmth spread through his heart, gradually transforming into a comforting sensation that enveloped him. "Esteemed elder, your eloquence is remarkable. How long have you been ferrying here?" Meng Hao gazed upon the cerulean surface of the lake and took another sip of wine, its spiciness evoking memories of the Mount Kaoshan sect, of senior sister Su, Chen Fan, and the chubby boy. 2 decades had passed, and throughout his life, he had encountered countless individuals traversing the North Sea. With such experiences, he naturally acquired some of their expressions, eliciting a chuckle from the old man. "Consider this lake. It has existed for an unknown number of years, witnessing innumerable souls passing by. People remember it, and it remembers them in turn." The old man raised his cup and took a sip. Meng Hao was taken aback. This notion was unfamiliar to him. As he pondered, he lowered his gaze to the water. "This water is clearly a lake. Why is it referred to as the North Sea?" he suddenly inquired. "The lake may run dry, tranquil and still, unable to accommodate all things, whereas the sea is eternal, capable of embracing rivers from near and far. Perhaps people do not wish for it to vanish, casually assigning it a name. After all, if you deem it a lake, then it is a lake. If you perceive it as a sea, then it naturally becomes a sea," the old man reflected with a smile. These words struck Meng Hao profoundly, causing his hand to tremble slightly as he stared at the lake, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. Before he knew it, the boat had reached the shore. Meng Hao retrieved some silver coins he had earned from other disciples at the Mount Kaoshan sect and paid for the fare. He offered a deep bow to the old man, watching as the boat drifted away, an unusual light shimmering in his eyes. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged beside the water, observing the lake and the solitary boat as it receded, the old man's laughter echoing in his ears. "If you say it is a lake, it is a lake. If you say it is a sea, it is a sea." The old man's voice faded gradually, as if it were not sailing into the distance but merging into the depths of the North Sea. Meng Hao remained there, entranced, for 3 days. For 3 days, he sat motionless, silently gazing at the water, the old man's words resounding in his mind. "The lake may run dry, tranquil and still, unable to accommodate all things. The sea, however, is eternal, capable of embracing rivers from near and far." His eyes grew ever brighter, as if the golden lake within him expanded infinitely, mirroring the lake before him. "If I believe it to be a lake, it is a lake. If I believe it to be a sea, then from this moment forth, it is a sea." Meng Hao's spirit roared, and in that instant, the lake of elixirs within him surged violently, expanding dramatically without any external elixirs. Unaware of all this, he closed his eyes, immersed in a certain state, his mind filled with the old man's words. He failed to notice the immense spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowing towards him, surrounding him, continuously pouring in, stirring the once calm North Sea into waves. As spiritual energy overflowed from the North Sea, It enveloped Meng Hao. The North Sea was witnessing a moment of enlightenment. At that instant, if any Golden Core practitioner were to behold this scene, they would surely be astonished. For the path to enlightenment is a realm only accessible through the severance of spiritual ties, requiring immense fortune and opportunity. Clearly, Meng Hao had grasped the threshold. His success is inextricably linked to the enigmatic demon core within him, a precious essence of the ancient beast known as Yinglong, whose tail could transform into a supernatural entity. In truth, Meng Hao had already grasped the path of enlightenment during his dream of the Yinglong. 3 days later, upon opening his eyes, a flash of golden brilliance flickered within his gaze. At this moment, the Dan Lake within him had astonishingly expanded to double its size. While it appeared as a lake, in Meng Hao's consciousness, it was not merely a lake, but his own Dan Sea, for he believed it to be a sea. Thus it was. Indeed a sea. The waters roared, and the waves surged tumultuously, cradling the demon core within, releasing a formidable spiritual energy that coursed through Meng Hao's entire being. Following the operational methods of the Tai Ling Jing's Qi condensation technique, a radiant golden light enveloped him instantaneously. His mind reverberated with a thunderous sound, as if a barrier within him had been shattered, causing the golden light to expand 3 zhong outward in an instant. With a resounding roar, Meng Hao's cultivation soared in that very moment, breaking through the bottleneck of the 6th layer of Qi condensation, propelling him directly into the 7th layer. It could even be said that his newly attained 7th layer was comparable to the pinnacle of that level, for within his Dantian was not merely a Dan Lake, but a vast Dan Sea. At that moment, the spiritual energy accumulated over countless years in the North Sea seemed to converge, as if the universe itself sought to aid him in his breakthrough. After a considerable time, the surrounding spiritual energy gradually dissipated, the essence of the North Sea vanished, and the golden light enveloping Meng Hao slowly receded, restoring him to his former appearance. Silently, he sat cross-legged, his eyes devoid of the golden gleam, yet shining with a bright spirit. Meng Hao rose slowly, gazing at the North Sea, and deeply bowed with clasped fists. In his mind, he recalled the text he had seen in the law pavilion of the mountain-backed sect, which spoke of the southern Zhan heaven, where beings were designated as demons, every demon, taking mountains, rivers, and myriad creatures as their essence. Today, the North Sea witnessed his enlightenment, and one day, when Meng Hao's cultivation reaches fruition, he would return to aid it in transforming into a sea. Meng Hao contemplated the North Sea, uncertain if this lake, longing to become a sea, possessed the life described in the texts, an existence defined as a demon. Yet, regardless of the outcome, this place had enabled his breakthrough, transforming his Dan Lake into a Dan Sea, and he must repay this debt, the manner of which would be to assist this lake in its metamorphosis into a sea. After a moment of reflection, Meng Hao turned and strode towards the Great Qing Mountain. In the northern part of Zhao country, during the autumn season, the vines atop the Great Qing Mountain had mostly withered, and fallen leaves drifted down to the river below, uncertain if they would, like those of yore, be absorbed into the celestial river and find their way to the eastern Tang. At the foot of the Great Qing Mountain lay 3 counties, with Yinjia County being the most prosperous. Though the county was not large, it was bustling with activity, particularly on market days when villagers from the surrounding mountains flocked there, creating a cacophony of voices. On this particular day, a young man clad in a pristine blue scholar's robe entered Yunjia County, his heart filled with nostalgia. Familiar faces still lingered, yet his appearance bore an air of unfamiliarity. He was none other than Meng Hao. As he traversed the well-known streets, passing by familiar houses and shops, memories flooded his mind. This place held his childhood recollections, his youthful hardships, his relentless pursuit of knowledge, and the unforgettable moments of his past. This is the boudoir of Miss Sunday. As Meng Hao strolled past a grand courtyard, he noticed that the once towering walls seemed to have diminished in stature over the years. He recalled that behind these high walls lay the abode of Miss Sun, a place that had once been the subject of his youthful fantasies. Countless times, he had envisioned being favored by Master Sun, who would bestow the legendary beauty of the Sun family upon him as a bride. Now, 3 years had elapsed, though seemingly brief. It filled Meng Hao with an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. He shook his head in contemplation, preparing to depart when, suddenly, the gates of the Sun residence swung open, revealing a sedan chair being carried out. Meng Hao paused, recalling the many times he had gazed at this courtyard, yearning to catch a glimpse of the fair Miss Sunday. His eyes, sharp as lightning, fell upon a portly woman seated within the chair, her complexion marred by numerous blemishes and despite her youth. Meng Hao found himself momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for the familiar maidservant beside her, he would never have believed that this woman was indeed Miss Sunday. As the sedan chair receded into the distance, Meng Hao felt a pang of regret wash over him. I have personally shattered the image of my dream girl. The sage's words ring true. One should not behold that which is inappropriate. He shook his head, his expression tinged with sorrow, and walked away. By midday, he found himself staring blankly at a modest, dilapidated dwelling not far off. Noise and commotion erupted from within, reminding him of his ancestral home, which he had been forced to sell in a time of desperation. This house held memories of his joy and beauty, intertwined with the bitterness and resilience following his parents' disappearance. Vivid scenes from his past flooded Meng Hao's mind, anchoring him in place until dusk fell. In silence, he approached the door of his ancestral home, raised his hand, and knocked. The resounding thuds silenced the ruckus within. Moments later, the door swung open forcefully, revealing a weathered middle-aged man who regarded Meng Hao with a furrowed brow. "Who are you looking for? What do you want? Is it Uncle Li?" Meng Hao softly inquired, gazing at the man before him. The middle-aged man paused, scrutinizing Meng Hao closely, and then disbelief flickered in his eyes. "Meng Hao? You were missing? Come in quickly." The man's face lit up with surprise as he pulled Meng Hao inside. "Wife, look who it is." Inside, a middle-aged woman sat, her eyes glistening with tears. At the sound of her husband's voice, she looked up, momentarily stunned upon seeing Meng Hao, before rising to her feet, her expression transforming into one of joy. "It truly is you, Meng Hao. You child, why did you leave without a word? Come, let your aunt see you. You've grown taller, but still so thin. You must have endured much hardship these past years." The woman hurried forward, her face radiant with delight, momentarily forgetting the afternoon's quarrel. "Please, sit down. I will prepare some dishes for you. Now that you are back, do not leave again. Although you sold this ancestral home to your Uncle Li, it will always be your home." The woman bore a joyful smile upon her face, gazing affectionately at Meng Hao, with a stern glance directed at the man. She made her way to the kitchen. Before long, a table laden with delectable dishes was presented. As Meng Hao observed the couple before him, their expressions radiating warmth, his thoughts drifted back to the time when his parents vanished. Had it not been for Uncle Li and Aunt Li's support, his struggles would have been far more arduous. "This year's harvest has been poor, and we've given our home to my son for his marriage. Since this place is unoccupied, we have moved in." Aunt Li kindly remarked as she served Meng Hao some food. "Where have you been these past few years? Your uncle and I searched nearby, but could not find you." Listening to the couple's words filled Meng Hao with a profound sense of warmth. He merely mentioned that he had traveled to another place to learn a craft, refraining from elaborating. When the meal concluded, he stood and bowed deeply to the couple. "Uncle Li, Aunt Li, I wish to buy back the ancestral home. After all, it was left to me by my parents. Here's the silver. You may continue to reside here and help me manage it." Meng Hao retrieved silver coins from his pocket and set them aside. Uncle Li hesitated, glancing at his wife. Aunt Li remained silent for a while before nodding gently. "You are right. This house belongs to you, as it was left by your parents. However, your uncle and I are getting on in years. Since you have said so, we shall stay here. You need not give us any silver. We have watched you grow, like our own child. How could we accept your money?" Aunt Li resolutely placed the silver back into Meng Hao's hands. Meng Hao fell silent and once more bowed deeply in respect. He chose not to reside there, but took a few cherished items from his childhood home, bidding farewell to the couple in the dead of night before stepping into the darkness, leaving the silver upon the bed. In a tavern in Yunjia County, Meng Hao sat cross-legged on the bed, gazing out at the night sky. After a considerable time, he sighed softly. "I am no longer a mere mortal. Yet I find myself entangled in thoughts I cannot sever. Since I cannot sever them, I shall embrace them with that." Meng Hao closed his eyes in silence. On the following morning, Meng Hao located the Wang family's carpentry shop in Yunjia County. There, he found the elderly Wang Bo, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, lost in thought as he sat before a wooden sculpture depicting Wang Yukai. One could discern the lingering sadness etched upon Wang Bo's visage. Meng Hao remained silent, uncertain if Wang Yukai had truly perished. After becoming an inner disciple, he sought out Xiao Hu and went to the cliff where Wang Yukai had fallen, yet found no clues. Sighing softly, Meng Hao entered the carpentry shop. Noticing his presence, Wang Bo lifted his gaze, but upon recognizing Meng Hao, he was momentarily taken aback. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he stood abruptly, trembling. You are Meng Hao?" "Yes, Uncle Wang, it is I." Meng Hao quickly moved forward to steady the elder. "Where is Yukai? Was he not missing alongside you?" Whereas Wang Bo recalled the days when Wang Yukai disappeared, coinciding with Meng Hao's own absence from Yunjia County. Seeing Meng Hao now stirred an immediate excitement within him. Yukai has not yet returned. But let me convey this message to you. He will be back in a few years. Do not worry, he is living quite well. Meng Hao smiled as he helped Wang Bo settle into a chair, engaging him in conversation. During their exchange, he reminisced about the past, merely mentioning that he had been taken away to learn a craft, though Wang Youcai's keen intellect and deeper understanding of the art had prevented his return. Tears of excitement welled in Wang Bo's eyes as he listened to Meng Hao's words, nodding earnestly. Even the wrinkles on his face seemed to soften, especially when Meng Hao recounted amusing anecdotes, which brought a smile to his lips. That child has always been clever, refusing to learn the carpenter's trade from me, preoccupied with other pursuits. Ah, how wonderful it is that he can go out to learn a trade. Wang Bo's smile grew ever more radiant. As noon approached, Meng Hao chose not to linger, and with Wang Bo personally seeing him off, he departed from that place. Little Tiger and the chubby boy were not from Yunjia County, but hailed from two neighboring counties. Meng Hao was less acquainted with Little Tiger, who he presumed was well, but he felt compelled to visit the chubby boy's home to convey his safety. Contemplating that the chubby boy had likely reached the southern region by now, Meng Hao felt a twinge of nostalgia. On that midday, he sought out Mr. Zhou, but was unable to find him. Upon inquiry, he learned that Mr. Zhou's family had departed over half a year ago, reportedly relocating to the capital of the Zhao Kingdom. Thus, Meng Hao ceased his search and left Yunjia County behind. This place held memories of his past. Yet Meng Hao understood that from the moment he stepped into the Mount Shan sect, his path had been set across the Zhao Kingdom and throughout the southern region. Departing quietly, he took with him only a few pots, bowls, and bedding from his storage bag, items his father had purchased long ago and bedding his mother had mended. To Meng Hao, these possessions were invaluable treasures. Beneath the Daqing Mountain lay three counties, Yunjia County, Yunhai County, and Yunkai County, with the chubby boy's home situated in Yunkai County. This county was somewhat smaller than Yunjia and less prosperous, but due to the abundance of land surrounding it, there were many wealthy landowners, particularly a few prominent families whose fortunes extended into other counties. The chubby boy's father was a renowned wealthy man in Yunkai County. According to the chubby boy's boastful claims, their estate employed hundreds of workers, and it would take a full hour to traverse their courtyard, which was dotted with numerous maids and servants. His chamber pot was crafted from silver, and the bedding was procured from the capital of the Zhao Kingdom. Since childhood, he had enjoyed the warmth of a maidservant's bed, a practice that continued into his adulthood, making it difficult for him to recall how many maidservants he had encountered along the way. Notably, he often spoke of a marriage he cherished, a celebrated young lady from a scholarly family in Yunkai County, remarkably beautiful, for whom his father had expended significant effort and resources to secure a match. Reflecting on the chubby boy's triumphant demeanor from years past, Meng Hao smiled as he entered Yunkai County. He had visited this place a few times before, primarily to purchase writing supplies. Perhaps due to the abundance of wealthy landowners in the area who sought to embellish their estates with scholarly pursuits, the prices for ink and paper were surprisingly affordable. Even after 3 years, this remained unchanged. As Meng Hao strolled through the streets of the county, he noticed numerous shops adorned with lanterns, inscribed with the flourishing character Forli. According to the chubby boy, his father is the wealthiest merchant in Yunkai County, possessing nearly half of the town. Their estate boasts not only vast lands, but also numerous shops. Any establishment bearing the surname Li belongs to their family. A brief inquiry revealed the direction of the chubby boy's home, and as I set forth, dusk had already descended, the sun sinking below the horizon, casting its golden rays across the land. Before long, I arrived at the eastern edge of Yunkai County, where an expansive estate with towering pavilions stood grandly. The plaque was impressive, prominently displaying the words Li Residence, with attendants standing guard at the entrance. Inside, a lively atmosphere filled the air, with music and dance creating a scene of merriment. Meng Hao took a glance and, with a slight sway of his body, entered the estate. The Li Residence was vast, featuring a courtyard at its center where performers entertained the guests. Among them was a portly middle-aged man clad in luxurious robes, resembling the chubby boy. It was evident he was the boy's father. He stood there with an air of trepidation, attending to a young man seated beside him. This young man exuded arrogance, dressed opulently, yet appearing somewhat frail, as if drained by indulgence. At that moment, he held a wine cup, his eyes glinting with a lecherous light as he surveyed the performers. "Where is she?" The young man muttered coldly, his brow furrowing in impatience. "She will arrive shortly." I kindly ask young Master Zhao to wait a little longer. My daughter-in-law has a slow demeanor, the chubby boy's father replied, humiliation flickering in his eyes. Yet he had no choice but to lower his head and smile. Just then, several maidservants approached, accompanied by a young woman dressed in a flowing watercolored gown, adorned with a phoenix hairpin. Her beauty was striking, but she appeared anxious, trembling as she approached. Father. The young woman bowed respectfully to the chubby boy's father. Xiang'er, this is the eldest son of the Zhao family from Yunhai County. You should offer him a toast, the father gently instructed. Feeling a sense of guilt towards his daughter-in-law, who had patiently awaited his son's return for many years without complaint. Greetings, young Master Zhao. Despite her fear, the young woman was aware of her family's plight. She lowered her head and softly spoke, stepping forward to fill a cup with wine. Offering it with both hands to the young Zhao, whose eyes glimmered with intensity. Young Master Zhao swallowed hard, the sight of her captivating him utterly. A lewd grin spread across his face as he reached for her hand while taking the cup, startling the young woman into retreat, causing the cup to crash to the ground. You have some nerve, young Master Zhao exclaimed, his eyes rolling in rage as he kicked over the table, scattering food and drink everywhere. He pointed accusingly at the chubby boy's father. Let me tell you, Li Dafu, my brother will return soon. He has become a celestial being. He merely desires your family's wealth, not your demise. I have shown your family pity and spoken kindly, yet you dare to insult me. Young Master Zhao, The chubby boy's father stammered in response. Silence yourself. I must inform you that today's matters are far from over. If you are wise, you will allow your daughter-in-law to accompany me this evening. Once I am satisfied, I shall speak favorably of you before my brother. Otherwise, the young man smirked, his gaze sweeping over the pallid-faced woman, his lascivious intent unmistakable. The father of the chubby boy's expression turned increasingly grim. Initially, he had consented to the request for a toast, yet the situation had escalated beyond measure. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself that if he could not even protect his son's wife during his son's disappearance, what worth did his existence hold? Get out. Leave at once. Bring me this man. Even if the Li family faces ruin, we shall never endure the humiliation from the Zhao family. He bellowed. What a grand display of authority. Young Master Zhao sneered, turning to depart, a murderous glint flickering in his eyes. As the banquet dispersed, the woman bit her lip, tears streaming down her face, poised to utter something. You need not concern yourself with this matter. The law still holds sway in this realm. Escort the young lady home. The father of the chubby boy stated calmly. Immediately, servants stepped forward to escort her away. Once the surroundings fell silent, the father shuddered, retreating a few unsteady steps, as if he had aged considerably in that moment. He shook his head and advanced, soon arriving outside a luxurious chamber. Pushing the door open, he entered a room that, despite its opulence, was marred by countless bite marks scattered throughout. Fugawei, where have you gone? Why have you not returned? The father sat heavily in a chair, his figure appearing increasingly frail, tracing the bite marks on the table while murmuring softly. He has been living well. Just then, a calm voice reverberated within the chamber, causing the father to jerk his head up in alarm. He beheld a figure standing by the window. Unbeknownst to him, a man had appeared, clad in a scholar's robe. He resembled an intellectual. It was Meng Hao. You. Li Dafu immediately rose, a wary look in his eyes as he retreated a few steps. I am Meng Hao, a friend of Li Fugawei's from Yunjie County. Meng Hao turned from the window, his gaze now fixed on Li Dafu. Meng Hao. Li Dafu gasped, suddenly recalling the name. After his son's disappearance, he had searched high and low and learned that during that period, 4 individuals had gone missing. One of them was indeed named Meng Hao. Fugawei he. Li Dafu trembled, his eyes sparkling with excitement, yet doubt lingered in his heart. He was no longer in Zhao country, but he believed it would not be long before Fugawei returned. Meng Hao took a few steps forward and settled into a chair. I witnessed the events in the courtyard earlier. I will be staying here for a few days, and I shall handle this matter, Meng Hao stated matter-of-factly, flipping his right hand to reveal a piece of paper that he placed upon the table. Craft 3 long spears according to the specifications herein, 1 of iron, 1 of silver, and 1 of gold. With that, Meng Hao closed his eyes. Li Dafu's face revealed a moment of hesitation, but he soon nodded in acquiescence. Regardless of the credibility of the matter at hand, he chose to believe it, promptly seizing the piece of paper and hastily departing. Meanwhile, young Master Zhao left the Li residence with a sullen expression, accompanied by his servants as they exited Yukai County. Upon returning to his home in Yuhai County late at night, he gritted his teeth and delivered a sharp slap to his own face, leaving a distinct handprint. Only then did he approach a courtyard, where his demeanor transformed into one of respect, even tinged with a hint of reverence, as he spoke softly. "Brother, are you asleep? What is it?" After a brief moment, a faint voice emanated, sharp as a youth's voice undergoing change. "Not only did the Li family reject my brother's proposal, but they also subjected my Zhao family to further humiliation, even striking me across the face," young Master Zhao lamented, his expression one of indignation. At that moment, the door of the house suddenly swung open, revealing a youthful lad, approximately 12 or 13 years of age, adorned in a luxurious brocade robe. His features were delicate and handsome. Had Meng Hao been present, he would have immediately recognized the boy as Zhao Hai, one of the disciples sent out by Elder Ouyang after the disbandment of the Kaoshan sect, and also Meng Hao's apprentice. Like the chubby boy, Zhao Hai aspired to become a wealthy magnate. With the latter having been taken away, he returned to begin plundering the estates of nearby aristocrats. As for Li Dafu, being the father of the chubby boy, his position within the Kaoshan sect meant he was blissfully unaware of this affair. After all, matters concerning the family home were typically kept secret from outsiders, unless they were close relatives. "You useless fool, do you take me for a simpleton?" The direction of that slap was misguided. "You struck yourself, did you not?" Zhao Hai scoffed, his expression revealing disdain. Nevertheless, the individual before him was his elder brother, prompting Zhao Hai to furrow his brow. "Very well, I intend to focus on my cultivation and breakthrough in the coming days. In 7 days, I shall accompany you to the Li residence." With that, Zhao Hai turned and re-entered the house, slamming the door behind him. Young Master Zhao, filled with self-satisfaction, gazed toward Yukai County, his heart ablaze with fervor as his mind began to conjure images of the young lady and despair beneath him a week hence. Time swiftly passed. And 7 days later, at the Zhao family residence in Yunhai County, Zhao Hai emerged with his hands clasped behind his back, followed closely by young Master Zhao and a retinue of servants, all sporting fierce expressions as they made their way toward Yunkai County. Within Yunkai County, Meng Hao sat cross-legged in the chubby boy's abode, silently meditating. As noon approached, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Upon Meng Hao's calm inquiry, Li Dafu entered, flanked by more than a dozen servants, 3 of whom bore a spear each, crafted of iron, silver, and gold. The spears were adorned with intricate carvings, exuding an aura of ancient sophistication and opulence. Meng Hao raised his right hand, and in an instant, the iron spear flew into his grasp, leaving Li Dafu and the surrounding servants utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Meng Hao in shock. The weight of the iron spear, coupled with the spectacle of Meng Hao seemingly retrieving it from thin air, sent shivers down their spines. Li Dafu trembled, his eyes immediately sparkling with brilliance. He had sensed that Meng Hao was no ordinary individual, which is why, despite his skepticism, he had complied with the request to have 3 guns crafted. Now, it was clear that Meng Hao was extraordinary. Meng Hao nodded, took the silver and golden guns for a brief examination, and then, with a flick of his sleeve, stored the 3 long guns in his storage bag. At this moment, a loud thud echoed, and the surrounding servants, their expressions filled with shock, immediately knelt down. An immortal, Li Dafu stood there completely stunned, his body shaking even more violently, nearly succumbing to the urge to kneel. He had suspected that Meng Hao was not an ordinary person, but he could hardly fathom that he was, in fact, an immortal. His heart raced with excitement as he recalled Meng Hao mentioning that his son was a close friend of his sect. Could it be that my inept son is also an immortal now? Just as he was about to stammer a question, Meng Hao raised his head and looked out the window. At that moment, a commotion erupted from outside, accompanied by loud banging sounds, as if the door was being shattered. "Li Dafu, come out at once. My brother is an immortal and has come to your Li family. You should kneel to greet him." Li Dafu abruptly lifted his head to see Meng Hao already rising and heading outside. He quickly followed, hurrying to the courtyard, where he witnessed the broken door, the wailing servants, and the arrogant figure of young Master Zhao. Behind him, a young man raised one hand, from which a fiery serpent, the size of a finger, writhed in his palm. The young man wore a proud expression, and the sight of the fire serpent sent shivers of fear through the onlookers, prompting them to retreat in terror. "Brother, this man before you is Li Dafu," young Master Zhao declared, evidently unaware of Meng Hao standing beside him. "You are whom?" Zhao Hai lifted his chin and spoke arrogantly, but suddenly caught sight of Meng Hao next to Li Dafu. His body jolted with disbelief, and the fire serpent in his right hand extinguished in an instant, his complexion turning pale and his expression shifting to one of sheer terror, instinctively contorting into a subservient demeanor. "Li Dafu, seeing my brother, and yet you do not kneel? Let me tell you, my brother is an immortal. Do you understand what that means? With a mere gesture, he could annihilate your entire family. Young Master Zhao, oblivious to Zhao Hai's change in demeanor, continued to boast loudly. Bring that young lady out at once. Prepare a splendid room. If that woman serves me well, I might plead on behalf of your Li family. Perhaps even ensure your lineage continues. Young Master Zhao grew increasingly animated in his declarations, while Zhao Hai behind him turned ashen, trembling as he gazed at Meng Hao, his mind ringing with his brother's words, feeling a sudden jolt of alarm. If not, not only shall you perish, but also this scholar beside you. Who is this? Could he be the adopted son of the Li family? How dare you cast a cold glance my way? You are courting death. My brother is a celestial being. Before young Master Zhao could finish his words, they struck Zhao Hai's ears like a thunderclap, prompting him to leap up in fury and deliver a resounding slap to his brother's face. Silence! Zhao Hai exclaimed, his voice trembling as if on the verge of tears. He knew Meng Hao all too well, the identity of an inner sect disciple, the feat of defeating Wang Tingfei, and his cultivation at the 6th level of qi condensation. Each of these accomplishments loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain. Disciple Zhao Hai, pay my respects to Brother Meng. As young Master Zhao cried out in confusion, Zhao Hai fell to his knees, trembling as he gazed up at Meng Hao. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, young Master Zhao, still reeling from the slap, instinctively reacted. You called him what? Brother Meng? Ha! So you are indeed family. Brother Meng must have noticed this young lady. Let us yield to Meng. Silence. Zhao Hai appeared as though he might faint from fear, his body shaking violently. His mind flooded with tales of Meng Hao's legendary status among the outer disciples of the Kuaishan sect. In a fit of panic, he leapt up again and delivered another slap to young Master Hao's face in a fit of rage. Li Dafu stood frozen, gasping in disbelief as he stared at Meng Hao. Although he had suspected Meng Hao was a celestial being, he never anticipated that this powerful member of the Zhao family would exhibit such terror upon seeing Meng Hao visibly trembling in his presence. Not just him, but all the servants of the Li family around them were equally stunned, gazing at Meng Hao with a mix of awe and reverence. Brother Meng. Zhao Hai knelt there, trembling, his eyes filled with profound fear. Meng Hao's expression darkened, and he remained silent, casting a cold glance at Zhao Hai. The latter's heart quaked even more. With gritted teeth, he turned to his brother, young Master Zhao, his eyes betraying a flicker of resentment. He dared not direct his anger at Meng Hao, so he focused all his hatred upon his brother. In that moment, he raised his right hand and swiftly unleashed a fire serpent the size of a finger, which struck young Master Zhao. A piercing scream erupted as he writhed on the ground, soon convulsing into a charred corpse. Please, Brother Meng, grant me a path to survival. Zhao Hai did not even look at his brother, continually bowing his head before Meng Hao. Since you cling to the mortal realm, then from this day forth, let it be your fate to live as a mere mortal. Meng Hao spoke coolly, raising his hand and pointing into the air. Instantly, Zhao Hai's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His dantian was utterly shattered, and his cultivation at the 2nd level of qi condensation was completely destroyed. From then on, he would no longer be a cultivator, but a commoner. Stumbling, Zhao Hai clasped his fists and deeply bowed to Meng Hao, filled with bitterness as he turned to leave. Supported by the servants he had brought, gradually fading into the distance. It is my inadequate guidance that has led to this. This disciple of mine ran away due to changes within the sect, causing Uncle Li to be affected. Meng Hao did not glance at the departing Zhao Hai, but instead bowed respectfully to Li Dafu beside him. Not at all. Thank you, immortal. Li Dafu quickly shook his head and bowed deeply to Meng Hao. Yet his mind was in turmoil. The revelation that this figure from the Zhao family was merely a disciple of Meng Hao left him astonished. Uncle Li need not be so deferential. I am merely accompanying the chubby one. Li Fugui is a close friend of the sect, and naturally, I shall not turn a blind eye to this matter. Meng Hao replied with a gentle smile, clasping his fists in respect. I shall take my leave now. After uttering these words, Meng Hao's form swayed, and he stepped outside, gradually vanishing from sight. Li Dafu's expression turned somewhat melancholic as he thought of his own son, but soon a smile graced his face, his eyes glimmering with pride and anticipation. My boy has finally mastered his craft. He has now become an immortal. I must go to the ancestral hall to offer incense. This brings honor to the Li family. Having exited Yunkai County, Meng Hao found himself amidst the afternoon breeze, which danced with his flowing robes until the mountain winds grew stronger, guiding him to the great green mountain. Standing atop the peak where he had once murmured his uncertainties 3 years prior, Meng Hao felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. The years had flown by. He had traded youthful naivety for a more mature countenance. Yet the great green mountain remained unchanged, as did the river below, eternally flowing as if it had no end. Gazing at the river, Meng Hao recalled the gourd he had cast away years ago, and the encounters he had with senior sister Su, the chubby one, Wang Yikai, and little Tiger. In his silence, a sudden impulse surged through him, and he leaped from the mountain's summit. His flying sword caught him in an instant, propelling him toward the fissure in the great green mountain, where he swiftly vanished within. The cave retained its familiar visage. Meng Hao stood silently, surveying his surroundings. Back then, senior sister Su was at the 7th level of qi condensation, and now he too had reached that same level. It seemed as though these 3 years formed a complete circle, with both the beginning and end anchored in this very spot. If these 3 years indeed represent a circle, then my return today signifies yet another beginning. As the sages say, one can never know the path ahead until the first step is taken. With eyes closed, Meng Hao pondered, and after a moment, he opened them. I have indeed taken that step. Yet, while I was once short on funds, now I find myself lacking spirit stones. It appears little has changed. He shook his head, recalling the meager amount of spirit stones in his storage pouch, which brought him a twinge of frustration. Turning away from the fissure, he directed his flying sword towards the river below, racing forth. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he lifted his head, spotting a figure clad in a golden robe standing where he had previously stood on the great green mountain, coldly observing him. You truly have returned to this place. The chilling voice echoed around him, dimming the distant sunset, leaving only the peak shrouded in an aura of murderous intent and avarice. Shang Wanxiu. Before the dissolution of the sect, he was the first to depart. After waiting for several days, he finally appeared. Through inquiries, he learned of the dissolution of the Kaoshan sect and heard rumors of the formidable Kaoshan patriarch who had instilled fear throughout the Zhao kingdom's cultivation realm. In a moment of hesitation, he concealed his whereabouts, secretly planning to acquire a long-desired herb, which had finally reached the time for harvest, hidden away for many years. However, while passing through the Great Green Mountain, he recalled his investigation revealing that Meng Hao had been taken away by Su Qing from this very location. Thus, he lingered here for a few days, hoping to encounter Meng Hao. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Meng Hao's eyes. With his current cultivation at the 7th level of qi condensation, he could discern the exact level of his opponent, who was a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of qi condensation. Although not yet at the peak of perfection, they were close enough that with sufficient fortuitous encounters, they could swiftly ascend to become a powerful figure in the Zhao kingdom. Meng Hao was acutely aware that he was no match for this adversary. Even with an abundance of magical treasures, there were limits, and currently, his storage bag was not fully replenished, with a significant lack of spirit stones, rendering him unwilling to engage in battle. Without uttering a word, Meng Hao's flying sword buzzed and transformed into a radiant streak, propelling him swiftly away. Shang Wanxiu chuckled coldly. Within the sect, he had harbored some apprehension regarding Elder Ouyang's protection over Meng Hao, thus refraining from acting against an inner sect disciple. However, times had changed. His desire to kill Meng Hao and seize the treasures was fervent. With a swift motion, talismans appeared, enveloping his body and propelling him in pursuit of Meng Hao. This time, there would be no trials for entering the inner sect. I shall see how you escape from my grasp. Shang Wanxiu's lips curled into a sinister smile. Resolute in his intentions, amidst the rolling winds and thunder, the evening sky was painted with hues of crimson, while the autumn breeze rustled the drifting leaves. It should have been a beautiful night before the autumn rain, yet it was marred by the 2 streaks of light that descended and ascended, tearing through the air. Meng Hao led the way, his eyes glimmering with determination. After reaching the 7th level of qi condensation, he could sustain his flight on the sword for a considerable time. Yet even this was insufficient to shake off the relentless Shang Wanxiu behind him. As time passed, he was compelled to land and exert all his strength to run forward. Should he wish to continue gliding, he would need to reach the mountainside first. Shang Wanxiu pursued doggedly, resolute that this time he would not allow his quarry to escape. Despite the Zhao kingdom's modest size, if his opponent managed to hide, it would pose a considerable challenge to locate him again. Furthermore, driven by ambition, Shang Wanxiu recognized the critical moment at hand. Although unaware of the precise effects of the unknown treasure on Meng Hao, he had unwavering faith in his judgment and was determined to possess it. Meng Hao, today you shall not evade me. My ambitions lie in the southern domain. Had I not been reluctant in my earlier years, I would have already established a foundation. Before me, you are but an insect, destined to become the stepping stone for my own cultivation. Shang Wanxiu, at the 9th level of qi condensation, stood just a step away from Foundation establishment. Despite the gap between him and fully fledged Foundation practitioners being vast, he was still in the same realm as Meng Hao, yet his higher cultivation level granted him remarkable speed. Especially as a senior member of the Kaoshan sect, possessing treasures of a considerably higher caliber. As the talisman unfurled, the howling winds accompanied his advance, emanating an impressive aura. With a flick of his grand sleeve, a jade slip shattered, transforming into a green mist that coalesced into a towering green bottle, rushing directly toward Meng Hao. His eyes gleamed, and he swiftly raised his right hand to summon 10 flying swords from his storage pouch. In an instant, these swords surged toward the bottle, and upon contact, they erupted into fragments that scattered in all directions, while the bottle trembled and dissipated. Yet, the speed of Shang Wanxiu surged, allowing him to leap over the vanishing bottle, closing the distance between them. At that moment, Meng Hao abruptly turned, his hands forming seals as he pointed forward. 3 wind blades shot forth, not aimed directly at Shang Wanxiu, but encircling him. As Meng Hao's finger circled, the blades began to spin violently, creating a vortex that drew in the scattered sword fragments. With a thunderous roar, Meng Hao continued onward without glancing back, while the vortex around Shang Wanxiu shattered. He lunged forward, his eyes ablaze with fury, his garments tattered from the confrontation. He had reached the 7th level of qi condensation. Shang Wanxiu fixed his gaze on the direction Meng Hao had taken, pursuing him with newfound caution. Aware of Meng Hao's cunning nature and the need to exert his full strength, reflecting on Meng Hao's previous maneuver with the sword fragments, he felt a tremor of concern within. Had Meng Hao's cultivation matched his own, the earlier attack could have inflicted significant harm. Such treachery at such a young age. The explosion of the flying swords was merely a ruse. He must be eliminated. Shang Wanxiu's speed intensified, transforming him into a streak of light as he pursued Meng Hao. The two figures raced through the dusk, and soon the night enveloped them. The bright moon casting its gaze upon the earth, as if its light were focused on the two combatants. Meng Hao's expression was grim as he intermittently consumed demon cores. Were it not for the breakthrough he achieved in the Northern Sea, ascending to the 7th level, he might have faced dire consequences today. Yet, even at this level, without a viable plan to shake off his pursuer, he remained in peril. One day, I shall take this man's life. Meng Hao reflected on the inexplicable enmity between them, born of Shang Wanxiu's insatiable greed, which had caused him considerable distress on multiple occasions. With Shang Wanxiu relentlessly pursuing him, Meng Hao gritted his teeth. As the flying swords dissipated, he landed and darted toward the distant desolate mountains, heading east of the Great Qing Mountain, away from the direction of the Reliant Mountain sect. The terrain here was rugged, leading directly to the heartland of Zhao's capital. The mountains here exceeded the desolate hills surrounding the Reliant Mountain sect, forming the largest mountain range in Zhao, known as the Guardian Mountain. From a distance, it appeared boundless, resembling a slumbering dragon under the night sky, its spine rising and falling, imbued with an aura of magnificence. With his head bowed, Meng Hao swiftly entered the depths of the Guardian Mountain range. Over the past 3 years, he had not been a stranger to such pursuits. The battle at Black Mountain had taught him to harness the terrain to his advantage. Now, he moved with remarkable speed, vanishing into the wilderness. As Shang Wanxiu maintained his relentless pace, he was resolute in his pursuit of Meng Hao, regardless of where the latter sought refuge. Today, he had made up his mind to eliminate Meng Hao and seize the treasure. However, he was acutely aware that time was of the essence. The herb he had concealed was now ripe for harvest. Should he delay, the herb would wither and perish, delivering a devastating blow to his future aspirations. Nonetheless, Shang Wanxiu reasoned that he could dispatch Meng Hao in a day or two without significant delay. Thus he pressed on without hesitation, swiftly entering the desolate mountains. As Meng Hao and Shang Wanxiu ventured into the protective mountain range of the Zhao Kingdom, several thousand miles away within the nation's sacred peaks, there loomed a towering mountain that seemed to pierce the clouds. This majestic peak was visible from afar, its slopes adorned with pristine white snow. The mountain's grandeur far surpassed that of ordinary peaks, particularly at its summit, where a faint, ethereal glow emanated, cascading like a waterfall across its heights. To the right of this mountain stood another high peak, its summit seemingly carved flat, resembling a circular plaza. At that moment, nearly 100 young practitioners clad in flowing white robes occupied this plaza. Most of them were youthful, the youngest scarcely 11 or 12, while the eldest were merely 17 or 18. They were a mix of both genders, their expressions a blend of tension and anticipation, with some displaying an air of arrogance born from their cultivation. Among them were several at the 7th or 8th layer of qi condensation, and a few even boasted the 9th layer, while the weakest among them were at least at the 5th or 6th layer. Such a gathering of talented disciples could not be found in any sect within the Zhao kingdom, signifying that they must belong to one of the prominent sects of the southern territories. Their uniforms exuded an indescribable aura, as if they could stir the very forces of their surroundings. Among them, many possessed exceptional talent, while others exhibited even greater potential, radiating vitality that suggested they would undoubtedly carve out a place for themselves in the future realm of cultivation. These were but a portion of the external disciples brought by this old man. What do you think, Song Leaguai? A triumphant laugh resonated as two elderly men sat cross-legged on a platform near the edge, a chessboard placed before them. The elder, with flowing white hair, clad in a pristine robe, exuded an otherworldly presence, his eyes sparkling with pride as he spoke. Opposite him, Song Leaguai, dressed in a vibrantly colored black robe that was somewhat dizzying to behold, bore a slightly somber expression. His disheveled gray hair framed a face that wore an inscrutable smile. Indeed, your Ziyun sect truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 5 great sects of the southern territories. The external disciples brought by Wu Dingxiu this time are indeed promising, he responded, his smile tinged with a hint of ominous wind, causing a ripple of unease among the nearly 100 disciples. Since that is the case, let us fulfill our wager. The elder in white, his eyes glinting, smiled as he raised his right hand, grasping the air, which instantly yielded a stone the size of a human head, landing with a resounding thud beside him. The stone appears to be a deep, lustrous black, yet within it flickers a gleaming light, particularly punctuated by numerous sparkling points, as if it were assembled from countless precious gems. This is my wager, the celestial crystal. The elderly man in white robes gazed intently at the old monster Song before him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Indeed, this is the shard of the fallen star that you favor, Song replied, with a flourish of his wide sleeves, producing a fist-sized iron block that fell beside him. This block emanated a dark radiance, as if it could devour the void around it, exuding an extraordinary presence from the moment it appeared. Have you seen the flag atop the mountain? Your disciples must retrieve it, even if you win. If your disciples from the Ziyun sect lack the ability to ascend this mountain, this celestial crystal shall belong to me, Song chuckled heartily, exuding confidence. Rest assured, the disciples of my Ziyun sect will undoubtedly sever that tattered flag and empty this treasure mountain. When the time comes, do not lament the losses of your beasts. The elderly man retorted, his tone laced with derision. I have traversed the realms for over 4 centuries without ever breaking a promise. Even though this mountain harbors countless treasures and spirit stones that I have meticulously concealed and nurtured numerous spirit beasts, mark my words, should this mountain open, within 7 days, any disciple below the foundation establishment stage from any sect may come to claim it, Song declared, his confidence unwavering and a cold smile gracing his lips. Whoever possesses the capability may come to claim the treasures. Should anyone truly manage to excavate the mountain entirely, I shall not flinch in the slightest. If I were to go back on my word, I would cease to bear the name Song, he proclaimed, lifting his head with pride, his voice resolute. However, should they lack the ability not only to obtain treasures but also to ascend the mountain, they shall become fodder for my spirit beasts, as fate would decree. With that, Song's smile grew colder, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. My disciples of the Ziyun sect are each paragons among men. Emptying your mountain shall be a mere trifle. Wu Dingxiu, the white-robed elder, declared, his voice booming like thunder. This treasure mountain of mine stretches 100 miles, teeming with spirit beasts. Even the very earth has been taken from the depths of the eastern sea, shrouded in darkness for millennia, and has been meticulously laid anew. I have also imported soil from the heavenly mountains of the southern domain to form this main peak, rendering it impervious to probing by any consciousness. Every individual attempting to ascend can only observe from afar, their senses obstructed 100 feet from the mountain. After a century of my refining, this place has seamlessly merged with the mountains, a marvel of nature. Each spirit beast here is a rare specimen of exceptional ferocity, collected with great effort from across the lands. Even 100 of your disciples would be insufficient to feed my beasts, Song said, narrowing his eyes and stroking his beard. My Ziyun sect is a prominent power in the southern domain. Even those from our outer sect have undergone 9 rigorous trials before joining. Afterward, each disciple bathes in the spirit spring monthly and has access to an abundance of rare materials. Each possesses extraordinary qualifications, with some being exceedingly rare in any sect. Wu Dingxiu asserted, his pride palpable. This meager mountain of yours can be effortlessly flattened by my disciples with a mere wave of their hands. As for those beasts, they are unworthy even to satiate my disciples' hunger, and those peculiar variants, mere hybrids. Wu Dingxiu's eyes widened in disbelief, disregarding the embarrassment of his disciples who lowered their heads. Focusing solely on the ancient figure of Song, Song was momentarily taken aback, his grand sleeves poised to articulate a response, when suddenly, Wu Dingxiu rose sharply, casting his gaze towards the downcast disciples. With a thunderous voice, he proclaimed, "Disciples of Ziyun sect, although this is your inaugural venture beyond our gates, here in this mountain, your lives hinge upon fate. This is one of the trials for your ascension to the inner sect. Those who ascend the mountain shall receive one record. Those who reach the mid-slope shall receive two. Whoever dares to ascend to the summit and break that tattered banner shall be directly accepted as my disciple, elevating you instantly to the inner sect of Ziyun. Why do you linger? Hurry forth." Upon hearing his words, the white-clad disciples were instantly invigorated. This marked their first expedition since joining the sect, and their eyes shimmered with fervent ambition. Among them were those who yearned to become inner sect disciples, while others sought treasures, for it was rumored within the sect that this mountain, nestled in the Zhao kingdom, harbored boundless spirit stones, elixirs, and magical artifacts. 100 figures surged towards the peak, a sight to behold from a distance. The mountain loomed tall, surrounded by dense forests. To ascend, one must first traverse through the thicket. In an instant, the forest was alive with the cacophony of roars, the cries of wild beasts echoing through the once tranquil night. An hour later, from the depths of the beast-infested forest at the mountain's base, anguished screams echoed, as 7 or 8 disciples of Ziyun sect emerged, faces contorted in horror. Hot on their heels were 3 formidable beasts, possessing the heads of dragons and the bodies of tigers, their massive forms creating ripples in the earth beneath their weight as they pursued. These 3 beasts exuded vitality, their majestic fur setting them apart from ordinary creatures, their ferocity unmatched. The very breath they expelled coiled into misty serpents, sending the inexperienced disciples of Ziyun sect into a pale panic as they fled even faster. Fortunately, upon breaching the forest's edge, the beasts ceased their pursuit, fixating their piercing gazes upon the fleeing disciples for a moment before vanishing into the shadows. On the summit, Song's laughter rang out, laced with triumph. "Do you see, Wu Dingxiu? These are the spirit beasts I have nurtured. What say you? Even if your disciples were to thrive in the spirit springs, it would be of no avail. Not only do stronger spirit beasts dwell within my treasure-laden mountain, but even the outer forest is a realm your Ziyun disciples cannot enter." Beside him, the elder in white, Wu Dingxiu, wore a grim expression, glaring fiercely at the 7 or 8 cultivators below. Yet, maintaining an air of haughtiness, he spoke with calm resolve. Those who emerged were merely disciples at the 5th or 6th level of qi condensation. The true prodigies of my sect are still within the forest. It will not be long before they tread upon your meager mountain and claim all its detritus. As time gradually slips away, another hour has passed. To this day, no one has managed to traverse the treacherous beast forest and ascend the mountain peak. The anguished cries and roars echo intermittently within. Before long, the forest's edge trembles, and over a dozen disciples from the Purple Cloud sect emerge, their faces pale with terror and their bodies bearing wounds. They are, after all, venturing out for the first time, akin to nurtured flowers unaccustomed to the storms of life. At this moment, behind them, the terrifying roars of the beasts resonate, as 5 ferocious creatures suddenly leap forth. Among them is a pitch-black tiger and a colossal peacock towering at 2 zhang high, while the remaining 3 creatures, each distinct in appearance, are evidently extraordinary. On the summit of the mountain, the old monster Song's triumphant laughter reverberates once more. His spirit is buoyant as he glances at the increasingly sullen Wu Dingxiu beside him, which brings him immense joy. "Wu Dingxiu, are these indeed your esteemed disciples from the Purple Cloud sect? It appears that even being nurtured in the spirit spring does not suffice. Even with daily feasts of rare treasures, it proves futile. My treasure mountain is a rare gem in the southern region. For years, I have devoted my energy to this place, and in time, as these beasts grow formidable, mountain demons will emerge here. I shall await your entire Purple Cloud sect to undertake the trials." Wu Dingxiu's expression darkens like a volcano poised to erupt, yet he resolutely speaks, "It's merely a mountain. What is there to boast about? I could easily extinguish it with a wave of my hand. The disciples that emerge are utterly inept. My few exceptional prodigies are currently." As Wu Dingxiu speaks, his eyes suddenly widen in alarm as he spots several disciples at the forest's edge seemingly attempting to flee. He stands abruptly, bellowing down the mountain, "Return at once. Who dares to venture out again? I shall expel you from the sect." His voice booms like thunder. Yet it does not carry far, resonating only within a 100-mile radius. Nevertheless, it leaves the few who were about to flee at the forest edge pale and trembling, too fearful to proceed, and they grit their teeth before turning back. Fortunately, the pursuing beasts are also startled into quivering, hesitant to chase. As for the more than 20 individuals outside the beast forest, they are all pale, hesitating on whether to enter or refrain. Let it be known, not just your Purple Cloud sect, but within these 7 days, any disciple from any sect may enter my spirit beast forest. Those with the audacity may step into my treasure mountain, where lies my life's fortune. Whoever can seize it, I shall not obstruct, nor will I furrow my brow. Especially beneath the mountain's peak, where I have placed my Qianquan bag capable of containing the mountains and rivers. Old Monster Song's laughter echoes with pride. The sound grates on Wu Dingxiu's ears, darkening his countenance further. He senses that this song is exceedingly ruthless, daring to toss such treasures upon the mountain, revealing his utmost confidence in it. He flings his sleeve, preparing to depart, utterly humiliated and unable to remain. However, just as he is about to leave, Old Monster Song immediately rises to block his path. Wu Daoyu, we had an agreement. This game shall not conclude until we finish. You are an elder of a grand sect in the southern region. Would you truly renege? Old Monster Song chuckles, his whiskers perking up with glee, exuding an air of satisfaction, determined not to let the other leave so easily. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away on this peak, Meng Hao is racing through the forest, leaves swirling in his wake. Behind him, the glint of murderous intent shone in Shang Wanshou's eyes as he relentlessly pursued. This national defense mountain range stretched endlessly, with miasma lurking deep within. Choosing this place was akin to choosing a dead end. Shang Wanshou's voice echoed ominously. His words throughout the chase were laced with an unsettling chill. Meng Hao furrowed his brow, finally breaking his silence in a cold tone, irked by Shang Wanshou's incessant chatter. In his view, the pursuit was one thing, but the endless prattle was utterly unnecessary. Shang Wanshou's eyes flickered. As Meng Hao's words fell, he abruptly raised his hands, a ghostly light flickering in his gaze. In that moment, he struck downwards with force, coinciding perfectly with Meng Hao's declaration. In an instant, pain pierced Meng Hao's heart. The sound of the impact rang in his ears like a sword tearing through his chest, causing his complexion to change drastically. Stumbling, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. You finally spoke, young cub. My family's secret technique specifically targets the heart. Will you not fall for it? Shang Wanshou sneered, accelerating his pace. With a swift motion of his right hand, a multicolored orb materialized, hurtling towards Meng Hao. Before it could reach him, it detonated, releasing a cloud of 5-colored mist, each tendril morphing into a ghastly apparition, howling as they lunged at Meng Hao. Meng Hao glanced back, his expression darkening. With no time to wipe the blood from his lips, he swiftly retreated, fingers weaving intricate seals. As the 5-colored specters surged toward him, he conjured a water sphere the size of a human head with his left hand, while a 10-zhang-long fire serpent roared forth from his right. The water sphere shot out first, exploding with a resounding crash into a deluge of rain arrows. Simultaneously, the fire serpent erupted in midair, unleashing a wave of searing heat that instantly vaporized the raindrops. The night forest was engulfed in a dense mist, infused with Meng Hao's cultivation aura, obscuring the surroundings and disorienting the 5 specters, causing them to lose track of him. Even Shang Wanshou was momentarily blinded by the sudden fog, his heart racing in surprise at Meng Hao's unexpected maneuver. Almost as the mist materialized, 2 cold beams of light silently surged through the haze towards Shang Wanshou. A resounding boom echoed as Meng Hao sighed inwardly, turning without hesitation to change his course and hastily advancing. He quickly swallowed a monster core to heal his wounds. Behind him, a roar erupted as a whirlwind swept through the mist, expanding it outward. Shang Wanshou stepped forward with a fierce expression, blood dripping from his right sleeve. The specters had vanished without a trace. Reflecting on the recent events, Shang Wanshou's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Had he not reacted swiftly, the specter's explosion would have blocked the 2 wooden swords, and he would have lost his right hand. Even so, he bore a deep gash. And what alarmed him further was that his spiritual energy was seeping out through the wound, which was healing at a painfully slow rate. Though he managed to stem the bleeding, he could not halt the escape of his life force. The cunning creature exhibited remarkable ingenuity. What were merely rudimentary spells in the hands of others became an intricate dance of tactics under its command, proving exceedingly troublesome. Su Guanjing furrowed his brow, yet resolutely pressed on in pursuit. The 2 continued their relentless journey, as time gradually slipped away, and soon the dawn of the second day approached. After a night of relentless chase, both Meng Hao and Su Guanjing were utterly fatigued. Meng Hao fared somewhat better, though he had not rested. He had previously endured a similar ordeal in the Black Mountain, albeit lamenting the absence of any demon beasts in this desolate terrain. Had there been such creatures, he mused, dealing with Su Guanjing would have been considerably easier. However, for Su Guanjing, this was his first encounter with a cultivator like Meng Hao, whose myriad techniques were a constant source of surprise, particularly the two wooden swords, which were astonishing. Initially intending to exhaust his opponent's spiritual energy, he found Meng Hao brimming with vitality, as if he possessed an inexhaustible supply of elixirs. If a mere 7th-level Qi condensation cultivator proved so formidable, one could only imagine the challenge posed by a more advanced opponent. Gritting his teeth, Su Guanjing consumed a pill and pressed on in pursuit. Yet despite his 9th-level Qi condensation cultivation, he remained tethered to the limitations of this realm. Although he held a slight advantage in speed, he could never quite close the gap. Unbeknownst to him, while Meng Hao also cultivated Qi, he did not rely on the common techniques of the Mount Reliance sect. Instead, he practiced the Qi condensation scroll from the Tai Ling scripture, enabling him to cultivate a flawless foundation, even without acquiring offensive spells. This still granted him a reservoir of spiritual energy that surpassed that of ordinary practitioners. Coupled with the efficacy of those demon cores, Su Guanjing stood no chance of catching up in the short term. As dawn broke, the two had traversed thousands of miles through the night. And before Meng Hao appeared a towering mountain, its peak piercing the heavens, with glistening white snow visible halfway up, a sight of extraordinary grandeur. The moment Meng Hao beheld the towering mountain, his eyes sparkled with a sudden illumination. He discerned the extraordinary nature of this peak, suspecting that it might harbor ferocious beasts. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly made his way towards the forest at the mountain's base. Behind him, Shang Wanshou's expression shifted upon sighting the summit. With a more advanced cultivation than Meng Hao and years of experience within the realm of cultivation, he immediately recognized that something was amiss with the mountain. However, witnessing Meng Hao's reckless advance ignited a sense of reluctance in him. Gritting his teeth, he hastily pursued. At that very moment, not far from the mountaintop platform, an elderly man in white robes and the enigmatic Song Lao Guai appeared to be engaged in a game of chess. Yet, their primary attention was riveted upon the tumult below. From their vantage point, they had a clear view of the disciples of the Ziyun sect, who were currently ensconced within the forest, unable to approach the mountain's foot throughout the night, continually evading the onslaught of beasts lurking within. Indeed, the disciples of the Ziyun sect were commendable, managing to endure a night in my spirit beast forest. Well done, Wu Dingxiu, you ought to feel satisfied. Song Lao Guai chuckled heartily, his face radiating triumph as he observed Wu Dingxiu's glum demeanor throughout the night, enjoying his own amusement. Wu Dingxiu's expression darkened further as he gazed at the disheveled figures of the disciples below, letting out a cold snort. You should truly feel fortunate. The last time the Jinhanzong sought my guidance, they too wished to undergo trials here, yet they all perished in my spirit beast forest, with none ever ascending the mountain. Missing the chance to glimpse the more powerful spirit beast of my treasured mountain. It is quite regrettable. I hope the disciples of the Ziyun sect can redeem themselves. Regarding my spirit beast forest, every creature within has been meticulously selected. Take this one for instance. Song Lao Guai raised his right hand, pointing to reveal a snow-white ape. This creature, entirely covered in white, even its eyes bore the same hue, exuding an aura of ferocity. With a swift swipe of its claws, it tore through the arm of a Ziyun sect cultivator, leaving a bloody gash. Its speed was remarkable, akin to a gust of white wind, and already 7 or 8 Ziyun sect disciples had fallen victim to its onslaught. This is a rare variant known as the Snow Peak Beast, a rarity in the world, which I fortuitously acquired a decade ago. Its fur is as white as snow, smooth to the touch like satin. I am certain it will fetch a handsome price in the future. Song Lao Guai's laughter grew increasingly self-satisfied, causing the white-robed elder's countenance to darken. He had not anticipated that over the years, Song Lao Guai's treasure mountain would harbor such formidable beasts. As Song Lao Guai continued to speak, his gaze fell upon the forest's edge, where he spotted the figures of Meng Hao and Shang Wanshou boldly stepping into the fray. He chuckled. Indeed, outsiders have dared to intrude. Wu Dingxiu, did I not tell you that the restrictions here would pose no hindrance to any Qi condensation cultivator? Anyone may enter. Since these two have chosen to court danger, I shall not intervene. Wu Dingxiu snorted disdainfully, disregarding Meng Hao and Shang Wanshou, focusing instead on the white ape. He soon observed the creature confronting a Ziyun sect disciple, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, as he performed a hand seal. An ancient scroll materialized behind him, exuding a powerful aura that momentarily suppressed the white ape, causing it to emit a piercing scream. What a remarkable white ape! Old song. Take another look. No matter how formidable your white ape may be, it is destined to become the cherished beast of my Zun sect disciple. This disciple, named Shiyan, has acquired the Howran ancient scroll upon entering our sect, achieving a cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi condensation, specifically tasked with subduing demonic beasts. Wu Dingxiu felt a surge of excitement within, yet his expression remained composed, betraying a hint of pride. With his status and cultivation, such overt displays of emotion were uncharacteristic. Yet he found himself unable to suppress his urge to overshadow Old Song, especially after a night of pent-up frustration. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than a chilling scream echoed from below. The cultivator named Shiyan was left bloodied and battered, the shadow of the scroll shattering. As he staggered back in terror, the white ape before him had swollen to an impressive height of over 2 meters, relentlessly beating its chest, exuding an air of fierce majesty. Old Song erupted in hearty laughter, while Wu Dingxiu glared at the white ape, feeling an overwhelming impulse to strike it down, his expression darkening to an extreme. At that moment, Meng Hao emerged swiftly from the thicket before the white ape, his gaze immediately drawn to the roaring beast, his eyes shining with clarity. He also noticed the panicked youth not far off but had no time to spare. With others present, Meng Hao refrained from revealing his bronze mirror. His eyes flickered. Just as the white ape, filled with murderous intent, lunged at him, Meng Hao's right hand suddenly rose. Instantly, one of the iron spears crafted by the small, plump boy's father materialized in his grasp, coming into view of the bewildered Shiyan. Though the spear was iron, it bore intricate engravings, etched at Meng Hao's request, radiating an extraordinary aura. Gripping it firmly, Meng Hao stepped forward with great resolve, thrusting the spear toward the approaching white ape at the very moment it leaped. The creature's maw erupted in a gruesome display, and a harrowing wail pierced the air as it fell, revealing a profound fear in its eyes as it gazed upon Meng Hao. Could it be that the mirror's reflection upon the beast's dense fur disrupts some internal essence, causing it to swell? Thus, the scenes I witnessed in the past might resurface. The demonic beast is powerful and robust, and thus, the explosive damage may not solely emanate from the rear but could manifest from any relatively vulnerable point of its body. Meng Hao cast a glance at the white ape, as if he had gleaned some understanding. Though merely speculation, after 3 years with the bronze mirror, he felt he was not far from the truth. Now was not the time for further contemplation. He averted his gaze from the wretched white ape and, without a moment's hesitation, dashed away with the spear, vanishing from sight in an instant. At that moment, Shang Wanxiu had just arrived. Startled by the sight of the white ape, the white ape, too, was taken aback, but upon noticing that Shang Wanxiu bore no spear, it immediately unleashed its previous fury, charging straight at him. Meanwhile, atop the flat-topped mountain, the laughter of the old monster song abruptly ceased. Beside him, Wu Dingxiu was momentarily taken aback. Casting a meticulous glance at Meng Hao, who was a distance away within the forest of beasts, his gaze swept across the iron spear, revealing a glimmer of astonishment. Regrettably, the mountain's spiritual perception was obstructed beyond 100 feet, preventing him from seeing clearly. Meng Hao traversed the beast-infested forest with remarkable speed. He heard the enraged roar of the white ape behind him, accompanied by the furious shouts of Shang Wanxiu. With a flash in his eyes and a cold snort, he accelerated further. Soon, he encountered a chaotic scene ahead, spotting 4 or 5 white-robed cultivators engaged in a fierce battle with 3 monstrous beasts, each standing 2 meters tall. Among these beasts was a massive black tiger, a peacock radiating with purple light, and a colossal rat of immense proportions, all displaying ferocious and savage expressions as if locked in a fight to the death. Perhaps Meng Hao's intrusion disrupted the ongoing battle. The peacock among the beasts suddenly fixed its gaze on him, transforming into a whirlwind as it charged forth. Meng Hao maintained his composure, his steps unwavering. With a pointed iron spear, he directed it at the enormous peacock, which trembled violently before its head exploded in a gruesome spectacle. The shriek that sought to escape its beak was instantly silenced, its lifeless body crashing to the ground, saturating the earth with blood, which startled the black tiger and the giant rat. When they turned to look, Meng Hao had already transformed into a streak of light, racing into the distance. The disciples of the Ziyun sect stood agape, their expressions shifting as they beheld Meng Hao's retreating figure, utterly awestruck by the sheer might of the iron spear in his grasp. Without pausing, Meng Hao pressed onward, aware that Shang Wanxiu was in hot pursuit. And not long after his departure, Shang Wanxiu arrived, seething with rage. A cold smile graced Meng Hao's lips as he quickened his pace. As he sped past various beasts, he would merely point his spear, and none could withstand his advance, all retreating in terror. In stark contrast, Shang Wanxiu faced continuous obstacles, his furious roars echoing, while the distance separating him from Meng Hao only widened. Along the way, Meng Hao encountered numerous white-robed cultivators, all grappling desperately with the ferocious beasts. As he passed, the once menacing beasts recoiled in horror before the might of his iron spear, and the cultivators gazed at him with growing astonishment. Who is this person? What kind of treasure is that spear in his hands to possess such power? This is utterly brutal. Curse it, if I had that spear, I could dominate this forest of beasts. As the disciples of the Ziyun sect buzzed with astonished discussions, far off on the flat-topped mountain, Wu Dingxiu finally regained his composure. His eyes brightened, a smile spreading across his face, and his laughter echoed through the air, imbued with exhilaration and surprise, as if he were releasing a pent-up frustration. Indeed, these are extraordinary beings of heaven and earth. What splendid beasts! I have witnessed some without eyes, others with their heads shattered, and one even with its rear end exploded. Old Monster Song, this forest of beasts, paved with the mud of the East Sea, is truly remarkable. Each of these creatures is formidable. Yet today they are bound to face dire consequences. Old Song's expression darkened as he cast a glance at Meng Hao, who traversed through the forest of demonic beasts. His precious creatures recoiled in terror, their anguished cries echoing amidst the bloodshed, particularly the demise of the peacock named Xie Feng, which tore at his heart. This rare gem of a creature had been acquired at great cost, nurtured like a treasure until this day, only to have its skull shattered by that iron spear. Although it lay lifeless, the remnants of its powerful vitality caused its body to convulse, intensifying Old Song's sorrow, yet he maintained a facade of indifference. What does it matter? I possess a plethora of spirit beasts in my domain. Besides, this boy is not even a disciple of your Ziyun sect. What is there to be proud of? He thought, projecting an air of nonchalance while internally writhing in agony. Even if this boy is not one of my sect's disciples. You previously stated that anyone could come here. I take pleasure in witnessing him rampaging through your dilapidated forest. What of it? I am simply delighted. Wu Dingxiu laughed heartily, his glee unmistakable. After suppressing his emotions throughout the night, seeing Old Song's seemingly casual demeanor marred by underlying discomfort brought him immense satisfaction, making his gaze towards Meng Hao more amiable. This boy's magical artifact is indeed formidable against spirit beasts, yet his cultivation is too low to escape my spirit beast forest. Every tree here was painstakingly sought from the southern heavens and nourished by the ethereal waters of the river of heaven, allowing them to flourish and emit spiritual energy for the beasts to absorb. My spirit beast forest also holds. Old Song raised his head, about to elaborate, when his voice abruptly halted. He witnessed Meng Hao's astonishing speed, inciting a cacophony of roars from the beasts as he approached the foot of the spiritual mountain. Merely a few hundred feet away from stepping into an area where no disciple of the Ziyun sect had ever ventured. Although Meng Hao remained unaware of the multitude of white-clad disciples surrounding him, he sensed the peculiarity of the place. However, he could not afford to dwell on it. For Shang Wanxiu relentlessly pursued him from behind. As he advanced, the forest trembled with each step, and suddenly, a colossal beast emerged with a thunderous roar. It was a gigantic woolly mammoth, its crimson eyes piercing and its tusks sharp, its body akin to a small mountain. Its charge sent tremors through the earth. A sight to behold. This boy is doomed, Old Song mused. This exotic elephant was captured from a perilous region 1,000 miles away, nurtured with copious elixirs, and is one of the 3 mightiest guardians of this spirit beast forest. Its strength is unparalleled, its tough hide impervious to ordinary flying swords, and it wields various formidable techniques. Even a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi condensation would be forced to retreat in terror. With this spirit elephant present, none below the foundation establishment stage can pass. Old Song, witnessing Meng Hao's imminent escape from the beast forest, felt his eyes widen in shock. Yet he soon exhaled in relief and continued to speak with feigned aloofness. Wu Dingxiu's smile faltered as he recognized the extraordinary creature before him. A rare beast even within their esteemed Ziyun sect. Upon hearing the words of the eccentric Song, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, reflecting on the old man's peculiar disposition, his aversion to cultivation and penchant for nurturing monstrous beasts, which had led him to discover such a remarkable creature. However, at that moment, Wu Dingxiu's eyes brightened, while Song's expression suddenly shifted to one of dismay, rising abruptly with an unusual grimace. Within the enchanted forest, as the colossal beast charged forth, Meng Hao caught sight of the massive creature and inhaled sharply, instinctively retreating, lamenting the abundance of such beasts in this area. Brandishing his iron spear, he pointed decisively, halting the thundering beast in its tracks. With a resounding crash, the creature's trunk burst open, its nose exploding, a portion flying off to crash into nearby trees, toppling them. In excruciating pain, the beast went into a frenzy, yet before it could close the distance, Meng Hao unleashed a rapid succession of strikes, the reverberations echoing through the forest. The creature's back erupted, blood spurting from its maw, while its left foreleg shattered, causing it to collapse to the ground, sliding away for quite a distance. Its anguished cries echoed throughout the beastly woods, leaving Meng Hao's complexion pale as he dashed forth, swiftly exiting the forest in pursuit of the treasure-laden mountain ahead. Behind him, Shang Guanshou found himself in dire straits, unable to escape the relentless assault of the enraged beasts surrounding him, helplessly watching as Meng Hao fled the wooded sanctuary, his inner fury boiling over. Upon emerging from the beast-infested forest, Meng Hao raced ahead, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The wails of the beast resonating like an apocalyptic symphony, leaving the white-clad disciples aghast, gasping in horror at the brutality they witnessed. Determined, Meng Hao pressed on towards the treasure mountain, intent on crossing it to evade Shang Guanshou's pursuit. As he reached the base of the mountain, he suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on a large stone where a remarkable pill bottle lay. Its radiant glow suggested its extraordinary nature. Grasping it eagerly, he uncorked the vessel, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth, revealing a thumb-sized pill within. Excitement coursed through Meng Hao as he swiftly stowed it away in his storage bag. Surmising the intentions of the white-clad disciples, they were drawn to this mountain, now racing towards its peak. It must be a Yuling Dan, a valuable elixir for qi condensation disciples. The young man was indeed fortunate to have stumbled upon such a treasure. Wu Dingqiu, observing the distinct path Meng Hao had left through the forest, chuckled, while San's expression darkened, though he managed a cold sneer. My mountain is abundant with elixirs and spirit stones, he mused. That lad may have acquired the pill, but he shall not ascend the mountain. The spirit beasts residing here are rare gems, and only the finest from the spirit beast forest are worthy of being cultivated upon my mountain. Song's tone was nonchalant. Yet within, he felt the pangs of regret intensifying. Behold, this is the fearsome Mo beast I personally nurtured in my youth, a creature with the body of a deer and the head of a python, swift as the wind. Once injured, it becomes even more ferocious, relentless in its pursuit of vengeance. Its scent of blood drives it into a frenzy, ensuring the demise of any qi condensation cultivator who crosses its path. With a pointed finger, the old monster Song proudly spoke of the beast that emerged before Meng Hao on Treasure Mountain. Moments later, anguished cries echoed from the mountain as the once ferocious beast, driven mad with bloodlust and vowing not to perish, now wore a look of terror. It fled at an astonishing speed, its tail shattered, one eye reduced to a bloody pulp, and only two legs remaining to support its escape. Yet its speed was indeed, as Song had claimed, remarkably swift. As Meng Hao stepped forward, he traversed the territory of that beast and stumbled upon a pile of spirit stones, discovering hundreds within, which he eagerly collected before hastening up the mountain. From Wu Dingqiu's lips came a triumphant laughter, a sound that had not ceased since Meng Hao's appearance, causing the wrinkles on his face to unfurl. Truly, the speed was impressive, relentless, and unyielding. No matter, the old monster mused, this mountain is replete with treasures. I do not mind this boy taking some. Regardless, he shall undoubtedly struggle to escape from this mountain today. It is merely a matter of transporting them from the foot to the summit. With a nonchalant demeanor, Song revealed his indifference, though he discreetly retrieved a concentration pill from his storage bag, placing it in his mouth while his eyelids twitched, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. Half an hour later, Meng Hao had reached a point halfway up the mountain. Everywhere he passed, beasts shrieked in retreat, some moments perilous. Yet under the relentless guidance of his iron spear, he turned danger into safety. His heart raced as he gathered numerous spirit stones and medicinal pills along the way, even acquiring some magical artifacts. To Meng Hao, this mountain had transformed into a veritable treasure trove. At that moment, he picked up a scroll hidden behind a large rock, emanating a soft glow and overflowing with spirit energy, a clear indication of its extraordinary nature. Deeply moved, he seized it and placed it into his storage bag. Below, in the demon forest, many disciples of the Purple Fortune sect had raised their heads to catch sight of Meng Hao, their expressions filled with astonishment. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by Song, whose expression darkened further, his body trembling as he fixated on Meng Hao's storage bag, which contained his spirit stones, medicinal pills, and magical artifacts. The scroll, in particular, pierced his heart with anguish. It was a cherished artifact from his early years, sealing numerous beast souls. A keepsake of his beloved beast that had perished long ago. Now, witnessing its removal by Meng Hao caused a fresh wave of pain, prompting him to hastily consume 2 concentration pills. Yet he had to maintain a facade of indifference, though the echo of Wu Dingxio's laughter was grating to his ears. This treasure mountain is abundant with riches. I am unfazed by this slight loss. This individual cannot escape my grasp within these confines. I have gathered stones from across the world and am surrounded by myriad spirit beasts. How could I allow anyone to leave so easily? Song forced himself to speak. An hour later, Meng Hao was nearing the snowy heights of the mountain, his excitement surging as he quickened his pace. In the demon forest below, nearly half of the disciples from the Purple Fortune Sect's trial had witnessed Meng Hao's figure at the mountain's midway point. They stared in awe, their eyes gradually revealing envy, especially as they watched him bend down to collect items, leaving them longing to take his place. Even Shang Guanxiu, at this moment, clenched his fists in frustration. Gritting his teeth in helplessness, he dared not ascend the mountain. The perilous demon forest had already put him in jeopardy multiple times. He had overheard the conversations of the disciples in white and was acutely aware that this was the trial ground of the esteemed Ziyun sect in the southern region. Anxious and unsettled, he could not help but entertain thoughts of retreat, though his resentment towards Meng Hao burned fiercely within him, leaving him with an unwillingness to yield. As for Old Song, upon witnessing Meng Hao injure a demon beast he held in high regard, he promptly consumed 3 concentration pills, maintaining an air of indifference. The snow atop the mountain was harvested by the old man from the auspicious clouds, creating an ideal habitat for rare spiritual beasts. Among them, the sky-splitting eagle stood out, its claws capable of shattering gold and stone, while its wings could summon fierce gales. It was undeniably one of the most formidable spiritual beasts in this treasure-laden mountain. Even with his formidable spear, Meng Hao's entry into that realm would undoubtedly spell his demise. After an hour and a half, a claw lay shattered, a wing severed, and the great eagle, bloodied and battered, lay wailing amidst the white snow, its mournful cries echoing desolately. As Meng Hao approached the summit, all the disciples of the Ziyun sect within the demon forest fixed their gazes upon him, abandoning their battles with the demon beasts. They stared in stunned silence, particularly captivated by the gleaming iron spear in Meng Hao's grasp, their eyes alight with fervor. Who is this person? He has intruded upon our trial ground and claimed our rewards. Such brutality. That spear must be an extraordinary treasure. How ruthless. Old Song trembled with pain upon witnessing Meng Hao retrieve a black net near the mountain's peak. He could no longer feign nonchalance and stepped forward, intent on confronting Meng Hao. He had tolerated this behavior once, twice, thrice, even quintuple times, but the 6th instance ignited his fury. He could no longer bear it. For this Luo Tian net was a cherished possession he deemed even more precious than the scroll. It could ensnare adversaries upon activation. A prized treasure from his early days. Its efficacy only heightened with increased cultivation. He had placed it there to showcase the grandeur of his treasure mountain, believing it secure. Meant only to incite envy without the possibility of theft. He had never anticipated that someone would indeed ascend the mountain to claim it. In that moment, he was on the verge of madness, wishing to crush Meng Hao to reclaim both the scroll and the Luo Tian net. Just then, the jovial laughter of Wu Dingxiu rang out, accompanied by a flourish of his sleeve as he positioned himself before Old Song. Fellow Taoist Song, you are a renowned cultivator in the southern region. What is your intent? You previously stated that anyone could arrive here within 7 days, and that all treasures of this mountain were free for the taking. Are you now prepared to go back on your word? This mountain was brought here from the heavenly mountains, and this land was laid with the ancient mud of the eastern sea, unseen by the sun for millennia. Who said that any cultivator of qi condensation could roam freely if they possessed the capability? Old Song, your actions lack grace. As an elder of the illustrious Song family, such behavior not only brings shame upon you, but also tarnishes the family's reputation. Wu Dingxiu smiled, exuding an air of determination that suggested he would not allow his counterpart to depart. Song Leaguai's expression had soured to an extreme, his unspoken grievances weighing heavily upon him. He had previously spoken too boastfully, and now each of his words felt like a slap to his own face, causing his countenance to shift dramatically. After a prolonged silence, he smacked his storage pouch and retrieved a substantial handful of concentration pills, which he swallowed to steady his breath. However, his eyes soon glimmered with realization. His spiritual sense was obstructed 100 zhang away. Even he needed to employ special methods and time to penetrate that barrier. Just then, Wu Dingqiu's laughter echoed as he waved his sleeve, instantly conjuring a shimmering barrier atop the flat peak, thwarting Song Leigui's gaze. Is it not shameful for you, an elder, to pry into the mind of a mere junior in the art of essence? Wu Dingqiu taunted. Since this mountain forbids the scrutiny of outsiders, you ought to refrain from peering here yourself. Wu Dingqiu would not permit Song Leigui to have his way, and the elder's face darkened further in response to the laughter that resonated around him. 2 hours later, Meng Hao reached the summit after a slight delay, having cautiously navigated around a python demon. Now, with an iron spear in hand, he surveyed his surroundings and quickly spotted a grand banner planted at the peak, accompanied by a vibrantly colored pouch that seemed to captivate the mind. The very sight of it blurred the world around him, sending ripples through the air. Meng Hao's heart raced, and he breathlessly seized the pouch, causing the banner to topple at once. In the demon-infested forest below, the onlookers buzzed with excitement, having witnessed Meng Hao ascend the mountain as if traversing flat ground, claiming a wealth of spirit stones and elixirs. With the fall of the banner, their murmurs intensified, their gazes toward Meng Hao now filled with profound shock and envy, as they watched him vanish from the summit, evidently descending the rear slope. Shang Guanshou fixed his gaze on Meng Hao's receding figure, but dared not pursue him further. He harbored too many secrets and was reluctant to reveal himself. Although his desire to eliminate Meng Hao was intense, the urgency of acquiring the medicinal herb gnawed at him. With gritted teeth, he abruptly stomped his foot and quickly turned away, abandoning his pursuit. In that moment, he was a picture of disarray, suppressing his frustration. For had he the means to kill, he would have done so countless times by now. As Meng Hao's silhouette disappeared behind the mountain, Wu Dingqiu's laughter resounded once more. Song Leigui widened his eyes in shock, staring blankly as the Qianquan pouch was taken by Meng Hao, his face draining of color. Filled with despair and regret for having left the pouch atop the peak, overconfident in his own abilities, unable to bear the situation any longer, he flung his sleeve and prepared to pursue the seemingly doomed Meng Hao, but just as he was about to depart, Wu Dingqiu obstructed him once again. Wu Dingqiu, do you intend to thwart me again? The banner has fallen. You have not won this wager, nor have I lost. The trial has concluded. If you obstruct me any further, do not blame me for taking action. Song Leigui exclaimed, his heart aching with despair. Daoist Song, we had an agreement. This game must be completed before anyone can leave. You are a renowned cultivator of the southern region, esteemed elder of the Song family, known for your unwavering integrity. Do you intend to break this tradition? Previously, when I attempted to depart, you did not permit it. How can you now leave without finishing the game? Wu Dingqiu chuckled, returning the elder's previous words with a triumphant smile, his face devoid of wrinkles, exuding self-satisfaction. He was determined not to allow the other to depart so easily. He had observed the removal of the Qianquan bag and felt a profound joy, recalling the centuries during which the elder had flaunted it before him. Witnessing the elder's misfortune brought him immense delight. As for the treasures taken by Meng Hao, he regarded them with indifference, given his level of cultivation. You. Elder Song glared at Wu Dingqiu, momentarily at a loss for words. Grinding his teeth, he stomped his foot, causing the mountain peak to tremble ominously. However, in his esteemed position, family honor took precedence. Although he lamented the loss of treasures, they were not particularly precious to him. It was merely the affront to his pride that was difficult to swallow. Reluctantly, he reseated himself and swiftly picked up a chess piece to make his move. Wu Dingqiu, however, was not inclined to grant him his wish. He stroked his beard, occasionally glancing at the elder's displeased expression, his laughter slow and deliberate as he picked up a piece, feigning deep contemplation, taking an eternity to make his move, appearing as if he intended to prolong the game for months. Remain outside the mountain for now. Once I finish this game, I shall escort you back to the sect. As for the individual you just observed atop the mountain, I have taken a liking to the treasured spear in his possession. This shall be your trial task. Whoever retrieves this spear for me will be accepted as an inner disciple. Wu Dingqiu announced with a smile, his voice echoing to the white-clad disciples below, instantly invigorating them. Is the esteemed Ziyun sect of the southern region truly to engage in acts of murder and treasure theft? Moreover, these disciples may not even be a match for the spear wielded by that young lad unless they transform into elusive spiritual pythons. Elder Song, already in a foul mood, found himself trapped by Wu Dingqiu's words. Despite his animosity towards Meng Hao, he also wished to vex Wu Dingqiu. Listen well. Do not harass that individual. You may only negotiate, not seize it. Should you violate this, the sect will not take responsibility for the deceased, and the living shall be expelled from the sect. Wu Dingxiu warned, his eyes narrowing, though his pace of play slowed even further. The white-clad disciples of the Ziyun sect below immediately acknowledged his command, swiftly dispersing. Some sought to circumvent the treasure mountain to pursue Meng Hao, while others hurriedly departed the mountain range to intercept him ahead. This trial had resulted in their collective failure, leaving them with a sense of dissatisfaction. However, they harbored no resentment towards Meng Hao. Rather, they admired him, having witnessed the gruesome scenes unfold before their eyes. Nonetheless, they were resolute in their determination to acquire the iron spear in Meng Hao's grasp, convinced that they must negotiate for it. If he refused, they were prepared to employ certain measures. After all, the implication of Elder Wu's words was clear. It was imperative to retrieve it. And while he explicitly stated it could not be seized, he did not forbid coercion. As the disciples clad in white dispersed, Meng Hao hastily descended from the treasure-laden mountain. Along his journey, he collected a number of spiritual stones and medicinal pills. Although he did not encounter the old monster Song or Wu Dingxiu, he could vaguely surmise that he had stumbled upon a trial ground belonging to some sect. Given his intrusion, it was unlikely that they would take it lightly. Although Shang Guanxiu had ceased his pursuit, Meng Hao maintained a swift pace, his heart racing with exhilaration. His storage bags were brimming with treasures, marking this as perhaps the most significant harvest since he embarked on his cultivation journey, second only to the Dragon's Rift. The spiritual stones and elixirs lay before him, seemingly acquired without effort. Yet, the greater the bounty, the faster Meng Hao moved. Gritting his teeth, he continuously consumed demon pills, running for 3 days until he finally exited the mountain range. Though weariness etched his features, his spirit remained buoyant. In these 7 days, he had not taken the time to inventory his spoils, but now he contemplated finding a suitable place to assess his gains. In the distance, he spotted a grand city, an imposing sight that suggested it was extraordinary. Surrounding it was a gentle aura, imperceptible to mortals but detectable by cultivators. Could it be that this was not a city for the common folk, but one that catered to practitioners? Meng Hao was momentarily taken aback, as the map of Zhao Kingdom flashed in his mind, confirming that there was no city marked in this location. Observing the throngs of people entering and exiting, predominantly those of the Qi condensation realm, he felt his suspicions solidify. Instead of entering the city immediately, Meng Hao sought refuge in a nearby crevice of the mountain, taking a deep breath before retrieving all his storage bags. With excitement, he began to assess his findings. What kind of elixir was this? Its fragrant aroma enveloped him, even more potent than the drought spirit pill. And what of these 3 crystalline pills within the vial? He licked his lips, counting the contents of 2 storage bags, discovering a total of 78 elixirs, each surpassing the drought spirit pill in quality, causing his hands to tremble with anticipation. After a prolonged moment, he composed himself, suppressing his elation as he retrieved dozens of additional storage bags. The abundance of spiritual stones from the treasure mountain was astonishing. He had simply walked through and collected such a wealth of stones without meticulous searching. His breath quickened once more as he gazed at the spiritual stones contained within the storage bags, totaling a remarkable 8,764 pieces. I'm rich. I'm truly rich, Meng Hao murmured to himself, pulling out yet another storage bag, from which he extracted a collection of flying swords, beads, 2 flags, a scroll, and a black net, all artifacts of immense value. As he laid them out one by one, a radiant smile illuminated his face, particularly at the sight of the scroll and the black net, which emanated a powerful spiritual aura, making his heart race. He carefully unfurled the scroll, and a brilliant light burst forth, illuminating the cave and brightening Meng Hao's countenance in an instant. Within the open scroll, a breathtaking landscape unfolded, revealing an intricate tapestry of mountains and waters, amidst which thrived a multitude of fantastical creatures, each more peculiar than the last. They appeared to be painted there, yet they pulsated with life, especially as the scroll unfurled. A distant echo of a myriad of beasts roaring seemed to resonate in Meng Hao's ears, sending a jolt through his spirit, causing the scroll to slip from his grasp. After a moment of stunned silence, Meng Hao regained his composure, his eyes shimmering with fervent brilliance. After centering himself, he picked up the scroll once more, casting a final glance before reverently stowing it away, his heart racing with exhilaration. This was indeed a treasure. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the black net, contemplating as he exited the cave, channeling his spiritual energy into the net. He waved it outward, Instantly, the net expanded, growing ever larger, drifting skyward, as if intent on enveloping the entire mountain within its grasp, resembling a thunderous cloud pressing down. The mountain trembled beneath the weight, fissures appearing as if it might crumble, and a potent aura of spiritual pressure surged forth, leaving Meng Hao astounded. He quickly raised his hand to seize control, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy from within, gradually diminishing the ominous cloud until it coalesced into a tiny black net once more. Holding this net, Meng Hao felt parched, his breath finally steadying after a prolonged moment. Yet his gaze sparkled with fervor. It seemed that the closer one approached the mountain's peak, the more exquisite the treasures became. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to extract his final possession from within his robes, a vividly colored pouch that bore resemblance to a storage bag, albeit more aesthetically pleasing. As he fiddled with it, he thrust his spiritual energy inside. In that instant, a jolt coursed through his body, as if struck by an invisible thunderclap. Widening his eyes in disbelief, after a moment he gazed down at the pouch, utterly dumbfounded. It was astonishingly vast, Meng Hao murmured, recognizing that this was indeed a storage pouch, yet its interior seemed to encompass a miniature realm, though it appeared shrouded in mist. The overwhelming sensation it exuded sent shockwaves through his mind. It was as if this pouch could contain mountains and rivers, and despite being empty, its sheer expanse warranted its designation as a supreme treasure. With parched lips, Meng Hao's excitement surged. First the spirit stones had thrilled him, then the elixirs had quickened his heart, followed by the magical artifacts that had astonished him, the scroll's power that had left him in awe, and the black net's imposing spiritual might that had shocked him. Finally, the appearance of this pouch sent his mind into a whirl, taking him some time to regain his senses. I have struck gold. This is true fortune. Meng Hao clutched the multicolored pouch tightly, muttering to himself. But soon his expression shifted. If this truly is a trial ground of a major sect's disciples, then my intrusion may be excused. Yet having acquired so many treasures and elixirs, those individuals would undoubtedly seek retribution. A sense of dread gripped Meng Hao, and he wrestled with his thoughts, resolutely deciding that he could not part with these precious items, regardless of the consequences. Once he had organized all his newfound treasures, Meng Hao took a deep breath, observing that dusk had descended outside. He then emerged from the cave, traversed the mountain range, and gazed at the nearby city, lost in contemplation. Though he possessed a considerable number of elixirs, he was unfamiliar with nearly all of them, making it impossible to consume them with confidence. As he pondered, a glint sparked in his eyes as he turned his steps toward the city. He raced towards the city gate, and upon nearing it, his gaze fell upon the 3 characters inscribed above, Dong Xiuqing. These characters, steeped in antiquity, bore an air of history, particularly the somewhat faded script that evoked a sense of time's passage. Xiu Tong Xiu, this place is Dong, he mused, acknowledging the simplicity and clarity of the city's name. As Meng Hao approached the gate, he immediately drew the attention of 2 disciples engaged in jovial conversation beneath it. The 2, clad in azure robes, were both at the 3rd level of qi condensation. Esteemed friend, please pay the entry fee in spirit stones, one of them said, his smile fading as he sensed the weight of Meng Hao's cultivation. The 2 disciples clearly hailed from prominent sects, while Meng Hao, a newcomer from a lesser sect, was making his first visit to this place. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed friends, he replied courteously, his scholarly demeanor earning him their favor. The youth who initially spoke chuckled heartily. Fear not, friend. Your cultivation is commendable. Even as a first-time visitor, you shall surely make a name for yourself in due time. This Dong Xiuqing is one of the 2 great cultivation cities in the Zhao Kingdom, established by the 3 major sections. A fee of spirit stones is required for entry, depending on the duration of stay. The young man continued with a smile, appreciating the respect shown by someone of higher cultivation. Originally, the fee was 3 spirit stones, but you may enter with just 1. However, do remember that fighting within the city is strictly prohibited, or you will face severe punishment from the 3 sections. Take heed, he warned, handing Meng Hao a wooden token. Gratefully, Meng Hao offered 1 spirit stone and clasped his fist as he stepped through the gate. As he crossed the threshold, he felt a pang of regret for parting with the spirit stone. Though it was but 1, it still represented wealth to him. Despite having over 8,000 spirit stones in his pouch, he understood that they would soon deplete. If it weren't for the necessity of entering, I would never have paid that spirit stone, he thought as he walked briskly through the bustling city. Even at dusk, the streets were lively, filled with people and flanked by numerous shops radiating a dazzling glow, giving an impression of exceptional quality. All passers-by were cultivators. Meng Hao observed that not a single mortal was in sight. Most cultivators here seem to be at the qi condensation stage. And even among those at the 7th level like Meng Hao, he spotted only a handful, the majority being at the 6th level or below. As he traversed the streets, he sought out the alchemy shops, not to purchase pills, but to inquire diligently. Days slipped by swiftly. In 3 days, Meng Hao had nearly explored the entire city, visiting no less than 20 alchemy stores. Yet, despite his efforts, his storage pouch contained merely 7 or 8 varieties of medicinal pills. However, his spirits soared upon recognizing the value of each, particularly a spirit-building pill, worth no less than 50 spirit stones, suitable for those at the 8th level of qi condensation. Meng Hao recalled that he possessed as many as 8 of these spirit-building pills in his pouch, though many more types of pills remained unfamiliar to him. On the 3rd day, Meng Hao hesitated for a moment before stepping into an opulent loft in the western district of the city. This loft, spanning 3 stories and radiating a brilliance that could be discerned from afar, was particularly alluring to Meng Hao due to the fact that most individuals entering and exiting were around the 6th layer of qi condensation. He even spotted formidable beings at the 8th and 9th layers of qi condensation frequenting this establishment. Furthermore, the name of the loft, Baijin Pavilion, solidified Meng Hao's resolve to enter. Upon crossing the threshold, Meng Hao was immediately enveloped by a wave of spiritual energy. The interior was adorned with intricately carved railings and jade-like fixtures, showcasing an array of items crafted predominantly from jade. As he stepped inside, he was met with a dazzling assortment of objects, pills, flying swords, precious orbs, banners, and more, all neatly displayed in individual compartments. The atmosphere was serene, with only 3 or 5 cultivators scattered about, each accompanied by a beautiful young woman clad in flowing pink garments, whose gentle voices, like whispers of the wind, addressed every inquiry. Yet, what captivated Meng Hao's spirit the most was the sight of a colossal alchemical furnace situated near the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Wisps of smoke curled around it, and seated atop was a middle-aged man in a blue robe, his expression impassive as he meditated amidst the smoke. Eyes closed as if in deep contemplation. An indescribable pressure emanated from him, though it was significantly restrained otherwise. The very air of the 1st floor would have been overwhelmed by his aura. A foundation-building cultivator. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed as he sensed a presence akin to that of Elder Ouyang emanating from the man. Instantly discerning his cultivation level, a lofty foundation stage that felt distant and unattainable. Would I ever have the chance to become a foundation-building cultivator in this lifetime? Having endured numerous trials at the Kaoshan sect, Meng Hao's heart harbored a fervent desire to become powerful. As he lowered his gaze, the determination and tenacity in his eyes only intensified. I practiced the qi condensation scroll of the Tiling scripture. Once I establish my foundation, I can achieve a flawless foundation, surpassing those who are flawed or shattered, and thus become a formidable presence among foundation stage cultivators. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his gaze, only to find a young woman approaching him. Clad in a loose pink gown, she bore a radiant smile even before she spoke. As she neared Meng Hao, she curtsied gracefully, the movement causing her garment to fall slightly, revealing a glimpse of her delicate skin. "Is there anything I can assist you with, esteemed brother?" Meng Hao felt a flush rise to his cheeks, admonishing himself to avert his gaze. Despite his efforts, he could not resist stealing a glance, his heart racing. Although he had spent 3 years at the Kaoshan sect, he had only ever interacted with Senior Sister Su, and such a scene was unprecedented in his life. Fortunately, his naturally darker complexion rendered the blush less noticeable. "Do you have any jade slips that introduce medicinal pills?" Meng Hao cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and spoke hastily. Although the young woman appeared youthful, she was well-versed in the ways of the world and immediately perceived Meng Hao's discomfort, finding it amusing. Having encountered numerous guests over the years, she knew that someone like Meng Hao was a rare sight. With a playful smile, she leaned closer, allowing the fragrance of her presence to waft into Meng Hao's senses. The fragrant breeze wafted over, causing Meng Hao's face to flush a deeper shade of crimson. However, his eyes bore no trace of lewdness, instead reflecting a clarity of mind. He was not a man of licentious inclinations, merely unaccustomed to the presence of such a woman, which explained his embarrassment. "I do possess the jade slips that introduce the elixirs. Please follow me, Daoist brother," she said. As the woman blinked playfully, observing Meng Hao's increasing discomfort, she found him rather endearing. With a charming smile, she turned and led the way, her graceful waist swaying gently, drawing Meng Hao's gaze once more and causing his heart to race, prompting a pained smile and a few coughs as he hurried to keep pace. This is the 3rd set of elixir slips, detailing the majority of elixirs available in the Zhao Kingdom. However, it is merely an impression on jade. With the engraving somewhat obscured, the woman guided Meng Hao to a nearby rack, her delicate fingers resting on one of the compartments, where a white tray held 3 jade slips arranged in a character form. Upon noticing Meng Hao's intent to reach out, she quickly interjected with a smile. You mustn't look just yet. They can only be examined after purchase. These 3 jade slips are priced at 100 spirit stones. Her beautiful smile revealed 2 delightful dimples, and the more she gazed at Meng Hao, the more she perceived the charming contrast of his dark complexion and scholarly aura, surrounded by her enchanting fragrance. Meng Hao withdrew his hand, steadying himself as he contemplated the 3 jade slips, his heart tightening at the steep price that made him reluctant to part with his spirit stones. Is there a more detailed option available? He inquired after a moment. Knowing his purpose for coming was to acquire such slips, and he steeled himself for the cost. Certainly, follow me, she replied with a playful wink, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she led him to a corner, pointing to a jade slip that bore faint cracks. This item is not merely an impression but an ancient slip that records numerous elixirs from the southern region, including both poisonous elixirs and their corresponding antidotes, complete with vivid engravings. However, due to its fragmentation, any impression would result in its destruction, and it can only be viewed a handful of times before it crumbles. Meng Hao's heart stirred at her words. He had no desire for long-term possession, merely seeking to resolve his immediate predicament. If you do not mind, it can be yours for 200 spirit stones. Know that if it were not for the cracks, this ancient slip would be valued at over 1,000 spirit stones, she remarked, inching closer to him and speaking softly. If you truly wish for this item, I can assist in negotiating a better price. But how would you express your gratitude? I. Meng Hao stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, his gaze drawn to her captivating smile and the enchanting allure in her eyes. His face flushed uncontrollably. She covered her mouth with a delicate laugh, watching his bewildered expression transform into one of bashfulness. With a light laugh, she turned and swayed enticingly away, whispering to a middle-aged man seated cross-legged by the alchemy furnace before returning. 170 spirit stones, how does that sound? She asked, her eyes sparkling as they met his. Thank you, Daoist friend, he replied, genuinely appreciative. Meng Hao inhaled deeply, his expression radiating joy. The prospect of saving these spirit stones filled him with delight, and he promptly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. I must address you as sister. The woman smiled, raising her right hand to retrieve the jade slips from within her robe and handed them to Meng Hao. Upon receiving them, he infused them with his spiritual energy, and instantly a series of vivid images flooded his mind. His heart raced as, with just a single glance, he beheld the elixirs contained within 3 different storage pouches. Hastily, he produced some spirit stones and, after another respectful bow, was about to take his leave when the woman cleared her throat lightly and accompanied him out of the pavilion until they reached the entrance. My name is Qiao Ling. Do remember to seek me out next time you visit, she said with an intrigued smile, her gaze appraising Meng Hao with an alluring charm that deepened his blush. He quickly clasped his hands once more and hurriedly departed. Even after leaving the pavilion, his heart continued to race, pounding fervently for quite some time before he managed to regain his composure. Glancing back at the Baizhen pavilion, he caught sight of Qiao Ling standing there, smiling softly. Embarrassment washed over him as he realized he had been playfully teased. This sensation was a novel experience for Meng Hao, and rather than feeling repulsed, he found himself inexplicably pleased. Clearing his throat once more, he lowered his head and continued onward. At that moment, a group emerged from the Baizhen pavilion. Descending from the 2nd floor, approximately 7 or 8 individuals, both men and women, engaged in light-hearted banter. Among them was a young man clad in a pale blue robe, trailing behind the others with an air of detachment, seemingly a mere attendant. As he exited the pavilion, this individual instinctively looked up and, upon spotting Meng Hao, froze in surprise. Meng Hao, he exclaimed, his voice drawing the attention of those around him. Meng Hao paused, turning his head to focus on the young man. Although his expression remained unchanged, a swirl of emotions stirred within him upon recognizing this person as Zhou Kai, an outer disciple of the Kaoshan sect. At the 5th level of qi condensation, following the dissolution of the sect, Zhou Kai had been swept away by the Crimson Mist, and today, fate had led them to this encounter. Meng Hao noted Zhou Kai's current plight. The companions surrounding him were adorned in luxurious silks and brocades, their eyes gleaming with vitality. Among them was one at the 7th level of qi condensation, with the others mostly at the 6th level, clearly disciples from several prominent sects of the Zhao Kingdom. Zhou Kai, evidently having joined another sect after the fall of Kaoshan, was now relegated to the status of a mere follower. Meng Hao nodded slightly, choosing silence as he turned to leave. "Who is that?" inquired a young man in splendid attire, holding a fan, his voice calm yet imbued with an air of superiority. Among the group, he was the one at the 7th level of chi condensation, clearly the center of attention. Upon his utterance, the others turned their focus toward him. In response to senior brother's son, he was a fellow disciple of mine back in the day. Zhou Kai hesitated, omitting Meng Hao's intersect status. Meng Hao. That name sounds somewhat familiar. I recall now. He is indeed the only inner disciple of the Kaoshan sect who was not taken away, someone remarked. Noting the resemblance to the portrait. Amidst the crowd, a woman suddenly recalled something, her lips curling into a smile as she spoke. The moment her words escaped, several individuals around her immediately brightened, and 2 of them swiftly stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of Meng Hao. In recent days, an astonishing tale had circulated throughout the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world. The Kaoshan sect had disbanded, yet the venerable ancestor of Kaoshan had not perished. In a display of divine prowess for the sake of an inner disciple, he had stirred the entire Zhao Kingdom's cultivation sphere, instilling fear among all the powerful figures present. As the news spread following the retreat of these individuals, it became well known throughout the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation community. Whispers even suggested that the Kaoshan ancestor had personally bestowed upon this inner disciple a treasure of immense power, capable of annihilating any cultivator. As the legend grew, inquisitive minds began to extract the name of this inner disciple from former outer disciples of the Kaoshan sect, revealing him to be none other than Meng Hao. Had this tale ended there, the Zhao Kingdom would have succumbed to the awe of the Kaoshan ancestor, and tranquility would have been restored. However, the powerful figures of Zhao, once frightened into retreating, soon recalled the faint hint of frailty in the ancestor's final utterance. They pondered the legendary temperament of the Kaoshan ancestor and feared for their lives, yet astonishingly, none had met their demise. Consequently, a flurry of speculation erupted, leading many to cast their gaze upon the inner disciple named Meng Hao. Even the 3 major sects dispatched orders to their disciples, urging them to remain vigilant in their search for this individual, complete with disseminated portraits. Nevertheless, uncertainty lingered regarding the Kaoshan ancestor's true fate, whether he had truly perished or if his powers remained intact. Thus, the 3 major sects of Zhao exercised caution, refraining from taking drastic measures, instead offering substantial rewards to disciples who might encounter Meng Hao, encouraging them to seize the opportunity to test the might of the legendary treasure. Meng Hao paused, his gaze coldly fixed upon the 2 individuals obstructing his path. Behind him, the sound of footsteps approached, as 4 more figures sealed off his retreat, with others positioned on either side, effectively surrounding him. Within the 100 Treasures Pavilion, the woman named Xiaoling observed this scene, her brows furrowing in concern. What is the meaning of this? Meng Hao scanned the surroundings, his expression revealing no hint of trepidation, radiating a calmness akin to still water, exuding confidence. This demeanor gradually instilled caution in the onlookers. "Nothing of consequence," replied a youth clad in splendid attire, a fan snapping in his palm as he spoke with a smile that carried an air of superiority. Yet, beneath that smile lay a chill, tempered by caution. For the treasure in question was rumored to have been granted by the Kaoshan ancestor, warranting his wariness. Despite their status as disciples of the 3 major sects, they regarded themselves as superior, and though Meng Hao's cultivation was at the 7th layer of chi condensation, they still perceived him as significantly lesser. Indeed, since Meng Dao Yu possesses such a treasure, why not present it for our admiration? Voices around him chimed in eagerly, their gazes fixated on Meng Hao, treating him as though he were a fish in a barrel. Meng Hao maintained a serene demeanor, although a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes, and a hint of derision played at the corners of his mouth. He raised his right hand and struck his storage bag with a sudden motion, causing those around him to blink in surprise, many of whom had already summoned their magical artifacts. At that moment, a brilliant light erupted as an iron spear materialized in Meng Hao's grasp. He planted it firmly into the ground, infusing it with spiritual energy, transforming the mundane metal into a formidable weapon. As he released his grip, a resonant hum filled the air, prompting those nearby to instinctively step back, their gazes riveted upon the spear. "Who seeks death shall come forth," Meng Hao declared, taking 2 steps back and sweeping his sleeve dramatically. In this moment, he exuded confidence, particularly with the glacial intensity in his eyes and that mocking smile, as if he were awaiting someone to inspect the spear and meet their demise beneath its point. However, In reality, his retreating steps drew him closer to the city gate. He planned to strike as soon as someone approached the spear, intending to exploit the ensuing chaos to escape, fully aware that this locale belonged to the three factions of his adversaries, and he should not linger too long. Silence enveloped the area as all eyes fixated on the iron spear. At first glance, it appeared extraordinary, adorned with intricate patterns that dazzled the onlookers, compelling them to regard it as remarkable. Sunlight glinted off the spearhead, shining like a shard of ice. Even Xiaoling from the Baizhen pavilion found her attention drawn to the spear, accompanied by several other women from the pavilion, all of whom gazed curiously. Is there anything remarkable about it? The patterns are merely complex, yet it does not seem to bear any talismans. Is this truly the treasured artifact bestowed upon him by the ancestral figure? The disciples from various prominent sects furrowed their brows after a prolonged examination. The elegantly dressed youth with the fan narrowed his eyes, a cold smile creeping onto his lips as he prepared to send his companion Zhou Kai closer to investigate. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from the distant west gate, capturing the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Meng Hao's eyes flickered, but he soon furrowed his brow upon recognizing over a dozen cultivators dressed in white, approaching from the west gate. These individuals were familiar to him. Their attire immediately revealed them to be prominent disciples from the trials within Bashan. As they stepped through the west gate, they inadvertently obstructed Meng Hao's exit, deepening his frown. Yet, he quickly relaxed, his right hand discreetly resting upon his storage bag. Greetings to all fellow practitioners. I am Sun Hua from the Chu Shui sect. A brother of the Ziyun sect in the southern region, the elegantly dressed youth with the fan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the white-clad cultivators. His expression shifting to one of respect as he clasped his fists in greeting. Upon hearing his words, the other Zhao Kingdom cultivators also exhibited expressions of deference, bowing to the group of white-robed practitioners. These individuals, who usually considered themselves the elite of the Zhao Kingdom, suddenly found themselves humbled in the presence of true disciples from the southern region's esteemed sects, displaying a posture of admiration and courtesy. In recent days, they received communication from their respective sects, warning them to refrain from provoking the group of white-clad disciples from the Ziyun sect of the southern region. At this moment, the individuals hastily called out. As the white-robed cultivators entered the city gates, they noticed the disciples of the Zhao Kingdom. However, most disregarded them, preoccupied with their own thoughts. Yet, upon being identified, two among them furrowed their brows. Initially, their gazes held a hint of impatience, but upon spotting the iron spear embedded in the ground, they abruptly halted. This sudden pause caught the attention of the surrounding disciples, who, upon observing it, were instantly filled with excitement and swiftly made their way towards the Zhao Kingdom's practitioners. A fleeting glimmer of gloom flashed in Meng Hao's eyes. Surrounding him were disciples from the Zhao Kingdom's sects, and the white-clad cultivators at the western city gate had also arrived. Should the formidable elders from the three sects within the city be alerted, Meng Hao's departure would be utterly impossible. As the disciples of Zhao observed the arrival of the Ziyun sect, they were instantly invigorated. The prospect of befriending the disciples of the Ziyun sect would elevate their standing within their own sects and facilitate their future endeavors. Initially, they had thought the Ziyun sect would be too haughty to acknowledge them, yet they were pleasantly surprised that these fellow cultivators had indeed come. It was undoubtedly due to the esteemed Brother Sun, who had called upon them. After all, Brother Sun was a direct descendant of an elder from the Chu Shui sect. His cultivation was commendable, and even the Ziyun sect would likely show him some respect. The disciples from the Zhao Kingdom immediately donned expressions of flattery, particularly the elegantly dressed man among them, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt a sense of pride, believing his influence had played a part in summoning these cultivators. Should this news spread, his status within his sect would undoubtedly rise, and he would gain notoriety throughout the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation community. At that moment, he regarded Meng Hao as a mere triviality, unconcerned and smiling as he hurried to greet the white-clad cultivators. Behind him, the Zhao Kingdom's disciples followed suit, clearly positioning him as their leader, with several women among them displaying palpable excitement. Meng Hao's eyes flickered slightly as he unsheathed his iron spear and turned to leave. Brothers of the Ziyun sect, Sun Hua exclaimed with barely contained excitement, I have arranged a banquet at Feng Tian Tower, inviting disciples from various sects of Zhao to join us in honoring you. Sun Hua's expression brimmed with pride as he stepped forward, his followers trailing behind, accentuating his presence, especially with his commendable appearance, which lent him an air of authority among the Zhao Kingdom's disciples. However, as his words left his lips and he performed a respectful bow, the Ziyun sect members passing by paid him no heed. swiftly moving past him without a glance. This disregard was not limited to just a few individuals. All the Ziyun sect disciples ignored him as they hurried by. Sun Hua was momentarily stunned, as were the Zhao disciples behind him. Just then, the laughter of the foremost Ziyun sect disciple rang out. "Fellow cultivator, hold on. Are you perhaps a brother returning from Bashan? Your presence is remarkable. We witnessed your prowess from the mountains below and hold great admiration for you. I am Qian Shuihen from the Ziyun sect. May I inquire your esteemed name? How fortunate we are to encounter you here. If you have the time, allow me to arrange a banquet in your honor," said Lu Song. Another disciple from the Ziyun sect, as he and his companion, both of whom had reached the 8th layer of qi condensation, approached Meng Hao with warm smiles. They stepped forward, blocking his path, their words laden with courtesy. As they drew near, they clasped their fists in greeting. And the other disciples from the Ziyun sect followed suit, their expressions imbued with reverence. Meng Hao's brow furrowed imperceptibly, but soon relaxed, a smile gracing his face as he clasped his fist in greeting to the two individuals. After a moment of contemplation, he revealed his name. Aware that even without disclosing it, these individuals would easily uncover it. Thus, he opted for candor. This scene, unnoticed by others, caught the attention of the Zhao Kingdom's cultivators nearby, who stared in disbelief at the jovial exchange between Meng Hao and the disciples of the Ziyun sect, their minds buzzing with astonishment. Particularly, Sun Hua's expression shifted repeatedly, his internal frustration palpable, yet he gazed at Meng Hao with incredulity. He was acutely aware that these white-clad cultivators were disciples of the prestigious Ziyun sect from the southern region, known for their arrogance and haughtiness. The fact that they displayed such deference towards Meng Hao was astonishing, and many of their gazes betrayed a sense of reverence. Though he did not grasp the events that had transpired, he understood that something remarkable had occurred to elicit such respect from these elite disciples. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he silently rejoiced that he had refrained from testing Meng Hao earlier. Had he done so, he would surely have lost face. Not only him, but Zhou Kai was also taken aback, initially regretting his decision to call out Meng Hao's name. He now felt a swell of admiration upon witnessing the scene. Brother Meng truly deserves his status as an inner disciple. When I once offered him spirit stones, he remained unfazed. Even now, in the face of our sect's dissolution, while we are like lost dogs, he commands respect from the disciples of the southern region's great sect. Zhou Kai reflected inwardly, filled with emotion. Inside the Baijin pavilion, Xiaoling blinked in astonishment as she observed Meng Hao surrounded by the Ziyun sect disciples. His demeanor was remarkably different from the one she had encountered earlier, gradually increasing her curiosity about him. "Brother Meng, could this spear be the legendary divine weapon with which you once triumphed over a multitude of beasts on Treasure Mountain?" Qian Shuihen of the Ziyun sect immediately steered the conversation towards the iron spear in Meng Hao's grasp. He had noticed its presence several times but could not discern its extraordinary nature. However, he vividly recalled Meng Hao wielding it to devastating effect against monstrous creatures. Indeed, the scene of Brother Meng on Treasure Mountain left a profound impression on me. "This spear looks familiar. You cannot deny it, Brother Meng." Lu Song chimed in with a hearty laugh from the side. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with a strange expression, which quickly faded as he nodded with a smile. "I did indeed wield this spear on that day," he confessed candidly. "This spear is indeed a treasure. I have witnessed countless beasts fall victim to its might." "The image of Brother Meng in his moment of glory remains etched in my mind," Lu Song remarked, his gaze now fervent as he looked at the iron spear. He then cast a cold glance at Qian Shuihen. Their eyes met, both revealing an unspoken rivalry and a determination to claim the spear for themselves. Their exchange did not go unnoticed by the Zhao Kingdom cultivators, who immediately fixated on the iron spear. They had come seeking Meng Hao's legendary weapon, initially intending to probe its capabilities, but now it was clear that they no longer needed to test its power. It was evident that Meng Hao's prowess had subdued the disciples of the Ziyun sect. Sun Hua's eyes gleamed with intensity as he stepped closer, fixating on the iron spear. "However, Meng brother, it seems you have disrupted our trial by taking away numerous elixirs, spirit stones, and treasures from the Treasure Mountain." Lu Song chuckled, shaking his head nonchalantly. Regarding this matter, Meng Hao smiled lightly, casually retreating a few steps. "It matters not. That Treasure Mountain belongs to the old monster Song, who arrogantly claimed that anyone with the ability may take what they wish. I believe, Meng brother, your actions have brought great satisfaction to many. However, Meng brother, would you be willing to part with this spear? Our Ziyun sect will certainly offer you a fair price." Qian Shuihen stepped forward, his gaze fixated on the iron spear in Meng Hao's hands, eager to examine it closely. Yet, as Meng Hao held it, he was unable to inspect it. And with his cultivation level below the foundation establishment stage, he lacked the spiritual sense to discern any details from a distance. This, Meng Hao's expression revealed hesitation. Meng brother, this spear is of utmost importance to us. I kindly ask you to consider parting with it. Lu Song's eyes glinted as he understood the necessity of first swaying Meng Hao. Only after Meng Hao reluctantly agreed would it be time for him and Qian Shuihin to contest for it. He stepped forward calmly, though an air of intimidation seeped through his words. The old monster Song is known for his ruthless nature, and much of what Meng brother has taken are his cherished treasures. Had it not been for Elder Wu from our Ziyun sect detaining him, Meng brother, your position here could have been perilous. Qian Shuihin advanced another step, the pressure intensifying, and the threat in his tone was now blatant. The surrounding disciples of Ziyun's sect gradually spread out, subtly revealing an intent to encircle, their eyes shining with determination to acquire the spear today. This spear is merely an ordinary object. Meng Hao, holding the iron spear, glanced around at the encircling figures and then back at the two before him, furrowing his brow as he spoke slowly. Meng brother, do not jest, I would never mistake this. On that day, you were indeed wielding this spear, which has a distinctive dint on its shaft that I observed clearly. Lu Song laughed heartily, his gaze sweeping over the iron spear's body. Meng Hao was taken aback, realizing that this person had scrutinized it even more closely than himself, having overlooked the flaw until now. However, this expression only served to strengthen Lu Song's conviction. Despite his smile, a chill resided in his eyes. For the sake of the inner sect discipleship, while killing is off the table, he would resort to any other means necessary. Even if it is merely an ordinary object, we must acquire it. There is no need for further discussion on this point. Meng brother, we are determined to have this spear, and I implore you not to make this difficult for us. Otherwise, we shall be displeased. And you too will find yourself unhappy, even with such a treasure in hand. You must consider that our Ziyun sect is one of the 5 major sects of the southern region, with influence far beyond what you might imagine. Furthermore, this spear is not merely for us. It is coveted by Elder Wu of our sect. Qian Shuihin's intent to threaten grew more pronounced, and the chill in his words was unmistakable. This sudden shift caused the Zhao Kingdom cultivators to exchange glances, their expressions quickly becoming colorful. Each silent, yet their gazes towards Meng Hao laced with mockery. Especially Sun Hua, whose smile gradually emerged, felt that having these individuals assist in the probing was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Regardless of the eventual outcome, he believed he could act with spontaneity. Moreover, in his perspective, even if Meng Hao possessed this precious spear, he would never dare to offend a formidable sect like the Ziyun sect from the southern region. If Meng was unwilling, would you still attempt to seize it by force? Meng Hao's expression shifted, revealing a glint of ferocity in his eyes. Our sect, of course, has no intention of coveting your treasure, but Brother Meng must consider the consequences of offending us. What benefit could possibly arise from such actions? Furthermore, should we genuinely desire to obtain this item, we could easily enlist others to do so. Why would we need to act ourselves? Lu Song chuckled, casting a glance at the disciples from the Zhao Kingdom nearby, nodding slightly, which immediately invigorated Sun Hua and the others. Brother Meng, I, Qian, hold your esteemed treasure in high regard, so I shall be forthright. Whether you choose to sell this spear or not, you shall sell it. A cold glint flashed in Qian Shuihin's eyes as he spoke with chilling resolve. Meng Hao, suppressing a disdainful snort within, recognized that these individuals were courting their own misfortune and felt no inclination to dissuade them. However, he feigned a series of changing expressions, stepping back a few paces, his visage reflecting contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he seemed to grit his teeth suddenly, his eyes revealing a hint of bloodshot intensity. Ah, the Ziyun sect. Since you were so insistent on acquiring this spear, do present your offer. With a dramatic flourish of his sleeve, Meng Hao thrust the iron spear into the ground before him, his countenance dark and revealing a profound sense of anguish. As Meng Hao's words fell, an immediate hush descended upon the surroundings. All eyes converged in an instant upon the iron spear embedded in the ground. Qian Shuihin let out a hearty laugh and cupped his hands toward Meng Hao. Since Brother Meng has reluctantly parted with his treasure, I naturally cannot let you suffer a loss. Here are 500 spirit stones. As he spoke, Qian Shuihin retrieved a storage pouch from his robes and emptied it onto the ground. The clinking sound of spirit stones echoed as a small mountain of 500 glittering stones piled up beside them, instantly capturing the attention of the Zhao Kingdom disciples. Their expressions turned gleeful, for while 500 spirit stones were not insignificant, they were hardly enough to purchase such a treasure. If this transaction were to proceed, it would surely become a joke in the future. Even Meng Hao frowned, though his thoughts differed from those of the Zhao Kingdom disciples. To him, this iron spear was worth only a few taels of silver at best. Exchanging it for 500 spirit stones was already an enormous profit. Nonsense. You insult Brother Meng with such an offer. 500 spirit stones for this treasure? El Song, bid 1,500. With a flick of his sleeve, El Song snorted and produced his own storage pouch. The cascading sound of stones filled the air once more as a staggering pile of 1,500 spirit stones materialized beside them, dwarfing Qian Shuihan's offering. The dazzling brilliance of the stones was mesmerizing, drawing the onlookers into a trance. The Zhao Kingdom disciples were visibly moved. 1,500 spirit stones was no small sum to them. Even as disciples of the three great sects, accumulating such wealth was no easy feat. Their breathing grew slightly ragged, and even Sun Hua felt his heart race. Behind him, Zhou Kai stood frozen, his admiration for Meng Hao deepening, yet he was also filled with regret for having called out Meng Hao's name earlier. He sighed inwardly, burdened with guilt over forcing Meng Hao to part with his treasure. Junior brother El, you speak boldly indeed. Qian Shuihan shot El Song a cold glance. He was determined to obtain this treasure today, for in his eyes, it represented a ticket into the inner sect. No matter the cost, he could not afford to lose it. With only one inner sect position available, El Song had become his direct rival, making it impossible for them to collaborate in lowering the price. Lend me your spirit stones. Once we return to the sect, I will find a way to repay you. Qian Shuihan turned to the 5 or 6 fellow disciples behind him. Without hesitation, they opened their storage pouches and poured out their hard-earned savings. 2,100 spirit stones. Brother Meng, this is all I have. Qian Shuihan spoke indifferently, no longer concerned about the loss, and cast a frosty gaze toward El Song. El Song's expression darkened. The 1,500 spirit stones had already been borrowed from his fellow disciples. Seeing Qian Shuihan's higher bid and Meng Hao's hesitation, he slapped his storage pouch decisively. Brother Meng, I have no more spirit stones, but I do have pills. With that, El Song produced a small jade vial. Here are 3 heavenly water pills, suitable for cultivators below the 8th layer of qi condensation. They are premium elixirs refined by the Alchemy Hall of the Violet Fate Sect, each worth 500 spirit stones. As Lu Song's words resonated, the disciples from Zhao Kingdom felt an intense surge of excitement. Some among them quickly recognized the immense value of the heavenly water pill and promptly informed the others. Sun Hua's breath became increasingly rapid. He remembered hearing from the elders of his sect about the heavenly water pill, one of the 3 finest elixirs in the entire southern region for those at the 8th level of qi condensation, even in the Ziyun sect. This pill could only be obtained by outer disciples who had distinguished themselves through merit. Qian Shuihan furrowed his brow, gazing at Lu Song for a while before gritting his teeth and retrieving a pill vial from his storage bag. I may not possess the heavenly water pill, but I see that Brother Meng is at the 7th level of qi condensation. I have 7 earth spirit pills awarded to me by the sect for my past merits. They are most suitable for someone at your level. Qian Shuihan stated resolutely. Earth spirit pills are of little value. I possess them as well. Lu Song retorted with a cold smile. He glanced back at his fellow disciples, who, gritting their teeth, began to extract 10 earth spirit pills from their storage bags, their eyes turning red with anguish as they faced Qian Shuihan and his companions. Brother Qian, look. Meng Hao spoke shyly, his heart stirred. Qian Shuihan's expression shifted. It was evident to all that his offerings fell short compared to Lu Song's. However, the matter at hand was of utmost importance. Concerning the promotion to inner disciples. Junior brother Lu, are you intent on contending with me today? Qian Shuihan's eyes flashed with determination. As he raised his hand to strike his storage bag, a dark gleam shot out, transforming into a black nail that shimmered with brilliance. As it appeared, it created an afterimage and finally settled into Qian Shuihan's hand, exuding an unsettling sharpness. Brother Meng, this is a treasure bestowed upon me by the sect, known as the soul-seizing nail. It is imbued with a chilling aura. Should it wound someone, the cold will seep into their body, Qian Shuihan stated, suppressing his pain. The appearance of the nail sparked intense envy among his fellow disciples, while Lu Song's expression darkened, taken aback by Qian Shuihan's display. Meng Hao's eyes widened, his heart racing. The nail was clearly extraordinary. The disciples from Zhao Kingdom buzzed with excitement, recognizing its significance. This is the soul-seizing nail of Ziyun sect. I have heard the elders speak of this treasure. There are said to be only 108 of them, each possessing incredible power. Sun Hua's throat felt dry as he fixated on the black nail, wishing he were in Meng Hao's position to claim it for himself. Lu Song's expression shifted rapidly, his determination hardening. Today, his ambition for promotion to inner disciple was unwavering, and with only one spot available, he could not afford to falter. With a pained heart, he also retrieved an item from his storage bag. It was a feather fan, composed of 16 vibrant feathers, exuding a powerful aura that left onlookers awestruck. Brother Meng, this item is a treasured possession of mine, known as the Celestial River Fan. It requires no ritual refinement to wield. This fan allows one to soar through the skies. It's size adjustable at will. 16 feathers can be released to attack foes, or they can encircle one S form to create a protective feather shield, offering both offense and defense. Though it may not be a treasure of the sect, it is a boon I acquired through great fortune. Today, I present it in exchange for your cooperation. Elsong's countenance darkened significantly, his heart bleeding internally. Yet, in a bid to seize the opportunity to vie for inner sect qualifications against his formidable rival, Qian Shuihen, he resolved to risk it all. The mere unveiling of this fan caused Qian Shuihen's expression to shift dramatically, retreating 2 steps, his eyes bloodshot. He understood that this artifact was of utmost importance to his opponent, and its presentation signified a willingness to fight to the death. Simultaneously, the disciples from Zhao Kingdom wore expressions of shock, their minds buzzing. Although they did not recognize the fan, its extraordinary nature was evident. Its spiritual aura was so potent that it both astonished and stirred them. Sun Hua's eyes widened, his body trembling slightly, a wave of intense jealousy washing over him. Meng Hao took a deep breath, his emotions shifting from joy to apprehension. He felt he had offended the so-called old monster Song. Yet as the situation unfolded, it appeared that even their Ziyun sect would soon find itself at odds. This thought made him break out in a cold sweat. But it was clear that he had no choice but to barter today, whether he wanted to or not. He had to engage in this exchange. However, to an outsider, his furrowed brow and shadowed visage suggested that these treasures he held were insufficient to procure his prized possession. Brother Meng, I also possess a precious pill known as the Surge Pill, essential for those at the 9th level of Qi condensation. While it may not compare to the Foundation Establishment Pill, it is still of considerable value. Qian Shuihen abruptly struck his storage bag, suppressing the internal agony, and retrieved a pill vial. Yet, his words were not directed at Meng Hao but were fixed intently on Elsong. Meng Hao's heart grew even more tumultuous. Just as he was about to speak, Elsong let out a harsh laugh, raising his right hand to produce a brocade pouch from within his robes. Upon tipping it, a round, black pill tumbled out. Despite its lack of any outward spiritual aura, Elsong's reverent demeanor indicated its significance. Brother Meng, this pill is not meant for consumption. Rather, it is a rare spell pill. When crushed, it transforms into a black scorpion imbued with lethal venom capable of severely injuring those below the 9th level of Qi condensation, and it may even kill. This spell pill was a gift from Elsong's family, and he presented it to you today. With his eyes reddened, Elsong did not gaze at Meng Hao but remained fixed on Qian Shuihen, holding the pill as if to negotiate while simultaneously issuing a veiled threat, clearly indicating his intention to resolve matters through confrontation. Qian Shuihen's expression fluctuated, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Yet he soon subdued it and spoke slowly. How about we exchange these treasures together and present them to Elder Wu for his judgment? Lu Song remained silent, unwilling to take direct action. If he were in the shadows, it would have been one thing, but with so many eyes around, he had merely issued threats before. Now, upon hearing Qian Shuihen's words, he nodded. Despite the pain in his heart, he watched as Qian Shuihen placed the piece of Chong Taiden down, and with gritted teeth, he set them before the crystal stone. Witnessing this scene, Qian Shuihen felt a sense of relief and did not inquire about Meng Hao, instead making a beeline for the iron spear. Lu Song followed suit, and the two seized the spear simultaneously, each remaining vigilant of the other, unaware of their surroundings as they rushed towards the city gate. The other disciples of the Ziyun sect quickly followed suit, their figures vanishing into the distance as they headed towards the city gate, their trajectory aligning with the direction of the Guoguang mountain range. Meng Hao's heart raced. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his wide sleeves to gather all items before him and swiftly turned to sprint at full speed. The disciples from the Zhao Kingdom, their eyes gleaming with excitement, especially Sun Hua, whose eyes burned with fervor, were ready to pursue. However, upon seeing Meng Hao wave his right hand, the precious fan soared forth and rested beneath his feet, dramatically increasing his speed as he sped away. Meanwhile, within the Baijin Pavilion beside the western gate, A middle-aged man seated cross-legged by the alchemical furnace opened his eyes for the first time, his gaze sharp as lightning, seemingly capable of perceiving Ming Hao's departing figure. He mused on the disciples of the Ziyun sect, lamenting their decline, as one generation proved more foolish than the last. Even those who had yet to establish their foundation and lacked spiritual awareness could not discern the truth, rendering them ineffectual. His words, delivered with a detached tone, reached the ears of Qiaoling and the other women at the entrance. Having witnessed the unfolding events, they turned in confusion upon hearing his statement. It was merely an iron spear, and the young man named Meng had himself declared it an ordinary item. The middle-aged man calmly spoke, then closed his eyes once more. Within the depths of Meng Hao's heart, a profound unease took root as he stood upon the newly acquired treasure fan. With all his spiritual energy, he hastily fled, fearful that any delay could lead to dire consequences. Having already incurred the wrath of the old monster Song, he now found himself at odds with the Ziyun sect as well. Yet, he could hardly be blamed. It was they who insisted on the exchange. Sighing, Meng Hao felt a touch of innocence. After all, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to comply. With each sigh, he quickened his pace, striving to put considerable distance between himself and the Guardian mountain range. He needed to find a place to conceal himself, for should he be pursued, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Furrowing his brow, Meng Hao felt the power of the treasure fan dissipate, and it fell to the ground. He promptly stowed the fan away and continued his flight. He pondered when he might reach Foundation Establishment, the point at which he could truly soar through the skies. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days slipped by without a moment's rest as Meng Hao pressed onward. Reflecting on his relentless journey since being pursued by Shang Guanxiu from the Dakingshan, he felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, escape was imperative, for the consequences of failure were unimaginable. Meanwhile, deep within the Guardian mountain range, atop the flat peak beside the treasure mountain, Wu Dingxiu wore a smile as he picked up a chess piece, contemplating for nearly half an hour before slowly placing it down. Opposite him, the old monster Song wore a grim expression, glaring intently at Wu Dingxiu before huffing and hastily making his move. Your cultivation is commendable, but your composure leaves much to be desired. As cultivators, we must remain calm and collected, even in the face of calamity. Look at you. Merely having some trifles taken by a junior has thrown you into disarray. Wu Dingxiu stroked his beard, chuckling lightly with an air of nonchalance. Had it been you, you would have reacted the same, Song retorted, annoyance evident in his tone. Certainly not. Were it me, I would only express admiration, not anger. Our Ziyun sect emphasizes the cultivation of one's temperament. How could one allow such trivial matters to provoke rage? Old Song, I must say, in terms of temperance, you could learn a thing or two from our Ziyun sect. Wu Dingxiu laughed heartily, his pride palpable as he observed Song's reaction. How about this? Once we finish this game of chess, accompany me to the Ziyun sect. I will personally show you our sect's techniques for cultivating composure, allowing you to gain insight into how to remain steadfast. Wu Dingxiu's smile broadened, his wrinkles deepening with delight. Song merely huffed, remaining silent as he turned his gaze toward the distance. Wu Dingxiu's smile grew even brighter as he followed his gaze. Soon, 2 figures emerged from the thicket. Running swiftly towards them, Qian Shuihan and El Song, both wielding iron spears, making their way directly to the flat peak, with several disciples of the Ziyun sect trailing behind them. Greetings, Elder Wu. We have fulfilled your command and successfully exchanged for this treasured spear. Both Qian Shuihan and El Song spoke in unison as they stepped onto the flat peak. Song's countenance darkened, while Wu Dingxiu's laughter echoed joyfully. Excellent. You two have done well. As a reward, I shall promote you to inner disciples. However, you did not make things difficult for that young friend, did you? Wu Dingxiu inquired with a smile. In response to Elder Wu, we merely facilitated the exchange and did not trouble him, they replied in unison. Qian Shuihan hastily spoke, while El Song beside him appeared visibly excited, eagerly nodding in agreement. Song Leaguai, come, let us appreciate this treasured divine spear together. Wu Dingxiu laughed heartily, and with a flick of his sleeve, the iron spear soared towards him, landing deftly in his grasp. However, the moment the spear touched his hand, Wu Dingxiu's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes sparkled with a keen light as he examined the weapon closely. Initially, Song Leaguai wore a gloomy countenance, but upon scrutinizing the iron spear, his eyes gleamed with newfound brilliance, and a smile soon graced his lips. Wu Dingxiu's expression grew increasingly grim. To him, the spear appeared as mere common iron. Reluctantly, he pointed it towards a beast lurking below the mountain, yet the creature showed no reaction. His face, now a mask of displeasure, slowly turned towards Qian Shuihen and El Song with a chilling gaze. Qian Shuihen and El Song, filled with excitement, trembled at the sight of Wu Dingqiu's intense stare. Confusion etched across their faces. "What did you trade for this spear?" Wu Dingqiu inquired, enunciating each word with palpable tension. The disciple offered 2,100 spirit stones, 7 earth spirit pills, a sect's demonic nail, and a congealing pill. Qian Shuihen replied nervously. Wu Dingqiu's expression darkened further. The disciple also contributed 1,500 spirit stones, 3 heaven spirit pills, a treasured fan, and a magical pill. El Song chimed in. At that moment, Song Leigue's laughter echoed, imbued with a sense of release, as if he sought to dispel the frustrations of recent days through his mirth. "You fools, this iron spear is a forgery." Wu Dingqiu, already incensed, could hardly contain his fury upon hearing how much his disciples had sacrificed, compounded by the jarring laughter of Song Leigue. He roared, his voice crashing through the air like thunder, shattering the chessboard beneath them and causing the mountain beneath his feet to erupt violently. Qian Shuihen and El Song were thrown back, blood spewing from their mouths, their minds ringing with the weight of Wu Dingqiu's proclamation. A forgery, they murmured in disbelief. Wu Dingqiu's voice resonated across the region, echoing throughout much of the Guoguang mountain range, even reaching the distant Dongxiu city. In that moment, his voice rolled like thunder, causing those who had lingered in the city, including Sun Hua and his companions, to momentarily freeze in shock. But soon, recognition dawned upon Sun Hua, and his expression shifted to one of alarm. "The spear is a fake?" he queried, glancing at his companions, who too seemed to recall something, their faces shifting in unison. "It can't be referring to that iron spear." Within the Baijin pavilion, Xiaoling was introducing a magical artifact to a cultivator when she was jolted by the commotion outside, instinctively thinking of Meng Hao and the iron spear, her expression turning peculiar. The middle-aged man at the alchemy furnace opened his eyes, a hint of derision flashing within them before he silently closed them again. Far from the Guoguang mountain range, Meng Hao raced forward, his head bowed as he quickened his pace. Within the majestic Guardian mountain range, the laughter of the eccentric Song reverberated, its jarring tone causing Wu Dingqiu's countenance to darken considerably. As a venerable elder of the Xian sect, he found himself the target of mockery from a mere qi condensation cultivator. Although this incident bore no direct relevance to him, the thought of it becoming public knowledge was utterly humiliating. At this moment, he longed to find Meng Hao immediately. Upon turning, he beheld the terrified expressions of Qian Shuihen and El Song, which only fueled his disdain. He inwardly lamented, recognizing that these disciples, accustomed to the confines of the sect, lacked the experience of interacting with outsiders, much like domesticated flowers, woefully deficient in both cunning and worldly knowledge. With a cold snort, he cast his iron spear to the ground and prepared to extend his spiritual awareness in search of Meng Hao. Yet, at that very moment, Song stepped forward, blocking his path with an air of triumph. "Dear Wu, do not let anger consume you. Your esteemed Ziyun sect emphasizes tranquility and mental cultivation. How can one be so easily incensed over such trivial matters? My dear brother, I must advise you to delve deeper into your sect's teachings on nurturing one's spirit." Song's laughter echoed, yet he stood resolute, determined to prevent Wu from departing. Previously, Wu had denied him passage, and now he would not grant the same to Wu. Wu Dingqiu's expression darkened as he fixed a steely gaze upon Song, yet words eluded him, leaving him feeling profoundly stifled. "You have destroyed the chessboard. The game remains unfinished. How about this? Did you not invite me to your Xian sect? Let us proceed there, and we shall engage in a few months of chess." Song's grin was triumphant, and his earlier vexation dissipated entirely, especially upon witnessing Wu Dingqiu's discontent. As for Meng Hao's theft of his treasure, Song deemed it trivial compared to the pleasure of inciting Wu's ire. It was a source of great amusement for him. At this juncture, he forcibly led Wu Dingqiu away, adopting an unyielding demeanor that signified he would not allow Wu to escape. Wu Dingqiu, feeling a surge of frustration, stared at Song for a prolonged moment before heaved a deep sigh, understanding that today, Song would not permit him to pursue. With a stomp of his foot, he suppressed his fury and allowed himself to be led skyward by Song. "You lot, do not lag behind. A bunch of useless fools. Every inner sect disciple has failed their advancement. Upon returning to the sect, each of you shall enter seclusion for cultivation." Wu Dingqiu shouted towards the ground, causing Qian Shuihen and El Song to tremble, while the other disciples turned pale. "Damn Meng Hao, I shall remember you, you shameless wretch." El Song seethed, His expression contorted with rage as he recalled Meng Hao's sheepish demeanor, stoking the flames of his fury. He had never encountered such a brazen individual. The pretense of heartbreak over a counterfeit spear was infuriating, especially considering the exorbitant price he had paid, culminating in his failure to advance within the inner sect. The more Elsong reflected on it, the closer he felt to spitting blood in anger. Utterly shameless, despicable beyond measure. Meng Hao, you are too vile. Should I cross paths with you again, I shall ensure you meet a fate most gruesome. In the depths of despair, he grasped the iron spear. A surge of frustration coursing through him as he lamented the loss of his promotion to an inner sect disciple. The precious elixirs and treasures that had slipped through his fingers. His resentment towards Meng Hao had reached a boiling point when he exchanged glances with Lu Song. A mutual understanding of shared suffering passed between them. This spear would serve as a constant reminder within their sect. A vow to one day exact vengeance upon the detestable Meng Hao, a sentiment that burned fiercely in their hearts. However, their trial had concluded, and they were compelled to return to their sect, with this seething hatred and murderous intent forever etched in their souls. At that very moment, Meng Hao was consumed by trepidation, feeling unjustly wronged. He sighed repeatedly yet quickened his pace, fleeing for 7 consecutive days until he finally stumbled upon a secluded cave in the mountains. There, he settled into a meditative posture, seeking to calm his turbulent spirit. What a torment this is, he sighed, weary from his relentless flight and the anxiety of being pursued, his heart heavy with exhaustion. It was not until the following dawn that he opened his eyes, resuming his escape. A fortnight passed, during which he dared not reveal himself to others, seeking refuge in the remote wilderness until he deemed it safe to carve out a hidden abode with his flying sword, where he could enter seclusion and meditate. As 2 months slipped by, a sudden, thunderous roar reverberated through the mountains surrounding his cave, startling the wild beast into flight. Outside his dwelling, a massive stone he had chipped away exploded into shards. Emerging from the debris, Meng Hao appeared with flowing long hair, clad in scholarly robes, his eyes glimmering with intensity. An indescribable aura enveloping him, accompanied by a faint fragrance. His face was alight with joy as he stood outside his cave, closing his eyes in contemplation before erupting into laughter, his mirth echoing through the wilderness and sending the beast fleeing once more. I have reached the 8th layer of qi condensation, he declared, clenching his fists, the brilliance in his gaze reminiscent of the brightest stars in the night sky. For over 2 months, he had dedicated himself to seclusion, the initial tension and sense of crisis gradually dissipating with the passage of time. Focused on his cultivation, he amassed over 10,000 spirit stones and a wealth of elixirs, embarking on a protracted period of introspection. He refused to remain ensnared in a state of peril. Only by growing stronger could he diminish the number of those who posed a threat to him. I must become powerful, not for any other reason, but simply to attain strength. Meng Hao inhaled deeply, savoring the mountain air, his determination shining through. Though he was a scholar, steeped in Confucian teachings, 3 years had been sufficient to transform his inner self. The Meng Hao of today, shaped by a series of trials, was no longer the same as before. Instead, a steadfastness of character emerged, manifesting in his persistence after failing the examination, his struggles within the Reliance sect, and his defiance in the face of Wang Tingfei. Now, it was embodied in his anticipation for the future. The desire for strength mirrors the aspiration for wealth. Both are dreams devoid of substantial rationale. If one were to attribute a cause, it would stem from the fear of poverty and the frailty of being weak, prompting the pursuit of power and the ambition to become affluent. This encapsulates Meng Hao's understanding of human nature. Life burns with an unyielding fervor, embodying vitality. Much like a person who strives for self-improvement, refusing to bow to adversity, Meng Hao lifted his gaze, contemplating the supremacy of the Zhao nation's formidable warriors beyond the confines of the Reliant Mountain sect. Recalling the indifference of those who could extinguish his existence with a mere gesture, and the watchful eye of the middle-aged guardian beside Wang Tingfei. Having lost his parents in childhood, Meng Hao recognized that without a steadfast heart dedicated to self-reliance, he would not have survived to this day. He would have succumbed to despair. Within the Reliant Mountain sect, had he lacked the resolve for self-improvement, he could not have ascended to the inner disciples. Self-reliance and persistence are the pathways to his future. With a deep exhale, Meng Hao raised his right hand and flicked his sleeve, unleashing a bolt of black light that transformed into a black nail, which surged forth with a radiant darkness, hurtling towards a distant boulder. With a resounding crash, the towering stone crumbled into fragments, revealing a multitude of black ice amid the debris, which emanated a chilling aura upon contact with the ground. Satisfied, Meng Hao summoned the black nail back to his palm. With another flick, vibrant hues enveloped him as a fan composed of 16 feathers emerged, swirling around him. At his command, the fan exploded into 16 beams of light that scattered like flying swords, exuding a fierce intent. As he beckoned, the feathers circled rapidly around him, forming an impenetrable barrier, capable of morphing into various shapes through his spiritual power. In a moment, the 16 feathers reassembled into the precious fan, resting in Meng Hao's hand. Unfortunately, his supply of spirit stones remained insufficient. The copper mirror consumed them at an alarming rate. To replicate a single earth spirit pill required 100 spirit stones. And even more astonishingly, the celestial spirit pill needed 500 stones for duplication. Such exorbitant costs were disheartening. Meng Hao furrowed his brow, realizing that the over 10,000 spirit stones had dwindled to a mere few. In a span of 2 months, he had managed to ascend from the 7th to the 8th layer of chi condensation by consuming over 80 earth spirit pills, nearly 1 or 2 daily to achieve this progression. As cultivation advanced, the demand for spiritual energy escalated. Meng Hao murmured to himself, glancing into his storage bag, where 5 celestial spirit pills remained, though he had already ingested 1. To reach the 9th layer of chi condensation, he estimated needing at least 150 pills. This necessity for a greater quantity of spiritual energy, coupled with the possibility that excessive consumption of pills had led to his body developing an aversion to them, left him in uncertainty. According to his calculations, in the absence of celestial spirit pills, the requirement for other pills would be even more substantial. 150 celestial spirit pills equated to over 70,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, an extensive period would be necessary for compensation, yet with his average aptitude, time would be an even greater constraint. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he sighed quietly, feeling increasingly despondent about the emptiness of his storage bag. Within his storage bag, there lay 3 substantial spirit stones, yet Meng Hao dared not employ them. As his cultivation journey progressed, he increasingly perceived the recklessness of his past decision to replicate the wooden sword. These grand spirit stones were undoubtedly extraordinary. Otherwise, he could not have replicated the jade blood crystal. Unless absolutely necessary, these magnificent stones must remain untouched, for who knows what greater purpose they may serve in the future. Resolute in his decision, he transformed into a streak of radiant light, his precious fan illuminating the air around him as he sped into the distance. After a moment's contemplation, he stirred the spiritual energy within him, causing the brilliance of the fan beneath his feet to dissipate into an unremarkable glow, granting him peace of mind as he soared away. Several months had passed. The disciples of the Ziyun sect should have departed by now. With careful deliberation, he continued onward until he exited the depths of the mountains. Gazing into the distance, Meng Hao recognized the direction, drawing near to the capital of the Zhao kingdom. This place had once been his dream, second only to the Tang dynasty in the east. Reflecting on the past, a wave of emotion surged within him. 3 years of examinations had yielded no success, and he still lacked the qualifications to take the final test in the capital. Yet now, 3 years later, he was no longer the naive scholar of yore, but rather a seasoned cultivator. As he approached the capital of the Zhao kingdom, Meng Hao abandoned his earlier gliding and instead walked along the official road. With his long hair tied back and adorned in a scholar's robe, he appeared much like the student he once was. His once diminutive stature had grown considerably over the years of cultivation, and though his skin retained a slight darkness, he exuded an invigorating aura. In this moment of reverie, it was early spring, and in Zhao, snowflakes occasionally continued to fall. Unbeknownst to him, as he walked, the evening sky gradually cloaked itself in a soft snowfall, blanketing the earth in a pristine white. The snow settled upon Meng Hao's hair without melting, gently resting there, swaying with the breeze, perhaps to be whisked away. The surroundings were not silent. As he neared the capital, the presence of horse-drawn carriages became increasingly prevalent. Behind him, one such carriage sped forth, seemingly anxious not to miss the closing of the city gates. As it passed by, it stirred up a flurry of snowflakes, and the carriage's curtain was caught by the wind, revealing a scholarly youth inside. Meng Hao cast a glance at the young scholar, his expression calm. Yet his eyes reflected a memory from years prior, of his own studious days. Though merely 20 years of age, Meng Hao felt as though his heart had aged somewhat. Just as he sighed softly, the carriage came to a halt ahead. The curtain was lifted, and the scholar turned to glance back. As Meng Hao approached, the young man dismounted and bowed respectfully towards him. "Are you also bound for the capital of Zhao for the imperial examination?" he inquired. "In my youth, I harbored grand aspirations, but they have since dissipated. Now, I merely wish to behold the Tang Tower. Meng Hao promptly returned the gesture. Alas, seeing your noble demeanor, I had hoped we might be fellow candidates. Why abandon the path of officialdom? The scholar, appearing to be of similar age, spoke with a tinge of regret. Meng Hao merely shook his head in silence. Alas, the snow falls rapidly, and the roads are treacherous. If we tarry too long, we may not gain entry into the city. It would be prudent for you to accompany me. Perhaps we may still reach the city in time. The scholar, resembling Meng Hao, smiled in invitation. Meng Hao glanced at the sky and then at the scholar, clasped his hands in gratitude, and climbed into the carriage alongside him. Inside the carriage, a bronze stove burned, dispelling the chill of the outside air, revealing the scholar's affluent background. An elderly man drove the carriage, which hinted at several intricate details. Notably, despite the old man wearing a wide-brimmed hat and bowing his head, his hands were notably large, suggesting he possessed some martial prowess. Young sir, my name is Zhang Yong. There is no need for formality between us. We are both scholars and ought to support one another in the outside world. Zhang Yong said, warming his hands with a smile. I am Meng Hao. Thank you, brother Zhang. Meng Hao replied with a grin, his gaze falling upon the scroll beside Zhang Yong, which bore the elegant characters of Book of Rites, exuding an ancient charm. Clearly an authentic tome rather than a mere copy. Your surname is Meng? Zhang Yong's demeanor immediately shifted, and although constrained within the carriage, he likewise clasped his hands in a bow. It turns out you belong to the esteemed lineage of Li Ren. I apologize for my rudeness within the carriage. I hope Brother Meng can forgive my oversight. There is no need for such formality, Brother Zhang. A surname is but a name. I have repeatedly failed in my examinations. I am deeply ashamed and unworthy of such reverence. Meng Hao returned the gesture with humility as they resumed their seats. Brother Meng, your words are misguided. A surname is a blessing passed down from antiquity. Even if one does not succeed in the imperial examinations, as long as one harbors benevolence and propriety, one embodies the essence of a great scholar, Zhang Yong stated earnestly. What, then, is a scholar? Meng Hao pondered in silence before raising his gaze to the scholar before him and calmly replied. Rituals and music, benevolence and righteousness, loyalty and forgiveness, and moderation constitute the essence of a scholar, Zhang Yong answered without hesitation. Meng Hao fell silent, watching the snowflakes drift through the lifted curtain, and after a long pause, his voice emerged softly. And what, then, is life? Life? Zhang Yong hesitated, momentarily taken aback, and did not respond immediately. The carriage fell into silence, the only sound being the howling of the wind and snow outside. Meng Hao raised his right hand, extending it beyond the curtain, as snowflakes gradually settled upon his palm. This snow only graces the winter. It can only thrive in the biting wind. Thus, this frigid season is its existence, Meng Hao murmured, drawing his hand back toward the bronze stove, where the snowflakes melted swiftly, transforming into water that flowed through the lines of his palm. Snow can only survive in winter. When it draws near the fire, it perishes. This, too, is its existence. No matter how fervently it yearns for summer, it can only fade away. The snow in his palm had become water, for this was not its realm. Meng Hao lifted his right hand, casting the droplets outward from the carriage. Instantly, these droplets, unseen by the scholar, transformed back into snowflakes, drifting away. Zhang Yong stood there, his expression one of bewilderment, until the carriage passed through the city gates. And Meng Hao's voice, calm and distant, broke the silence. Thank you, Brother Zhang, for your companionship along the way. I bid you farewell. Meng Hao bowed respectfully, alighting from the carriage and stepping into the snow-covered street. Yearning for summer, yet destined to exist solely in the winter's embrace, the snow could only silently depart. Is this not the essence of its existence? Zhang Yong gazed into the distance at Meng Hao's receding figure, murmuring softly. After a considerable time, he alighted from the carriage and, bowing deeply in the direction Meng Hao had departed, offered a profound salute. In the biting cold wind, his silhouette gradually became obscured by the falling snowflakes. Yet, he understood that once he returned to the carriage, the snow upon him would perish. The scene of this day would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Even years later, when he would rise to prominence as a renowned scholar in the state of Zhao, he would occasionally find himself in the winter's snow, raising his hand to observe the snowflakes in his palm slowly transform into water, silently recalling that scholar named Meng Hao from years past on a snowy night. The state of Zhao, separated by the celestial river sea, once perhaps part of the unified southern Zhan lands, lies to its southern side, connected to the southern domain of the western land. More precisely, it resides at the edge of the southern domain, although it is not near the sea. After traversing countless mountains from here, one can still behold the magnificent expanse of the River Sea. Zhao is not vast, nor does it boast a large populace. Yet its capital remains a vibrant tapestry of prosperity. Despite the snowflakes drifting through the city at dusk, the warm glow of lights from each household still offers solace to those who have a home. For the homeless, however, wandering through this snowy night may evoke an indescribable sense of loneliness. Meng Hao walked along the street, the sky now darkening. The bustling crowds of the day had vanished, leaving only a few figures, most of whom hurried past with their hats pulled low. Gazing ahead, he could faintly discern a striking edifice within the capital of Zhao, a tower, known as the Tang Tower. Soaring to a height of 100 zhang, though not as lofty as a mountain, it stood tall amidst the capital, drawing attention. At this moment, the wind and snow blurred its form. Yet they could not erase the thoughts and aspirations of the Zhao monarch and the learned men who had forged this Tang Tower. Towards the eastern lands, towards the great Tang, Meng Hao longed to gaze upon Chang'an. Though he had never visited this capital nor seen the Tang Tower, the instant he laid eyes upon it, he instinctively recognized it as the Tang Tower. It embodied his past aspirations of one day ascending it as a civil official to behold the vastness of the world beyond. Meng Hao silently observed the Tang Tower amidst the swirling snow for a long time. Before the disappearance of his parents, a purple wind had swept through the outside world, heralded by outsiders as an omen of good fortune, claiming that celestial beings were seen in the sky. Meng Hao advanced, fixated on the Tang Tower, murmuring quietly. He remained silent, unable to forget the events of that fateful night many years ago. From that day forth, his childhood was lost. His character transformed from reliance on his parents to one of resilience. It was on that day that Meng Hao conceived a dream. He would journey to the eastern lands. He would go to the Great Tang. Outsiders spoke of his parents as deceased, but Meng Hao knew they were merely missing. They still existed. He would never forget that night when he saw his father, clad in a purple long robe, standing by the window, gazing at the purple wind outside. His eyes filled with sorrow as they met Meng Hao's. He would also remember the soft cries of his mother in the night. These memories he shared with no one, keeping them locked within the depths of his heart. Meng Hao gazed at the approaching Tang Tower, his mind awash with a multitude of past memories. With a soft sigh, his breath was fragmented by the swirling snow and wind, failing to escape the capital, the Zhao Kingdom, or even the southern regions. Unable to traverse the celestial river and sea, nor reach the distant Chang'an in the east. Perhaps it was the tales his mother told him about the Tang dynasty from a young age, recounting how every nation had its own capital, often adorned with a Tang Tower, a place deemed the closest to Chang'an beyond the eastern lands. As Meng Hao murmured softly to himself, he drew nearer to the vicinity of the Tang Tower, lifting his gaze. The storm raged fiercely, the howling wind resonating all around, swirling snowflakes that seemed to incessantly batter against the structure. From this vantage point, the building was architecturally exquisite, resting upon an octagonal base, reminiscent of a towering pagoda. Its entire form was enveloped in a verdant hue, perhaps the very color one would envision for the great Tang dynasty. Despite the snowy night, soldiers of the Zhao Kingdom patrolled the area, for only those of merit or authority could pay homage to heaven and earth before entering. Yet, for a mere mortal like Meng Hao, there was no detection as he traversed the path, ultimately stepping inside the Tang Tower. An aged staircase spiraled within, leading up to the pinnacle, adorned with vibrant murals depicting the eastern lands, the grandeur of the Tang dynasty, and the splendor of Chang'an. He recalled his mother's tales of the eastern lands in the Tang, stories that once eluded his understanding in childhood, but now, in reflection, were vividly detailed, surpassing even the artistry of the murals before him. As Meng Hao ascended the staircase, he absorbed the imagery until reaching the summit of the Tang Tower, where the murals concluded, replaced by representations of local customs and breathtaking landscapes, interwoven with enchanting legends that beckoned the soul. At this pinnacle, the wind and snow howled outside, the gusts intensifying and the snowfall thickening. Meng Hao inhaled deeply, casting his gaze toward the horizon, yet all he could see was a blanket of white, obscuring the eastern lands, the Tang dynasty, and Chang'an itself. It dawned upon him that Chang'an was indeed beyond his sight. He murmured softly, standing in silence, his thoughts swirling for what felt like an eternity. In this moment, he was not a civil servant performing rites. He was a practitioner of the arcane, a cultivator at the 8th level of qi condensation. The path he traversed had diverged, yet the direction remained unchanged. The external winds tousled his long hair, and the snow encircled him, refusing to melt, as if acknowledging the essence of Meng Hao's life, much like the snow itself. After a long while, he closed his eyes and seated himself in a meditative posture atop the Tang Tower, embracing tranquility. As midnight deepened, the storm intensified, and the flickering lights of countless homes dimmed. From the Tang Tower, the city lay cloaked in darkness and silence, and within this obscurity, Meng Hao's closed eyes conjured memories of warmth from years past amidst the snow in Yujie County. Time passed, and eventually, the tempest subsided. In the early morning, Meng Hao opened his eyes, uncertain whether he beheld the first light of dawn or the dawn first beheld him. As the sun rose, the city gradually stirred to life. Bustling streets unfurling the mundane world before Meng Hao, as it slowly unfolded in the light of day. Meng Hao gazed silently, enduring the passage of time from deep night to dawn. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, until 7 days slipped by under his watchful eyes. The light in his gaze transformed from a faint glimmer to a radiant glow, eventually settling into a tranquil calm. Like the ebb and flow of thoughts and the profound realizations of life, on the morning of the 8th day, he beheld a scene beneath the Tang building. Soldiers kneeling in reverence before a middle-aged man clad in imperial robes, surrounded by a throng of followers, who were paying homage to heaven and earth. A multitude of commoners also joined in, bowing in unison. As Meng Hao rose to his feet, he stepped forward towards the sky at the moment they bowed, avoiding their gesture of worship. He exited the Tang building, gliding forward on a magical fan that supported his form. He sensed it was time to depart, yearning for one last glance at the Tang building. However, in the instant he turned back, his eyes suddenly sharpened with intensity. He observed a gentle radiance emanating from the Tang building as the worshippers knelt. A light invisible to ordinary mortals, perceptible only to those attuned to spiritual energies. This brilliance surged towards the heavens, causing the clouds to swirl ominously, hinting at the emergence of a vast vortex, unseen by the mundane world, yet vividly clear to Meng Hao, who gasped in astonishment. For within that vortex, he discerned an endless expanse of bones and ruins, shrouded in a chilling aura, enveloped in swirling black mist. The details eluded him, but an indescribable sense of mystery and foreboding enveloped the scene. Meng Hao's spirit trembled as he glimpsed a colossal coffin hidden within the black fog of the vortex. At that moment, amidst the desolate remnants, he saw a skeletal figure seated beside the coffin, its dried and withered form suddenly awakening, its eyes opening to reveal gray pupils encircled by 7 star-like points of light. Though faint, these glimmers seemed to pierce through the vortex, locking onto Meng Hao's gaze. In that fleeting moment, Meng Hao's mind erupted with a cacophony of thoughts, his eyes unable to shut, a sharp pain coursing through him. As if the 7 stellar points were manifesting within his own pupils, his body began to exhibit signs of withering, wisps of black mist emanating from every pore. Terrified, he swiftly retreated, and at that instant, the vortex was inexplicably swallowed by the clouds, the oppressive force around him dissipating as everything returned to a semblance of normalcy, as though the preceding events had been mere illusions. Yet, though the decay within him ceased, the remnants of death still lingered. Meng Hao's expression shifted continuously as he cast his gaze downwards, noticing the Tang building's radiance had vanished, while the worshippers continued their rites on the ground. With a somber countenance, he resolutely summoned the magical fan, transforming it into a swift arc as he departed. As he glided beyond the capital of Zhao, Meng Hao glanced back towards the Tang building, then up at the sky, a torrent of intense confusion surging within him. That could not have been an illusion. What manner of existence was the Tang building? I had once thought it merely a worldly entity, yet it now appeared undeniably extraordinary. And what of the world within that vortex? A realm of ruins, suffused with an aura of death, littered with countless skeletal remains. Meng Hao felt a chill creep down his spine as he recalled the corpse that had opened its eyes to gaze at him amidst those ruins. That corpse's gaze was filled with an icy ruthlessness, its presence sinister and chilling, especially those 7 star-like points of light within its gray pupils. Even now, the memory sent a wave of cold dread through Meng Hao, his body breaking into a cold sweat. And then there was that coffin. Meng Hao took a deep breath, his expression tinged with reverence. Who was buried within it? Why had it appeared in that mysterious vortex? And why? Was it connected to the Tang Tower? Could all of this be linked to the Eastern Tang dynasty? Meng Hao fell silent, his gaze upon the Tang Tower now carrying even greater awe. He exhaled deeply, knowing that gliding through the air could not last forever. As his feet touched the ground, he strode swiftly away from the place. A vague unease settled over him. Being seen by that corpse within the vortex felt like an omen. After putting considerable distance between himself and the capital of Zhao, Meng Hao finally managed to suppress the lingering fear in his heart. Yet, his brow remained furrowed. He examined his body. Roughly a tenth of his flesh had withered, making his already lean frame appear even more gaunt. But that was the least of his concerns. What truly troubled him were the wisps of black mist seeping from his body, smoke like tendrils, as if his very life were burning away. No matter how he tried to disperse them, they continued to rise, forming a dark haze around him, visible even from afar. Though his body had ceased withering, this eerie black mist showed no signs of stopping. Its conspicuous presence made stealth impossible. Meng Hao sped forward, sighing inwardly as he resolved to seek refuge in the depths of the mountains, waiting for the mist to fade before emerging again. An hour later, Meng Hao stormed out of a secluded mountain range in frustration. Even within an enclosed cavern, the mist somehow permeated every barrier, drifting outward without hindrance. Damn it all, how long will this mist persist? Gritting his teeth, he dared not linger in one place for too long. He had noticed that if he stayed too long, the mist would gather into an even more alarming spectacle, something that would surely draw attention, mistaken for the emergence of some rare treasure. Frowning, Meng Hao plunged deeper into the mountains, racing tirelessly through the wilderness. Whenever his spiritual energy waned, he swallowed elixirs without hesitation. Only by keeping in constant motion could he prevent the black mist from coalescing into a concentrated mass, scattering it instead into less noticeable wisps. Yet still, the mist rose, diffusing into the sky. For 7 days straight, Meng Hao pushed himself to exhaustion, barely resting as he traversed the rugged terrain. The accursed mist, black by day, transformed into a luminous white at night, a sight that sent fresh waves of dread through him. Fortunately, by the 7th day, he sensed the mist's emission weakening. Judging by its gradual decline, he estimated it would take roughly a month for it to vanish entirely. He dared not remain in any one mountain range for long, wary of attracting unwanted attention, especially since he couldn't be certain whether the disciples of the Violet Fate sect had truly departed. And so, he pressed onward, journeying from one range to the next. On this day, Meng Hao sat cross-legged upon a precious fan, gliding through the thicket, when he suddenly concentrated, raising his gaze to behold 4 figures swiftly approaching from the distant mountains. His brow furrowed in contemplation as he descended, ceasing his flight. With a swift motion, he tapped his storage pouch, causing a flying sword to emerge, which he directed towards an ancient tree, cleaving a hole through its trunk before promptly slipping inside. He had previously employed this method. Although the mist still emanated, it took some time to disperse, providing a reprieve of several breaths before the tree withered away. For 7 days, this tactic had allowed him to evade several cultivators drawn by the swirling fog. Now, seated within the hollow of the tree, he awaited the departure of the 4 figures. However, they paused, lingering nearby, their gazes sweeping the surroundings in search of something. Among them, a young man clad in a purple robe leapt atop the tree's crown, his aura radiating in waves, while he held a white orb in hand. The black mist previously released by Meng Hao was swiftly drawn into the orb, which soon transformed into a darkened sphere. This scene stirred something within Meng Hao. Curiously, in recent days, many mountains had been suffused with a dense aura of death, yet the source remained elusive. Among the 4, 3 were men and 1 was a woman, the latter of whom spoke. Dressed in a flowing gown, she possessed striking beauty, though her eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light, rendering her somewhat otherworldly. The 2 men beside her scanned the foliage, their brows knitted in concern. Regardless of the reason, let us collect this death aura and depart. Its origins are shrouded in mystery. It is prudent not to seek out the source. One of the men hesitated to voice. What is there to fear? With senior brother Yin present, even if danger lurks. His status as an inner disciple and mastery at the 8th level of Qi condensation assures us that we can navigate any peril, perhaps even gain fortune. The woman replied with a smile, casting a flirtatious glance at the young man in purple. Among the quartet, only the youth absorbing the death aura was at the 8th level of Qi condensation. The others were at the 6th level, clearly subordinate to him. Before long, the darkness had been entirely consumed by the orb, which had now turned completely black, seemingly unable to absorb any further. Observing this, Meng Hao pondered thoughtfully. Let us be off, the man named Yin said casually, sweeping his sleeve. As the 4 prepared to depart, Meng Hao's brow furrowed. Their movements were too languid, and time was of the essence. Black mist began to seep from the tree's crown. Upon the emergence of the mist, Yan's eyes flickered with alertness, prompting him to turn. Meng Hao sighed internally, no longer hesitating as he stepped out from the tree's crown, his sleeve billowing as he made his way to escape. His sudden appearance startled the 4, particularly as the black mist billowed forth from him, causing Yan's gaze to sharpen. "Esteemed friend, please hold." His voice resonated with determination as he raised his right hand, forming a gesture that pointed forward. Instantly, a swirling black wind materialized, coalescing in midair into a skull that emitted a silent, sinister grin, its gaping maw lunging towards Meng Hao, though it appeared to threaten his progress. The skull emanated the formidable aura of a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi condensation, swift as lightning, with an ominous ferocity. Concurrently, the trio of men and women exchanged glances filled with intent, launching their attacks in unison. 2 flying swords and a jade bracelet transformed into 3 radiant beams, hurtling towards Meng Hao, particularly the jade bracelet, which expanded with a resonant hum as it sought to ensnare him. Furrowing his brow, Meng Hao's already troubled spirit was exacerbated by the oppressive black aura. Recognizing the lethal intent behind their actions, he could not help but emit a cold snort. Raising his right hand with a flourish, a fire python, measuring 7 or 8 zhang in length, roared into existence, charging forth with astonishing heat towards the trio's magical artifacts. An explosive cacophony ensued, shattering the jade bracelet while melting the 2 flying swords. Only the skull of the cultivator, despite its dissolution upon colliding with the fire python, elicited a mournful wail from the creature, extinguishing its flames. 8th level of Qi condensation. The woman and her companions inhaled deeply, their expressions grave. Yet, the cultivator, Yin Zigua, stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Meng Hao. "I am Yin Zigua, a disciple of the inner sect of the Frosty Wind sect. There is no need for haste in your departure. Kindly elucidate why such a dense aura of death surrounds you." His eyes gleamed with intensity, his tone detached. Though Meng Hao was also at the 8th level of Qi condensation, Yan's demeanor remained icy. Meng Hao cast a cold glance at Yin Zigua, remaining silent. He tapped his storage bag, and a treasure fan burst forth in a flash of light, settling beneath him and propelling him swiftly away. Yin Zigua's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the treasure under Meng Hao's feet. However, the flying artifact could only glide, as his cultivation level was insufficient for sustained flight, destined to land eventually. A surge of excitement coursed through Yin Zigua. Such an artifact was a rarity, bestowed only upon disciples at the 9th level of Qi condensation. With a cold snort, he sprang into action, leaping towards Meng Hao in pursuit, while the other 3 hesitated momentarily before hastily following suit. Seeking death, Meng Hao's gaze grew increasingly frigid. The adversaries had discerned his cultivation level, and he had already demonstrated his formidable abilities. This served as a clear warning, yet they continued their relentless chase, aggravating his irritation. At that moment, he paused, raising his right hand to form a gesture directed at the approaching 4. Instantly, the treasure fan beneath him hummed to life, releasing 4 beams of light, 4 feathers that sliced through the air like flying swords, closing in on the quartet. Yin Zigua's eyes narrowed as he raised his hand, summoning a palm-sized shield from his storage bag. It expanded rapidly in the wind, quickly becoming the size of a head, and collided with one of the feathers, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Simultaneously, the other 3, their faces pale with horror, hastily produced their magical artifacts. Amidst the resounding chaos, they coughed up blood, staggering backward in unison, their eyes betraying their fear. The 3 feathers remained unscathed, swirling back as Meng Hao gestured with his right hand, heading straight for Yin Zigua. Yin Zigua's expression shifted dramatically. He was about to let out a roar when suddenly, a great deal of green mist emanated from the pores of his skin. This mist quickly enveloped him, transforming into a colossal green skull that charged towards the 3 feathers. The sound of explosions echoed throughout the vicinity as the skull shattered. Yet the 3 feathers lost their luster, twisting back to Meng Hao's side. "This is your final warning, should you persist." Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he spoke coldly, leaving his sentence unfinished before turning into a streak of light and vanishing. Yin Zigua did not pursue. He fixed his gaze on the direction Meng Hao had departed, his right hand trembling slightly within his sleeve. Though he was unfamiliar with Meng Hao's face, it was this very stranger who had so effortlessly compelled him to utilize his life-saving technique. That fan was not merely a treasured artifact for flight. It was also a formidable weapon. Yin Zigua mused inwardly, yet he felt an even greater stir of desire. Who among you has heard of such a practitioner of the 8th layer of Qi condensation emerging from the Zhao Kingdom, wielding such a precious fan? Yin Zigua turned to his 3 disheveled companions. At such a young age, having attained the 8th layer of Qi condensation, he must be a figure of renown in the Zhao Kingdom. However, none of the 3 major sects bore any recollection of him. Under Yin Zigua's scrutinizing gaze, A disciple from the wind-cold sect hastily spoke up. Who is this person? Could he possibly not be a practitioner from the Zhao Kingdom? Yin Ziguo furrowed his brow. His thoughts on Meng Hao's fan becoming increasingly intricate. Senior brother Yin, I believe I heard mention of a fan a few months ago. It was spoken of by senior brother Sun Hua from the Chu Shui sect. It seems there was a transaction involving a disciple from the southern domain Ziyun sect and a core disciple from a supporting sect named Meng Hao, who once produced a fan made of feathers. The young woman hesitated before glancing at Yin Ziguo. Yin Ziguo was taken aback. He immediately raised his right hand to tap his storage pouch, producing a jade slip. This item was issued by the sect to inner disciples, containing a portrait of Meng Hao, along with a sealed command instructing individuals to test the potency of the opponent's treasured artifacts upon encountering them. Though this incident had transpired months ago, Yin Ziguo had not given it much thought. Now, as he focused on the jade slip, an image materialized in his mind. The figure within it was none other than Meng Hao. So it was him. A glint of dark light flashed in Yin Ziguo's eyes, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. Just as he was about to speak, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and the sky turned crimson. An astonishing upheaval resonated from the distant depths of the southern domain, sweeping across all directions and enveloping the entirety of the southern domain. A thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, reverberating with an earth-shattering intensity. This sound did not come from nearby. It rolled in from an exceedingly far distance, not aimed at Meng Hao and his companions, but resonating throughout the entirety of the Zhao Kingdom. In that instant, every practitioner in the Zhao Kingdom, even the common folk, heard the resounding thunder from above. The suddenness of this noise left Yin Ziguo and his companions momentarily stunned, their expressions filled with shock as they looked up. In the heavens, a crimson radiance emerged, stretching as far as the eye could see, transforming the entire sky into a bewildering tapestry of red, leaving onlookers perplexed as to what had transpired. At the distant horizon, far removed from the Zhao Kingdom, in the heart of the southern domain, an area unseen by Zhao's cultivators, a fissure appeared in the sky, its extent unknown. It was a rift in the heavens. The roar grew more intense, resonating throughout the 8 directions, its echoes not only enveloping the Zhao Kingdom but also reverberating across the entire southern domain. In every corner of this vast expanse, various sects and families gradually became aware of this earth-shattering tumult. Meng Hao's expression shifted dramatically. The dark energy surrounding him surged forth with alarming speed, startling him into immediate action as he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the distance. The 4 from the Yanzi Kingdom stood paralyzed, their spirits shaken by the sudden spectacle above. Their cultivations seemed to waver, as if on the verge of escaping their bodies. Meanwhile, within the Zhao Kingdom, the Fohan sect, nestled amid the mountains and shrouded in mist, was engulfed by the booming sound from the sky. The fog churned violently, and the surrounding peaks trembled, while hundreds of disciples turned pale, gazing up at the heavens in terror. On the sect's rear mountain, the 2 most formidable elders, both in the core formation stage, abruptly awoke from their meditative seclusion. Without hesitation, they soared into the air, their cultivation energies surging as their eyes fixed on the distant horizon. They gasped in astonishment, their expressions betraying profound fear. Although they could not discern the exact nature of the disturbance occurring in the far-off sky, they felt an overwhelming pressure as if the very firmament were on the brink of shattering, and they faintly perceived the sky fracturing. What could possibly cause such an uproar? The sound emanating from the center of the southern domain was inconceivable. The distance was far too great for it to reach them so swiftly. Behind them, 5 foundational elders of the Fenghan sect also took to the skies, their faces drained of color, trembling with trepidation. Within the Zhao Kingdom, the Fengye sect, too, found its 2 core formation elders and 4 foundational elders suspended in the air, staring blankly at the distant horizon. The entire sky blazed with a fiery red hue, an astonishing sight that left them in disbelief. What is this? Not only the Fohan sect but the Fengye sect was equally astounded. The Chu Shui sect, too, was engulfed in a wave of horror as their disciples gazed blankly at the sky, their expressions marked by confusion. The core formation elder of Chu Shui trembled, his advanced cultivation granting him a wider view. Though he still could not discern the cause, the scene of the burning firmament, coupled with the sensation of countless cracks forming in the sky, filled him with dread. This was no ordinary sound. Otherwise, it could not have traveled to the Zhao Kingdom with such swiftness. The velocity of this sound could annihilate all existence. In the Zhao Kingdom, as well as in the neighboring sects of other nations, a similar phenomenon unfolded, particularly among the 5 major sects and the 3 prominent families of the southern region. Being in close proximity, they all felt an indescribable pressure descending from the heavens. Positioned at the heart of the southern region, they witnessed a spectacle invisible to outsiders, a colossal rift in the sky. Their faces turned pale, and disbelief washed over them. On this day, in this moment, the southern region was engulfed in commotion. Countless cultivators ascended into the air, and many formidable beings were struck with terror. As the entire southern region was jolted by this celestial anomaly, Meng Hao moved with remarkable speed, an unusual amount of dark energy emanating from him, as if summoned and guided by an unseen force, instilling a sense of trepidation in him. The bizarre occurrences in the sky further unsettled his mind. He hurried to the peak of the nearest mountain, and upon reaching the summit, he abruptly gazed toward the distant horizon. At an immeasurable distance, the sky appeared to slowly fracture. Simultaneously, a black light spread instantaneously, plunging the world into darkness. Moments later, the ground across the southern region began to tremble with varying intensity, as though a tremendous force surged forth from its center, radiating outward and causing mountains to collapse and the earth to convulse. Given the vastness of the southern region, this tremor took time to propagate, beginning at the center and gradually reaching the peripheries, leading to the sequential crumbling of numerous peaks. Fortunately, the Zhao kingdom remained far enough away to feel little immediate impact, only experiencing mild tremors 7 days later. Nonetheless, this was enough to terrify the ancient beings within Zhao, some of whom had ventured to the center of the southern region and understood the unfathomable distance separating it from Zhao. They knew that even if destruction occurred there, it was implausible for its effects to reach Zhao in merely 7 days. Simultaneously, during these 7 days, a rumor swept through the southern region like a tempest, instilling fear in all who heard it. A corpse had fallen from the heavens. This body had descended within 1,000 miles of the fabled Wangxing Cave, one of the 3 perilous sites of the southern region. The news sent shockwaves throughout, stirring the region into turmoil. It was said that powerful beings from the western desert were also converging upon the southern region. Whose corpse could it be to have plummeted from the skies? The heavens, an area believed to be accessible only to those who had attained immortality. No wonder the sound of the tremors spread so swiftly. It contained the lingering remnants of the deceased spirit. Attaining immortality? A simple phrase, yet throughout history. Only 7 or 8 individuals from the southern region have been recorded to have achieved such a feat. However, this body was astonishing. It was said to be of mere mortal size, yet upon its fall, it caused the earth to quake for 7 days. The stages of cultivation: condensing qi, establishing foundation, forming core, refining infants, severing spirit, seeking the Tao, and ascending to immortality, represent 7 significant realms. To ascend in a single step and shatter the void is exceedingly difficult. In many corners of the southern region, such whispers have already begun to circulate. However, the Zhao kingdom, being relatively remote and isolated, had only a few elders from the major sects who were vaguely aware of these events. At this moment, Meng Hao furrowed his brow as he swiftly traversed the depths of the mountains. 7 days prior, a cataclysmic change had swept through the realm, thickening the deathly aura that clung to him. Fortunately, in recent days, this oppressive energy began to dissipate, and he estimated that in about 20 days, it would vanish entirely. This deathly aura was exceedingly bothersome. Had it not served as a guiding beacon, he could not have navigated his current predicament with such urgency. In these past days, Meng Hao's mood had grown increasingly irritable. The upheaval from 7 days ago compelled the cultivators of Zhao to venture out, leaving him no choice but to hide cautiously, narrowly avoiding detection on several occasions. However, this evasion could not persist indefinitely, although he was reluctant to take a life. The circumstances were gradually driving him toward that grim resolution. If forced, he would resort to violence, even if it would invite greater chaos. It was preferable to his current life of concealment. Lost in contemplation, Meng Hao suddenly felt a shift in his spirit and abruptly lifted his gaze towards the front. The mountains surrounded him, and the area was enveloped in silence. He paused, scanning his surroundings for a considerable time, yet discerned no discernible clues. Nonetheless, an underlying sense of crisis lingered, prompting him to frown. He raised his right hand and struck his storage bag, releasing a feathered fan that soared directly into the thicket ahead. With a thunderous sound, a gust of wind swept through, causing the leaves to rustle, but tranquility soon returned. There was no sign of abnormality. However, Meng Hao's expression shifted. Despite the earlier disturbances, the tranquility had seemingly resumed, with no casualties among the birds and beasts. Logically, in such a secluded mountain, the roar would have sent creatures scattering. yet an unsettling quiet prevailed. Without hesitation, Meng Hao turned and struck his storage bag once more, summoning the fan to lift him up as he changed direction. Just then, a cold snort echoed, and dark lights materialized from numerous peaks around him. These shadows swiftly intertwined, enveloping the area in an imposing seal. Although Meng Hao found himself within this barrier, he was situated at its periphery rather than its center. Had he not exercised caution and continued forward, he would have been ensnared at the very heart of this confinement. Simultaneously, 8 figures emerged from the surroundings. Initially indistinct, they soon became clear, as if an invisible layer of water had receded from their forms, allowing Meng Hao to perceive them at last. Among the 8, 6 were men and 2 were women. One of the women donned a flowing white gown, her pallid complexion betraying her vitality. She raised a water-blue orb above her head, emanating ripples akin to flowing water. This orb served as her means of concealing the presence of others, but it now bore numerous cracks, indicating its imminent shattering, a one-time magical artifact. She remained stationary at a distance, while the others swiftly closed in, encircling Meng Hao. One among them was Yin Zigua. Meng Hao's countenance darkened as he coldly surveyed the surrounding cultivators. Among them, Yin Zigua's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. While he was not the most powerful, that distinction belonged to a middle-aged man in a sky-blue robe, floating in midair atop a flying sword. His demeanor was serene, yet he exuded an air of unapproachable superiority, a palpable essence emanating from his very being. His cultivation level had already reached the 9th layer of the Qi condensation stage. As a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi condensation, one's status within the sect of the Zhao Kingdom is exceptionally unique. Should one succeed in foundation establishment within a century, they may ascend to the rank of elder. Otherwise, they would not be considered an inner disciple, but rather a sect attendant. For instance, Shangwan Xiu of the Kaoshan sect, during the height of its power, would not have been regarded as an elder, but merely as an attendant. This middle-aged man, having attained the 9th level of Qi condensation for less than 2 years, is poised for a boundless future. Upon successful foundation establishment, his identity would transform entirely. Cunning in nature, it is no wonder he managed to deceive the members of the Ziyun sect. Yet, even if you have not entered the fray, as long as you step into this formation, with Lu Shixiang present, your demise is inevitable today. Hand over that true treasure, and I may grant you a complete corpse. Yin Zigua spoke coldly, his gaze fixed on the treasure fan beneath Meng Hao, his greed unmistakable. He had conducted considerable inquiries into Meng Hao's affairs over the past few days and had learned from Sun Hua about Meng Hao's dealings with the Ziyun sect, intensifying his avarice. Meng Hao's expression was frosty. He did not glance at Yin Zigua, but instead focused on the middle-aged man at the 9th level of Qi condensation, who was indeed the Lu Shixiang mentioned by Yin Zigua. With an indifferent demeanor, he remained silent, standing with his hands behind his back atop his flying sword, emanating a formidable aura that caused Meng Hao's eyes to narrow slightly. To obtain my treasure, one must pay the price, Meng Hao stated calmly, as his right hand struck his storage pouch. Instantly, a flash of silver light revealed a gleaming silver spear, which he thrust directly at the treasure fan beneath him, pinning it in place. The appearance of this silver spear captivated the attention of everyone present, including Lu Shixiao, who was visibly moved and focused intently. At that moment, as their gazes were drawn to the spear, Meng Hao's eyes flickered. He swung his right hand vigorously, causing a scroll to unfurl, releasing a series of roars from within, along with 3 fierce beasts composed of mist that charged forth towards the crowd. Seizing the chaos, Meng Hao swiftly formed a hand sign, unleashing a streak of black light at an unimaginable speed. In the instant Yin Zigua's mind was momentarily shaken, it tore through the protective aura surrounding his body, allowing him to retreat. But in the moment of Yin Zigua's astonishment, it struck like lightning into his brow, penetrating directly. This object was none other than the soul-snatching nail. Meng Hao's nature is such that if he does not strike, he refrains from action, but once he does, he must seize the initiative. Since Yin Zigua sought his own demise, Meng Hao would ensure his descent into the underworld. Almost as soon as the soul-snatching nail embedded itself in Yin Zigua's brow, waves of black frost rapidly spread outward from the point of impact, swiftly enveloping his entire body. With a resounding bang, as Yin Zigua's eyes widened in confusion, his body was violently torn asunder, disintegrating into numerous shards of black icy flesh that scattered around. Meng Hao's act of killing Yin Zigua stemmed from the fact that he had initially spared him. Yet today, the man reappeared, evidently bringing others to encircle him. Thus, Meng Hao acted decisively, prioritizing Yin Ziguo's demise. Having stepped into the realm of cultivation for more than a year, Meng Hao was acutely aware of the law of the jungle. If one must act, they should harbor no compassion, for otherwise, it would be their own life that would be forfeit. The sudden occurrence sent shockwaves through the disciples of the Wind-Cold sect, their expressions shifting dramatically as dread gripped their hearts. Yet, this was not the time for them to succumb to fear. The three fog beasts emerging from Meng Hao's painting let out menacing growls, charging directly towards them. These grotesque creatures, shrouded in ominous black mist, bore down upon the crowd with an overwhelming force, colliding with the cultivators in an instant. A cacophony of sound erupted as Brother Lu, at the 9th level of chi condensation, altered his countenance. He raised his right hand and waved it forward, conjuring a crimson banner that unfurled before him. Instantly, a fierce blaze ignited, enveloping an area of over 10 zhang, hurtling towards the three fog beasts. At that moment, Meng Hao exhibited no hesitation. He plunged downward, not towards the flustered cultivators, but towards the woman below, maintaining the formation, cradling a water-blue orb in her hands. The woman's expression shifted to one of alarm, and she retreated rapidly. However, Meng Hao's speed surpassed hers. In the blink of an eye, he was upon her, raising his right hand and sweeping it forcefully. The woman coughed up blood as her body was abruptly lifted, and in her panic, she relinquished her grip on the orb, sending it flying. Though the woman retained a semblance of beauty, her position rendered her an adversary to Meng Hao. He cast her a cold glance before reaching out into the void, and the orb soared directly into his grasp. Almost instantaneously upon his touch, a thunderous roar reverberated, causing the three fog beasts to shatter and collapse, while Brother Lu's flames surged forth, enveloping Meng Hao in a torrential blaze. Though treasures abound, for the murder of my Wind-Cold sect brethren, your demise is assured today. Brother Lu's expression darkened, and behind him, his disciples appeared utterly disheveled. More troubling was the death of Yin Ziguo, which would render his return to the sect difficult to justify. The murderous intent aimed at Meng Hao was unmistakable. Meng Hao remained silent, and as the flames descended, he swiftly clapped his left hand against his storage pouch. A large black net materialized, which he flung upward with force, piercing through the fire and extinguishing it in an instant. The net expanded rapidly, hurtling towards Brother Lu. Startled, Brother Lu raised his right hand, producing a jade slip which he crushed with a decisive motion. His form blurred momentarily, narrowly evading the encompassing net. However, two of the individuals behind him were ensnared, their bodies rendered immobile as the black net constricted around them, searing their garments and inflicting grievous wounds, as if they were being torn apart. The chilling cries rang out, leaving the other disciples of the Wind-Cold sect pale with horror. Even Brother Lu's eyes widened in fury, unable to fathom that Meng Hao possessed such a formidable treasure. Almost at the very instant this scene unfolded, Meng Hao's right hand clenched the bead with remarkable force, shattering it in an explosive burst. The surrounding ceiling formations immediately trembled, beginning to dissipate. Concurrently, Meng Hao's left hand formed a seal and pointed at the treasure fan beneath him. As the silver spear was retracted, the fan emitted a resonant hum and transformed into 16 feathers that encircled Meng Hao, propelling him directly towards the gap revealed by the dissipating formation. "Do not even think of escaping," Brother Lu exclaimed, suddenly striking his forehead. From his mouth emerged a beam of sword light, a diminutive flying sword the size of a pinky finger, its entire body glistening. Upon its appearance, the sword's radiance surged dramatically, manifesting numerous sword shadows that hurtled towards Meng Hao with astonishing speed. Meng Hao was on the verge of breaking free when he swiftly gestured with his right hand behind him. Instantly, the black net erupted with a thunderous sound, disintegrating the two cultivators within into mere fragments. A flash of black light enveloped their storage bags, which swiftly returned, merging into Meng Hao's sleeve. At that moment, Brother Lu's crystalline sword light had caught up with Meng Hao. As it lunged towards him, Meng Hao felt a profound sense of danger. The 9th layer of condensed energy was beyond his current capability to withstand, especially given the sword light's sharpness. His eyes flickered as the 16 feathers beneath him spiraled backwards, transforming into 16 beams of sword light that surged towards Brother Lu's crystalline sword. A series of explosive sounds resonated as 8 of the feathers shattered, causing the crystalline sword to retract. The remaining feathers returned to Meng Hao, reforming into the treasure fan, albeit at a noticeably reduced speed. "Without these feathers, your speed is insufficient," Brother Lu sneered. Yet, barely had his words escaped his lips when his eyes widened in shock upon witnessing Meng Hao slap his storage bag, resulting in 8 identical feathers soaring forth, restoring the fan to its full form, which then transformed into a radiant arc, whisking Meng Hao away in an instant. Damn it! An intense murderous intent flickered in Brother Lu's eyes as he swayed and gave chase. The few others trailing behind him, seeing his pursuit, had no choice but to follow, gritting their teeth as they produced their magical artifacts, racing after him across the terrain. Only a solitary female cultivator, lacking sufficient cultivation, hesitated and came to a stop, opting not to pursue further. Standing upon the fan, Meng Hao's expression was grim, the aura of death still emanating from him. He promptly retrieved the storage bags of the 2 individuals ensnared by the black net. Upon opening them, his gaze scanned the contents. Most of the magical artifacts did not pique his interest, and the elixirs were inferior to his own. However, within the 2 storage bags, he discovered 3 white beads, which were precisely what he needed. He immediately took one out, and as soon as it was in his grasp, the death aura surrounding him began to merge into it. In just over a dozen breaths, the bead transformed into a deep black hue, ceasing to absorb the death aura. Meng Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating the bead in his hand, yet he quickly released it. I cannot replicate it now. Once I shake off these pursuers, I will replicate enough of these beads to temporarily resolve the issue of the death aura guiding them to me. Turning to glance behind him, he noted the tumultuous winds and rolling thunder, the crystalline light enveloping Brother Lu from the wind-cold sect as he relentlessly pursued. Behind him, 3 figures were also desperately closing in. The trio posed no significant threat. Eliminating them would be a trivial task. However, the individual named Lu, proficient at the 9th level of Qi condensation, possessed numerous magical artifacts. Previously, he had refrained from employing his techniques for a swift resolution. Should a confrontation ensue, the battle would prove challenging. Meng Hao paused briefly, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. He was convinced that despite Lu's cultivation, he lacked the number of elixirs that Meng Hao possessed. By prolonging the conflict, he could exhaust Lu thoroughly. Resolute in his decision, Meng Hao retrieved 3 earth spirit pills from his storage and swallowed them, feeling a pang of regret. He lamented the waste of 8 replicated feathers, and now the elixirs. Each skirmish drained his resources further. Additionally, he recalled the storage bag of Yen Zigua, which he had hastily left behind. He resolved to be more vigilant in the future. As the earth spirit pills dissolved, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through him, enhancing his speed. Time flowed steadily, and dusk approached.